Cerny, who had been in the Gulf with McVeigh during the war, often in the Bradley next to his, was less kind in his assessment. For one thing, Cerny explained, McVeigh was the most racist bastard ever knew. During the war, he had personally witnessed McVeigh shooting at surrendering Iraqis and, even at that time, thought that shooting people didn't bother him in any way. In fact, he continued, Cerny said he personally believed that, if it came down to it, McVeigh would not hesitate to shoot them too, adding that McVeigh is a cold-blooded bastard, believes that life is very cheap. Both Cerny and Kelso said that, after the war, McVeigh had a bad attitude, kept guns around him at all times and seemed paranoid. They even sometimes joked that one day they would see McVeigh's face on a wanted poster, a foresight shared by many others prior to his arrest. Reflective of Cerny and Kelso's impressions were 6 letters McVeigh wrote to Steve while living with them. In one dated July 10, 1991, he promised to show Steve his pictures from the war next time he came home, but then went on to admonish Steve for not sending information he requested, specifically the contact information for Handgun Control Incorporated, a gun control advocacy group formed by Sarah Brady to have the Brady Bill legislation passed. To Steve he wrote, I asked you about an address for Sarah Brady or HCI. McVeigh, who had never lived in a civilian space with anyone but his family, began to feel his roommates were too nosy and decided to leave. His friend, SGT. Royal Witcher, lived off base in the nearby town of Harrington, Kansas, and since the two had always gotten along, in September 1991, when McVeigh asked if he could move in, Witcher agreed. Witcher recalled his increasingly odd personal life and described in detail how McVeigh kept almost no furniture in his room, hanging a poncho instead of a curtain on the windows and, like a child, had Garfield the cat blankets and sheets. McVeigh, said Witcher, was extremely shy and unable to express himself to women and so, never had a date. *degree According to Mark Ham, Witcher now lived with the spokesperson for Paranoia itself. During this time, just as before the war, McVeigh continued to excel as a soldier at Ft. Riley, at least in the eyes of his superiors. At the end of September, he received his Second Army Commendation Medal, scored perfect in a competition, earned the distinction of top Bradley gunner and, once again, became the evaluator for the new Bradley training course. For McVeigh though, things were different and he no longer derived pleasure from such accolades. Other soldiers noticed an unspoken change, a definite difference in Tim's attitude. He didn't seem to care anymore and was pretty disillusioned with the military. He wasn't as motivated and didn't have the drive that he always had. He was hyper, nervous, bitter, angry, reclusive, and isolated. He occasionally expressed remorse about the people he killed in Iraq and his political rhetoric became notably more dramatic and aggressive. They were on 223. 224. Sure, however, if these changes were a reaction to the war or to his failure at the SFAS course. To fellow soldier Sheffield Anderson, McVeigh spoke of returning home to upstate New York, building a bunker on his land and loading it with food, weapons, and ammunition so that he could be ready if the apocalypse hit. Steve Hodge told the Jones team that McVeigh's characteristic obsessiveness towards his interests had always mutated from one form to another, but after the war, his two most persistent ones, guns and survivalism, merged with his increasing critiques of the U.S. government's corruption. According to another soldier, McVeigh became real bitter about everything. He read lots of books about the JFK assassination and believed it was a conspiracy. He also began delving into and heatedly discussing books about the U.S. government's private armies and railed continuously about how the CIA, FBI, and big business were getting out of control. About this period, Stickney wrote that McVeigh was scared and mad, and getting madder. So much so that some of the other soldiers, who previously had at least some respect for him, began calling him anti-McVeigh, because he seemed to be anti-everything. Another soldier said, McVeigh was always strange, but rapidly became stranger. He related an incident that occurred one night while they were out driving around, during which McVeigh suddenly parked on the side of the road, pulled out his pistol and just started rapid firing into the open field. Said he hadn't done that in a while, and so he just felt like he had to do that. I thought he probably went off the deep end. His new roommate Witcher, with whom McVeigh got along well, said the strangest thing he noticed was that McVeigh kept weapons all over the house, in the bathroom, behind the towels, the kitchen cupboards, under the couch in the living room, in the ledge over the stairs, and his car, both in the glove box and trunk. Other guns, Witcher continued, he stashed at friends' houses, but McVeigh's personal armory soon grew so large that he had to rent a storage locker in nearby Junction City. I don't know if he was paranoid or what, or maybe he had some friends that were after him. I don't know. McVeigh began spending more time with Terry Nichols, who lived nearby, and frequently made trips to Michigan to hang out with Terry's brother, James. McVeigh, Witcher continued, became ill-political. Amidst his obsessive consumption of news, McVeigh found at least one thing to take issue with every day. Another cohort said he noticed that once McVeigh began spending more time with the civilian population around the base, with whom he shared similar interests and sometimes went out shooting, he became a little more closed-mouthed. Some commentators suspect that McVeigh might have first become acquainted with members of the rapidly growing Patriot and militia movements during this time. In 1990, Larry Pratt, the father of the modern militia movement and executive director of Gun Owners of America, an anti-gun control legislation organization, published his manifesto that called for the formation of armed civilian militias and civil defense units and warned of the federal government's plan to disarm Americans. Reflective of a growing trend throughout the country, citizens' militias, paramilitary and anti-government groups had begun to appear around the Ft. Riley area and in Michigan, where McVeigh spent an increasing amount of time. Economic and social disenfranchisement rooted, in part, from the 1980s farm crisis, gun control legislation, increased militarization of police, NAFTA and the military's involvement in United Nations peacekeeping operations were all indicative of Bush's New World Order, which provoked fears that the U.S. Constitution was rapidly eroding and the country was losing its sovereignty. Oppositional right-wing groups within the increasingly popular umbrella of the Patriot movement responded by stepping up their recruitment and propaganda efforts, targeting, among others, active-duty military personnel who were attracted to their patriotic, anti-communist, constitutional rhetoric, combined with their professed willingness to take up arms against a corrupt government. The presence of militia, patriot and other anti-government, paramilitary groups was strongest in states with higher numbers of gun owners and Vietnam and Gulf War combat veterans, including the Ft. Riley area, where recruitment efforts directed at soldiers were becoming more noticeable. McVeigh claimed he was never a card-carrying member of any group, but clearly, their pro-gun message and paranoid outlook appealed to him. Despite such claims, McVeigh, at different times in his life was, in fact, a card-carrying member of the KKK, the NRA, the Republican Party and of course the U.S. Army. The atmosphere at Ft. Riley following the period immediately after the Gulf War was markedly desperate. Soldier morale was low and many considered their posting at Fort Riley as a career ender due, in part, to increased budget cuts and downsizing. Suicides and murder rates at the base continued to increase. Many shared the growing feeling that the government had left them by the wayside. Army intelligence officials noted that the growing number of disgruntled soldiers at Ft. Riley offered extremist ideologues a chance to expand their ranks. The commander of the Kansas Citizen Militia agreed, admitting his group specifically recruited military personnel, explaining these young men go into the military for all the right reasons, to protect the country, but they are watching themselves being turned into policemen for the wealthy interests of the few. They know it. We know it. That's why they are coming to us. In the updated 1995 edition of their book, Snapping, Conway and Siegelman described various ways in which political indoctrination acts. 225. 226. as an information disease and argued that when a person who, for whatever reason, including trauma, has become physically and mentally wrecked, they consume information less critically and are more open to manipulation by others. They then offer McVeigh and his developing anti-government ideologies as an example of how information diseases lead to snapping. According to them, many of the patriot and militia cells used cult-like methods including covert recruitment and induction, intimate group dynamics, ritualized indoctrination, as well as more serious communication pathologies that they say played a factor in the Oklahoma City bombing. The movement's distorted beliefs, ideas, and potentially lethal information inundated talk and shortwave radio and computer networks, appealing to the disenfranchised, like McVeigh and Nichols, who wanted to reduce the complexities of modern society and the new global communication culture, that ultimately give rise to new forms of mental illness and mass insanity. Degree in 1999, cultural commentator Peter Knight also observed the rapid spread of alternative information during this period, largely through underground presses, talk radio, cable television shows, fax networks, home publishing and the emerging Internet. Knight, however, felt that the general distrust of the government expressed and proliferated among ultra-conservatives did not necessarily indicate the recrudescence of a paranoia virus whose victims unthinkingly fall prey to the types of insanity discussed by Conway and Siegelman. Rather, it indicated a massive shift of these beliefs from the fringes to the mainstream across both the right and left-wing spectrums that had resulted from decades of revelations about government corruption, cover UPS, and conspiracies, as well as the profound economic and social restructuring resulting from the rise of global free market capitalism. In fact, Knight continued, a crisis of legitimacy permeated throughout the U.S. and seemingly right-wing scaremongering rants about Bush's supposed plan for a new world order, perhaps not so far from what we might normally think of as leftist commentary. Given that, sorting out the left from the right and plausible from implausible becomes virtually impossible. For Knight, Timothy McVeigh suffered from just this type of legitimacy crisis, but ultimately represented one that existed beyond the confines of the hardcore militia. In addition to the growing presence of the Patriot movement, racial tensions that had long existed at Ft. Riley were reaching a boiling point, and organized racism within the military was gaining the attention of watchdog groups and law enforcement officials. White power organizations were engaged in their own recruitment of military personnel. McVeigh's rhetoric and behavior reflected all of this. Ivory Trone, an African-American soldier, was just out of boot camp when McVeigh became his squad leader. To the Jones team, he described the men McVeigh hung out with as the Redneck Posse, and on a number of occasions heard them use racial affronts to blacks and other non-white races. He and McVeigh had a falling out when McVeigh issued an order and Trone talked back. McVeigh took him outside and chewed him out, threatening his career in the U.S. Army. He didn't like people questioning his authority. Trone said that was the point when he realized McVeigh was very biased and prejudiced, judged him on the color of his skin and not on his merit as a soldier. McVeigh did not like most of the new soldiers arriving at Ft. Riley and told his biographers that during his final months in the Army, his overt racism resurfaced, attributing this to the disrespectful attitudes of new black kids coming into his unit. You don't like your squad leader because he makes you get up at 5 a.m. It's a basic human trait in the Army. These guys turned it into a racial thing. They didn't understand they were privates. Hence, when he noticed black soldiers wearing Black Power t-shirts around base, he ordered one that said White Power from the back of a survivalist magazine. To order the shirt, he had to send a $20 membership fee to the North Carolina Ku Klux Klan. He did not feel the shirt was offensive since black guys were wearing Black Power t-shirts on the base they weren't supposed to. I wanted to see what would happen. I wanted to make a point. Back in the 60s, people would bring communist manifestos onto campus. Does that mean they're a communist because they caught that book and read it? In his exhaustive book on the history of the international white power movement, The Beast Awakens, Martin E. Lee wrote that the majority of right-wing paramilitary groups had intimate personal and ideological connections to white supremacist groups. Lee explained in great depth how the WPM had embarked upon a systematic attempt to tone down their racial rhetoric and gain more mainstream credibility in order to attract unsuspecting, susceptible, and disgruntled individuals drawn to the ideas and concepts of the militias. Although hardcore racialists, that is to say, those who consciously embrace racism as an ideology, remained a numerical minority, they were the motor that propelled and guided militia movement since its inception. Indeed, McVeigh claimed his curiosity about the patriot community and basic fundamental rights led him to books like the Turner Diaries, which, in turn, led him to explore organizations like the National Alliance and the KKK. However, the real test of his racism, he said, was his eventual determination, based on his moral values, that WPM literature and propaganda manipulated young people by falsely equating racism with patriotism. Therefore, he explained, after becoming very unhappy with the Klan, he let his membership expire and later traded the T-shirt for ammunition and smoke grenades. Asterisk. 227. 228. Still, McVeigh resumed his peculiar habit of reading, rereading, and handing out copies of the Turner Diaries and had one on hand at all times, like a Baptist with his Bible. Later, both he and Stephen Jones rejected an insanity defense because, as Jones stated, his client did not wish to be depicted as another John Hinckley. Yet McVeigh's obsession with the Turner Diaries certainly evoked Hinckley as well as other bibliophile lone wolf assassins like Mark David Chapman, both of whom had a similar obsession with the Catcher in the Rye. Interestingly, Hinckley had provoked the Brady gun control legislation that, ironically, helped provoke the Oklahoma City bombing, which then prompted further debates about people like McVeigh. McVeigh wrote to his attorneys, "I think that Turner Diaries should be required reading for everyone on the defense team because the truth is, it is a blueprint." When most started to get tired, he continued, McVeigh found pleasure in pushing himself and others. Yet there was something else going on, something unexplored in all published accounts that may provide clues and context about his decision to leave the Army. Absent in the many letters McVeigh wrote Steve, as well as in the transcripts of FBI and defense team interviews with other soldiers, is any mention of his continued medical visits. From the time he returned from the Gulf in April until leaving the Army in December, he continued his secret life as a professional patient. Inexplicably, while large portions of 229. 230. McVeigh's military medical records are found in the Jones collection. No memoranda or correspondence were located in the collection indicating that anybody on the Jones team noticed or discussed the frequency of his medical visits while in the Army. It is no wonder that Cerny and Kelso found McVeigh a bit cranky, as during the summer of 1991, while living with them, McVeigh visited the dentist several times. On June 20, 1991, 2 of his teeth were decaying and causing him pain. On July 1, 12, 1, and 29, he returned for medical attention on at least 7 different teeth. Doctors noted he had small protruding pieces of bone sticking out in his mouth, which was infected, and the bone chips caused him continuous pain. In the midst of this, on July 17, he saw a doctor for the removal of moles that had recently appeared on his chin and near his ear. At the end of the summer, on August 26, 1991, at 1 p.m., just prior to moving out of the apartment he shared with Cerny and Kelso, McVeigh visited the doctor, saying he was nauseated, unable to hold fluids and could not stop vomiting. He did not have a fever. Asterisk registered in September 1991, the month he moved in with Royal Witcher, McVeigh received another typhoid vaccination. An almost unreadable document stamped Emergency Treatment Center, FT. Riley shows that, sometime in October 1991, the 23-year-old combat veteran received a medical injection of an unknown variety after seeking medical care for unknown reasons. On October 14, he complained of pain in his right shoulder, but the radiologist, after examining results of the X-rays he ordered, found no significant abnormalities. Meanwhile, McVeigh attended Ft. Irwin's National Training Center located in the Mojave Desert of San Bernardino County, California, and arrived back at Ft. Riley on October 20. 2 days later, on October 22, at 6 a.m., doctors at Ft. Riley saw him for a previously diagnosed ulcer, as well as a cold, that had persisted since the week before. On October 28, 1991, he wrote to Steve at 1630 formation, "They told us that we would be on alert as of 0430 tomorrow morning. Our bags will be packed onto a semi, we're on alert to guard a nuclear site in Utah against terrorist attacks. Great, another opportunity for my balls to fall off." He had a stress level of 3000%. He closed by saying, "I have to quit now, I have a pounding headache." He did not mention the recent visits to the doctor. An NCO evaluation report, detailing his performance from February until November 1991, recommended his promotion to a higher pay grade. A little over a week later, at 6 a.m. on November 7, 1991, he sought medical attention saying that for the previous 4 weeks his left big toe had been deteriorating. It was scaling, fissuring between toes, red, and itching. He told the doctor that the skin scales, then grows back. Then holes appear. At 5:30 a.m. on November 13, he again went to the medical unit, this time complaining about facial moles located above the chin, but below the bottom lip and on the right side of his face near his ear, that interfered with shaving and requested they be removed. On a separate form entitled Request for Civilian Medical Care, the doctor described the skin tags and noted 2 new moles, the first SMM flesh-colored and the second 2 raised flesh-colored. The previous July, and in the civilian medical referral, the doctor wrote the moles were new, but in a November 13 report, they had been there his entire lifetime. McVeigh arrived at the dentist again on November 20, 1991, and because of his bleeding gums, doctors ordered an X-ray. By this time, he had received so many X-rays, that fears of his testicles falling off appear reasonable. By the time he left Fort Riley, only 5 of his teeth remained untouched. The November 20 dental visit was the last to appear on his military medical records, but, as will be seen, this was certainly not his last visit. After leaving the Army, McVeigh continued to visit private dentists throughout the country, including just days before the bombing. Often these visits occurred in mysterious circumstances. In a radiological request report dated December 1991, the attending doctor noted McVeigh's upper gastrointestinal difficulties that included his retention of gaseous secretions and the possibility of duodenitis, an inflammation of the intestine commonly caused by viral infection, bacteria, and often resulting in an ulcer. James Rockwell, the supply sergeant for Charlie Company, said that one day McVeigh entered the Ft. Riley supply room and confided his belief that he had a computer chip in his backside. Rockwell was not sure what McVeigh meant by this and asked him to explain. McVeigh responded that the military had done things to him and said, "I think they brainwashed me or injected me with something." At the very least, Rockwell opined, McVeigh felt the Army had manipulated him into killing innocent Iraqis. On December 10, McVeigh put in to get out of the Army and received an honorable discharge effective December 31, 1991. The reason noted for his separation, the early transition program, for the convenience of the government. As part of his early discharge he enlisted, or accepted a voluntary assignment, in the New York State Army National Guard based in Tonawanda, New York, to begin immediately upon leaving Ft. Riley. The same day, December 10, he wrote Steve, "Yeah, I'll be home for Christmas, but in a way you never imagined. That's right, roll out the red carpet, hold all calls, because the kid is comin' home. See ya by the 20, I'll need help unloading the U-Haul." The next day on December 11, 1991, he was administered anesthesia for the removal of the pesky moles, which 231, 232 did recently appear. The doctor appears to have taken no tissue specimens to the lab for further testing. Like so many aspects of his life, details about his health are conflicting and contradictory. McVeigh told his attorneys that he once had a negative incident with a captain during a drill when the captain chewed him out for visiting the medic for an ingrown toenail. Woody Davis said McVeigh had sinus problems before he left FT. Riley. Gordon Blackloud explained the standard protocol for obtaining medical attention. If you wanted to see the doctor, you had to go through the chain of command. You had to see the medic first. After I told him about McVeigh's records and asked him what he thought, he said that if he was as sick as the records reflected, someone would have noticed, and the other soldiers would have given him a hard time. We spent the whole time together as one unit, from basic to the whole deal, Blackloud elaborated. I don't know how he was before he came in, but he seemed to be in good health. As many times as he went to the doctor, that's what I'm sitting here trying to figure out as well, too. It seemed like he would have gotten in trouble for it being too excessive. The loquacious Ray Barnes provided the following explanation. He didn't have any health problems that I knew of. I think he had trouble in his feet one time, but that was when he was doing a lot of road marching and getting ready for special forces. When you start marching a lot of miles, you gotta take care of your feet, if they break down. I heard he hurt his leg in trying out, and that's about the only big major health thing that I can recall. He washed out of the special forces because he hurt his knee during the tryout. I recall him going to the dentist a few times, but it never interfered with his training. He wasn't being pulled out regularly. He may have gotten some teeth fixed, but to be honest, I didn't pay no attention to it. He didn't miss training or regular duty. If you got a toothache you can go to the dentist. I don't ever remember him complaining of a toothache. I know he had his wisdom teeth done because when an army dentist pulls your teeth, you couldn't help but not miss it, 'cause you look like a chipmunk. I don't recall him having moles. I'm looking at this picture and I don't really notice any moles. I mean, if they were there they weren't red or anything. But you gotta understand, McVeigh was a private person. If he didn't want you to know, he didn't open up to just everybody. If he wanted you to know, he'd tell you. He wasn't a winner and very few people he'd open up to. He never really complained. Like roommates, he didn't nosy into my business and I didn't nosy into his. We kind of just respected each other that way. If he wanted me to know, he told me. If he didn't, I didn't need to know, and I respected that. Degree. The FBI had interviewed all soldiers known to have contact with McVeigh and even harassed many of them, but Lou Johnson, who was also very sick by this time, commented on the FBI's lack of questioning during their interview. To him it seemed the FBI didn't want to know the truth. A number of them reported the FBI and SID gave express instructions not to talk about McVeigh, not to attempt to contact him further, and not to discuss the case. None of the hundreds of FBI interviews refers to health problems. Nonetheless, after his return to upstate New York, the psychological, medical, and ideological odyssey of Timothy McVeigh continued. Chapter 3. Part 1. Return to Buffalo. Introduction. The 1990s was widely dubbed the conspiracy decade due to what some perceived as a growing culture of paranoia, whose expressions continued to find their way into the broader public at an alarmingly increasing frequency. No longer on the pathological fringes, conspiracies had become a staple topic within the mainstream. Elected officials and pundits implied and proclaimed the existence of vast, far-reaching, right and left-wing conspiracies while the American populace simultaneously displayed a bipartisan fusion paranoia wherein the cynical, conspiratorial thinking of the rightist patriot and militia crowd coincided with surprisingly similar suspicious ruminations on the left. Growing numbers of Americans gravitated towards conspiracy theories as a way to make sense of actual or suspected parallel, but unseen, realities and realms populated by shadowy government and institutional forces. According to commentator Peter Knight, writing in 1999, the language of conspiracy that dominated the decade and its related canon of conspiracy theories involved any number of federal agencies' plots and cover UPS. But of all the conspiracy theories that circulated, those about the 1960s lone nut assassinations were the cornerstone of skepticism toward government. According to public opinion polls, in 1964, 87% of Americans accepted the Warren Commission's official account of the JFK assassination. In 1993, 77 to 80% believed some type of government conspiracy was involved in the assassination of JFK, and in 1995, 90% rejected the notion that Oswald acted alone. Even the government was skeptical of the government. In 1992, President Clinton requested that Webster Hubbell, possible Justice Depart. 236. Ment appointee, find the answers to two pressing questions: who killed JFK, and are there UFOs? That same year, in order to help counter conspiracy theories about the JFK assassination, former President Gerald Ford, the only surviving member of the Warren Commission, requested that the CIA and House Select Committee on Assassinations publicly disclose all their files related to the murder, which still remained classified. Perhaps best illustrative of the permeation of conspiracy theories within popular culture was Oliver Stone's 1991 film JFK, which, as cultural theorist Jack Braddock pointed out, kicked off a conspiracy panic. Fox Network's television series X-Files also reflected, shaped, and defined the decade's preoccupation with conspiracy theories. The show featured a pair of FBI agents tasked with investigating fringe and often paranormal-type cases, who find themselves surrounded by all manner of government conspiracies. Unshakable in their belief that the truth is out there, they continue their quest despite numerous dangers posed to their lives by the conspirators, who include old white men in smoke-filled backrooms, where conspiracies are hatched. JFK and the X-Files raised questions about their relation to or reflection of actual and possible events, plausible or probable theories about them, and the increasingly blurred lines between fact, fiction, and metaphor. Not surprisingly, the sponge-like McVeigh was an ardent X-Files fan, and after learning of the prosecution's request to disqualify X-Files fans from the pool of potential jurors, he requested that his attorneys specifically include them on the jury and insisted that the defense jury screening questionnaire include the question of whether or not potential jurors were fans of the X-Files. To illustrate his reasons, he had attorney Randy Coyne, who had never seen the show, record an episode and view it with him. McVeigh told Coyne the show was about covert meetings in the night, secret goings-on, and focused on a ghost government. In a memo written to the other members of the defense team shortly after, Coyne said, "It is clear to me that the government will desperately try to keep all X-Files fans off Tim's jury." Coyne then attempted to explain the show to the rest of the team, telling them it was about two FBI agents who find that the darker forces of evil are actually clandestine government officials and agencies. Coyne added that as they watched the episode, McVeigh. While I changed some of the names of McVeigh's cohorts in previous chapters of this book, I have changed all of the soldiers who disclosed their medical symptoms and conditions to the Jones team, even if they are referred to by their real names in previous sections, as none of their disclosures have appeared in published reports. I have chosen to protect all of their identities in this section, as some of the soldiers were seeking compensation for their Gulf War-related illnesses at the time they spoke with the Jones team, and, like Gulf War veterans throughout the country, many met with serious resistance from the Veterans Administration. Transcripts of all of these conversations are on file with the author, as are those I spoke with myself. Insisted on replaying one particular scene wherein Agent Scully chooses not to kill the person believed to have murdered her sister, and declares, "The truth is, no court, no punishment is ever enough." The turn of the millennium witnessed a spate of analysis by academic pundits of conspiracy theories. Some went so far as to claim that their proliferation had, by the 1990s, reached dangerous epidemic proportions and had injected toxins into the public discourse, resulting in a full-blown paranoid virus whose symptoms among the body politic included heightened public fear and widespread cynicism. Since then, a growing number have sought to move beyond the paranoid-style thesis and, in doing so, have advanced more sympathetic takes on conspiracy theories themselves, the people who propagate them and the cultures of conspiracy they comprised. In 2009, historian Catherine Olmsted built on the work of 1990s era conspiracy theorists by examining why, exactly, such a large number of Americans believed their own government would engage in conspiracies against them and the relationship this belief had to actual conspiracies. She found that, despite their seeming outlandishness, the wide array of conspiracy theories all had at least one thing in common: when they charge that the government has plotted, lied, and covered up, they're often right. She concluded that, between conspiracies and official government stories, citizens should be more skeptical of the latter, because the most dangerous conspiracies and conspiracy theories flow from the center of American government, not from the margins of society. Thus, for Olmsted, this represented the struggle over the power to control the public's perception of an event and posed a direct challenge to the government's authority to create an official version of an event and subsequently maintain it as the truth degree. While Olmsted interrogated the historicity and social function of conspiracy theories, in 2008 academic and cultural theorist Jack Braddock explored the ways they challenged existing constraints placed upon the very possibility of belief itself. He posited that a conspiracy theory provides a way to discuss a number of issues including race relations, globalization, biowarfare, and biomedicine. Even if they didn't get all the facts right, conspiracy theories posed a threat to the limits of acceptable belief and discourse by calling attention to the broader historical and socio-cultural contexts surrounding them. The very label conspiracy theory functioned not only as a description of a certain kind of narrative but also as a label deployed to disqualify certain topics from legitimate public discussion. The rash of criticism which followed the release of Stone's JFK revealed that its subject and its claims stood in direct opposition to existing, yet often unperceived regimes of truth. For these reasons he conceived of conspiracy theory as a struggle over meaning and suggested studying the specific narrative components. 237. 238. Of any given conspiracy theory, as well as where and when appears, who speaks it, what else it is linked to, and what it opposes. Following is an attempt to answer this call and show how, even prior to the bombing, McVeigh was caught in the midst of, and actively engaged in, a number of already existing perception and meaning wars, many of which were amplified afterwards. The truth is out there. Immediately after his arrest, countless news reports linked McVeigh to certain conspiracy theories and the often right-leaning groups who propagated them. The tinfoil hat-wearing, pathological political paranoiac offenders typified by McVeigh, reportedly saw black helicopters everywhere they looked, fearing UN troops would soon round up US citizens and relocate them in concentration camps as part of the ever-dreaded New World Order. Nearly overnight, the bombing transformed conspiracy theorists into possible terrorists and, eventually, the U.S. State Department concluded that these subcultures of conspiracy and misinformation caused terrorism. This new batch of folk devils invigorated the paranoids' counterparts, the debunkers, who, in 1996, said conspiracy theories had spun out of control and had leaked into the real world and created havoc. Built from bad information clogging the roads of the emergent digital highway, they acted as thought contagions that spread information diseases. Works like JFK and the X-Files that expose millions to their counter-narratives now became a source of transmission for this disease. McVeigh and his ilk possessed a form of dangerous knowledge said to be infecting the mainstream on both the political left and right, and a conspiratorial ideology that many now claimed led its adherents to commit hate crimes. Conspiracy theories about McVeigh and the bombing co-opted counter-terrorism discourses with their implied or stated claims about a government conspiracy that had actually allowed the bombing to occur, orchestrated it, and, in either scenario, now actively sought to cover up this fact. Ironically, and to McVeigh's frequently expressed dismay, conspiracy theories about the bombing incorporated him and his act into the very type of fantastical musings he enjoyed previously, but in a manner that sometimes deprived him of his intended legacy as a lone wolf bomber. While, at least for a time, the pack of wolves narratives had not yet been labeled as conspiracy theory, the watched wolves and guilty agent narratives that appeared soon after the bombing were quickly dismissed as such. In the latter, McVeigh is depicted, not as a lone wolf, or even one within a pack of wolves, but as a guilty agent, a witting undercover operative for shadowy defense agencies in a nationwide sting operation that resulted in the bombing. The rapid spawning of these stories was reported less than a week after the bombing in the Wall Street Journal and the Las Vegas Review-Journal, among other major media outlets, and, within months, were canonized in book form by author John Rappaport. Rappaport argued that the bombing and the cover-up of the bombing plot were part of a larger effort by a disgraced federal government to make themselves look like heroes, demonize the Patriot movement and pass anti-terrorism legislation which would expand the budgets and powers of various government agencies, thereby allowing them to further suppress the movement. While conceding that he didn't have all the facts just yet, Rappaport thought it likely that McVeigh himself, although he participated willingly, had not been fully aware of all the details of the plot and was only the visible face of a much larger government-sanctioned operation. Writing in a similar vein, Garvin Phillips offered additional possible motives for the government's intentional failure to prevent the bombing or direct participation in the bombing, including the destruction of embarrassing records stored in the Murrah buildings such as those relating to Gulf War syndrome or Waco. Phillips suggested that McVeigh was tricked by his government handlers into believing he was doing something good for his country by helping to foil a terrorist plot, the guilty agent story McVeigh himself first told. Like the pack, watched and guilty agent narratives, experimental stories first appeared publicly within hours of McVeigh's arrest. Countless news reports detailed how, over the previous years, he had told a number of friends that the Army embedded a microchip in his buttock. For instance, on April 23, 1995, several news outlets quoted Michigan farmer, Philip Morosky, who told reporters of McVeigh's claim that the government planted one of those chips that they have for identifying cattle, sheep, or goats so the all-seeing eye of the government could keep an eye on him and know where he was. Morosky recalled McVeigh telling him that the chip sometimes caused a real sharp pain in his rear. The same day, the FBI received a phone call from Linda Thompson, an Indianapolis attorney, militia spokesperson, and producer of the popular underground conspiracy documentary Waco, The Big Lie, one of McVeigh's favorites. According to the FBI report, Thompson advised that the psychiatrist brought in to examine Timothy McVeigh, Louis Jolyon West, is actually a CIA operative who was responsible for implanting microchips in Army personnel in an experiment called MKUltra. She said West did just this to McVeigh during an outpatient procedure that took 20 minutes. She then urged the FBI to prevent West from removing the chip so the FBI could determine what the CIA had done to McVeigh. 239. 240. The FBI report noted that Thompson's allegations had been subsequently printed in the following day's newspaper, the Indianapolis Star. The majority of media reports and commentary about McVeigh's preaching of conspiracy theories highlighted the peculiar subculture that those like him and Thompson inhabited, posited the dangers posed by their beliefs and dismissed the theories and claims as outlandish. Undeterred, conspiracy genre writers continued to examine and expound upon this topic, however speculatively. Some experimental wolf accounts depict CalSpan, a defense establishment research facility where McVeigh briefly worked after leaving the Army, as instrumental in the bombing story. In such stories, CalSpan becomes a staging ground for darker and more sinister tales wherein McVeigh acts as an unwitting puppet controlled by mysterious and faceless handlers, sanctioned and funded by government black budgets. In addition, while so-called credible mainstream commentators briefly note McVeigh's assignment at CalSpan, they view it as inconsequential to both the bombing and the ideology he harbored. In 1996, the prominent conspiracy genre writer Jim Keith opined, there is a possibility McVeigh was purposely washed out of his Special Forces training, recruited into a secret specialized unit, then sent to CalSpan for indoctrination, training, or as believed, to have his tracking control device implanted in his body. The following year, in Alex Constantine's book entitled Timothy McVeigh's Rise from Robotic Soldier to Mad Bomber, One chapter speculates about McVeigh's possible experiences as a security guard at the Buffalo-based defense contractor. Constantine, like Keith, found it both conceivable and technically feasible that McVeigh was implanted with a telemetry chip, drawn into an experimental black project at CalSpan and, in combination with more traditional behavioral modification techniques, remotely controlled and transformed into a robotic super soldier. In this story and stories like it, CalSpan, with a little rumored help from the notorious West, fanned McVeigh's rage. Referring to McVeigh's leaked confession just prior to his trial, Cold Warrior USMC Mustang Major Dick Culver, in his 1997 essay The Saga of Lee Harvey, wrote, "Quite frankly, I wouldn't believe McVeigh if he confessed that his real name was Timothy McVeigh. Here's a gent held away from prying eyes for almost 2 years and available for the gentle ministrations of a group of brainwashing experts that make the Chinese communists look like kindergarten kids." Culver said McVeigh probably believed he was, in fact, a lone wolf bomber, so much so that Culver was willing to bet money that, if given a lie detector test to this effect, McVeigh would pass. By now, Culver reasoned, could be programmed to say and be. Leave that black is white? Confessions are strange things indeed. Major Culver knows this because, as an intelligence officer in Vietnam, and therefore an insider, he had access to several North Vietnamese prisoners of war who, within the space of approximately 2 hours, confessed to the assassination of Abraham Lincoln. If you ask the right questions and offer the proper alternative incentives, virtually anyone can be made to say anything, and believe it. Writing shortly before McVeigh's trial began, Culver outlined various potential outcomes. One was that either through another programmed killer or his own self-destruction, McVeigh, like Oswald, would be silenced before his day in court. He accurately predicted the actual outcome, writing, "The idea solution from a conspiracy standpoint, would be McVeigh's conviction, speedy execution and, voila, case closed." In his 2004 update, Culver pointed out that McVeigh effectively silenced himself when he dropped his appeals and requested his execution to move forward. In both his original 1997 and later updated experimental ruminations, Culver described Dr. Jolly West, who, he reminded readers, also happened to be Jack Ruby's former psychiatrist, was a proponent of mind control biochips, and therefore, McVeigh's most likely mind controller. In Culver's theory, McVeigh's handlers recruited him to be the straw man and patsy for the bombing based on his history of following orders and because they knew he would not ask too many questions about his mission. In keeping with the experimental wolf formula, Culver highlights the history of the CLA's MK-Ultra program to justify his allegations about Drive West. Although Culver notes that West denied rumors that he had examined McVeigh at Tinker AFB immediately after his arraignment, Culver dismisses the denial as just another part of the cover-up. According to Culver, McVeigh was probably guilty of, at the least, driving the Ryder truck. But behind the scenes and throughout the entire operation, he had been under the influence of brainwashing by puppeteers working at the behest of still other, invisible conspirators, whose motives included the demonization and targeting of militias and the passage of counter-terrorism legislation. Over time, experimental stories gained momentum as their details became even more bizarrely tangled and convoluted. Blogger Sherman H. Skolnick's June 2001 envisioning of the bombing scenario involves a pack of watched wolves wherein experimental wolf McVeigh is under surveillance by the CIA and FBI and brainwashed by unknown individuals. Similar to David Hoffman's writings, Skolnick reconciled countless sightings of McVeigh in different locations at the same time by suggesting that, like Oswald, the real McVeigh was brainwashed, while imposter McVeighs roamed the country making their presence. 241. 242. Known as part of a staged espionage event that intentionally or not and for any number of reasons spun out of control. In Skolnick's estimation, McVeigh's handlers include Iraqi military officers apparently evidenced by George Bush's former business relationship with Saddam Hussein and his, Cheney's and Hillary Clinton's connections to a French company that sold chemicals to Iraq. Among McVeigh's conspirators are some of the more than 4,000 Iraqi defectors relocated in the U.S. after the Gulf War, some in Oklahoma City. In a sense, Skolnick redeems McVeigh's earlier killings in the Gulf War by resurrecting and vindicating the dead Iraqis and rendering them co-conspirators in a plot against the U.S. government. Skolnick concluded his account by describing the elaborate staging and spectacle of McVeigh's execution and asking whether or not the real McVeigh was ever even put to death at all. As it turns out, although unknown to Skolnick, both the FBI and McVeigh's defense attorneys had conducted their own investigations into possible McVeigh doppelgangers, and occasionally, McVeigh himself wondered about them. According to Catherine Olmsted, with the passage of the 1966 Freedom of Information Act, average Americans gained the power to access information and, with it, to construct their own alternative narratives about national events. While the Jones team's quest for McVeigh's records or the anomalous information in the portions obtained were unknown to Debbie Kidd, she was so convinced that McVeigh wasn't himself, had a look-alike, a biochip in his rear end, courtesy of the U.S. Army, that, in 2002, she filed a FOIA request for his military records. She sought his separation from the Army, deployment and medical records, detailing the insertion of a microchip, a biochip, or any other object foreign to the human body, the surgical or other methods used to implant this device and those that document any visits, phone calls, or correspondence. Dr. Louis Jolyon West. A series of refusals, denials, and contradictory responses by the Army followed, along with her further appeals. Although unknown to her, Kidd sought many of the same records the Jones team did not possess and similarly failed to obtain. The possibility that McVeigh, like Elvis, was still alive gained traction, even though conspiracy theory writers did not know that McVeigh himself entertained the possibility that his execution might be faked. In September 2001, Weekly World News published their second exclusive exposé about this, entitled "Timothy McVeigh is Alive." Within days of the bombing, the report said, the real McVeigh received silicone injections to change his facial features, had his fingerprints altered and was then whisked away to a secure location believed to be the super-secretive U.S. Air Force Base north of Las Vegas known as Area 51, where he assumed a new identity. Oddly, just prior to McVeigh's originally scheduled execution date of May 15, 2001, the DOJ announced the existence of documents prosecutors failed to turn over during discovery and issued a new date of June 11, 2001 for the execution. Perhaps not knowing about the delay, the tabloid Weekly World News published an image of an ostensibly dead McVeigh on his morgue slab while he was still alive. Experimental wolf speculations about McVeigh in the conspiracy genre apparently inspired Tracy Let's Play Bug, and its 2006 movie adaptation. Over time, Bug's protagonist Peter explains to his friend Agnes that, after World War II, the CIA brought Nazi scientists into the States to work with the American military at Calspan, where they eventually developed the Intelligence Manned Interface Biochip, a subcutaneous transponder, a computer chip imprinted with living brain cells. This chip, when implanted in human bodies, tracks and controls individuals through electronically emitted signals, but the design was flawed, unable to get to everybody. They need a chip that will self-perpetuate, that will spread like a virus, a living breathing parasite. The mad scientists responsible for this project needed lab rats, and they found us, me in the Gulf and another soldier working at Calspan at the time, Tim McVeigh. An anguished Peter goes on to tell Agnes how military doctors shipped them off to Groom Lake, where scientists inserted tracking chips under their skin and used them to conduct mind control experiments. They turned us into fucking zombies, remote-controlled assassins. Although Peter thwarted their efforts by finding his chip and cutting it out, they found him and sent him back to the lab for a new experiment involving the more advanced IMI biochip to track him. Until this writing, there has been no examination, comparison, and contextual analysis of the thematic elements found in guilty agent and experimental wolf narratives about McVeigh, and no substantial factual analysis of those that include claims about Calspan or Drive West. While experimental wolf narratives tend to rely solely on speculation and the majority seem to make outlandish leaps of logic, A close examination of counter-narratives about the Oklahoma bombing and Timothy McVeigh reveals sound reasons, or at least identifiable ones, for their existence, even if they are not true. Such stories, no matter how seemingly fantastical, provide a window through which to explore ongoing collective tensions, fears, and aspirations and the limits of their articulation. On a practical level, however, purportedly true accounts, as well as fictional works, echo the very claims made by McVeigh himself, publicly and privately, prior to and after his arrest. 243. 244. Part 2. Washed Up War Hero Rent-A-Cop. Introduction. In January 1992, Timothy McVeigh returned to his hometown of Pendleton, New York, feeling, according to Stickney, like a failure who had been used as a pawn in George Bush's bullshit Gulf War. In Ham's evaluation, the period following his return home marked the next crucial stage of post-traumatic stress disorder, the atrophy of his mind and body. For Herbeck and Michelle, this began the most disappointing time of his life. Over the next 13 months, it would drive him into a deep depression. For Timothy McVeigh, the American dream was dead, buried in the sands of the Persian Gulf. When he decided to leave the army, McVeigh incorrectly assumed his military training and status of war hero would expand his opportunities for well-paying, secure employment in the civilian world. Like many returning Gulf War veterans, he faced record-low national employment rates and hiring freezes. Reflective of the country's overall lackluster economy, the Buffalo-Niagara region was experiencing high unemployment rates and declining property values. Further, analysts anticipated the loss of 1.3 million defense industry jobs nationwide, a circumstance that led to calls for the grafting of defense jobs onto a new civilian economy. Only by the grace of his current Department of Defense security clearance status and New York State concealed pistol permit did McVeigh obtain a job, picking up where he had left off, working for $5 an hour as an armed security guard, this time for Burns International Security. He also joined the New York State National Guard. Stickney attributed this to boredom. McVeigh simply had too much idle time. In keeping with his usual inconsistencies, McVeigh told multiple stories about signing up for the NYNG, his job duties there, the conditions and the reasons he left. To Otto and Coyle, his original public defenders, as well as allegedly to Hammer, McVeigh claimed that when he was recruited into an undercover mission during the SFAS at Ft. Bragg, he received orders to report to the NYNG. He told the Jones team that he joined to keep his rank of sergeant and his retirement benefits. To his biographers, he said the primary reason was to supplement his low-paying job at Burns. His security guard job at Burns initially entailed a stint as a night watchman at the Buffalo Zoo and the occasional security and crowd control detail at the Niagara Falls Convention Center for events like World Wrestling Federation matches and monster truck rallies. However, only weeks after he began the job at Burns, his employers noticed signs of stress and anxiety, and sometimes McVeigh confused appropriate civilian versus military protocols when interacting with the public. His favorite assignment for Burns was the Buffalo Zoo, but, after receiving a series of prank phone calls and tracing them to a former disgruntled employee, McVeigh called the man's home and told his mother that if the calls didn't stop, he would burn down their house. His Burns supervisor, Linda Hayner-Melly, told the New York Times that, finding McVeigh to be a little too intense for the public, she pulled him from public events in Erie and Niagara County. While a good employee, always prompt and neatly dressed, he had some quirks. He just couldn't deal with people. He wasn't a person I could trust to put in a high-pressure area. If someone didn't cooperate with him, he would start yelling at them, become verbally aggressive. He could be set off easily. She described him as a loner, a follower, not a leader. If you said, "Tim, watch this door. Don't let anybody through," he did well, but he could not seem to handle situations where he had to react in a split second. This became apparent to her during one convention center event when, while checking the identification of a 15-year-old girl, he blew up. "Timmy," snapped, said Heiner Melli. He was very upset. It was like it was night or day. I worried about him getting out of control. After this incident, she only posted him to low-stress, low-profile environments, such as guarding the back door at crowded events. *McVeigh, however, told his biographers that the crowd made him nervous, so he requested assignments with limited public interaction. Still, her observations were consistent with those of McVeigh's friends, family, cohorts, and his legal team, all of whom noticed a unique character trait. His successes and ability to lead seemed to depend upon his having practiced, rehearsed, memorized, and perfected with precision tasks required of him, but when unexpectedly asked to articulate what he knew or act spontaneously, he had great difficulty, became impatient, and got upset if things did not go by the book. Tim McVeigh's real strength, they said, was in following orders, not necessarily giving or getting others to follow them, a trait that comes to bear on the bombing, his particular role in it, and later construction of non-lone wolf theories and narratives about it. The political stressors of Tim McVeigh. Tay seemed to care for and worry about her new employee, whom she called Timmy. She described him as paradoxically boyish yet fiery. He seemed more like a child to me than an adult man. 245. 246. She said. He seemed almost lost, like he hadn't really grown up yet. He didn't really carry himself like he came out of the military. He didn't stand tall with his shoulders back. He kind of slumped. He was a very, very thin man, almost anorexic. He was the thinnest person I've ever seen. Often, she continued, he seemed socially withdrawn, sometimes cold or expressionless. He never discussed his love or home life and just wasn't an open type of person, generally. He told the Jones team he found his home life stressful during this time. For one thing, his sister returned to live with their father shortly before he did and had commandeered his bedroom, relegating him to the couch at night. His consequent inability to get adequate sleep left him agitated and chronically overtired. Further, he said, his father complained too much, his sister partied too much, and the phone was ringing off the hook. I got a job at Burns Security, but the stress of working in the city and the political stresses started eating at me slowly. The truth was stressful, and so was working with idiots. The boss was an asshole, and the pay was low. When asked to elaborate on the exact nature of his political stresses, he responded, "It's tough to offer examples of political stress at this point because it would take 10 pages to explain, but they came from my heightened sense of awareness of what the news was really saying. The news would come on, and I would watch it. Was reading the papers more in depth than I used to, even." Bill McVeigh corroborated this when he recalled the alarm he felt upon seeing his son's recurring outbursts, yelling and throwing things at the television. In late 1991 and early 1992, there was a lot in the news. Robert Gates became the director of the CIA. Lebanon released the last of U.S. hostages held there. A U.S. district court cleared Col. Oliver North of all charges against him relating to the Iran-Contra debacle. Iraq rejected a UN Security Council resolution demanding they allow UN weapons inspectors and other personnel unconditional access to their weapons facilities and prevented weapons inspectors from taking possession of documents relating to their nuclear weapons program, resulting in a 4-day standoff. The International Atomic Energy Agency ordered Iraq to destroy all facilities manufacturing nuclear weapons, and the last oil fire in Kuwait was extinguished much sooner than originally anticipated, through the amazing work of Red Adair and Company. The Cold War officially ended when the Soviet Union dissolved, its president, Mikhail Gorbachev, resigned and Boris Yeltsin replaced him. The majority of Soviet republics seceded. China ratified the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. World leaders met to discuss the formation of the post-Cold War New World Order. The UN Security Council passed a resolution to deploy peacekeeping troops to Yugoslavia. The U.S. Coast Guard began deporting thousands of Haitian refugees seeking political asylum. David Duke, a former KKK Grand Wizard, unsuccessfully ran for governor of Louisiana. Arkansas Governor Bill Clinton announced his intention to run for president in the upcoming elections. Magic Johnson, point guard for the LA Lakers, announced he had contracted HIV, and Freddie Mercury, lead singer for Queen, died of AIDS-related pneumonia. On a lighter note, President George Bush, Sr. vomited on the Prime Minister of Japan on live TV. Stickney noted that, even after returning home, McVeigh, always a prolific writer, authored possibly hundreds and hundreds of letters to friends, agencies, publications, and, of course, relatives. He could talk to Steve in person any time he wanted, but continued to write him letters and, ostensibly to save on the price of stamps, personally dropped them in his mailbox. His letters became more political, and Steve noticed his friends' opinions had become startlingly more vehement, although he knew of no local persons or groups who shared McVeigh's strange politics. The letters he wrote to Steve at this time demonstrate the extent to which his obsession with the Turner Diaries had grown. For example, only weeks after returning, McVeigh wrote, "Read this book when you have time to sit down and think." When I read it, I would have to stop at the end of every paragraph and examine the deeper meaning of what I had just read. The book, without a doubt, has racial overtones, but please read it anyway, just to view the literal genius of it. You can tell it was written as propaganda, but if you can recognize this, it should not be a threat. There are many other ideas besides the racism that are expressed that really are eye-openers. I know you are set on your racial views and am not giving you this book to convert you. I do, however, want you to understand that other side and view the pure literal genius of this piece. Again, this is accomplished by not just simply reading this, but in analyzing every sentence you've read. Think what made the author write that paragraph, or what deeper meaning is he trying to convey, or how by wording it like that, is he trying to subliminally influence someone's thinking. If you look at it like that, it is a masterpiece. Again, it is a very high-profile book, every pro and in-between person in America knows something about it. Let me know what you think, I'm sure you will. When Steve responded by voicing his negative reaction to the book, Tim went ballistic, and in his next letter, dated February 24, 1992, he said that Steve's poor opinion of the book had caused him to lose sleep and even threatened to end their lifelong friendship. Tim accused Steve of 247. 248. Into the typical Amherst persona, view. To stem the ongoing avalanche of decay, he, rather surprisingly, suggested combining ideologies and adapting the communist idea of state-sponsored health care, and closed the letter by asking, "Is civil war imminent? Do we have to shed blood to reform the current system? I hope it doesn't come to that, but it might." In the second letter, published on March 10, 1992, he wrote that, traditionally, hunting animals for food was a means of survival. Hunters killed animals quickly with a clean, merciful shot, and then the animal dies in his own environment, quick and unexpected. Currently, however, people thoughtlessly purchase cellophane-wrapped meat at the grocery store, never questioning the process of how it got there in the first place. The breeding conditions of these animals, especially cattle, were cruel, and deprived animals of their innate dignity. He ended the letter by asking, "Would you rather die while living happily, or die while leading a miserable life? You tell me which is more humane." It was during this time, late winter of 1992, that McVeigh, never a hunter, drove out to a field near Attica Prison, and, in an act he said surprised even himself and left him unsettled for days, pointed his gun at a woodchuck and, like the Iraqis in their trenches, aimed at its head and killed it. The majority of accounts written about McVeigh cite such letters as proof of his increasingly hostile and radical political leanings. For instance, Ham said they offer a glimpse into the right-wing milieu as it existed prior to Ruby Ridge and Waco, and, not knowing the extent of McVeigh's medical odyssey, keenly observed that they also illustrated the disintegration of mind and body, obsession with the atrophy of his body, as a correlate of the modern body politic McVeigh's own private hell. The breakdown imply put, Timothy McVeigh snapped. To Herbeck and Michelle, he relayed the following story. One cold and snowy afternoon about 3 months after his return to New York, he went to his grandfather Ed McVeigh's house. Upon greeting him at the door, Ed was startled to find his grandson standing there with no shoes, socks, or shirt, dressed only in sweatpants and in an apparent state of panic and despair. Tim refused to tell his grandfather the nature of his problem, saying only that he thought he was having a nervous breakdown and asked if he could take a nap. As he lay alone, he was overcome by dark thoughts. He considered killing himself but soon fell into a deep sleep. Upon waking, he left his grandfather's house and the two never spoke of the incident again, though Tim said he would forever regret not knowing how to explain his anxieties to his grandfather. Unknown to his biographers, in bits and pieces during the 2 years prior to the bombing, he had told a variation of the story to his sister Jennifer who, shortly after her brother's arrest, related it to the FBI and the Jones team. According to Jennifer, Tim told her that his classified domestic intelligence mission disturbed him greatly, totally crashed his feelings about the government, shattered his dreams, left him completely disillusioned and sent him into intense turmoil. His experience at the SFAS and subsequent contact with his handlers was a major turning point in his life. After leaving the army, he attempted to move on and put the past behind him by ignoring and trying to forget about his secret assignment, but one day, a mysterious man unexpectedly arrived at the doorstep of his father's house, reminded him of his obligations and warned that, if he failed to comply with his orders, he would face criminal charges. Her brother now believed he was being tracked down by the military and feared for not only his own life but the safety of his family. The burden of what he knew continued to weigh on him and became too great to bear alone. He just couldn't keep it bottled up inside, keep up the pretense that all was right with the world. A normal life knowing what he now knew, or arrive at a solution for his dilemma and considered suicide. Finally, in a panic, he drove to their grandfather's house, explained the situation, swore him to secrecy and cried for hours. Jennifer said that after his breakdown, her brother was noticeably more anxious, restless, scared and acted confused. She described his fear as noticeable, real, enduring, and one he would continue to express to her and others over the following 3 years. His claimed belief of being tracked by the army is absent from or underemphasized and underexamined in all previously published accounts and remains an issue which, whether real or not, appears to play a very important part in the secret life of Timothy McVeigh. 249. 250. As noted previously, in his account of his alleged conversations with McVeigh, death row inmate David Paul Hammer wrote that, while at the Special Forces tryout McVeigh was recruited by the Major to work on Department of Defense Black Ops projects, so secret even the Secretary of Defense was unaware that the unit even existed. Although, in Hammer's version, he hadn't completely rejected the mission and was still on board. Was to familiarize himself with the rhetoric of the extreme right ideology, and to create a plausible aura of a disgruntled soldier. He was to await further instructions. As with all other assignments, McVeigh immersed himself completely. In December of 1991, McVeigh left the Army as an active duty soldier. He returned to his dad's home in upstate New York where he took on the role of just being a civilian, no one ever knowing of his sleeper agent status. Tim was anxious to hear from the Major and to proceed with whatever specific assignment that may lie ahead of him. A little shortly after the incident at his grandfather's, McVeigh was promoted to a desk job as scheduling supervisor at the Burns Security HQ office. Here, he met receptionist and personnel manager Andrea Augustine, with whom he developed his only enduring and close, yet platonic, relationship with a female other than his sister. Augustine found him to be a thoughtful, nice person she could rely on and confide in, and soon their friendship extended beyond work hours. Augustine described her impressions. He did really well as a security guard, so they brought him in the office to do scheduling. We worked a lot in the office together. At first, he was very quiet, socially awkward, and kind of shy, but the more I started working with him the more I saw he was a nice guy. I liked his personality. He was fun. I liked working with him, we were always talking and joking. He was joking around all the time. He was very outgoing and funny, but you wouldn't know that if you first met him, but after talking to him he'd come out of his shell and let loose. I never visited him at his home, but he came to mine a few times. We talked on the phone every day after work for hours though. We were good friends. While he never went into details about it, Augustine said her new friend told her that he had killed people during the war, fondly recalled how he kept her up to date on current news events, and even mentioned the letters he wrote to the local papers. Augustine, who had no political inclinations, said his occasional rants about the Second Amendment and other issues were of no concern, but she did note that he was strong-willed about them. If he believes in something, she said, that's it. You will not change his mind. She remembered that Tim, unable to engage her in his political discussions, persistently attempted to draw his male co-workers into them, often brought related literature to work and occasionally handed out news articles. Sometimes the guys just didn't want to get caught up talking about his political stuff. They didn't care. They would listen to him and debate, but Tim didn't care. He wanted to keep going, and they were like, shut up. Still, according to her, most of their co-workers considered McVeigh a good employee who always did as instructed. As scheduler at the Burns office, he managed 400 security guards in the Buffalo area, but it was only a matter of months before even the office position became a source of overwhelming anxiety for him. Thus, although technically a demotion, he requested a transfer back to guard duty and, specifically, that he be assigned to CalSpan, a local defense contractor whose main facility is located across from the Buffalo International Airport. McVeigh confirmed this to his attorneys and further explained that he got along poorly with his tyrannical boss at the office, and since the CalSpan site required a security clearance that he held, requested the transfer. Rather than having him quit altogether, he said, his higher UPS at Burns agreed to push me out to CalSpan for some R&R, although it was not much of a demotion, he said, because while at CalSpan, despite his doing practically nothing there, he received full benefits and was secretly paid $2 more than his supervisors. The money, he said, had not been included in his regular paycheck, and instead, he picked it up at the Burns office so the other guards would not find out. North Star and Patkin. Another guard posted at CalSpan who became acquainted with McVeigh described his first impressions. I was working as a guard at CalSpan a few months before McVeigh was transferred there. CalSpan does security work for the government, and to get posted there you have to have a background check and a security clearance, so it's hard to find people for that post. It's not a high-level clearance, but a lower-level one that simply allows you to walk through the buildings. McVeigh had a military background and a security clearance. When I met, he was a very friendly, outgoing person, very straight-laced, clean-cut, a military type. He had a military bearing. When you met him you'd 251. Think this guy's gonna be a cop or something. He looked like he was fresh out of the service, in good shape. He was really thin though. I knew from conversations we had that he was a veteran from the original Iraq conflict, but I didn't know he was in the local National Guard. Sometimes the other guys who'd been in the military would talk to him about military stuff, and they'd bring in their medals and show each other. LeBron then described, or tried to describe, the type of work conducted at the facility he and McVeigh guarded. CalSpan had a couple different buildings around. It's a national company, and they have office and research centers in other parts of the country, too. Mostly associated with, well, I won't say. They have other places they do work at, too. You can find some stuff in the Buffalo News. If you want to ask them you should, but I don't want say much. I can only really talk freely about what's already been reported in the public media, but I can't really go any farther than that. Anything questionable, I have to stop, I can't talk about it. I don't want to get in trouble with the government. They do work on airplanes for the US and foreign governments, NASA, as well as computer programming, car testing as far as car crashes and baby seat safety and basic stuff like that. I can tell you about the flight hangar because the public can see it. Degree. Herbeck and Michel wrote that from the moment he set foot on the property, was intrigued. At every opportunity, McVeigh asked CalSpan workers about their work. And when a directive came down instructing the night watchman to steer clear of certain portions of the plant, McVeigh took it as a personal invitation to poke around. Unable to contain his curiosity, he prowled the wind and shock tunnels at night, looking in on the latest research. In one of the CalSpan buildings, McVeigh discovered that the federal government was renting out space for a secretive law enforcement project called Operation North Star. The project was housed in an ultra-secure area, with entry by special code. McVeigh had caught a glimpse of some paperwork that led him to believe that the U.S. military, federal marshals, and Drug Enforcement Administration agents were occupying the space. One night, he noticed an oddly written memo on a desk. It read like an old-fashioned telegram, with the word "stop" following each sentence of the message. It mentioned the possibility of a two-man submarine penetrating the rivers in the United States, but failed to say why. McVeigh wondered whether the government suspected drug dealers of using such subs in so 252 sophisticated smuggling operations. His guesses weren't far off. Years later, the government would confirm that it had operated a secret drug interdiction program from office space at CalSpan. LeBron said that, even after quitting the job and leaving upstate New York, McVeigh's interest in CalSpan continued. After McVeigh left Buffalo, he wrote me letters. In one, he said, that while he was working at CalSpan as a guard, he found a document in an office of one floor of the building that was rented out to a government agency. He claimed the document stated that many submarines were bringing drugs into the country and that, quote, dredging operations on the Mississippi River were to support the access of submarines into the United States of America. To me, it seemed more like fantasy than fact. He invited me to share anything I may come across related to this with him, which I didn't do. I did mention it to the FBI after his arrest, though he would ask about what was going on at CalSpan, and I gave general responses and spoke in generalities. I suggested to him that if he really had any evidence of something he should come forth with it. While it is unknown what McVeigh may have stumbled across in his rounds at the CalSpan facility, it was here that, whether real, solely in McVeigh's imagination or some combination thereof, the guilty agent story he told over the subsequent years grew and where the roots of many later experimental wolf narratives told about him can be found. Hammer wrote that while McVeigh was still at the Special Forces/Black Op recruitment at Ft. Bragg, the major explained that the agenda for this secret unit was primarily domestic intelligence gathering and internal threat evaluations with an emphasis on direct counteraction operations. In this story, McVeigh was then instructed to quit the Army, return to Buffalo, bone up on his right-wing rhetoric and await further instruction. Interestingly, while not publicly known until many years later, during the time McVeigh worked at CalSpan it was indeed the staging ground for an undercover operation that involved his other employer, the National Guard, thus rendering some of the alternative stories told by McVeigh and later others, if not probable, at least more plausible and less irrational. The 1878 Posse Comitatus Act prohibited the U.S. military from enforcing civil law on U.S. soil without express authority from the President or Congress and/or as needed to quell lawlessness, insurrection, and rebellion, restore government order, prevent loss of life and wanton destruction of property, and protect federal property and governmental operations. Statutory amendments allowed. This simply meant that, except under those circumstances, the military could not detain or arrest civilians. 253. 254. Unfortunately, Posse Comitatus has been popularly misunderstood as prohibiting the military from any role in civilian law enforcement under all circumstances while, in truth, posse comitatus never applied to the use of the National Guard. Indeed, throughout U.S. history, in so-called times of national emergency, both the National Guard and active duty troops have been called on to assist in civilian policing actions and have conducted domestic intelligence and counterintelligence operations. Throughout the 1980s, by the directives of Presidents Reagan and Bush and under the auspices of assisting the war on drugs, incremental exceptions were made to posse comitatus that allowed the military to assist in civilian policing by providing equipment, personnel, facilities, and sharing intelligence with local, state and federal law enforcement agencies. Reagan-Bush-era policies advanced the low-intensity conflict resolution model, the goal of which was the resolution of foreign and domestic conflicts by controlling targeted civilian populations by way of an integrated military and civilian police force whose roles and methods would be interchangeable. The low-intensity conflict goal was further outlined and advanced in the 1989 Defense Authorization Act, which defined the post-Cold War role of the military as one increasingly blended with civilian policing, justified by claims that the transport of illegal drugs over the border posed a direct threat to the sovereignty and security of the country. While the National Guard traditionally did not have as many restrictions as other branches of the military when it came to civilian policing, there were some, but in 1987, the National Defense Appropriations Act directed the National Guard to provide full cooperation with civilian law enforcement agencies conducting counter-drug operations. By 1989, some National Guard units were participating in searches and arrests. By 1992, such practices were commonplace. Also throughout the mid to late 1980s and early 1990s, significant and increasing numbers of American police departments received training from Special Operations military units and were closely involved with the Navy SEALs and Army Rangers. In 1989, under the authorization of the DAA, Secretary of Defense Dick Cheney initiated Operation Alliance, a Department of Defense-led effort based in Texas that, in coordination with federal, state, and local agencies, ostensibly attempted to facilitate a rapid response to the threat of illegal drugs, firearms, and other contraband from crossing the U.S. Mexican border. Operation Alliance was an unprecedented program of police military security forces using advanced operations on urbanized terrain, the very tactic the Army had trained McVeigh in during his trip to Germany and employing the same methods he complained about after returning. In 1989, an Alliance spin-off was initiated, codenamed North Star, which focused on the U.S. Canadian border. While Herbeck and Michel make only brief mention of this operation and its staging at the Buffalo Calspan facility, they offer no further details, assumedly viewing it as irrelevant. According to a report issued by the National Center for State and Local Law Enforcement Training, North Star%'s specific purpose was to expand and enhance multi-agency operations and avoid unwarranted duplication and accidental interference between independent operations. Like Alliance, North Star utilized the equipment, personnel, and intelligence of, and coordinated with, several federal agencies, including the DOD, FBI, DEA, Border Patrol, Customs, U.S. Coast Guard, and New York National Guard *. While North Star began as part of the counteroffensive in the war on drugs, it came to take on national security and counterterrorism functions as well. The primary group responsible for conducting Alliance/North Star operations was Joint Task Force 6. JTF-6 operatives received training at the U.S. Army Special Operations Command at Fort Bragg, NC, and were subsequently deployed in the domestic field. Of the over 4,000 soldiers involved in JTF-6 in 1992, only a small portion were active duty, including at least so members of the Special Forces, while the majority were culled from National Guard units. In fact, one of the main administrative functions of JTF-6 was the coordination of National Guard units. Among their duties, operatives provided intelligence analysis, armed reconnaissance, weapons, communications, and training to civilian law enforcement agencies and participated in near real-world tactical exercises. Further, they provided equipment, transportation, reconnaissance, and imagery and collected other types of intelligence data pertaining to individuals, businesses, and organized crime groups which are known to be, or suspected of, engaging in criminal activity, data that was to be developed and analyzed, stored in DOD collection centers and distributed only to military units. Beyond their supporting role, JTF-6 active and reserve duty soldiers were lent to civilian agencies for direct actions, long and short-term assignments to conduct surveillance and counterintelligence activities within elaborate nationwide sting operations. The role of the National Guard in the new total integration policy was significant, and Guard troops could perform arrests and needed no warrant to search private property, including homes and automobiles. In order to pursue the war on drugs, the Clinton administration continued to erode existing posse comitatus restrictions. The war model or military model of crime control led not only to an increased militarization of civilian police, now greatly assisted by the military and operating 255. 256. With a war mentality, but also further use of the military in civilian law enforcement, intelligence, and counterintelligence operations. Justifications in the name of the drug war were somewhat nullified in the minds of some, however, because of previous and more recent revelations of the CIA's and military's role in drug smuggling operations. As McVeigh guarded North Star Regional Headquarters at CalSpan, his other employer at the time, the National Guard, was coordinating with another multi-agency task force as well, this one headed by the FBI, called Patkin. While McVeigh was seemingly aware that North Star existed, Patkin's existence was unknown to the public until 2007, when it was revealed through a Freedom of Information Act request. The forerunner of Patkin began during the mid to late 1980s, when local, state, and federal law enforcement agencies became aware of and began investigations into the radical right-wing and white power movement individuals, groups, and organizations. While less sophisticated racists engaged in brutal hate crimes against minorities, a faction of more calculating adherents, who considered themselves part of an underground war against the system, stayed out of sight and employed a variety of guerrilla tactics, including bank robberies, counterfeit operations, weapons trafficking, and small-scale bombings. One of the largest organized white supremacist groups in existence at this time was the Aryan Nations. Individuals associated with the Idaho Basin as well as in leadership were directly linked to a number of violent criminal plots. Eventually, undercover FBI and ATF agents and the paid and unpaid informants they recruited penetrated most, if not all, known chapters, but while these efforts resulted in some arrests and convictions during the late 1980s, the plots continued. By 1990, undercover federal informants and agents positioned within targeted groups began warning about the ongoing development of violent criminal conspiracies now involving not only the WPM but also their allies in the burgeoning Patriot movement. Among the activities planned or executed were the theft and black market sale of automatic weapons, low rockets, night vision goggles, grenades, and other equipment from National Guard armories and other military bases. The FBI continued to gather information about these schemes and, in March 1991, FBI Assistant Director Larry Potts authorized Patkin, a national multi-agency domestic anti-terrorism initiative meant to disrupt these plots and bring criminal charges against the conspirators. In January 1992, a Patkin informant revealed to the FBI the ambitious plans of one of the targeted groups, the Texas Reserve Militia, to ambush a National Guard convoy during an annual training exercise. The TRM, believing that the Guard conducted these simulations with unloaded weapons, planned to interrupt the annual exercise and steal the weapons. The FBI passed this information to the Guard and directed its field offices to maintain coordination with the DOD. An FBI teletype dated February 4, 1992, written by A.D. Potts to the commanding general of the Army's Criminal Investigative Division, alerted him to the existence of a number of items stolen from military bases that had been found in locations throughout the country, including gas masks and other assorted items such as bombs and a number of bomb-making components. After this, the stated justifications and objectives of Patkin shifted and its allotted budget, manpower, reach and authorized tactics expanded. Dreaming in the Appalachians Isle, the extent to which McVeigh had direct or indirect knowledge of ongoing domestic security operations involving his two employers is unknown. Within 6 months he would find himself in the middle of Patkin's investigatory hub. Before this though, shortly after his assignment to CalSpan, McVeigh made a series of curious decisions. Herbeck and Michel observed that in late May of 1992, McVeigh ended the one relationship in his life that had given him glory and satisfaction. He resigned from the Army Reserve Unit in Tonawanda, 3 months ahead of its deactivation date. He cited employment conflict as his reason for leaving. In addition to his office job as a scheduler at Burns, he often worked long hours of overtime as a guard. Something had to give, and cutting his connection to the United States government seemed like a good place to start. Stickney, in his account, noted that Tim would spend 5 months and a day in the Guard's employ. The Guard may be the only place in his whole life where Tim didn't leave much of an impression. Just about everywhere else he would travel in his entire 27 years, there are people who remember him in some odd way, something he said or did. For some reason, the Guard is the only place where, with a few notable exceptions, he would be remembered pretty much by name, a uniform tag, and time of employment only. *degree. While several men stationed at the same armory could not remember him at all, he left a faint trace of an impression on a few of them. A clerk at the NYNG Armory reported to the FBI that he first met McVeigh during a 2-day weekend drill and that McVeigh ended up working in 257. 258. The same office, also as a clerk. A NYNG sergeant in charge of the combat supply company told the FBI he had limited contact with McVeigh but remembered he was part of a 23-man anti-tank missile platoon. NYNG staff SGT Thomas Kazmierzak told the Buffalo News that McVeigh was always good and punctual and was the leader of an anti-tank missile squad while there. Captain Daniel Crow told the FBI McVeigh had an attendance problem, and although he had a 2-year commitment to the Guard, because of an excess of sergeants there and based on his combat record, he had received an honorable discharge after 6 months. Characteristically, the reasons McVeigh gave his friends and family for leaving the Guard also varied. To his end he said the unit had been disbanded and he was being transferred to a mechanized reserve unit operating out of nearby Genesee Valley. One secretary at CalSpan and her husband both told the FBI that they had heard McVeigh had been kicked out of the Guard. To friend and co-worker, Andrea Augustine, he said he left because his NYNG commitment conflicted with his heavy workload at Burns. Given the existence of Patkin and North Star at this time, their objectives and relation to the National Guard, McVeigh's statements to his sister and his first attorneys are curiously noteworthy. As outlined previously, McVeigh told Jennifer that during the SFAS at Ft. Bragg he was informed that his covered assignment entailed acting as a military consultant working hand-in-hand with civilian police agencies in the U.S. Further, within days of his arrest he told public defenders Otto and Coyle he was recruited by the government while serving a 4 to 5 month period in the National Guard and tasked with neo-Nazis and other problem troops. In December 1995, when a Jones team investigator asked McVeigh how long he had been in the National Guard, his job description and the reasons he left, McVeigh became clearly annoyed. McVeigh said he could not recall his exact job description but did remember that the unit eventually disbanded, a strange response given his detailed memories of his military career prior to joining the Guard. When he demanded to know why the investigator was so interested in his NYNG stint, the investigator told him that Otto and Coyle had informed the Jones team about his earlier claims. McVeigh's severe reaction was noted in an internal defense memo. Mr. McVeigh immediately became angry and yelled out several curse words directed at. I immediately asked Mr. McVeigh if there was any truth to, and Mr. McVeigh replied that parts of it were true and other parts were untrue. Although McVeigh soon settled down, when the investigator tried to discuss the matter again, he said that it was all pure bullshit and then waved his hands in a gesture to let me know that he no longer wanted to talk about. Although he had earlier told the Jones team that his job at CalSpan was easy and demanded practically nothing from him, During a separate interview in September 1995 he said his NYNG obligations were too much for him. I quickly found out I couldn't handle even one weekend a month. It was all fucked up. In yet another conversation, he told them a very different and somewhat strange story about his decision to leave the Guard. During the spring of 1992, he said, he began to feel very frustrated, and, to channel his anxieties, joined a volleyball league but quit after he almost beat up a line judge. He then joined a floor hockey league but quit because he was out of shape. On one of his days off work, he drove to the Appalachian Mountains and when he got there, lay on the ground, fell asleep and had very intense dreams for about 30 minutes. Upon waking, he decided to quit the NYNG. To the Jones team, this was yet another example of the numerous, ever-changing, and inconsistent stories McVeigh told about his life prior to the bombing. Still, members of the Jones team wondered if there was any truth to the story he told his sister and public defenders, so they increased their efforts at obtaining complete military records. In the process, they learned of McVeigh's own efforts to do so earlier. In early April 1992, McVeigh requested a complete set of his military records including, among other things, a list of service-related medals, awards, commendations, and his medical files. Then, on May 1, 1992, he wrote the letter to the NYNG requesting an early discharge, citing as his reason a recent promotion at my full-time place of employment that conflicted with his NYNG obligations. Attached to McVeigh's letter was one written on his behalf the same day by his supervisor at Burns. To whom it may concern, this communication is being sent to confirm that Timothy J. McVeigh has recently been promoted to a supervisory position. This position requires that he be on call after normal business hours, Monday through Friday, as well as all day and night on weekends. Should he receive a call, the supervisor must be available to head immediately into work. The on-call supervisor must handle any problems dealing with sick or absent security officers, as well as problems with our respective clients. Supervisor McVeigh's Army National Guard drills interfere greatly with his ability to perform this specific job. As we understand that Sergeant McVeigh has requested to be released from his commitment with the NYRN, we can only hope that you will grant him this reprieve. Capt. Crow personally reviewed and approved the requests and on May 1, 1992, wrote, I interviewed SGT McVeigh, and in doing so, I realized that his civilian promotion to a supervisory position has caused him to work evenings and weekends. Although SGT McVeigh is requesting an early discharge, he hoped that he will be able to return and complete his military career. I understand and grant his request and hope you will do the same. On June 1, 1992, the NYNG granted his request, deactivated him and reassigned him to the Army Reserve Reinforcement Unit. His obligation to the reserves would end on March 11, 1996, during which time he could be subjected to annual screenings and training and active duty recall at any time. The same day his transfer out of the NYNG was approved, McVeigh received notification that the DOD was in receipt of his records request, but it is unknown what, if any, portions he received. Immediately after his NYNG discharge, McVeigh sought employment and took entrance exams with the very agencies whose policies he railed against, agencies connected to both Patkin and North Star operations. The first was with the Niagara Falls-based Border Patrol, yet after passing the screening test, they informed him that no positions were available. Weeks after his arrest, the FBI attempted to locate and interview certain close associates of McVeigh's working in the Buffalo area Border Patrol. Next, McVeigh took the exam required for employment with the United States Marshals Service, receiving one of the highest recorded scores. He did not get the job, however, and later blamed it on reverse discrimination due to affirmative action. S.C. Hodge said that after returning home, McVeigh's personality quirks became increasingly drastic to the point that he felt he no longer recognized his childhood friend. His rhetoric had now moved beyond talk of the right to bear arms and, during their infrequent conversations, McVeigh inevitably began railing about secret conspiracies involving factions of the government who wanted to gain world domination, as well as the government's plans to set up concentration camps for U.S. citizens. McVeigh's ideas did not originate in a vacuum. Rumors among militia and patriot circles about secret concentration camps had circulated for years. Ironically, despite McVeigh's anxieties about these hypothetical camps, he seemed to feel no compunction about sharing his growing library of racist, hate-mongering literature with co-workers. LeBron recalled how their conversations quickly turned from innocuous talk of UFOs and other fun conspiracy theories to much more serious and troubling topics. McVeigh, he said, was consumed by reactionary no-government ideal and began bringing in, not just news clippings of political scandals but KKK newspapers or other magazines like The White Patriot that had pictures of guys in sheets. He brought The White Patriot one day and was showing it around while the guard shack was full of people. After the bombing, another one of the guards gave it to the FBI. One time there was an article in the Spotlight denying the Holocaust, and we talked about that, so, I guess I'd say there was a slight disconnect from historical reality. McVeigh definitely had a more aggressive stance on racial issues. I felt like he was sharing the spotlight and that type of literature because he was looking to recruit people either into an organization or into his ultimate goal, which, as you know, became apparent later. Bill McVeigh recalled that during this time his son was rarely home, but when he was, all he would do is watch the news shows and talk about the government. McVeigh explained to his attorneys that among his complaints at this time were ongoing U.S. foreign actions he viewed as attempts to bully other countries into compliance and the government's attempts to control U.S. citizens, mainly through incrementally restrictive gun laws. Further, he was becoming even angrier about the growing militarization of domestic police forces and their increasing cooperation with U.S. troops. He was joined in this last complaint by a disparate coalition of activists and civil libertarians on the right and left. Although the issue attracted much controversy, advocates argued it was necessary to help combat organized crime, stop domestic terrorism threats and aid in hostage situations. This came to a head in Ruby Ridge, Idaho, on August 21, 1992, after a joint ATF-FBI action adopting military tactics and, with the help of JTF-6, utilizing military equipment and personnel, turned deadly and drew attention to the very thing McVeigh was fretting over. In 1987, a highly paid undercover ATF confidential informant, whose real name was Kenneth Faderly but who called himself Gus Magisano, began frequenting Aryan Nation's headquarters in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. While his main targets were high-ranking and members and associates, including and founder Richard Butler, Gus would need to turn rank and file and attendees in order to get dirt on his real targets. In an effort to appear as the real deal, Gus made numerous pronouncements about his intent to engage in criminal activities to further the end cause. One of the people he met was Randy Weaver, who, while not a card-carrying member of an, held similar views, lived off the grid in nearby Ruby Ridge, Idaho with his wife and 4 children, and he was an occasional visitor there. For 2 years, from 1987 until late 1989, Gus incessantly attempted to persuade Weaver to sell him illegal weapons. Weaver continued to rebuff Gus but eventually, suffering financial difficulties, finally agreed to sell him 2 sawed-off shotguns for $300. This gave the ATF leverage against Weaver and they approached him with a deal. They would not file criminal charges against him if he agreed to become an informant and spy on Aryan nations. 261. 262. Much to their surprise, Weaver refused and the ATF filed criminal charges against him in June 1990, falsely describing Weaver as a bank robber and convict in their report. In December 1990, a federal grand jury indicted Weaver for the possession of illegal weapons, after which he was arrested, given a summons to appear in court and released. The date listed on the summons, however, was March 20, 1991 instead of the actual court date, February 19. When Weaver failed to show up for the February 19 court date, a warrant was issued for his arrest. Weaver refused to turn himself into authorities and instead, now a federal fugitive, chose to remain on his remote property with his family. For the next 16 months, his cabin was placed under intensive surveillance by federal authorities. Enter 21-year-old Johnny Bangerter, leader of the Army of Israel, a group of racist skinheads in Las Vegas and Utah and ranking member of and national spokesperson for the Aryan nations. Bangerter was related to Randy Weaver through marriage and best friends with Weaver's nephew. They had met several times at the Aryan Nations headquarters in Idaho, where Bangerter acted as head of security for their meetings and festivals. Bangerter himself had been unsuccessfully targeted in a number of undercover operations and was present when Weaver met Gus. Bangerter, who in later years disavowed and publicly renounced his racial ideologies, recalled the atmosphere at Aryan Nations events prior to Weaver's arrest. It was well known that at any Aryan Nation event, in a crowd of 300 people, there'd be at least 30 undercover federal agents in attendance to monitor us, and another third of the crowd were informants. Another handful were sent by watchdog groups such as the SPLC to infiltrate us. It was rampant, just like cops at a Grateful Dead show trying to sell people LSD. It was just a big mess. We were young kids, fresh at Aryan Nations. We were instructed by the head of security there, not to engage in crimes or even talk about illegal actions, to document everything you did that way. If somebody does try to frame you or implicate you in a crime, you have your story straight and will be protected by your alibi. Ironically, it turned out later that the head of security at Aryan Nations himself, the guy who taught us this stuff, had himself been an informant. In time, I rose through the ranks at Aryan Nations and became one of the primary people responsible for implementing security measures there, and I took this job to heart. We weren't so much trying to prevent the anti-Klan protesters from getting in the compound or the SPLC subversions and attempts to get information. My instructions, directly handed down from Richard Butler, were to monitor events at Aryan Nations, spot, weed out and warn other attendees about suspected or confirmed federal agents, informants, and provocateurs and prevent them from getting caught up in the sting operations the ATF and FBI were conducting. We quickly came to learn, firsthand, the tactics used in a sting operation. It was always the same thing. They would come up to you and say nigger this or Jew that, talk about automatic weapons and suggest you join them in criminal actions, sometimes violent criminal actions like leveling a courthouse or killing a federal judge. We knew those kinds of conversations were entrapment and conspiracy. And we would tell people, if Simeon comes up to you and starts talking like that, please don't engage them in conversation. If they brought up automatic weapons or if they wanted us to mess around with explosives or commit any crimes that would result in a prison sentence, they were probably federal agents, informants, or operatives of some sort and working against us. It was a dead giveaway. That's just not how we talked. That's how they thought we talked. That's how they wanted us to talk. And that's how Gus talked, and I just knew in my gut he was ATF when I met him, and he just kept saying things that, in my mind, confirmed my suspicions. I tried to warn Randy about Gus, but he wouldn't listen. He didn't want to believe me. *degree. On August 5, 1992, the FBI approved the continuation and expansion of its PATCAN program. On August 21, 1992, the U.S. Marshals surveilling Weaver's property threw rocks at his cabin in an attempt to determine how the Weaver's dogs would respond. When the dogs began barking, Randy's 14-year-old son Sammy and Kevin Harris, a family friend, came outside to see why. The marshals, from a hidden position in the surrounding woods, then shot and killed Sammy's dog, prompting Sammy to fire a warning shot, after which he began running back towards the cabin. As he did, one of the marshals shot him in the back, killing him instantly. Harris and the marshals then engaged in a firefight, during which U.S. Marshal William Deegan was killed. At the start of the 12-day standoff that ensued, the marshals were joined by hundreds of local police, agents from the ATF, FBI, U.S. Marshals, U.S. Border Patrol and troops from the FBI's hostage rescue team and the National Guard until, eventually, 400 armed federal agents surrounded the Weaver cabin, occupied now by 3 surviving children, Weaver and Harris, and Randy's wife Vicky. In what already seemed like overkill, JTF-6. Was called in to provide agents with supplies and conduct reconnaissance flights over the property using military helicopters. 263. 264. In the meantime, hundreds of protesters from both the left and right of the political spectrum arrived at Ruby Ridge, getting as close to the scene as they could. Among them were undercover Patkin operatives as well as some of the most well-known Patriot and White Power movement activists, including Johnny Bangerter, who recounted, in the summer of 1992, while Randy Weaver and his family were under siege by the federal government, I went up to Ruby Ridge. I saw what happened there firsthand, many things that never even get talked about, that never got reported in the media. It is still difficult for me to think and talk about the things I saw and experienced there. The first thing I noticed when I got there was the massive military presence and hundreds of federal agents. At some point, ATF agents had thrown gunny sacks filled with phosphorus in the creek so that, if someone tried to cross over it, it would light up and alert the agents. A man, one of the protesters who'd come there to support Weaver, took his dog to the creek so it could drink some water. The ATF pointed their guns at him and ordered him to get back. The man explained that he was just trying to give his dog some water, and they started laughing and said, "Oh. Okay. Go ahead then." So the dog drank from the creek and the ATF agents burst out laughing even harder. We couldn't figure out what they were laughing about. I was watching the entire thing. That entire night the dog threw up blood, and by the next morning, the dog was dead. Well, as strange as it sounds, the day after they put the phosphorus in the creek, everything in the creek was dead. You would never have known how many fish were in that creek until you saw them all floating up at the top, every one of them dead. They were washing up to the shore for a mile downstream. There were farm animals that drank from that water as well, and they died too. Randy Weaver's nephew, John Reynolds, who was also my brother-in-law, was there with us. We had just found out that Sammy Weaver was dead. There was a news crew filming, and we started talking to the agents standing around nearby. A 10-year-old boy was standing not too far from us, and I asked the agents how they could kill a kid, how they could do something like that, and in response, an ATF agent with a beard and a cowboy hat, lowered his rifle and aimed it at the boy as if to say like this: "That's how." Couldn't believe it. For the first time I realized there are people that could perform a My Lai massacre without thinking and then say they were just following orders. Well, I saw it firsthand at Ruby Ridge. Before that, I did not know the kind of evil that people are capable of, but there, at Ruby Ridge, I saw it face to face. What I met up there, what I saw in the faces of those federal agents, was evil, and it only got worse. Bangerter told reporters that the federal officers present at Ruby Ridge as well as the federal government would be held responsible for allowing Sammy Weaver to be mercilessly killed in cold blood, and warned that there would soon be a second revolution in America, and it could be bloody. Unknown to the Weavers or their supporters outside, at some point after Sammy was killed, FBI Director Larry Potts changed the standard rules of engagement protocols for the snipers positioned around the Weaver property, who under normal circumstances could only fire if fired upon. The new rules of engagement amounted to a military assault-style shoot-on-sight plan. So, when Randy, along with his oldest daughter Sarah and Kevin Harris, attempted to collect Sammy's body, FBI sniper Lon Horiuchi shot Randy and then fired at Randy's wife Vicky, who was standing at the door of the cabin holding their 10-month-old daughter, Ellis Hiba. Vicky was hit in the head and died instantly. Weaver, his 3 daughters and Harris remained in the house with her body for 9 days and accepted the inevitability that, like their mother and Sammy, they too would soon die at the hands of federal agents. Says Bangerter. We had just learned they'd killed Vicky, and my friends Dave, Joe, and I were standing around the creek when about 10 ATF agents came down and stood about 20 feet away from us on the opposite side of the creek. They were so close we could have spit on them. We started yelling at them, calling them pussies and demanding they put their guns down and come fight us man to man. And then 3 or 4 more agents came down to join them. I will always remember them. There was one with a beard. One had a mustache. One had a weird hat on. They had antennas on their shoulders and ATF jackets. They were holding what looked to be submachine guns. Dave kept yelling at them to put down their guns, and they did. First, the blonde guy with the beard started putting his gun down, and then the others put their guns down as if they were going to come fight us. So we took off our shirts and started crossing the creek to fight them. Well, as soon as we got to the middle of the creek, they picked their guns back up and pointed them at us. We started yelling, "You fucking cowards! Shoot us, punks!" But, at the same time, we started backing up because we knew. We thought we were going to get shot to death right there in the middle of the river. These were real guns, and there was a dead kid, and his dead mother up on that mountain, and we were actually dealing with these people. We knew they were murderers, and they wouldn't hesitate to kill us too. I could feel it happening. I could feel the bullets going through my chest, and I could feel my heart bleeding. I knew I was dead. I remember kissing my children goodbye in my head. And we backed up. I had to change my tactics. That was real blood spilled up there. Those were real people. I had to go into some weird mode after that. I was basically begging and pleading with them. But they had no compassion. None. 265. 266. Patriot Movement leader Bo Gritz, along with a female assistant, was given permission to go up to the cabin to help clean Vicky's blood off the floor and convince Randy to surrender. While they were there, Randy and his daughter Sarah hid a 3-page letter in a tampon and gave it to them. Bangerter said. The letter was very detailed. It said something like, first they shot the dog. Then they shot Sam. Then they shot Vicky. They just laid out, in great detail, everything that had occurred. Things we didn't know about yet, things that are still not widely known. It was horrifying. Afterwards, we were convinced that Randy and everybody up at the cabin with him would be murdered. Gritz, convinced of the same, asked Bangerter to write a letter to Randy Weaver and plead with him to surrender. Bangerter agreed, and in his letter urged Randy to come down from the cabin with his daughters so they could tell the world what had happened to them. He assured Randy that the battle would be fought in court. Weaver listened and, along with his daughters and Kevin Harris, surrendered, bringing the standoff to an end. Trademark what happened at Ruby Ridge only confirmed growing suspicions of many on both the left and right, that the U.S. was becoming a police state. Among the radical right, for both the racially minded white power movement and the non-racially minded patriot movement, it was seen as proof that the government was waging war on its own citizens using so-called low-intensity conflict tactics. After Ruby Ridge, alliances between these formerly disparate elements of the extreme right were further solidified as the common enemy of both. The federal government had shown the lengths it would go to suppress dissent. The collective mood of patriots and racialists, which had been approaching a boiling point, was now fully ignited, and their rhetoric of revolution escalated. In October 1992, a mock trial was held at a Patriot meeting in Estes Park, Colorado, where FBI sniper Lon Horiuchi was indicted and a death warrant issued for him. Many commentators cite the Estes Park meeting as the birth of the militia movement. Likewise, federal operations targeting far-right radicals also intensified immediately after Ruby Ridge. Hundreds of recently released FBI Patkin reports warn of the possibility that the deaths at Ruby Ridge would be violently avenged and emphasize the urgent need to expand both the budget and the scope of the domestic counterterrorism program to determine the validity of the threat, but also to prevent further working alliances from forming among different radical right-wing groups. And indeed, Patkin's budget skyrocketed, and the scope of its mission expanded greatly, both geographically and tactically. Patkan assets and operatives received specific instructions to beef up their operations. Undercover agents and informants posing as ideologically committed revolutionaries within neo-Nazi, patriot, and now militia groups, while expanding their infiltration and sting efforts, sometimes contriving bizarre plots to do so. Bangerter described how his life changed after Ruby Ridge as the mood and actions of those within his movement escalated, along with the almost absurd methods used to neutralize post-Ruby Ridge radicalism. What happened at Ruby Ridge consumed my life so much. It was all I thought about. I would wake up in the middle of the night thinking about it, how I wanted to take on government and get revenge. I would have a couple of beers, call the office of Utah Senator Orrin Hatch and shoot my mouth off. In the end, they were like, this guy is easy. Let's try to get him to bite. I became so paranoid and brushed up against so many sting operations. I just wanted it to go away. It was like a scene out of the most horrible nightmare you can imagine. One agent tried to get our brother and I to get on a plane under fictitious names and fly to San Diego, drive and pick up 500 M1 Grand rifles to take them to the mine in Las Vegas, where 300 Las Vegas skinheads would then use the guns to take the city of Vegas hostage and demand the release of the order from prison. These were the kind of stings that were proposed. The movement was so heavily infiltrated with phonies, wannabes, and federal agents, as well as from people that, from what I came to know, wouldn't have a problem killing a little kid. There really were the Buford Furuf types who were willing to go down and shoot up a school of Jewish children. It is possible that Timothy McVeigh, who monitored the news carefully for developments in the ongoing Ruby Ridge debacle and its murderous conclusion, first heard of Johnny Bangerter around this time. No matter when or how McVeigh heard of him, he would not forget about the loquacious skinhead with the fiery rhetoric. By most accounts, including his own, Ruby Ridge reinforced and fed McVeigh's existing fears, anxieties, and suspicions, leading to a distinct intensification of his ideological expressions. His already alarming rhetoric became even more aggressive. If he had attempted to hide his racism and anti-Semitism in the army, his efforts at concealment ended after Ruby Ridge, one more incident indicative of the growing pattern of government tyranny seemingly prophesied in the Turner Diaries. Stuart Wright wrote that the events at Ruby Ridge and later, Waco, as well as ongoing military-style raids against gun owners and the passage of federal gun restrictions became, for McVeigh, part of a single conspiracy leading to inevitable outcome. Bill McVeigh began to believe that his son held radical beliefs, and, given his mounting resistance to authority and seeming inability to take orders, feared Timmy would eventually run into big trouble. Throughout the summer of 1992, he began to isolate himself, took up gambling and moved from his father's house to an apartment in Buffalo. He later would explain his move to his attorneys by saying that he was still unable to get any sleep at his father's house. The phone rang constantly with calls for his sister, from bookies, and from his employers at Burns. Thus, McVeigh chose not to have a phone installed in his new place, much to the consternation of his father, who now had to field callers attempting to locate his son. The Burns office gave him a pager to carry. According to Bill McVeigh, his son moved out of the house in an attempt to sequester himself from the IRS, to whom he refused to pay taxes, and from the Army, who called the house frequently. Apparently, McVeigh had received an overpayment notification from the Army informing him that Uncle Sam wanted his money back, but McVeigh refused to comply with these demands. The phone calls, said Bill, caused his son to become irate. The letters McVeigh continued to drop in Steve's mailbox illustrate the thoughts that consumed him during the Weaver standoff and after its deadly conclusion. Among McVeigh's cornucopia of complaints, Buffalo's new mandatory recycling policy was enforceable by imprisonment, workplace sexual harassment policies that made it impossible for him to talk to women, his view that Rush Limbaugh was simply too liberal, and his discovery that shortwave radio shows were being jammed by a government that does not like its message. In one letter, he demanded that Steve stop calling his father's house looking for him, and then went on to discuss Jews and faggots, announce his disbelief in the Holocaust and berate his old friend for his liberal political views. He urged Steve to read 1984 and warned of an impending brave new world wherein Big Brother would force the races to mix and imprison those who held subversive ideologies. You don't realize it, but you've been brainwashed to lock out all facts as soon as you hear the word Jew. Let's talk about the Holocaust. 6 million Jews are insisted to have been executed. Okay, yes, Jews were executed just like the current ethnic cleansing in Yugoslavia, but I love and hold precious personal freedom while you embrace more government control on our lives. Read again 1984 and Brave New World, and think about it. Investigate or question any part of history, but as soon as you investigate the Holocaust, you must be a racist. By this method they succeed in covering up a fabricated tale of history as truth. Am I anti-Catholic if I wish to launch a search for Noah's Ark? No. I'm trying to express my ideas, but I can't seem to word it right. People are, even today, put in jail for expressing opposing historical views of the Holocaust. Yes, in jail political prisoners. A secretary at CalSpan later told the FBI that McVeigh was a strange individual with radical political views. She always had a feeling that he would wind up in trouble and said she had even expressed her worries to other employees at the CalSpan facility. His workplace banter, when it bordered on the advocacy of illegal and violent actions, had perked the ears of other co-workers including Carl LeBron. In early September 1992, weeks after the Weaver deaths, McVeigh put in his 2 weeks' notice and announced his plans to leave New York State by the end of the year. LeBron then made the fortuitous decision to surreptitiously record their bizarre conversations. Describing his reasons for doing so, LeBron said, "After Ruby Ridge, he began talking about how easy it would be to steal stuff from military bases. One didn't think he'd end up like Randy Weaver though, sitting on a mountain with the government coming after him. I didn't really think he'd act aggressively. Once I made fun of an article about a guy who was living in a bunker in his basement and he got all angry because I couldn't understand it, and he couldn't articulate why he had views to support that person. When McVeigh started talking about the Holocaust issue and even more so, when he talked about the military base issue and how easy it could be to steal stuff from them, I thought I might get him on tape saying that. I didn't feel any immediate danger from him, it's just that the things he was saying were just worrisome. I took it upon myself to record him, solely on my initiative based on the conversations we were having. I never went to anyone at Burns. No one from CalSpan ever approached me and said what's going on with Tim, or any. 269. 270. Thing like that. No one else had any concern. He was a veteran. He had medals. I didn't even talk about it with anyone. I made the tape within the last 2 weeks he worked there, right at the end of his time at CalSpan. I guess I was hoping that if I got him on tape saying something I could do something with it, give it to CalSpan or preferably the government and say, is there something wrong here? I was concerned about what he was saying, but looking at him and accusing a veteran who's been showing off his medals, you can't just claim, hey, this guy's a goofball. We were at the main gate across from the airport in the guard shack when I recorded him. I was wearing a jacket and had the recorder in my jacket. I just talked a little to see if he would say anything. He made one comment about the black guy we worked with, but other than that, nothing really substantial. I only made one tape and there was nothing useful on it except one moderate racial comment. LeBron may have underestimated the importance of the tape. The resume of a former New Jersey police officer says he initiated and maintained his office's liaison with North Star, which he explained was a DOD program that enabled the transfer of surplus military equipment to law enforcement agencies. Through this program, I obtained numerous items, at no cost, for official use by the office such as Kevlar helmets and office equipment. Asterisk, it is somewhat humorous that McVeigh, known to commandeer military equipment at Ft. Riley while in the Army, now talked openly and in great detail about the exact types of actions being targeted by Patkin, and sanctioned under North Star, that prompted Carl LeBron to secretly record their conversations at Calspan. The LeBron recording took place on September 15, 1992, in the Calspan guard shack. The strange out-of-context shifts in McVeigh's topics are similar to those in his letters. Included were his increasingly vehement anti-Semitic rants, musings on the illegitimacy of the Federal Reserve System, and advice to LeBron that he should withdraw all his money from the bank and convert it to gold so that when the monetary system collapses he might survive. During the conversation, unaware of the fact that he was being recorded by LeBron, McVeigh, seemingly out of nowhere, suddenly warned LeBron that at some point in the future people would come asking about him, perhaps, he said, even people from the Calspan offices, and that these people would speak with all of his co-workers. McVeigh then told LeBron he would soon be leaving for Michigan, where he had a mail drop he checked every so often, because that's the only way they can trace me. I've dropped out of the system. McVeigh did not explain why Calspan or anyone else other than his family would care if he vanished. Shortly after LeBron made the recording, McVeigh left New York. The reasons he gave for his decision varied, depending on who he gave them to and when. When he put in his 2-week notice, he told Andrea Augustine he was leaving to take a job as a toll collector somewhere down south. He even talked extensively about the details of the entrance exam required for the position, and therefore, she said, she had no reason to question what he told her. He told his father he was moving to Michigan to live with Terry Nichols. McVeigh told the Jones team that, at the time, debt collectors were harassing him and he was frustrated in general. He was searching for something but said he did not know what, was definitely depressed, and decided to try his luck selling guns and military surplus items on the gun show circuit. His final letter to Steve before setting off articulated his preoccupations. As of January 29, I am leaving New York, to an undisclosed destination, therefore I believe this will be our last communication. Remember, I am out there, and America will remain free. The constitutional laws will return. If one am locked up, you can bet I will be labeled as either a schizophrenic or white racist. But what is it really? Just a radical political view that people/society is not ready to accept. A radical thinker is viewed as having an illness because he does not/will not conform to the norm of society. Read this excerpt from an article on schizophrenia and mental illness. Followers of Freud said the illness was caused by bad mothering. Dr. Ronald Lang called them a sane response to an insane world. Novelist Ken Kesey described the hospitalized mentality as being politically oppressed. Dr. Thomas Szasz claimed that the illnesses did not really exist at all. For is it a defined illness to disagree with the majority view? Apparently, just as many people have been hospitalized for just that reason. Big Brother will do more than just jam, he will lock you up, isolate your views, keep the sheep in the dark through oppression. Since joining the army, he had slowly but steadily become mentally unhinged, and after leaving Buffalo in late 1992, became unhinged geographically as well. From the moment he left, until the day of the bombing, he constantly crisscrossed the country, stopping in most, if not all states. His father said that after he left New York, he didn't hear much from his son, and Jennifer said, half the time we didn't even know where Tim was. In the simplest reading, McVeigh bugged out and decided to discover what else life had to offer. Stickney wrote that when he decided to leave Buffalo, McVeigh may well have made the worst decision in his entire life. He would re-enter the circus of losers, the hate-filled group of people in Michigan, Kansas, and in Arizona who would aid in his progressive mental disintegration. By the time he left for the land of fools, McVeigh's Amerinoid status was set in stone. Here, McVeigh's conspiracy to bomb the Murrah building, while perhaps not fully formed, was emerging and led. Nurtured on the ideological and material sustenance acquired throughout his travels, continued to grow. Certainly, this is a plausible scenario. A much more complex reading is possible, however, when other, lesser-known information is brought into play and compared against unsubstantiated claims. According to David Paul Hammer, writing in 2004, by the summer days of August, Tim was well on his way to becoming one of the anti-government zealots he was supposed to be preparing to impersonate, or so it seemed. Depending upon which version one believes, he was for real or he was acting. He wavered in his position when recounting his reaction to the August 21, 1992, raid by federal agents on the Ruby Ridge, Idaho cabin of Randy Weaver. It was during the siege at Ruby Ridge that received the call he had been waiting for. The major, in a brief exchange, directed him to a meeting at Niagara Falls, New York set for the following day. The meeting was short and to the point. According to the major, the Ruby Ridge fiasco was a real clusterfuck for federal law enforcement, and that the militia movement would use the deaths of a woman and child as a rallying call to all like-minded Americans. Tim was told to heed that call. He was given a secure telephone number where messages could be left for the major. Tim's mission was simple: he was to become a spy. In the words of the major, the survivalist and militia malcontents can destroy this country. It is up to you to prevent that from happening. Over the next few months, Tim continued with his indoctrination into a right-wing anti-government agenda. He cultivated sources by mail and telephone. He used his material on family, co-workers, and all who would listen. No one was more concerned over these changes in Tim than his dad. In mid-January 1993, McVeigh received a telephone call at his dad's house. The major informed him to wrap up his affairs and prepare for months in the field. He was provided with an address in New Jersey where he needed to be by a certain date *. Unknown to Hammer, according to Jones' team and FBI documents, McVeigh left a trail to this effect in addition to his disaffected loner persona. In a rather cryptic letter to a former cohort and roommate, he wrote that while he was still working at Burns he would be leaving Buffalo soon and would be gone for a while as he was going to be doing some missions. He told a CalSpan secretary that he was going to work for the Pentagon. He told LeBron he'd gotten a promotion and was going to work with military vehicles down south but was cagey about where exactly he was going. Andrea Augustine said that when he told her he was leaving, she begged him to stay but he kept saying, "You don't understand, I really have to go." He just kept saying it. McVeigh then proceeded to travel the gun show circuit, which allowed him to make connections with some of the most well-known people within the white power, patriot, and militia movements. In Hammer's version, the major had explained to him from the outset that Howled Tim agreed to sign on, he would be required to sign a confidentiality agreement never to disclose any information about the unit or its work. His assignment would call for him to act separate from any other agents of the unit, relying on recruits or players of his choosing when needed. Funding and support for operations would be provided through sources unconnected to the U.S. government in any way. Tim would be an agent acting alone, utilizing his own resourcefulness. As with all other assignments, McVeigh immersed himself completely. This task was made easier because of beliefs and knowledge that already existed within him. McVeigh's contradictory claims before and after the bombing could still easily and logically be passed off as manifestations of his pathological dishonesty and maybe combat-related mental illness. Except that, when coupled with decades-old archived information and recent revelations about Patkin, certain narratives that are deemed by some to be diluted conspiracy theory or fabrications, provoke closer consideration. According to the newly released FBI documents and a 2011 article in Newsweek, in the aftermath of Ruby Ridge, Patkin assets and operatives were given license to engage in provocateur activities and instructed to make known they are willing to commit violence, and advocate violent overthrow of the U.S. government. Informants found steady employment for years, traveling the country attending KKK and Aryan Nation meetings, gun shows and paramilitary training compounds, selling illegal weapons and sitting in church pews with would-be abortion clinic bombers. One recently released Patkin document discusses why a certain undercover FBI agent was particularly suited for the job. He had been in the military and had seen combat, he was around the same age as the people he was assigned to target, and had studied the white supremacy movement through the reading of numerous books and articles in the public domain, degree similar to the violent right-wing rhetoric and dissent it ostensibly sought to quell, Patkin spiraled out of control. In attempts to prove they were not feds, Patkin agents and informants set about successfully arranging the theft, sale, and purchase of related contraband, mostly weapons but sometimes explosives. More than a few suggested blowing up federal buildings, and one Patkin operative tried to get his targets to blow up a nuclear power plant. Like in the FBI's COINTELPRO days, operatives started their own organizations and sometimes engaged in unjustified criminal acts. Although initiated an X-273, 274, pondered upon as a means of gathering evidence that could be used to bring about criminal charges, Patkin rapidly shifted, first into a blanket intelligence gathering operation and then a counterintelligence operation using increasingly questionable means and methods. Despite the massive effort and cost of the program, Patkin did not result in any criminal charges against its targets. The program did manage to forge a more symbiotic relationship between the targets and those who targeted them, and in doing so, arguably only exacerbated the problem it intended to neutralize. Immediately after leaving Buffalo and up until the morning of April 19, 1995, Timothy McVeigh made connections with a number of individuals either targeted or operating under Patkin, or both. More than one federal informant has come forward to say that his handlers knew about McVeigh's terroristic escapades prior to the bombing. Certainly, in a way that can only be described as uncanny, his geographic meanderings line up, from Texas to Tennessee to Utah to New Jersey to Arizona and so on, as do his actions and the specific relationships he sought. The question is begged, was McVeigh the Forrest Gump of right-wing domestic terrorism, always in the right place at the right time, or was he working for somebody? If he wasn't, he probably should have been. Part 3. An incommunicable thing. Who has known great heights? Who has known heights and depths shall not again know peace, not as the calm heart knows low-lived walls, a garden close. And though he tread the humble ways of men, he shall not speak the common tongue again. Who has known heights shall bear forevermore, an incommunicable thing that hurts his heart, as if a wing beat at the portal, challenging, and yes lured by the gleam his vision wore. Who once has trodden stars seeks peace no more. Mary Brant Whiteside, Who Has Known Heights, 1936. Weeks after his arrest, Timothy McVeigh, much like the fictional Rambo, came to epitomize the image of a disillusioned and embittered soldier. Given their high rates of unemployment, divorce, v. a poem, Timothy McVeigh asked his attorneys to provide him a photocopy of, and one he shared with his official biographer years later, telling them it aptly described his dilemma. Homelessness, alcohol abuse, and seeming propensity to commit random, senseless violence, the emerging profile of Gulf War veterans was a dismal one. Soon after the bombing, questions arose about whether McVeigh's military training or post-traumatic stress disorder had contributed to his act of violence, and if those same factors contributed to violent acts committed by other Gulf War veterans, an increasingly reported phenomenon. While the post-war image of the combat veteran gone berserk was a familiar one, much to the displeasure of some Gulf War vets, McVeigh quickly became a powerful and often invoked symbol for other real-life Rambos. Trauma theorists posit that the experience of trauma, isolated or ongoing, results in a radical disruption of associative pathways, linear time, and the ability to form meaning about an event. Trauma destroys identity, shatters the sense of a coherent self and continuity of oneself, and fragments the personality. Those suffering from PTSD are plagued by intrusive thoughts, panic attacks, flashbacks, insomnia, paranoia, obsessiveness, depression, and hyperarousal. Their actions and general mannerisms may seem disorganized and bizarre to others. Only days after the bombing, Dan Herbeck noted that any people who know McVeigh have said he returned from Desert Storm as a changed, more aggressive man. To both his defense team and biographers, McVeigh acknowledged that, after leaving the Army, he began to experience a number of symptoms often linked to PTSD, including confusion, depression, despair, restlessness, anxiety, irritability, insomnia, and periods of mania. His military experiences, he said, left him unable to relate to others and, because of this, he felt the need to isolate himself from friends and family. Both publicly and privately, he admitted that his disenchantment became so great that he considered suicide. McVeigh occasionally spoke to his defense team about various traumas he endured, including his military training, special forces tryout and, in particular, the killing he saw and participated in during the Gulf War. To attorney Dick Burr he explained that, "I was upon the government, and after returning from the Gulf, I was different from most other people, because I had killed someone. Once you cross the line, you can't go back. It is hard to live in society anymore." Based on what he and others told them, the Jones Team Mental Health. 6 Authors Disclaimer: while I changed some of the names of McVeigh's cohorts in previous chapters of this book, I have changed all of the soldiers who disclosed their medical symptoms and conditions to the Jones Team, even if they are referred to by their real names in previous sections, as none of their disclosures have appeared in published reports. I have chosen to protect all of their identities in this section, as some of the soldiers were seeking compensation for their Gulf War-related illnesses at the time they spoke with the Jones Team, and, like Gulf War veterans throughout the country, many met with serious resistance from the Veterans Administration. Transcripts of all of these conversations are on file with the author, as are those I spoke with myself. 275. 276. Experts agreed that McVeigh suffered from acute PTSD, which, they suspected, had began much earlier in his life, reached an irreversible climax after the war, and came to a final breaking point after the death of his grandfather. He admitted to them that he had sought help at the Buffalo VA and, after leaving the region, at VAS in other states as well, but they refused to treat him anonymously, so he gave up. He explained that, "I want to be known as someone with a mental illness," and feared a PTSD diagnosis would affect future employment opportunities. Further, he believed treatment was a cop-out, the very label PTSD, an excuse, and thought he should be able to deal with his turmoil himself. Mark Ham wrote that, while still in Buffalo, McVeigh became engulfed by a persistent and stone-cold obsession with killing, death, and vast and gigantic conspiracy theories born of apocalyptic thinking. The atrophy and disintegration of mind and body quickly became apparent to those who knew him. After mapping McVeigh's peculiar political and ideological journey, Ham briefly speculated about links between McVeigh's disintegrating mental health and the act of terrorism he engaged in, and suggested that both had, in part, resulted from a delayed reaction to war. He compared McVeigh to World War II veterans who, through repetitive military training, had been carefully conditioned to follow orders and trained in the art of killing, but after returning to the civilian world, retained their carefully crafted need to kill and engaged in acts of violence and aggression. Indeed, McVeigh described numerous instances after the war when his combat sense had kicked in, including throughout the planning of the bombing, the day of the bombing, and during the Perry Perp Walk. Based on recent studies at the time of his writing, Ham raised the possibility that neurological changes in the hippocampus region of the brain caused by exposure to traumatic and uncontrollable events, in combination with his military training, may begin to explain what happened to Timothy McVeigh. Though there is no evidence to show that he was aware of it, the experiences of McVeigh's fellow cohorts paralleled his own. A number of those who shared their stories with Jones Team investigators remarked that the Gulf War was the beginning of their own troubles, and revealed that they too continued to suffer from a host of symptoms commonly associated with PTSD, which began upon their return from the Gulf. The specific symptoms they named included mood swings, increased anger, memory loss, nightmares, insomnia, flashbacks, nervousness, anxiety, reclusiveness, night sweats, startle responses, and shakiness. Their stories, remarkably similar to each other, shed light not only on McVeigh's experiences but also those of many other combat veterans both before and after Operation Desert Storm. Since the global war on terror began, PTSD diagnosis in U.S. soldiers, sometimes deployed to current theaters of war up to 6 times, have reached epidemic levels, as have corresponding suicide rates, 22 per day according to some estimates. As soldiers of the wars in Afghanistan and Iraq continue to come home to roost, So to speak, PTSD, its relationship to military service and antisocial and violent acts committed by combat veterans remain highly relevant. A number of recent reports and studies detail developments in new PTSD treatments and add to growing debates over soldiers' violence, their frustrated attempts to seek treatment for psychological turmoil related to their combat, along with newer, controversial methods used to reverse their pain. Further, based on the military's use of operant conditioning, hyper-realistic training, and desensitization to create a killer reflex, unique sentencing guidelines for capital cases involving combat veterans have been proposed and, in the case of nonviolent crimes, enacted. mcveigh's mysterious foot flew shortly after the Gulf War ended. News outlets began reporting on the rapidly increasing number of Gulf War veterans who said they were experiencing a physical illness often described as a persistent flu, dubbed Gulf War syndrome. Some claimed this flu had begun while they were still in the Gulf. The most commonly cited symptoms included chronic joint, muscle, and other pain, headaches, extreme fatigue, diarrhea and other digestive maladies, ulcers, sore gums, brittle teeth, loss of teeth, sinus infections, respiratory difficulties, nosebleeds, hair loss, recurring rashes, cancerous growths, insomnia, confusion, depression, mood swings, dizziness, persistent nightmares, memory loss, blackouts as well as higher rates of miscarriages and birth defects. While the cause of the epidemic remained unknown, a number of suspects emerged. Included were chemical and biological warfare vaccines and treatments, actual exposure to nerve agents, anti-nerve agents, mustard gas, or the use of other forms of unconventional chemical warfare, Scud missiles, infectious diseases common to the Gulf region, oil well fires, burning landfills, depleted uranium, pesticides, diesel fuel and the paint used on the Bradley tanks. Veterans advocacy groups, fearing another Agent Orange situation, pressed the government to conduct further investigations into the illness and its causes. In August 1992, the Department of Veteran Affairs announced the creation of a Gulf War registry that would collect data about the health of Gulf War vets and track future changes in it. That same month, the VA in Buffalo, New York began their Gulf War registry. Did 278. As noted, many, if not the majority of accounts, attribute mcveigh's failure to become a member of the Army's elite special forces, in part, to a blister on his foot. The available portion of his military medical records reflect that, in November 1991, the month before he left the Army, he sought medical attention for, among several other issues, a deteriorating big toe. While not claiming that mcveigh received treatment for PTSD at the Buffalo VA, Herbeck and Michelle wrote that, after leaving the Army and returning home, mcveigh visited there for a foot ailment and, over the course of 2 months, beginning around December 1991, continued to receive weekly treatments for his podiatric ills. His experiences there were positive and rewarding. Herbeck and Michelle wrote. Oddly enough, mcveigh did have one experience during this time that helped him see that not everything about the American government was bad. When a persistent and painful wart kept returning to his toe, he called the Veterans Affairs Medical Center in Buffalo and found out that he qualified for free treatment because he was a veteran earning less than $12,000 annually. Lacking health insurance, he decided to take advantage of the government benefit. He had already spent $80 of his own money on a Lockport physician, but the laser treatment he received had failed to remove the growth, which had first appeared during the Gulf War. Each week, while an acidic cream was applied to his wart, he schmoozed the VA doctor. "You get back from people what you feed them," mcveigh would say. After 2 months of treatment, the wart vanished. The hospital's medical staff also checked him for the mysterious malady known as Gulf War syndrome. But mcveigh exhibited no signs of fatigue, headaches, memory loss, or other symptoms associated with the illness. He was issued a clean bill of health *. Here, Timothy James mcveigh, while depressed and not the physical specimen the special forces sought, was, nevertheless, a perfectly healthy young man. For Herbeck and Michelle, This is the end of McVeigh's medical narrative. His motive for bombing the Murrah was rooted in political and ideological disease alone. He did not suffer from the constellation of mysterious symptoms reported by a growing number of returning vets. They based their opinion upon what McVeigh told them during their discussions and correspondence with him in 1999 and 2000. However, in what appears somewhat of a contradictory slip-up on McVeigh's part and one overlooked by his biographers, in a letter he wrote them contained in the American Terrorist Collection, he said, "When I read of government deception, lies, corruption, it's cumulative. I remember Laos, Cambodia. I recall Iran-Contra and CIA drug running. I remember the Desert Storm Syndrome denials and the bureaucratic bullshit denials, etc., 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 ad infinitum." Characteristically, however, several conflicting versions about McVeigh's visits to the Buffalo VA exist. One of the earliest, written by Dan Herbeck, appeared in a Buffalo News article only a week after his arrest. In it, Herbeck cited an anonymous government source who said McVeigh, claiming he earned below poverty-level wages, participated in a free screening exam at the Buffalo VA to determine if he had Persian Gulf syndrome. The director for the Buffalo VA's Persian Gulf Clinic, Dr. Robert Toludo, said that while he could not discuss the results of the exam, the FBI was currently reviewing McVeigh's medical records. Only days later, another, slightly different version of the Buffalo VA story appeared in USA Today. In this one, McVeigh, on one occasion, sought treatment for a skin rash and, while there, requested and was denied compensation for service-related Gulf War syndrome. Brandon Stickney, citing an unnamed source, repeated the story in his 1996 book and added that the visit occurred in the spring of 1992. He opined that when McVeigh returned home, although undetected at the time, may have been suffering from Persian Gulf War syndrome which, by the time he left town, probably had quite a hold on. Thus, while not elaborating on this, Stickney hints that GWS might have played a factor in his motive to bomb the Murrah. A third version appeared during a conversation with his defense team, at which time McVeigh said that, while at the VA for a ward, he took the GWS evaluation test and checked yes to all possible GWS-related exposures and symptoms listed on the accompanying form. In fact, McVeigh said he mentioned his sickness to relentless debt collectors in order to get them off his back and, in the summer of 1992, shortly before leaving Buffalo, told them that he had no money and had been feeling sick since Desert Storm. He further claimed that because he had a credit card issued by the Department of Defense, they stopped bothering him. When the defense team asked McVeigh about Dr. Toludo, the VA doctor mentioned in the news reports, McVeigh told them he was a Jewish podiatrist that he saw for about 2 months and got along well with him. The fact, he said, that he got along with Toludo so well, was proof of his non-supremacist character. Upon further investigation, however, the defense team noted that Toludo was not a doctor, only a counselor and denied ever knowing McVeigh. In fact, Toludo Secret 2/9. 280. Terry told them that another counselor saw McVeigh at the Buffalo VA but refused to give them the name of the doctor. Although not mentioned in the subsequent article, in his correspondence with Playboy journalist Jonathan Franklin, 6 months after his arrest, McVeigh said he discussed GWS with the staff at the Buffalo VA but that, at some point, he went there to retrieve his medical and service records, only to learn they had been lost. Archival records in the Jones collection reveal that a couple of months after his breakdown at his grandfather's house, and days after he resigned from the NYNG, McVeigh personally requested these records on at least 3 occasions. The first known request occurred on April 6, 1992, followed the next day, April 7, 1992, by a request for financial compensation for removal of plantar warts, which, not being deemed service-related, was denied. The second occurred on May 7, 1992 and the third on May 22, 1992. Although admittedly speculative, I posit that perhaps McVeigh sought the extensive medical profile that, while still in boot camp, he had told his sister he did not want to establish. Beyond Stickney's brief mention that McVeigh was physically ill upon his return from the army, no other works have discussed this, and Stickney does not provide details about the nature of his symptoms. Furthermore, the available archival and oral records certainly suggest that he had been physically ill before, during and after his time in the army, as well as after his arrest. Interestingly, unknown not only to his biographers but also to seemingly all others who have written about him, during his 3 years in the army, McVeigh exhibited and sought medical attention on more than 70 occasions for a number of symptoms commonly associated with GWS. These included muscle and joint pain, bleeding gums, rapid tooth decay in almost all teeth, unexplained vomiting and diarrhea, strange moles, skin growths, blurred vision, fatigue, anxiety, ulcers, and recurring skin scales and skin tags. While many of his cohort group could not remember or did not discuss him having any physical ailments, a close friend of his with whom he had served in the Gulf said that after the war McVeigh began to have unknown health problems, including stomach ulcers, a claim confirmed by his available medical records, although, in them, the ulcers appear prior to the war. Bill McVeigh said when his son came home, beyond being more irritable, unreliable, distant, and unpredictable, he seemed to have a number of health problems after his return from the military. He took a lot of Pepto-Bismol for his stomach and had problems with his feet. He went to the VA hospital a lot. According to his aunt, he had terrible headaches and constant stomach problems when he returned. It got so bad, I told him to go to the VA hospital and talk to them about it. I thought he needed help. Steve's mother said, something happened in the year after he returned from the Gulf. He was more agitated, did not appear to be getting enough sleep, complained of various physical ailments and popped tums all the time. His co-workers at Burns, including his supervisor, noted his increasing anxiety, erratic behaviors, insomnia, and extreme weight loss. Andrea Augustine said she knew of no health problems he may have had, but was aware of his growing stress. Carl LeBron said McVeigh seemed healthy to him, other than mental issues. Others made similar observations after he left the Buffalo region. James Nichols had a lot to say about McVeigh's health and remembered that McVeigh first mentioned he was sick during a visit in June 1992, and on a number of occasions in the years leading to the bombing, McVeigh continued to bring up various ailments he suffered from. James said McVeigh often complained of severe fatigue, muscular aches, his joints ached, his teeth hurt, his gums hurt. He had no energy and was always tired. In fact, James said, McVeigh often wondered whether a secret shot he received in the Army, or Gulf War syndrome, might account for his symptoms and, on more than one occasion, visited the VA in Saginaw, Michigan to determine the causes and alleviate the symptoms. In late 1993, he saw a dentist there. Another man in Michigan who knew McVeigh for a number of years said, for some time, he suspected McVeigh was messed up by exposure to chemicals during the Gulf War and acted stranger than usual when he returned. When McVeigh returned to Buffalo for his grandfather's funeral in November 1994, he made a 6-hour phone call to an Indiana chapter of the American Legion, a veterans advocacy organization that, among other things, lobbies in support of veteran benefits and issues involving the VA hospital system. In January 1995, McVeigh placed phone calls from the Bay Regional Medical Center in Columbus, Ohio. In early February 1995, he wrote his sister and told her he was having funny health problems and suspected his exposure to radioactive ammunition was to blame. He then continued, telling her medical programs are one of the most effective means of control available to a government. The control of medicine and drugs is mandatory, and enclosed several articles about vaccines along with the letter. On 3 consecutive days at the end of that month, in late February 1995, McVeigh called the Prescott, Arizona Veterans Medical Center from his motel room in nearby Kingman, where Michael Fortier lived. He visited a civilian dentist in Kingman on April 4, 1995, just weeks before the bombing, and paid in cash. He told the dentist he planned to apply for a job and felt the cavity on his front tooth was unsightly. He refused to let the dentist take an X-ray though, claiming he could not afford it. 281. 282. According to the records in the Jones collection, at the time of McVeigh's arrest, Trooper Charlie Hanger found a pack of Rolaids among his possessions. A couple of years later, however, he told his biographers that Hanger found Motrin in a little Tylenol container. When Hanger asked him what the prescription was, McVeigh told him it was from the Army hospital 2 years ago, but you can get the same thing over the counter. It's just ibuprofen, 2,400 mgs. Jones' team mental health expert, Dr. John Smith, first met with McVeigh at El Reno prison on June 6, 1995, weeks after his arrest. On June 18, 1995, Smith made the first of several recommendations to the court that resulted in somewhat less restrictive confinement conditions. Despite this, throughout his pretrial imprisonment, McVeigh experienced increasingly severe physical and psychological problems commonly associated with confinement and constant surveillance, which he had also displayed earlier and that had begun while in the Army. For example, nearly a year later, Smith observed some of the symptoms noted in McVeigh's military medical records, striking differences in Mr. McVeigh, both physically and psychologically. His physical condition has significantly deteriorated. He is obviously deteriorating physically. During the interview, he had a spontaneous nosebleed, and that for the last several weeks at least, he has been having episodic spontaneous nosebleeds of an undetermined cause, clearly not digesting or integrating his food. His hands are red and scaly, a new development as far as his skin condition is concerned. Perhaps related to his previous extensive medical and dental history, McVeigh, soon after his arrest, displayed a consistent aversion to prison doctors and dentists, which he claimed later to his biographers was based on privacy concerns, but which, in conversations with his defense team, he attributed to a number of additional issues. In October 1995, he saw a doctor for a recurring skin rash on his forehead and then, just days later, informed Dick Burr that he did not want to see any more doctors, the first of several such requests. Once, when he came down with a cold, McVeigh refused the flu shot offered to him and explained by simply stating, "No needles." In one conversation with his attorneys, he expressed concern that the prison staff was putting depressants in his food. During one of several visits to a prison dentist, this one in December 1995, when asked if had ever had any cavities, he claimed he had only ever had one in his entire life but had it fixed in early 1995. He then expressed concern that the dentist would inject him with sodium pentothal. In fact, the following month, when the prison dentist refused to see him, claiming he was having problems with his machinery, he told Randy Coyne that he suspected the dentist was deceiving him. He then stressed that he was in need of immediate attention and feared that, if the dentist did not see him soon, he would lose teeth from the decay as a result. The month after this, on 2 separate occasions, he told Coyne and defense attorney Rob Nye that he thought the dentist might have placed a listening device in his tooth, but both times retracted his statement soon after making it, claiming he had been joking. His regular visits to the dentist continued along with his profound distrust of them. According to David Paul Hammer, who knew nothing of McVeigh's health records, while on death row McVeigh continued to seek out medical treatment but simultaneously expressed his deep distrust of doctors and the possibility that the public would learn of his health problems. He wrote that McVeigh would get sick and describe his symptoms to those close to him in order for them to inform the physician's assistant and send the prescriptions to him. About the only illness he would admit to was acid reflux, only because it was so well documented, and he was so incredibly miserable. Without his antacids he couldn't tolerate it. When viewed chronologically, rather than in disparate chunks of disconnected factoids, the information presented above gives a number of McVeigh's letters and statements a deeper level of meaning than ascribed to them previously. For instance, prior to the bombing, a number of McVeigh's letters alluded to medical issues or employed medical metaphors and a language of illness, often to make political points. In his December 1991 and February 1992 editorials, written months before he first requested his records and sought compensation for GWS, he compared politicians to strains of bacteria that, when treated by medication, are diluted only to re-emerge in a worsened form, and later, suggested adopting the communist idea of state-sponsored health care. In her 2009 anthropological ethnographic study of GWS, Susie Kilshaw examined the conflicting narratives told about the phenomenon, including those put forth by governments, media, the medical establishment, and particularly Gulf War vets themselves. She argued that such an approach provided a great deal of insight into the cultural, social, and psychological dimensions of the construction of illness, the ways this has influenced sufferers' understandings. Kilshaw's analysis of GWS ultimately concerned a larger biomedical dichotomy that depicts illnesses as either physical or psychological rather than a combination and intertwining of natural, biological, social, cultural, and psychological factors. Of note was her observation that the idioms of distress and other culturally bound communicative expressions sick soldiers used to talk about their dilemma hints at collective social angst. Their shared bodily language allowed them to articulate their pain to others, but also acted as a form of commentary about a number of social, cultural, and political circumstances. 283. 284. The stories presented here, told by McVeigh, his cohorts, media, and government, not only support and add to Kilshaw's work but also open space to recontextualize understandings of McVeigh and the Oklahoma City bombing case. Gulf War Syndrome. AV the exception of Lou Johnson, who said McVeigh had some funny health problems after returning from the Gulf. When questioned by the FBI and the Jones team, McVeigh's cohorts never mentioned the recurring ailments, corresponding doctors and dentist visits noted in his military records. Similarly, there is no evidence that McVeigh knew of their ongoing issues, and if they ever discussed it with him, he seems not to have mentioned it to his attorneys, journalists who interviewed him, or biographers. However, like McVeigh, they too seemed to suffer, not only from psychological ailments after the war but persistent physical ones as well, the details of which a good number of them did disclose to the Jones team. Many had developed strange symptoms linked to Gulf War syndrome, sometimes very similar to McVeigh's own. Their stories follow a similar pattern of other Gulf War veterans throughout the country. Lou Johnson said that ever since he got back from the desert he had been having problems, including recurring rashes and an abscessed rectal canal. At the time he spoke with the Jones team, he was undergoing Saudi syndrome evaluation and waiting on the results. James Lane and Sam Stansky also developed rashes and skin bumps similar to poison ivy. Lane said he had bad sleep problems, had lost over 20 pounds since the war and could not gain it back no matter what he did. Gordon Blackloud had recurring muscle spasms, memory loss, degenerating eyesight, and his teeth were falling out. His first child miscarried, and his second died at birth with the throat pushed all the way to the side. Stansky's child was also born with severe birth defects and respiratory problems. Many of the cohorts began to suspect that, not only did the government know what had caused their deteriorating health and were actively covering up and falsely denying this knowledge to avoid having to deal with it, but, worse, some began to wonder if they had been used as guinea pigs, pawns in a massive government medical experiment. Lou Johnson stated that, despite the government's continued denial that either the US or Iraq had used chemical warfare agents, he knew they had been exposed and thought his post-war physical problems were a side effect of this. Bob Host suspected insecticides, the fumes from oil well fires, or even nerve gas, but said the government would not confirm their exposure or provide further information about the possibility. He explained, "They are afraid of Gulf War syndrome. If you're talking Gulf War syndrome, you're gonna get a lot of closed mouths because it's not just 10 men, you're talking about thousands right now." Tony Sykes said, "I wondered if some of the problems were caused by the pills we were forced to take. We found out the pills were experimental, and no one was given a choice, so we were all guinea pigs for the government. Until 1993, I was led to believe that the shots and pills were classified and not to be talked about. Blackloud said he definitely believed that exposure to something during the Gulf War had made him sick. He wondered, like many of the others, if it was the experimental vaccines and drugs, some of the stuff that blew up came downwind during the war, his combat experience, or a combination of all of these factors. James Lane said he was concerned about the anti-nerve agent pills we were ordered to take. Likewise, Sam Stansky named anthrax shots and nerve agent pills and remarked, "T believe there was stuff used that the public is not being told about, and the government is not releasing the information. I think it's because they don't want to spend the money. I think maybe it was the pills or the shots or the chemicals that were released over there, although they still say to this day that there were no chemicals released, but I think there was. That's stuff that's not being told." For some Gulf War veterans, the story of GWS was a story of conspiracy, of secret chemicals and dangerous medicines. Not everyone agreed though. Ongoing medical investigations had yet to identify a cluster of symptoms unique to GWS and not potentially related to other diagnoses. Further, as no causal chain, much less a singular cause for GWS had emerged, many scientists and commentators concluded that no physical syndrome existed at all. The lack of coherent medical explanation or identifiable organic epidemiology led dominant medical, government, and media establishments to dismiss GWS, often pejoratively, as a somatic psychologically bound syndrome. It was all in their heads. In September 1992, an editorial in the Boston Globe headlined, "Operation Desert Wine" emphasized, as many experts and commentators would over the years, that GWS was hatched from the minds of malingering soldiers. The physical symptoms reported by Gulf War veterans were either wholly fabricated or expressions of their psychological pathologies, manifestations of soldiers' anxieties more akin to PTSD than Vietnam-era Agent Orange complications. Some likened GWS to an information disease that spread, not through known medical means, but as a viral meme on the internet rumor mill and exposure to other soldiers' accounts as reported by the media. The black and white mind over matter debate about GWS was a heated one. For skeptics and deniers, media reports that lent validity to soldiers' claims of failing health or did not attempt to debunk these claims and cut them off at the pass, were to blame. Thus, GWS became just another conspiracy theory in a decade ripe with them. 285. Reflecting the rhetorical style that often accompanied dismissals of GWS as a real phenomenon was a March 1997 Reason magazine article entitled "Gulf War Syndrome," that invited readers to step into a world science is replaced by rumor. In this world, veterans, convinced they are the victims of a conspiracy deeper and broader than anything on the X-Files, claimed to have skin-blistering semen and glowing vomit. The article compared the commonly reported GWS symptoms to Elvis sightings and warned that soldiers who believed they had GWS would remain trapped in a world, terrorized by rumors about their health until they saw reality for what it was and stopped insisting they were sick. While perhaps overstating the point, the author of the article expressed one side of the growing and highly polarizing atmosphere surrounding discussions about GWS during this time and throughout the next decade. The struggle over definitions and meanings was one waged upon academic grounds as well as medical, political, and journalistic ones. Illustrating this was Elaine Showalter's 1997 Histories, Hysterical Epidemics and Modern Culture, published by Columbia University Press. In it, Showalter went so far as to compare GWS to other conspiracy theories such as alien abductions and satanic cults which, while pervasive, remained beyond the boundaries of rational discourse. Stories about GWS represented a plague of paranoia. Showalter emphasized how viral rumors like those surrounding GWS and the above-mentioned conspiracy theories only serve to demonize, scapegoat and erroneously ascribe particular guilty agents as the causal force behind political and psychological events and circumstances. On the other hand, a growing number of academics theorizing about the meaning and implications of American conspiracy culture cited the preponderance of post-Watergate revelations about actual government conspiracies, cover UPS, and abuses to questions whether any specific conspiracy theory was metaphorically rooted in, if not directly linked to actual ones, including GWS. Among them was Peter Knight, who in 1999 wrote, "LT would come as no surprise to learn that the military is refusing to investigate properly, if not actually covering up the truth about the appalling catalog of illnesses associated with the war in the Persian Gulf, illnesses quite conceivably caused by either careless or deliberate exposure of soldiers to unknown risk, be it pesticides, cocktails of anti-nerve gas drugs, or uranium-enriched missile casings." Despite the supportive approach taken by more sympathetic commentators like Knight, more often than not, Gulf War veterans seeking information about and help for their symptoms were dismissed and told they were psychosomatic in nature, evidence of their malingering, or that 286. They'd succumb to ill-informed hysterical conspiracy theories. Thus, some chose not to address or seek medical attention for their symptoms at all. Certainly many of McVeigh's cohorts had become frustrated with the VA in their attempts. At the time of his interview with the Jones team in 1995, Stansky said that he actually re-enlisted in order to get medical care for his child and had sought treatment for his own failing health. He had participated in a Desert Storm Syndrome physical, but in 1993, VA doctors told him that PTSD was responsible for his symptoms and referred him to the mental health division. James Lane said he had gone to the doctor at least 5 times in order to determine the cause of his symptoms, but said rather than answers, all the doctors gave him was prednisone, which helped but did not stop his rashes from coming back. Lane said when he asked his doctors if something during the war might have caused his rashes and sleep problems, they said they did not have the answers to that question, and as his inquiries to the VA only resulted in him getting the runaround, he eventually gave up trying to obtain answers altogether. Blackloud said he, too, brought up his symptoms to the VA but had not heard back from them in a long time, and after 1995, didn't even mess with the VA anymore. For a layperson, not to mention a sick soldier, determining the truth was nearly impossible. For every scientific study arguing that no evidence of an actual physical illness existed, an equal number of simultaneously conducted studies with contradictory results argued the opposite. A number of studies continued to show that Gulf War vets displayed higher rates of physical illnesses when compared to the general civilian population, and argued that detractors denied this reality simply because it did not fit into known medical models. It is often said that conspiracy theories tend to equate the absence of evidence to proof of a conspiracy. Certainly, the fact that pertinent government records detailing occurrences and circumstances related to possible causes of GWS continued to go missing, failed to inspire confidence in official denials about the reality of GWS. Later revelations only served to bolster conspiracy theories about GWS and intensify the already contentious debate. Throughout the 1990s and 2000s, from various congressional investigations, scientific studies, and government admissions, a number of commonly suspected causes of GWS became more credible. Among those suspected causes that were initially dismissed but incrementally became more plausible were a number of chemical warfare agents such as sarin gas, depleted uranium, oil well fires, as well as various ingredients in the experimental vaccines and pills administered to soldiers. 287. 288. The U.S. government seemed to recognize potential harmful exposures only after they became undeniable, often through investigative journalism. Official acknowledgement followed in June 1993 when officials in the Clinton administration and Walter Reed Medical Center publicly announced that the DU used on U.S. tanks and artillery shells may have contributed to GWS. Among the thousands of U.S. troops exposed to DU was McVeigh's division. In July 2000, Lou Johnson, the only cohort to acknowledge McVeigh's deteriorating health, wrote to McVeigh, at that time on death row awaiting execution. In his letter, Johnson discussed his ongoing struggles with the Veterans Administration and said he planned to go to law school because, I'm sick of seeing vets get fucked by the VA and the government. If not law, then teaching. Maybe I can change some of these college kids' idiot thinking. He said after 7 years of fighting with the bastards at the VA who continuously fucked up his records, the Board of Veterans' Appeals finally determined that his problems were service-related. As the Rambo character reflected angst resulting from, among other things, the Vietnam-related Agent Orange scandal, fictional works of popular culture came to articulate shared environmental and political concerns raised by the mysterious and controversial GWS. Tracy Lett's fictional play, Bug, first performed in 1996, published in 2006, and adapted to film in 2007, depicts a Gulf War veteran named Peter who confides to another character that, during the war, Army doctors came in and really worked us over with shots and pills, ostensibly for inoculation, but there was something else going on too. A lot of the guys got sick, vomiting, and diarrhea, migraines, blackouts. One guy had an epileptic seizure. Peter also began to feel funny and the army shipped him back to a military hospital in the United States where he meets Timothy McVeigh. Over the next 4 years, Peter says, he and McVeigh were human guinea pigs, experimental test subjects for army doctors who injected them with, among other things, various vaccines and inoculations that had devastating side effects. Peter tells bits and pieces of his story throughout the course of the unfolding plot, thereby building tension about whether or not many of the strange claims he makes are delusional or in some way based in reality. A disturbing picture reflective of the story told by Peter in Bug emerges when one reviews the intricate details within the available portions of McVeigh's military medical records, as well as other archival defense documents and oral testimony pertaining to his cohorts, and juxtaposes these against the public history of GWS. Only after McVeigh's execution when, in 2008, the number of Gulf War veterans reportedly suffering from ailments linked to GWS reached over 700,000, did the Department of Defense recognize it as a legitimate service-related illness and, while money continued to be allotted for studies of its causes and treatments, to this day, no consensus exists. In 2010, the VA announced it was reviewing the 300,000 compensation claims filed by Gulf War vets, acknowledging that some of them had been wrongfully denied. More recently, a November 2012 study published in the Archives of Neurology found that 1 in 4 suffered from GWS symptoms attributed to nervous system damage resulting from exposure to neurotoxins including the nerve agent sarin and widely distributed anti-nerve agent pills. Similar studies have argued that exposure to pesticides, in combination with exposure to these other neurotoxins, cause Parkinson's disease. The 2012 study divided GWS symptoms into 3 categories: cognitive and depressive, confusion and memory loss, described as similar to Alzheimer's disease, and severe chronic body pain, all of which McVeigh and his cohorts reported nearly 20 years earlier. McVeigh's viral conspiracy theory syndrome. Weeks after the Oklahoma City bombing, the FBI conducted an interview with Peter Salino, a Buffalo resident suffering from HIV who volunteered at a local nonprofit AIDS awareness outreach program. Salino said he first met Timothy McVeigh in 1992 when his supervisor at the program directed him to contact Tim, a man who had called the outreach office claiming to be a student at Buffalo State University who was interested in volunteer work. Throughout the following year, he and Tim met regularly. During one discussion, Tim said he had a great interest in helping AIDS patients and was thinking about starting his own outreach initiative, but needed access to a computer to do so. Salino described Tim as a strange and contradictory person who was vague about where he lived and said that on at least 3 occasions he had dropped Tim off at the Buffalo VA Medical Center. Tim told Salino that he was undergoing treatment there for manic depression and paranoid schizophrenia and said he sometimes blacked out and while he could perform tasks in the state, later had no memory of what he did. He explained that the blackouts usually lasted for 2 to 3 days, but that one had lasted nearly 2 months. On one occasion, Tim told Salino that he used to be in the army but that the experience had been a negative one and, several times, remarked that he had a past life he had not told Salino about, but advised Salino to be careful of him because of this. Salino told the FBI that sometimes Tim would flip out, suddenly become angry and 289. 290. Yell incoherently about the federal government. One of Tim's main gripes, he told Salino, was Social Security's rejection of his application for medical benefits. While Salino's story is quite strange, the statements of others lend support to it, and it touches upon another, larger discursive pattern that, I believe, correlates to the specter of Gulf War syndrome that seemed to haunt McVeigh and his cohorts. When the Jones team interviewed Steve Hodges' mother, she said that after McVeigh returned home from the Army he developed a strange obsession with the AIDS virus. In a letter McVeigh wrote to Steve after leaving the Buffalo area in late 1992, he included clippings of news articles about a recent CIA drug-running scandal and wrote, "The U.S. government waged biological warfare against its citizens as a means of population control." Steve said that in previous conversations McVeigh insisted that the government engineered the AIDS virus and introduced it into the public, first in Africa through a smallpox vaccine, and fluoride in the water supply was also poisoning people. Perhaps McVeigh became fascinated with HIV and AIDS after reading the news. After all, as he later explained, during this time he began to pay attention to what the news was really saying. The state of New York had the highest rate of AIDS diagnoses in the country, and although some Buffalo area patients described the refusal of some doctors and dentists to treat them, local hospitals were conducting experimental trials in an attempt to find a treatment. Interestingly, local news reports said that, among the symptoms displayed by those infected with the immune-weakening virus, was an infection of the gums that often led to the removal of the majority, or all, of a patient's teeth. In June 1992, local AIDS hotlines received 6,400 callers requesting information about the virus and 1,000 seeking AIDS tests. In August of 1992, the Centers for Disease Control urged public health clinics to test all patients for HIV. In an unrelated initiative that same month, the Buffalo VA established their Gulf War Registry. Earlier, in March 1991, doctors from Walter Reed Army Medical Center warned that Middle East infectious diseases could manifest several years after their contraction and banned Gulf War veterans from donating blood after 27 of them contracted a parasitic disease. By November 1994, newspapers warned of a newer threat faced by U.S. troops described as more insidious than Iraqi tanks or Haitian machetes. While it is unknown how great the Haitian machete threat of 1994 was exactly, the report described diseases such as AIDS, malaria, and hepatitis as the new Iraqi tanks. Some reports suggested that, despite their immunizations for things like hepatitis B and rabies, the fear of chemical warfare and AIDS alone was enough to cause soldiers to develop symptoms linked to GWS. In fact, given his voracious consumption of news, McVeigh likely came across at least a few of the many reports that established links between GWS and immune system reactions or failures and to AIDS/HIV in particular. Kilshaw noted that both media reports and the vets she spoke to make explicit links between HIV and AIDS and GWS. On a number of occasions, McVeigh's Army doctors ordered AIDS tests for him, and while a routine practice, his continued, but secret, medical visits led to at least one of them. Later, quite a few studies found that many of the symptoms commonly linked to GWS were analogs to various acute chronic illnesses, persistent viral infections and autoimmune deficiencies including HIV, AIDS, herpes, hepatitis, and papilloma, the latter commonly causing persistent blister-like warts on a number of areas including the feet. More than a few studies reported that patients treated for GWS responded positively when treated in the same manner as those treated for autoimmune deficiencies, including repeated rounds of strong antibiotics. Rather than being an illness rooted in a patient's mind, these studies further emphasize that anxiety itself weakens the immune system and exacerbates these types of chronic illness. In 1999, the Association of American Physicians and Surgeons linked several chronic illnesses, including GWS and AIDS/HIV, to mycoplasmal infections resulting from microorganisms that display characteristics of both viruses and bacteria, and reported positive results from treating them with antibiotics, vitamin support, and immune enhancers. A scientist whose research was described as something that might be seen on the X-Files, had been commissioned by the VA to study the role of mycoplasma in GWS, believed that, as it appeared in the blood of Gulf War vets, it seemed genetically engineered and resembled a gene from HIV. The scientist's claim is similar to a vet featured in a magazine article that claimed one of the preventative injections administered to some soldiers included an untested component chemical resembling HIV genes that creates the condition that allows for the development of AIDS. Eventually, after years of previous denials, the Pentagon incrementally acknowledged that the experimental anthrax vaccine given to U.S. soldiers during the Gulf War contained the adjuvant squalene. It turned out that, not only had officials repeatedly lied about the relationship of squalene, throughout the 1990s, the U.S. military conducted experimental tests of vaccines for, among other things, AIDS/HIV, malaria, and herpes using civilians and soldiers, while the Pentagon, in other countries, including Thailand, conducted experimental trials of HIV vaccinations not authorized in the U.S. In fact, by February 1996, GWS had come to act as a powerful metaphor for disease for a generation of Americans who suspected that. 291. 292. GWS itself had been created by the hubris of modern science, one of our terrible Frankenstein monsters. Conspiracy theories about the government's responsibility for the creation of GWS were similar to those about AIDS. McVeigh's belief that the U.S. government created and released AIDS into the population was one shared with a large number of Americans, particularly African Americans. Cultural commentator Jody Dean wrote that the growing popularity of the AIDS conspiracy coincided with speculations during this same period that the CIA introduced crack cocaine into the black community. Both conspiracy theories, said Dean, had roots in the Tuskegee syphilis experiments, other unethical medical practices and genocidal practices historically and systematically employed by the U.S. government to oppress black Americans. In 2005, journalist Margaret Cook reported on a study conducted by the University of Oregon, which found that over half of the African American population believed that HIV was man-made and had been intentionally spread within their community by the government as a form of genocide. According to this lore, HIV was created in chimpanzees by the CIA in the 1950s and first introduced to the public via polio vaccines and later, within the gay population, through experimental hepatitis vaccines. Others simply believed that, one way or another, their community functioned as government guinea pigs. The continued belief in conspiracy theories of this type is founded upon actual experiments on humans involving radioactive isotopes, viruses, psychoactive drugs, cancer cells, mustard gas, fluoride, various vaccines, as well as chemical and biological weapons that continued well into the 1990s. The unwitting test subjects included, among others, soldiers, prisoners, veterans, cancer patients, and children. Cook, for one, did not discount out of hand such seemingly paranoid scenarios as ridiculous or implausible and, like Dean, opined that suspicions and conspiracy theories about government science experiments were not as outlandish or unfounded as they may first appear when the practices of the U.S. after Nuremberg are considered. Cook warned that, even if the government did not create AIDS, its previous abusive research practices posed a danger nonetheless, as victimized individuals and populations may be suspicious of and reject harmless protective measures such as vaccines, when offered. Further, throughout the 1990s, the government made a number of admissions about just such experiments that had occurred decades previous. A presidential advisory panel established in 1994 resulted in the declassification of documents pertaining to the use of civilians and soldier guinea pigs. The panel found that while the great majority of these had been conducted to advance biomedical science, the intent of many was to advance national defense interests. The committee issued an official apology and paid settlements to many of the victims, an act of public apology and performance of public contrition that cultural theorist Bridget Brown noted had become commonplace and almost comical by the 1990s. Brown observed that, while the historical apology has become part of a collective, national narrative of retrieved memories, official apologies for historical abuses lead not to public healing, but to confusion over to what extent abuses of power are pathologies and result in a deep intractable cynicism and suspicion of powers that be. Cultural theorist Jack Z. Braddock cited the AIDS conspiracy theory as one shared by both the left and right. He wrote that, while they may have had good reasons for their beliefs, detractors tended to psychologize the issue, deeming the belief evidence of race paranoia, an irrational belief in a very real genocidal structure. Braddock concludes that the more pertinent question is not whether the U.S. government created and intentionally spread AIDS but rather, why even the suggestion of this unthinkable scenario provoked debunkers' virulent responses. AIDS, for conspiracy theorists, acts as a sign to be decoded, demystified and uncovered, revealing a truth of social and historical relations underneath it. Kilshaw wrote that soldiers' discussions about GWS were a form of commentary that used a shared bodily language to express collective social angst and distress within a world of shared social meaning that existed on the fault lines of culture. The narratives of suspicion offered by McVeigh and his cohort, like those of thousands of other Gulf War veterans, are closely related to, and founded in, the same circumstances that have led many in the African American community to believe that the government not only created AIDS but also administered it to the citizenry. After all, many realized only later that the entire Gulf War itself had been a massive theatrical experiment in technology and genocidal greed. It is possible that, even if under an erroneous belief that the Army had administered vaccines or inoculants that led to his physical ailment, the fact that McVeigh embraced this belief speaks to additional motivations for his participation in the bombing plot that have hitherto remained unexplored. Finally, the movie Bug illustrates how works of fiction in popular culture voice shared concerns about biomedicine and its relationship to biowarfare. In Bug, as Peter slowly reveals details of his story, the audience learns that eventually he escaped the military hospital where he and McVeigh had been kept as experimental test subjects, but since then, a plague of bugs continued to burrow under his skin. He explains that the U.S. Army first sprayed the bugs over Baghdad during the Gulf War and later tested them on him and McVeigh. The bugs bite him, feed off his blood and leave marks all over his body. Peter convinces his friend Agnes that the bugs are real and warns her, "I don't know that I'm 293. 294. Not carrying some contagion." That's how they start: typhoid, Legionnaire's disease, some government screw-up, AIDS. One scientist contracted by the VA to study links between mycoplasmal infections and GWS described the former as a stealth-like germ that burrows deep in the cells. In addition to Haitian machetes, AIDS, malaria, and hepatitis, another insidious threat that reportedly plagued troops deployed to the Gulf region included leishmaniasis, a disease caused by snails that burrow under human skin and travel to the intestines. One informant in Kilshaw's study described vaccines as a prevention solution that goes in your bloodstream to help the immune system by creating a barrier for the germ or the bug. In Bug, Peter covers the walls of a motel room as well as everything in the room with tinfoil in order to prevent his bugs from emitting signals that would alert his handlers to his whereabouts. Kilshaw also wrote about one of her informants, a Gulf War veteran who covered his walls with tinfoil to prevent infections that might weaken his immune system. Furthermore, Peter's story in Bug and some of McVeigh's documented symptoms resemble those associated with Morgellons disease, which causes red spots to cover the body that eventually begin to ooze pus and blood. The cause of Morgellons, a disease many HIV/AIDS patients contract, is strands of bacterial fibers that, like Peter's bugs, burrow under the skin. "It's not just contact," said one scientist studying Morgellons, "it's something injecting itself beneath the skin." Like GWS, skeptics of Morgellons claim the only thing those diagnosed with it share is delusional parasitosis, the belief that bugs are crawling all over one's body. While Letts certainly did not review McVeigh's military records, and McVeigh never claimed he had literal bugs. The story offered by Peter is similar to those told by McVeigh about himself, those who knew him and, later, within subcultural realms. Like McVeigh, Bug employs the language of suspicion and conspiracy to evoke collective memories of a number of disturbing episodes in recent American history. Although Peter claims his handlers tried to set him up as John Doe too, he escaped. Insofar as he expresses beliefs and fears about these episodes similar to McVeigh and as relayed by Salino, Steve Hodge, his mother, and others, Peter represents McVeigh, but also McVeigh types, past and current. Part 4. Howling at the Moon. Behind the hieroglyphic streets there would either be a transcendent meaning, or only the earth. Another mode of meaning behind the obvious, or none. Either Oedipus in the orbiting of a true paranoia, or a real tristero. For there either was some tristero beyond the appearance of the legacy of America, or there was just America, and if there was just America then it seemed the only WA rocket pack who made no noise but was accompanied by Huey-type helicopters that flew alongside him. Scores of witnesses simultaneously called the local paper to report unexplained flying black objects of differing shapes and sizes with red lights hovering over fields, illuminating the skies. After his close encounter of the Ellicott kind, one concerned citizen snapped a photo. Although, as 297, 298. These things tend to go, the origins of the beams of light captured in it were interminable. That same month, handfuls of people near Syracuse saw a craft with 2 rows of bright lights fly over a cornfield and suddenly plummet to the ground, but when Fort Drum dispatched 2 helicopters equipped with night vision devices to investigate, they found no trace of the spaceship. The growing number of sightings in the region during the early to mid-1990s and the public's growing attention to them provoked the ire of the proudly rational-minded, who chalked them up to boredom as, now that the Loch Ness Monster has been revealed as a hoax, and the Kennedy assassination has been discussed to exhaustion, UFOs remain the last outpost of cosmic intrigue. For the undecided, the question remained, if extraterrestrials have found Earth, what will happen to our culture, religion, science, and politics, and how will we react to these presumably superior beings? The real issue for believers, however, was not if they existed, but as expressed in the topics of a seminar held at the local Ramada Inn, the more pressing issue was, the worldwide UFO cover-up and the need to uncover UFOs, the history and evidence. More neutral commentators like Jody Dean, writing in the late 1990s, felt the prevalence of such beliefs provided an especially revealing window. Current American paranoia and distrust and thought stories about UFOs and space exploration allowed for an interrogation of the link between American technology and American identity. Concerns about UFOs and their alien occupants were reflected in fictional works as well, in which the villains not only acted as symbolic stand-ins for Cold War communist others but also mirrored the actual activities and aspirations of the U.S. defense industry. Buffalo's Area 51. Far to the east, down in the pink sky, something has just sparked, very brightly. A new star, nothing less noticeable, it's a vapor trail. Already a finger's width higher now. But not from an airplane. Airplanes are not launched vertically. This is the new, and still most secret, German rocket bomb. Already the rocket, gone pure ballistic, has risen higher. But invisible now. The missile, 60 miles high, must be coming up on the peak of its trajectory by now, beginning its fall, now. He won't hear the thing come in. It travels faster than the speed of sound. The first news you get of it is the blast. Thomas Pynchon, Gravity's Rainbow, 1973. The social structure of the society, the political beliefs of the Federation, including the prime directive to some, humanity should come together for the common goal of colonization of other planets. The most important reason? Right now we have all of our eggs in one basket. Any global catastrophe would wipe out not only our species, but all we've worked for, all of our knowledge, experience, and progress. Preservation of the species, of knowledge. A cure to the number one reason for conflict, territorial disputes. Everyone can have their own world. Of course, you'd have to establish ethical guidelines for dominating other pre-existing life. Remedy for population expansion problems. Focus for our post-Cold War energies. Among the technological loot seized from the Nazis after World War II was the drone. While other countries including the US had tinkered with the idea of unmanned aircraft previously, they hadn't gotten as far as the Nazis. Air Force intelligence documents related to paperclip operations describe, in Cook's words, Nazi development and late-stage testing of Vesco's Fireball drone, a pilotless, remote-controlled aircraft that disrupted the energies and electronic systems of Allied bombers before, during, and after McVeigh guarded its secrets. Calspan, aided by multi-million-dollar contracts from the DoD and all branches of the military, made significant contributions to the further development and testing of remotely controlled aircraft capable of unusual and risky maneuvers human pilots could not perform, and the training and interface systems necessary for those who would pilot them. Perhaps coincidentally, an unrelated article in the Buffalo News written by a Calspan engineer noted that most UFO sightings involved lights and apparently solid objects that execute incredible maneuvers such as high-speed, right-angle turns, sudden starts and stops, falling leaf descent, and silent hovering followed by rapid acceleration capabilities far beyond any known aircraft on Earth. In the early 1990s, major aerospace companies, suffering the decline of ballistic missile projects and other defense contract staples, turned to drone development and production to offset the losses. Enthusiasts emphasized their successful use on the front lines of the Gulf War, their precision and ability to carry television cameras, sensors and jamming equipment that, they promised, would reduce casualties and fatalities in future wars. Even at this time, analysts and proponents projected their commercial use as well as in domestic law enforcement, surveillance, drug enforcement and customs operations by 2003. In the meantime, though, U.S. drones proved themselves useful in foreign peacekeeping operations, and in the late 1990s, when drones were now equipped not just with cameras but with laser targeting systems. While it sounded like something out of a science fiction movie, the hope, or at least the justification often offered, was to create an empty battlefield, and as the necessary satellite, computing, and artificial intelligence capabilities improved, the vision became all the more realistic. Still, outside of industry observers, drones didn't command wide-scale public attention. And then 9/11 happened. After that, drones such as the Global Hawk and Predator carrying Hellfire missiles swarmed the skies of Afghanistan and then Iraq, theaters of war that Peter Pace, vice chairman of the Joint Chiefs, said provides a tremendous laboratory to test the Pentagon's new toys. Someday, there could even be whole squadrons of pilotless attack planes, and would make up 90% of all combat aircraft by 2025, media outlets gleefully announced in November 2001. The CIA pressed for increased use of attack drones, implying that if they'd had them sooner they could have killed Osama bin Laden, thereby preventing 9/11. As the months went on, drones were increasingly credited with victories in the global war on terror. Admittedly, drones crashed more often than war wagers would have liked, but this was a work in progress. The real winners in all of this, though, were not the American people per se, but the entire aerospace industry. After September 11, Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld, long criticized for his efforts to transform the military by endowing it with the ability to project American power anywhere at any time at a moment's notice, was now heralded as a prophet. In Rumsfeld's vision, once America's international technological killing capability was secure, military priority could be shifted towards homeland defense because, as he explained, new threats have arrived, quite literally, at our doorstep. Although Calspan had remained quietly in the background working towards such Rumsfeld 304 visions previously, the post-9/11 world presented the very backdrop needed for them to shine once more. And shine they did. Among their other contributions, in 2004, CalSpan began testing the autonomous aerial refueling system for unmanned aerial vehicles over Lake Ontario. The AAR, hailed as a game changer in 2012, significantly increased the range and endurance of aircraft carrier-based drones from which other drones are deployed. The test flights, said CalSpan President Louis Knotts, were not only an important contribution to the military's operations in Iraq and Afghanistan, as the drone performed invaluable surveillance and combat functions as eye in the sky, but also made an important contribution to the local economy. They soon expanded their local operations across from the Buffalo airport and built new facilities in the economically blighted chemical wasteland of nearby Niagara Falls, which had become the smelly armpit of western New York since its glory days of yore. In 2005, Sea Technology reported on the ongoing development of lighter-than-air high-altitude airships, resembling giant zeppelins, powered conventionally or by fuel and solar cell technology, that could remain in the air for over 6 months at a time. The CalSpan University of Buffalo Research Center was among those helping to ensure their imminent use in military, commercial and homeland security operations. In 2007, a Guardian headline alarmingly asked if the U.S. launching a blimp to spy on its population and warned that those paranoid of persistent surveillance and eyes in the sky tracking their every move had until 2009 to dig a bunker and set of underground tunnels. Readers were informed that it would only take 11 HOS to watch every square meter of the whole country. By 2014, analysts seduced by dirigible dreams said that, while still in their infancy, expensive, clumsy and prone to randomly fall out of the sky, the stratospheric sky monstrosities would have the ability to peer into distant galaxies in the not-so-distant future. Local test flights over civilian airspace, intended to work out the kinks in the new, space-aged, experimental HA aircraft, continue at this writing. On September 11, 2013, CalSpan successfully tested a simulation of the unmanned carrier-launched airborne surveillance and strike control software that they had designed. In April 2014, the Navy announced that they would begin building UNCLOS systems, described as squadrons of robotic top guns weighing up to 80,000 pounds each that, when launched from the AARs, would have the capacity to drop 500-pound bombs and could carry up to 3,000 pounds of other payload. And so on. Of course, not everybody was enthusiastic about ongoing drone development and use. In August 2012, it was announced that as part of the FAA Modernization and Reform Act, Western New York was in the running to become one of 6 regions designated to conduct further drone research and testing to begin no later than September 2015. Protesters throughout the country, suspicious of secretive defense projects, unauthorized surveillances, targeted attacks abroad, and for some the fear of a robot takeover, held signs saying "Make jobs, not drones," while drone proponents argued this is exactly what the booming commercial and defense drone industry would do. From 2002 to the present, U.S. drones have rained hell on the declared war zones of Iraq and Afghanistan as well as covertly in regions not declared actual war zones, including Pakistan, Yemen and Somalia, killing thousands. Among the dead are civilians, nearly half of them, children, all written off as collateral damage. A June 2013 opinion piece about collateral damage caused by America's drone wars noted that many decry the very notion that Obama is anything close to the warmongering Bush, but since his presidency began, he has sanctioned 7 times more covert drone strikes than his predecessor, George W. Bush, a number that continues to rise. In 2013, drones had killed more than 2,500 people, more than 300 of whom were civilians, while 70 plus were children. And those are just the ones we know about. Accurate body counts are difficult in such awkward situations, however, even with advancements in battlefield technologies, ostensibly developed for accuracy's sake. Governments of countries victimized by drones say that the body count is higher. Pakistan claimed in 2013 that since they began their reign of aerial terror over a decade ago, U.S. drones have killed over 3,000 Pakistani civilians, including children and some infants, making the collateral damage toll much higher than the militant or combatant causality rate. Further, the drones have laid waste to the region's wildlife, civilian property, and livestock. In June of the same year, Pakistan submitted a resolution to the National Assembly denouncing the never-ending U.S. drone attacks and demanded the U.S. government stop the slaughter, which, they pointed out, violates the country's sovereignty as well as a number of UN human rights resolutions and charters as well as international treaties and Geneva Convention provisions. By 2015, covert drone strikes in regions outside of the U.S.'s declared war zones, authorized by the Obama administration and carried out by the CIA and the Pentagon's Special Forces Outfit, Joint Special Operations Command, had reportedly killed 6 times as many people and twice as many civilians as those authorized under the Bush administration. In April of that year, the ACLU announced that while it is known that U.S. drones have killed thousands, no one outside the government has a clear idea of who's being killed, or why, as the government does not release information about the targets of individual drone strikes or the numbers of civilian deaths caused by them. Even the laws governing the use of drone strikes, 305, 306, remain hidden from the public and, until recently, the CIA, citing national security, refused to acknowledge that a drone program even existed. Who needs good old-fashioned assassins when you've got flying robots to do your wet work? Some argue that drones are a much more humane method of dealing with insurgents than, say, Gitmo or other black sites of extraordinary rendition. Said Lt. Gen. Michael Flynn, former head of the Defense Intelligence Agency, "We don't capture people anymore." As it turns out though, the secret killings of specific targets in the U.S. drone assassination program was highly ineffective. So-called terrorists and militants who became targets for this method of death were tracked with metadata from computers, phones and cell SIM cards that then determined the location for the strike. Lo and behold, there are some issues of accuracy with this method. As one whistleblower who leaked documents about the drone assassination program pointed out in October 2015, the entire time you thought you were going after this really hot target, you wind up realizing it was his mother's phone the whole time. In fact, the number of misattributed people targeted for death is stunning, despite President Obama's promise that drones would only be used to murder terrorists who pose a continuing and imminent threat to the American people, near certainty that no civilians will be killed or injured. Of the 200 known to have been killed in drone strikes between January 2012 to February 2013, 35 were actually targets. Everybody else, including children, just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. No matter, unidentified corpses are classified as enemies, and the Pentagon plans to increase the use of drone flights. Since 2011, the United States Air Force, using exciting massive multiplayer video game-like simulators, has trained more drone pilots than fighter and bomber pilots combined. In response, groups like Veterans for Peace have produced flashy ad campaign videos, calling attention to the U.S. murder by drone addiction and the ways that those smart warriors who remotely control them, are kept detached from the destructive and lethal consequences of their actions. Pointing out the high rates of PTSD in those who kill from afar, activist groups Please Don't Fly campaign urges service members to refuse to press the kill button. A growing number of military drone pilots have indeed left the service or sought transfer, including Brandon Bryant, who told Democracy Now! That he chose to quit the Air Force after developing doubts about the precision of drones he controlled, as well as suspicions that the majority of his 1,626 confirmed kills had probably not been terrorists after all. Despite the dissenting voices of negative Nellies like Bryant and company, environmentally conscious warmongers can take solace in the next planned addition to the U.S. unmanned arsenal: high-flying solar-powered drones. Today, law enforcement agencies, including local and state police, the FBI, Homeland Security, Border Patrol and the Department of Defense, increasingly use drones for domestic reconnaissance and surveillance. While these brave new drones openly spy on and police Americans, Thus far US citizens have not been subjected to the types of aerial attacks suffered by those in Afghanistan, Pakistan, Syria, Somalia, and elsewhere. But, as they say, what's good for the goose? When the FAA authorized the commercial use of drones in domestic airspace in 2012, it estimated that nearly 30,000 drones would populate US skies by 2020, conjuring thoughts of all-seeing private security firms and unmanned mercenary drone armies. Collective anxieties about drones find avenues of expression in popular culture, whose works may prove not only entertaining but frighteningly prophetic. Drones act as cultural icons, fetishes, and memes appearing in fictional books, television, film, video games, art, music and fashion. There are even Lego drones. Drones blur our understanding of reality and science fiction fantasy. The very thought of a drone is vague and dreamlike. During an episode of one popular TV comedy, a lead character jokingly remarked that drones are not real but rather, a collection of thoughts, feelings, isolated facts, and nebulous paranoias. Fictional drones not only deal death but also face a number of challenges posed by terrorists' attempts to disable them and rogue supercomputer controllers who seek to wield them for malevolent intents. Drones show up in popular love songs throughout the world with lady killer lyrics that swoon, my gaze is as deadly as a drone attack, and drones in the morning, drones in the night, I'm trying to find a pretty drone to take home tonight. The drone's appearance in popular realms not only reflect wider cultural realities and fears and facilitate conversations about these realities and fears but also provide arenas of resistance to them. A New York street artist arrested and charged with 56 counts of criminal forgery said that, when he depicted drones with the iPod logo, he was trying to start a conversation about unmanned aircraft. Fashion developers make hoodies with anti-thermal imaging capabilities. Meanwhile, some people are just happy that Amazon drones will now deliver books to your doorstep, saving the US Postal Service a lot of unnecessary work. You too can have a personal drone controllable from laptop or smartphone, and if you can't afford to buy one, the do-it-yourself drone community is growing. Each month over 1,000 new personal drones take flight. In fact, civilian-owned drones outnumber those operated by the US military. But if you don't have time to sit around playing with your drone all day, bestow upon it a brain in the form of an embeddable microprocessor computer chip. Let it do what so many seem incapable of. 307. 308. Doing. Let drones think for themselves. Perhaps this will cut back on reported wandering drones like the Navy craft that stumbled into DC airspace, or fiascos such as the Mexican Army drone that crashed in an El Paso backyard in December of 2010, or the $4 million MQ-9 Reaper drone that, in November 2013, crashed into Lake Ontario and remained missing, after being dispatched from Fort Drum during a training mission. Pesky privately owned drones dropping illegal drugs in prison yards and getting in the way of important business at airports and disaster sites are cited for the commercial development of drone-killing countermeasures, such as the death ray laser gun that can knock a drone out by turning it off in midair from a mile away. Just such a death ray might have come in handy when Buffalo's drone chickens came home to roost in late 2014. Twice that year, drones appeared over runways at the Buffalo International Airport, but nobody could determine who owned the seagull-sized intruders or why they had been deployed. They joined the FAA list of unwanted drone sightings, a list I imagine does not include military, defense and law enforcement drones seen by increasingly aware sky watchers. The Twilight Zone. Beware when fighting a dragon that you do not become one. Chinese proverb. There is a fifth dimension beyond that which is known to man. It is a dimension as vast as space and as timeless as infinity. It is the middle ground between light and shadow, between science and superstition, and it lies between the pit of man's fears and the summit of his knowledge. This is the dimension of imagination. It is an area which we call the Twilight Zone. Rod Sterling, The Twilight Zone, Season 1, 1959. I'm not at liberty to reveal the nature of my work. This secrecy pains me from time to time. Any bureaucracy that functions in secret inevitably lends itself to corruption. But these rules I have pledged to uphold. I believe a pledge is sacred. Well, I may reveal this much, among my many tasks is the maintenance of deep space monitors aimed at galaxies beyond our own. We routinely receive various communications, space garbage, to decode and examine. Major Briggs, Twin Peaks, Season 2, 1990. Randon Stickney wrote that, by the time Timothy McVeigh left Buffalo, New York and headed for the Land of Fools, his Amerinoid status was already set in stone but quickly became exacerbated by the social world in which he immersed himself, populated by people who only contributed to his progressive mental disintegration. Included among the government conspiracies with which McVeigh soon became intimately familiar were ones about alien spaceships in the deserts of America. Stickney may have been more right that he knew, or than anyone has previously noted. In 1993, the Buffalo News reported on a growing trend of people with moonbeams in their eyes making pilgrimages to the deserts of Nevada in an effort to breach the secrets of Area 51, also known as Groom Lake and Dreamland. Although at first military officials remained silent, refusing to acknowledge that the site existed at all, eventually they said Dreamland was simply a testing site for classified experimental aircraft and electronic jamming equipment and a staging ground for war games. Others, however, insisted that the truth was much stranger and the government was covering up its knowledge of beings from other worlds. For them, Area 51 was a place where aliens and humankind cooperated in the building of flying saucers, hid technologies that could end war and hunger, hoarded limitless supplies of energy and performed grotesque genetic experiments against the will of abductees. As there had yet to appear a smoking ray gun that could settle the debate, it fell to UFO buffs to determine fact from homegrown American mythology. On the face of things, it would seem that, after leaving Buffalo, McVeigh too heeded this call and set off on his own pilgrimage to Area S1. As he awaited trial, McVeigh continued to read the news obsessively. In July 1996, he came across the headline, "Poll Spots Belief in UFOs." The report said nearly 50% of Americans believed the government was hiding proof of UFOs, 20% believed they had alien origins and 12% claimed to have seen a UFO. He drew a line to these statistics on a clipping of the article and wrote to his attorneys, "These are the type of people we do want on a jury." If the prosecutors did not want X-Files fans, maybe they would not think to ask potential jurors if they believed in UFOs. In October 1995, McVeigh explained to his defense team that Area 1 was also sometimes called Dreamland and was operated by the Department of Defense and the Wackenhut Security Company. The installation was very secure and there were signs at the entrance that said "Deadly Force Authorized." McVeigh advised that more nuclear testing was conducted near this location than all of the nuclear testing conducted by Russia. Towards the end of his life, McVeigh outlined his conclusions about the goings-on at the real Area 51, but might as well have been speaking of CalSpan. Area 1 is a super-secret military installation whose existence, still denied by the government, is so classified it cannot be found on maps. Their mission, he said, was to test all the ultramodern 309, 310 government experimental programs out there. I believe that while there are such things, it is impractical that they are aliens. I'm sure there are these super-secret government experimental vehicles. For many reasons, for physical reasons, I do not believe aliens can travel at this point. So the answer to UFOs is that nobody can deny the government continually has secret programs that they call black budget programs and black projects, and that's what I'm sure most of these sightings are. In 2007, CalSpan, now with facilities around the country, established its newest prestigious research facility located at, of all places, Roswell, New Mexico. Popular science dubbed the Roswell CalSpan Bicycle Works site, the new Area 51. Before continuing with the history of CalSpan, I will briefly outline McVeigh's trip to the actual Area 51 after he left Buffalo, the possible relationship this trip might have to the bombing plot, and explore the intersection of fact, folklore, rumor, and disinformation in this and related stories. In some of the more entertaining experimental wolf legends, mcveigh, or one of his doubles, appeared in Area 51 prior to the bombing, where he underwent various procedures including the injection of bio-tracking chips and brainwashing. In other variations, mcveigh appeared at Area S1 after his arrest, and while there, was transformed into an entirely new person. Although it has escaped the notice of other commentators, who generally claim to focus on facts rather than rumors, it is in and around Area 1 that all diverging narratives intersect and where truth once again blurs with fiction, especially the confabulations floated by mcveigh. Despite fantastical, science-fictional cultural musings about aliens and UFOs hidden away at Area S51, mcveigh's later conflicting stories about his own trip there may not only have direct relevance to the commission of the bombing, but also reveal a hidden history whose rhizomic tentacles touch upon a number of issues that converge in the contradictory tales he told. After leaving his hometown, mcveigh traveled the country on the gun show circuit. He told his biographers that, during a commute from Fort Ears in Arizona to the Nichols Brothers in Michigan, he paid a visit to the famed Area 1. His official biographers relayed mcveigh's colorful description of this particular adventure. Thought nothing of taking a detour 500 miles to visit the site that interested him. And his first stop was at a place that had taken on legendary status in more than one fringe community in American culture, the mysterious Area 1 military installation in Roswell, New Mexico. mcveigh had heard the many rumors about the site that the military tested exotic aircraft, possibly even UFOs, at the remote outpost, that a UFO had once crashed at the site, and alien life forms had been found on the inside, but the incident had been kept secret. But it was more than just curiosity that drove mcveigh there. He was ready to stir up a little trouble too. mcveigh was outraged by reports that the federal government had posted threatening signs at the site, warning that the use of deadly force had been authorized against people who crossed a certain boundary into the installation. mcveigh wanted to test that one. He wanted to test his right as an American to walk on the public land, and he wanted to carry a gun there. mcveigh was eager to stand up to the rent-a cops he had heard patrolled Area 51. As a former rent-a cop himself, he knew that they possessed no greater right to make an arrest than the average citizen. Armed with his Ruger Mini 30 semi-automatic rifle, he was prepared to confront anyone who tried to stop him. Having arrived at Area 1, the camera-wielding mcveigh passed a deadly force sign and, to his dismay, another that warned against taking photographs. He kept driving, and after observing, not men in black, but two white security guards in a white, unmarked Jeep, mcveigh leapt into a nearby gully and ducked for cover, where he waited motionless and undetected, following his military instincts while the confused guards looked into his empty car. As he did so, it dawned on mcveigh that the guards were sitting ducks and, had he wanted to, he could have shot them. In that moment, however, it dawned on him that they were not his true enemies, and so, mercifully, restrained himself. That evening, under the cover of darkness, he hiked up a mountain with the objective of taking pictures of the legendary, super-secret installation. About halfway up, he saw a Black Hawk helicopter pass over him that then hovered about 30 yards directly in front of him. mcveigh thought about shooting the helicopter too, but wasn't in combat mode, not yet, and so instead, he just waved to it. The helicopter, apparently unconcerned with his presence, oddly flew away. mcveigh continued with his photo shoot. The next morning as he was leaving, he noted a white van following him off the property. Rather than shooting these rent-a cops, mcveigh gave them a friendly hi, after which, the spooked guards drove off. In this account, mcveigh's visit to Area 1, while interesting and colorful, is not really convincing and reads more like a spy novel, but, predictably, he and others told different versions of the story. Michael Fortier claimed that mcveigh made more than one trip to Area 1. Fortier told the FBI that in February 1995, while on their way back to Kingman from gun shows in Nevada and Utah, he and mcveigh made two trips to Area 51, one in the middle of the night and the second trip in the day. Fortier said, on the second trip they saw an older man. OLL. 312. With a young boy going to Area 1 and later, McVeigh sent him pictures he'd taken of one of his solo excursions there. A different and perhaps more important story about McVeigh's trips to Area 51 was the one given to the FBI on April 28, 1995, by Kevin Nicholas, a friend of McVeigh's in Michigan. Nicholas described McVeigh as a wanderer who would get a job out west in Arizona and Nevada for 6 months or so, quit, return to Michigan, and then leave again. This pattern continued from 1993 to 1995, during which McVeigh found time to attend major gun shows throughout the country, selling guns under one of many aliases he used, Tim Tuttle being the only one Nicholas could remember. While on the road, McVeigh sometimes called Nicholas and, while a guest at Nicholas' house, made several long-distance calls but would never use a cordless telephone, believing the frequency can be intercepted. Nicholas advised the FBI that, if they wanted to find John Doe No. 2, they should look near the Nevada-Arizona border, as McVeigh had told him that he and others, whose identities Nicholas did not know, had a stockpile of guns, ammunition, and survival supplies stashed in the desert near Area 51. Nicholas said that during one of his visits to Michigan, McVeigh took out a letter from a man he said wanted to arrange a meeting with him near Area 51 for a gun deal. McVeigh suspected the man was either FBI or ATF and so did not respond to the letter directly, but went to the predetermined place stated in the letter and through binoculars, watched to see who arrived. However, no one came. After telling this story, McVeigh burned the letter in front of Nicholas. McVeigh added that, since he had been in the area anyway, he took the opportunity to visit Area 51, a place he described to Nicholas as a secret military installation where crashed unidentified flying objects and alien beings were kept for study by the military. When McVeigh returned to Michigan in December 1994, he even showed Nicholas about 24 pictures and one VHS tape he had taken there. The month before, in November 1994, in Needles, California, a town that sits directly nestled on the borders of Nevada, Arizona and California, a local water authority official found a note nailed to a utility pole addressed to S.C. It read, in part, "A man with nothing left to lose is a very dangerous man and his energy/anger can be focused toward a common/righteous goal. I'm not looking for talkers, I'm looking for fighters." The letter, written in McVeigh's handwriting, was signed Tim T. The intended recipient of the letter, the man McVeigh said he was supposed to meet near Area S51, turned out to be a highly skilled chemist and federal fugitive named Stephen Garrett Colburn. Colburn, the son of a U.S. Army Reserve colonel and Department of Corrections dentist, was remembered by his former classmates and high school physics teacher in Oxnard, California as a highly intelligent, nerdy loner who, even as a teenager, was obsessed with guns, snakes, chemistry, and bomb making. One high school friend recounted how Colburn, whom he said had a hard time controlling his temper during their Dungeons and Dragons games, would often practice building and detonating ammonium nitrate bombs in the desert. After graduating high school in 1978, Colburn attended UCLA where he studied chemistry. Dan Mock told the FBI that he met Colburn in 1984, when they were both graduate students at UCLA. Although they became friends, Mock began to suspect Colburn was stealing chemicals from the lab, including ammonium nitrate, and told his supervisor and other professors about it. They did nothing and even warned him to leave it alone. Mock said Colburn was very anti-Semitic and believed Jews ran the world as part of a UN conspiracy. A man he worked with later said, he was a Nazi. Colburn's uncle told the FBI that his nephew was a paranoid schizophrenic who was capable of participating in a bombing and, in fact, he had always worried that someday his nephew would end up being a mad bomber. Colburn used a number of aliases including Bill Carson and John Connor, the latter referring to the protagonist of the 1984 movie The Terminator, who leads a fight against Skynet, an AI supercomputer bent on taking over the world with its cyborg minions, the Terminators. Colburn/Connor had close connections with various remnants of the Arizona Patriots, a group of tax protesters who had attracted notoriety in the mid-1980s after several members were arrested for criminal activities committed in the hopes of sparking a white supremacist revolution and overthrowing the government by 1995. A number of individuals connected to the Arizona Patriots could be found lingering in and around the Kingman, Arizona area. More than a few people reported that Colburn made frequent trips to the desert for target practice and stored survival materials in caves stretching from Arizona to California. It seemed he had a lot in common with McVeigh, who also frequently made excursions into the isolated areas surrounding Kingman, sometimes for days at a time, loaded with backpacks and weapons and, according to several people, stashed guns, ammo, and other items of note in remote desert locations, including near Area 51. Throughout 1993 and 1994, Colburn divided his time by working at Cedars-Sinai Hospital in Beverly Hills, where he conducted DNA research, and holing himself up in a trailer in Bullhead City, Arizona, where, according to his neighbors, he walked around in camouflage fatigues, lived in squalor, had animals including snakes. He raised crawling all over the house and at one point, had about 50 animal cages scattered around the trailer's small yard. 313. 314. In July 1994, Colburn was pulled over about half an hour from Los Angeles. After acting belligerently towards the police, his car was searched and they found an assault weapon, additional loaded firearms, a silencer, metal knuckles, a device to convert semi-automatic weapons into fully automatic ones, gun enthusiast magazines, and a video camera and VHS tape that showed a .so caliber Browning machine gun lying on what turned out to be his living room floor, with Colburn narrating assembly instructions. They also found a bill from a private storage unit facility in Bullhead City issued the previous month, the same month that McVeigh lived in Bullhead City. After his July 1994 arrest, Colburn was arraigned, released on bail and given a summons to appear in court that October. When Colburn failed to show up for his court date, a warrant was issued for his arrest and he became the subject of an ATF investigation. The following month, around the time McVeigh made his visit to Area 51, Colburn mailed his employers at the DNA lab a resignation letter and another to his girlfriend, telling her he wanted to avenge Waco. McVeigh and Colburn had a few other things in common. On April 14, 1995, 4 days before the Oklahoma City bombing, a U.S. Marshal arrived in Kingman looking for the fugitive Colburn and questioned the manager of the post office where Colburn rented boxes. In this and subsequent interviews, she described Colburn as someone who came in occasionally during March and April 1995s, to pick up mail for a man who turned out to be Timothy McVeigh. In fact, it turned out that the only two people authorized to pick up McVeigh's mail were Michael Fortier and Stephen Colburn. After the bombing on April 19, the manhunt for Colburn, which had been ongoing at the time of the bombing, intensified. When the FBI arrived to search his trailer in Bullhead City, Colburn was not there, but agents found bags of ammonium nitrate inside a truck parked in the backyard. It took about a week for the FBI to locate Colburn in Oatman, about 20 minutes from Kingman and 40 from Bullhead City. Colburn was working as a dishwasher at a local restaurant, but, according to his boss, about 3 weeks before the bombing he had taken it, saying he had to attend to his mother who'd had a stroke. Colburn did not come back to work until the weekend after the bombing. Authorities learned that he resided in a trailer with at least 2 other men who, along with Colburn, operated a crystal meth lab in a small shed on the lot. When he was finally arrested in early May 1995, the 35-year-old Colburn told authorities that he did not know McVeigh, but soon after, realizing his alibi the day of the bombing was dubious at best and now facing additional criminal charges, Colburn asked for a deal and signed a proffer letter issued by U.S. attorneys. He then proceeded to tell the FBI agents his story. Colburn said that after his arrest the previous July, he had become increasingly concerned about the New World Order threat, which, he explained, was a plot involving the U.S., UN, and foreign banking interests to confiscate Americans' guns and implant computer chip in the hand or forehead of all American citizens, in order to control them. Based on his political concerns, Colburn decided that, rather than show up to his court date, he would go on the run and seek out others who shared his views, and from then on, used only pay phones. First, he said, he contacted the militia of Montana, whose organizer John Trockman later turned out to be an FBI informant. They put him in touch with a group connected to a number of white supremacist organizations, including the Aryan Nations. Aryan Nations put him in touch with a group in the Ozarks. Through them, he learned of Arkansas gun dealer Roger Moore and his girlfriend Karen Anderson, who ran a mail-order gun and ammunition business and had many associates in the movement. Unknown to his customers and friends, Moore, who himself used a number of aliases, was a highly protected federal asset/informant whose connections with shadowy covert government operators, mercenaries, and international arms dealers could be traced at least as far back as the Iran-Contra era. When Colburn contacted Moore, Moore suggested he contact a man named Tim Tuttle, who Moore described as the leader of hardcore guys in Kingman and a former member of the Special Forces who had been overtrained. Tuttle, said Moore, was very restless, traveled frequently and regularly camped in the Hualapai Mountains. Moore gave Colburn a P.O. box address in Kingman where he could write to Tuttle. Colburn told the FBI that he only attempted to contact Tuttle once, by sending a letter to the Kingman address Moore had provided, but, despite his fears about implantable chips and the New World Order, when Moore informed Colburn that Tuttle had left a note on the utility pole in Needles, he got paranoid, and thus never went to pick it up and abandoned the idea of joining any group. Rather, he had holed up in a mining shaft until about January 1995, when he rejoined society and moved to Oatman. Colburn insisted that he never met with Tim McVeigh in person and had nothing to do with the bombing. And that would be the end of the story, as told by Stephen Garrett Colburn to the FBI. When the FBI approached Moore and Anderson in late May 1995, Moore denied knowing Colburn, but a few days later recalled that, actually, Colburn had been a fairly regular customer of his for the last couple cis. 316 of years, and, come to think of it, he and Karen spoke on the phone with Colburn on a fairly regular basis. They had first become acquainted in the fall of 1992 when he and Anderson began shipping ammunition to him in Arizona, including .50 caliber ammunition. Moore said Colburn never mentioned he was a fugitive but did seem paranoid about black helicopters that he thought were used by law enforcement agencies. Colburn had told him about a run-in he'd had with police during which they'd found a videotape connecting him to paramilitary activities. He also told Moore about the caches of weapons he had stored in more than one desert cave. At first, Moore denied that he'd given Colburn contact information for anybody, but later remembered he had given him an address for McVeigh/Tuttle. Although Colburn had told the FBI that he sometimes wrote letters to Anderson and Moore, Moore did not produce the letters and neglected to mention this when he spoke with the FBI. Moore maintained that he had only ever spoken with Colburn on the phone and had never met him in person. Oddly, though, the resignation letter Colburn sent to his employers at Cedars-Sinai was postmarked from a town in Arkansas only miles from the home of Roger Moore and not too far from Elohim City. Maybe they were being honest. Maybe Moore never met Colburn in person as he claimed, and maybe Colburn never met with a man named Tuttle, but according to others, he did meet a man named McVeigh. Both of the men who shared the Oatman meth lab trailer with Colburn told the FBI that Colburn frequently discussed making ammonium nitrate bombs, and one of them said he was nearly positive McVeigh had visited the trailer, recently, in fact. Michael Fortier, who had been resolute about his intent not to cooperate with the FBI's investigation and who was under 24-hour surveillance, immediately upon learning of Colburn's arrest in May 1995, went to the FBI agents sitting in a car outside his house and offered to cooperate. Fortier, it turned out, used to buy crystal meth from the trailer inhabited by chemistry guru Colburn. Jim Rosencrans, who grew up with Fortier in Kingman and who also knew McVeigh, years later said McVeigh distributed weapons for Moore along the West Coast, which Moore fraudulently claimed had been stolen in a home invasion. When asked about Colburn, Rosencrans acknowledged having known him, expressed extreme anger towards him, but refused to elaborate. In the early and mid-1990s, the area surrounding Kingman was swarming with paramilitary groups with whom Fortier had become acquainted and, while it was something federal prosecutors chose not to bring up during his trial, during his time in the Wild West, McVeigh formed relationships with a number of high-profile neo-Nazis, other white supremacists and former or aspiring terrorists. When questioned by the FBI, a number of people said they recognized McVeigh and had seen him before, but that they knew him by other names including Tim Tuttle and Sergeant Mac. McVeigh admitted to his attorneys that he had used these and other aliases as well as disguises during his travels and interactions with his many underground right-wing connections who, unlike movement spokespeople, avoided the limelight so they could engage in their activities unimpeded. Among the organized groups he associated himself with were the Aryan Nations and National Alliance, whose founder wrote the Turner Diaries. McVeigh attended at least one Bullhead City National Alliance chapter meeting and in the days before the bombing, placed at least 10 calls to their regional headquarters. McVeigh explained that he was looking for an army to disseminate literature and progress his rebellion further, and although he never found it, he came close with the Bullhead National Alliance. His occasional allusions to a much larger group of conspirators consistently wavered. Some have argued that Colburn was one of the John Does ultimately forgotten about by the FBI. The Jones team described Colburn as a hot suspect of the FBI, at least for a while. Mark Ham, in his seminal Pack of Wolves book, suggests that Colburn acted in conjunction with McVeigh, Nichols, and Fortier as part of one of 4 independently operating cells whose job was to gather explosives to build the bomb. Roger Charles noted that Colburn had both the qualifications and ideological inclinations to fill the position and observed that the FBI appeared indifferent to the mountain of incriminating evidence against Colburn and was oddly quick in dismissing as a suspect. In fact, the FBI never questioned Colburn about his shared mailbox with McVeigh and, in a logic that defies logic, determined he was too weird to have been involved in the bombing plot. Terry Nichols' attorneys complained that the FBI even knew what Colburn smelled like, yet failed to turn over any of the evidence they gathered about him to either defense team. The failure of the prosecutors to turn over discovery material about a number of individuals was a recurring one and, according to Roger Charles, the delays and omissions were always most pronounced on the issue of possible conspirators. Colburn served a little less than 4 years for his 1994 charge and received little mention at the trials of either Nichols or McVeigh. What does this mean in relation to Area 1, UFOs, and Timothy McVeigh? While McVeigh's trip to Area 1 was likely a cover for activities related to the bombing plot, the story does not end there. However, a digression is in order, for reasons which will soon become clear. In the summer of 1997, The Guardian published a series of articles about the continuing mass pilgrimages of curious and markedly paranoid Americans to Area 51 who, by then, constituted the most prominent counter EWTA. 318. Culture in America. While still poking fun at those who believed Area 51 was a place where captured spaceships and aliens are kept and dissected, The Guardian acknowledged that the CIA's recent admission that many UFO sightings were in fact experimental aircraft did nothing to reduce the suspicions of some who continued to wonder what had been omitted from the admission and what else was being covered up. By now, the subjects of UFOs, aliens, and the growing phenomenon of alien abductions were a catalyst for splintered fragments of belief, a topical hub that posed a great threat, ideas that acted as magnets for militia types who warned of space invasions staged by the Illuminati to usher in the long-planned for world government. In fact, according to The Guardian, all of this gobbledygook was the launch pad for the 1995 Oklahoma City bombing. The fear was that UFO mania, formerly the domain of those on the fringe who chose to exist within an isolated alternative twilight zone, was now shifting into the middle American mainstream. The perception that UFO/alien mania was America's newest favorite but dangerous pastime only grew after the 1997 mass suicide of 39 members of the Heaven's Gate cult in San Diego, in their attempt to catch a ride on the Hale-Bopp comet, which, they thought, would deliver them to their alien makers. In reality, of course, the belief in aliens and UFOs caused far less deaths than, say, car accidents or airplane crashes. Beyond the commentary offered by popular media to make sense of UFO cults and self-proclaimed alien abductees, academics in various disciplines offered frameworks within which they could be understood. The aim of folklorists, cultural theorists, and social scientists is not to determine the factual truth of reported encounters, but the reason so many people tell these stories, the often allegorical meaning of the stories themselves, and the peculiar thinking of those who tell them. For them, the interstellar craze is best understood by identifying recurring elements in the stories of those who claim to have had personal encounters with space neighbors. Thomas E. Bullard, writing about UFO abduction reports in 1989, identified narrative similarities in sighting and abduction accounts and traditional folk stories about other visitors such as devils, angels, demons, fairies, and human excursions into mythological underworlds. For him, this indicated that abductee and citizen research groups initially became attracted to the UFO abduction scenario, because it offered a language with which to express a deeply human yearning for a larger, unseen reality. Kimberly Ball is one of a number of commentators who assert that UFOs and alien abduction stories indicate millennial anxieties over an anticipated hyper-technological future so seemingly futuristic it appears alien. The stories told help augment the lack of a framework with which to conceive of, let alone discuss, rapid technological advancements that will inevitably transform society and humanity itself. Christopher Roth, in his 2005 essay Ufology as Anthropology, Race, Extraterrestrials, and the Occult adeptly demonstrates the shared intellectual roots, belief structures and discursive practices between ufology and science, anthropology, religion, and mysticism generally. For him, the crossovers are most salient in relation to the issue of race. Put simply, wrote Roth, ufology is in one sense all about race, and it has more to do with terrestrial racial schemes as social and cultural constructs than most UFO believers are aware. Ross argues that UFO discourse is nearly inseparable from existing but older anthropological discourses that had legitimized a hierarchical racial and class order. The aliens resemble anthropologists, zoologists, or entomologists, who abduct, examine, tag and release hapless human specimens back into their natural habitat, and the question that preoccupies ufology, he says, is the role that humans will play in what appears to be the unfolding of an interplanetary, interracial drama. In his detailed tracing of pivotal moments in the evolution of UFO lore, Roth identifies 18th-century notions of polygenism, the doctrine or belief that existing human races have evolved from two or more distinct ancestral types, and the attribution of physical variations among humans to biologically distinct races, some superior to others. These so-called scientific truths in turn influenced the mystical philosophies of Helena Petrova Blavatsky and the Theosophical Society in the late 1800s. Theosophy envisions the history of humanity as a highly ordered classification of 7 root races, one for each continent, that represent, or are responsible for, successive stages of human development. The first of these originated from the moon and initially appeared on Earth in their ethereal form. Another, the Lemurians, were the first to take physical humanoid form, including distinctions of gender, and inhabited South Asia and consisted of, among others, black Africans. Much like the biblical Nephilim, however, the Lemurians fell from grace after mating with animals, thereby spawning a lower race of unintelligent mongrels. The sheer biologically based stupidity of the mongrels left them reliant upon the mercy of the superior Venetians, who helped them build their own cultures and civilizations, including ancient Egypt. Unfortunately for the Venetians, the continent they inhabited, Atlantis, sank into the ocean, a tragedy that allowed a fifth race, the Aryans, to usurp their supremacy. By the Victorian Age, the descendants of the Aryans, the Anglo-Saxons, had taken their rightful but temporary place in the order of things. Theosophy's 6th and 7th root races are said to be slowly but surely emerging, sometimes with the assistance of divine intervention, and their eventual appearance on Earth in large numbers will coincide with 519, 320. all manner of apocalyptic occurrences, including sinking continents and climate change. The attempts of the alien invaders to manipulate and sway human genetics, thereby creating new races, their meddling attempts to fix bad DNA, and their obsessive efforts to preserve the human race, but especially their own race, sound eerily similar to projects advanced by eugenicists and advocated by historical as well as modern Nazis and white racialists. Certainly, such conceptions appealed to Hitler and the mystically minded SS, who themselves, through their Vril and Thule societies, sought contact with extraterrestrial beings and called forth and even built their own spaceships. Several influential 1950s-era ufologists were either the direct disciples of Blavatsky or had been greatly influenced by her doctrines. Included were prominent faces of the U.S.'s pro-Hitler/Nazi party such as William Dudley Pelley, founder of the Silver Shirt Organization. Roth finds it significant that the 1950s contactee movement was founded by white supremacist theosophists in the aftermath of the Second World War, and goes on to highlight how previous and current typologies of aliens parallel past and current conceptions of race, immigration, and colonialism. In his book, Black Sun, Aryan Cults, Esoteric Nazism, and the Politics of Identity, Nicholas Goodrick Clark outlines the complex relationship between organized white racialists' relationships to aliens and UFO lore. While it had been intertwined previously, during the 1950s, legends began to emerge about the Third Reich's continued existence in underground advanced technology complexes in the Arctic, South America, and Antarctica, which for some explained many UFO sightings. Someday, against a scenario of increasing racial chaos and economic catastrophe, thousands of Nazi UFOs one day fly forth to restore German world power in an apocalyptic act of deliverance. By the late 1970s, neo-Nazi writers developed this concept further and, mixing it with Nordic mythology, advanced the idea that intergalactic aliens who had some shared heritage with Aryans had helped the inner Earth-dwelling Nazis to build their own UFOs in an ongoing Aryan/interdimensional alliance. By the 1980s and early 1990s, such stories were firmly established in certain neo-Nazi groups, who themselves continued to expand on them, adding some amusing details along the way. By the mid-1990s, many of these ideas became entrenched within larger UFO lore. While Roth recognized that many, even the majority, of UFO/abductee buffs eschew the assertion that not far beneath the surface of UFO/alien stories exists a virulent yet veiled anti-Semitism and racism, it is clear that some folks gravitate towards the aliens' clear eugenicist agenda. Among the theories about the intent of the visitors' ceaseless invasions, abductions and genetic mutilations is an eventual Noah's Ark scenario wherein humans/hybrids will be chosen to act as new Adams and Eves in a celestial multidimensional Eden, but only after massive global cataclysm. However, by the time this new utopia can be established, humans will appear very different from what you and I know today, largely through the aliens' foresight and thoughtful biotechnological intervention. In the meantime, hybrid children of abductees or those who self-identify as dual humans represent one manner by which an American WASP can be ethnic. While perhaps hybrid is the new black for some, other interstellar enthusiasts might argue that a more advanced society would embrace the alien cyborging of America, as this would distill humanity into its purest racial form. Among Theosophy's direct but more militant and UFO-oriented descendants is a group called the Church Universal and Triumphant. Roth says that Cut's thinly veiled anti-Semitic doctrine purports the existence of an ungodly counterfeit race of human automatons that walk the earth but, because of their wickedness, are destined for destruction. In the 1980s, the congregation built underground bunkers at their compound near Yellowstone National Park where they stockpiled food, weapons, and even a rumored armored personnel carrier, as dictated by the Council of the Church's invisible celestial hierarchy, the Ascended Masters, who spoke through Cut's leader, Elizabeth Clare Prophet. Cut ran afoul of federal authorities on more than one occasion, most often in regard to their weapons stockpiles, use of false names to purchase weapons and recurring lapses of memory concerning IRS tax deadlines. In light of the Church's history, McVeigh's trip to Cut's Montana headquarters in 1994 is noteworthy. The polygenetic foundations of theosophy are mimicked by those of Christian identity, a religion adhered to by certain sects of white separatists and supremacists, most notably Aryan nations but also Elohim City, a community whose residents, as noted earlier, McVeigh would be linked to, having made an appearance there himself a time or two. Although Roth does not discuss their particular racially charged interdimensional theology, numerous others have, including Goodrick Clark. The theology of Christian identity, a religion practiced by some of the most violent subsets of white separatists and supremacists, hinges on ideas about racial purity, survival, and an ongoing interdimensional race war. As the story goes, the biblical Eve generated two bloodlines, one with her human, Aryan husband Adam and the other with the serpent Satan who appeared to her in humanoid form. Adam's descendants constitute the only real, legitimate humans, while the bastard offspring of Satan and Eve, although they walk the earth in human form, are actually demonic. 321. 322. Impostors on a timeless mission to enslave and ultimately destroy Adam's Aryan descendants. Today, the lying spawns of Satan himself deceptively call themselves Jews in an attempt to trick everybody and usurp the real chosen people of God, the Aryans. In this cosmology, other races are genetically degraded subhuman mud people, the offspring of pre-Adamic creatures whose extraterrestrial origins resulted from the ranks of Lucifer's rebellious angels that had fallen to earth from elsewhere in the galaxy. When the Luciferian rebellion failed, God imprisoned the mud people on the earth in the form of animals. When God created the Garden of Eden for Adam and Eve, he populated it with these subhuman animals and gave Aryan Adam complete dominion over them. Their descendants consist of all other non-white races who, at some point in time, aligned themselves with the fake shape-shifting Jews, and ever since that time, have manipulated and engaged in a program whose ultimate goal is the destruction of the Aryan bloodline. This axis of interdimensional evil will do just about anything to make sure they succeed, including enacting integration policies in public schools, promoting homosexuality, and spreading AIDS. Locked in a cosmic battle with human-appearing impostors, Aryans must remain constantly vigilant to the devilish schemes of the Jews. Aryan victory is only achievable through the eugenic purification of the race and the reclaiming of Earth, their God-given birthright. Before that can even happen, the struggle will turn apocalyptically violent. While Christian identity does not have a set belief about aliens per se, their cosmology closely parallels that of other mystical white racist sects, and either way, nobody is debating that when it comes to those wily fake Jews, the fate of the planet is at stake. The more important question is not if aliens exist but if they do, which side are they on? While the links between Nazi beliefs and those about aliens and UFOs are important to understand, what the majority of mainstream commentary and theorizing surrounding the UFO and contactee movements fail to take into account is that the world of UFO mania is, and has always been, highly infiltrated. A sizable amount of information propagated by the UFO movement was intentionally planted there by the U.S. intelligence community. A handful of writers, however, most notably Jody Dean and investigative journalist Mark Pilkington, have presented credible and well-documented histories of the U.S. government's attempts to contain, exert control over and shape the public's never-ending fascination, inquiries, and speculations about UFOs. In the mid to late 1940s, Americans began seeing strange lights and aircraft in the sky, sightings the military feared could indicate a foreign intrusion into American airspace, perhaps by advanced Soviet aircraft originating from captured Nazi technologies. It is not surprising then, that from this time forward, UFOs became a subject of some interest to the U.S. intelligence community. In 1947, the U.S. Air Force initiated Project Sign with the objective of studying the UFO phenomenon and determining what threat, if any, the sightings represented. In the final analysis, Sign concluded that although UFOs did not pose a threat to national security, UFO investigations should remain under the control of the military, just in case. The sightings continued, however, and strange legends, including those about downed extraterrestrial aircraft and their space invader pilots, spread rapidly throughout popular culture. In an attempt to mitigate the rumors, Project Sign became Project Grudge in late 1948, but, unlike its predecessor, Grudge began with the official position that UFOs did not exist and attributed the sightings to mass hallucinations. Grudge recognized that, even if UFOs were not real, the Soviets could exploit the American public's increasing preoccupation with them and weaken citizens' faith in their government as, for citizens, government denials coupled with continuing sightings a dishonest government makes. Further, and perhaps worse, if the American people insisted on believing that they saw strange things in the sky, their inquiries might uncover the very real and ongoing testing and development of U.S. advanced military aircraft, and sooner or later the Soviets would find out about it and improve on it. Jody Dean explained. To decrease the likelihood of mass manipulation, Project Grudge waged a propaganda campaign to alleviate public fears of UFOs while downplaying sighting reports in general. A primary element of this campaign involved stripping away the credibility of those who thought they saw something strange in the sky. Properly trained observers would then provide true explanations. Witnesses were dismissed as drunk, hysterical, crazy, or deeply twisted and dishonest. The official ridicule had a reverse effect. Suspicions that there was really something to hide shift the problem of credibility from UFO witnesses to the U.S. government and military. The flying saucer community undercut military assurances of security. Few other positions in Cold War society provided so consistent and potentially fundamental a challenge to military competence and integrity. Military and scientific hegemony. Military legitimacy rested on a disavowal of the unknown. It was outside the parameters of truth, dangerously threatening to a security ever dependent on a stable, predictable, containable, real. In the face of the possibility of aliens, the military looked weak, unable to provide the safety it promised. In the face of charges of conspiracy, the government looked corrupt, indistinguishable from its 323. 324. Own representation of the community enemy. As part of this discrediting, government officials utilized friendly journalists and media outlets to debunk and make light of UFO reports. Pilkington noted that the decision to intervene in the UFO debate and discredit those who claimed to see strange, unexplainable aircraft in the sky, stands as an example of one of many early acts of Cold War ontological aggression leveled by the U.S. government against its own citizens and foreign populations alike. These perception management efforts became aggressive and began in earnest in 1951 when President Harry S. Truman created the Psychological Strategy Board, whose purpose was to intervene in American popular culture and religious and intellectual domains in order to promote the American way of life and neutralize doctrines hostile to foreign objectives. Rendering those who claimed to have seen UFOs foolish was just a part of this larger objective. Despite the efforts to malign UFO buffs, the larger public wasn't buying the mass hallucination explanation. Too many people had already seen too much and the number of sightings only continued to increase. In response, citizen UFO research groups formed, whose purpose was simply to solve the mystery but which inadvertently, by their very existence, posed challenges to the very limits to and criteria for government secrecy. Included among these groups was NACAP, APRO and later, MUFON. As these and other UFO research groups as well as related subcultures that sprung up during the Cold War's culture of containment engaged in a dogged quest for information, they asked questions that posed a direct challenge to the institutional secrecy of the military-industrial space complex. By the time the PSB was created in 1951, reports of UFO sightings had not only increased but had become more dramatic. Thus, in early 1952, CIA Director Walter B. Smith wrote to PSB Director Raymond Allen that he was transmitting to the National Security Council a proposal in which it is concluded that the problems associated with unidentified flying objects appear to have implications for psychological warfare as well as for intelligence operations. I suggest that we discuss board meeting the possible offensive of and defensive utilization of these phenomena for psychological warfare purposes. In March 1952, the Air Force's Project Grudge became Project Blue Book and the military made unauthorized release of information about UFO sightings a criminal act. The following year, 1953, the CIA established a separate investigative panel to look into UFO sightings and analyze data gathered by Blue Book and its predecessors. Chairing the CIA initiated panel was a physicist from Caltech and director of the Pentagon's Weapons Systems Evaluations Group named Dr. Howard P. Robertson, who also happened to be one of the U.S. scientists tasked with scooping up Nazis and their research at the close of World War II. From the outset, Robertson instructed his staff that the job of the panel was to convince the public that UFO sightings stemmed from naturally occurring phenomena and not defense research or aliens from outer space. After meeting for 12 days, the Robertson panel concluded that the growing number of UFO sightings were clogging channels of communication by irrelevant reports and that the best possible course of action was to reduce mass hysteria by intensifying ongoing UFO debunking initiatives. The panel's findings, outlined in the Report of Meetings of the Office of Scientific Intelligence Scientific Advisory Panel on Unidentified Flying Objects, 1953, explained that the debunking aim would result in reduction of public interest in flying saucers, which today evoke a strong psychological reaction. This education could be accomplished by mass media, television, motion pictures, and popular articles. They further recommended surveillance and close monitoring of citizen UFO research organizations because of their potentially great influence on mass thinking if widespread sightings should occur. The apparent irresponsibility and the possible use of such groups for subversive purposes should be kept in mind. The sightings, they feared, would lead to a morbid national psychology in which skillful hostile propaganda could include hysterical behavior and harmful distrust of duly constituted authority. The PSB's interest in UFOs and new objective of finding ways to exploit the situation for psychological warfare purposes was the context in which the CIA-initiated Robertson panel was formed. The actual outcome of the panel went beyond simply intervening in popular culture and perception and placing American citizen-formed research groups under surveillance. Rather, it resulted in the escalation of the government's ontological aggression through, as Pilkington explains, a sophisticated program to muddy the waters by creating noise, a surplus of information and bogus documentation data chaff known in the business as disinformation, favorite technique of the intelligence and counterintelligence agencies. And that's about the time that things really got weird. As passive intelligence gathering and perception management efforts had failed to demystify UFOs, the CIA and military intelligence agencies adopted a more aggressive approach, one that not only made UFO believers seem crazy but actually, at times, drove them insane. These operations were intended, not to squelch the propagation of UFO/alien legends. 325. But to make those who claim to have seen or experienced related phenomenon, or even those who earnestly sought to understand why these stories existed in the first place, appear as outlandish as possible. This took place concurrently and in association with the CIA's mkUltra project, which explored the possibilities of brainwashing, often by using unsuspecting civilians as unwitting experimental test subjects. Their hearts, minds, and bodies became the testing grounds for various hallucinogens and other chemicals as scientists attempted to erase memories and create new ones. In fact, the government's post-Robertson panel's UFO Perception Management Initiative could be described as a blend between the FBI's COINTELPRO program, the CIA's MKUltra program and military psychological operations. An example of the latter occurred during the Vietnam War when the existing myths and superstitions of the local insurgent populations were exploited for the purposes of causing fear, confusion and demoralization. To remove this context when studying the UFO/abductee movements is a grave mistake and crucial oversight made by even the most unbiased cultural commentators, social scientists, anthropologists, psychologists, and journalists who have attempted to understand the movements or people involved. While all of the methods employed had been used against the UFO buffs earlier, after the Robertson panel, the interventions were conducted in a more organized, systematic, sustained and intensified manner. To begin with, UFO sightings were staged in the US and elsewhere, after which witness reports about what they saw and their subsequent activities could be studied, both psychologically and sociologically. Secondly, the Air Force, CIA, NSA, and other agencies continued to spy on the UFO community by embedding operatives within citizen UFO research groups, but rather than simply gathering information, the operatives acted as disinformation specialists, real-life men in black, or mirage men targeted select individuals, often those who had already gained some clout and respect among their peers. The mirage men would approach the targeted individual, either directly or through an intermediary, and offer to provide the truth about what the government was hiding, sometimes in exchange for information about the latest rumors, trends, and goings-on in the UFO community. Having secured the target's willing or unknowing compliance, the operatives would provide them with faked government documents about human/alien treaties, super-secret underground military bases that doubled as alien strongholds, and faked footage of alien autopsies. Some mirage men, having gained clout and influence within the subculture, would then proceed to make the most outrageous claims that, while persuading some already true believers who then propagated and added to these stories, only tended to make UFO discourse appear ludicrous to the larger populace. Finally, fictional movies and purportedly non-fictional documentaries about aliens and UFOs were funded with the effect of, not only controlling popular conceptions of UFOs, but linking even the most run-of-the-mill UFO sightings to delusional beliefs in aliens. The benefit of all of this was not to dissuade the belief in aliens and UFOs as it had once been, but to nurture and exploit these beliefs, thereby shielding or drawing attention away from the existence, research, development, testing, and real-world use of actual classified next-generation aircraft and technologies and weapons. Once the disinformation program was underway, the number of UFO sightings grew and the details reported by the witnesses became more bizarre and baffling. While not quite knowing what, exactly, was going on, the UFO buffs sensed that something was off. The wool was being pulled over their eyes, but how? The government had something to do with it, they knew something, but what? Eventually, the nation's largest citizen UFO research groups began to cry cover up. And not just to each other. Letters were written to government agencies and politicians, demanding an answer. In order to help put them at ease, and restore faith in government, congressional hearings were held to look into the accusations, first in 1960 and again in 1966. Predictably, the hearings gave the intelligence services a clean bill of health. This caused the ranks of the increasingly suspicious citizen UFO research groups to swell further, and membership reached record numbers, a growth that only presented another opportunity for the shadowy perception managers. After the hearings concluded, the Air Force, backed by other government agencies, contracted with the University of Colorado to establish a body that, while posing as an independent investigatory committee tasked with further study of UFOs, was, rather, a working group meant to depict those who reported seeing UFOs and those who dared question the government's honesty in the matter as mentally unstable and devised further methods of actually making them so. Actual but human-covered research and development of advanced technologies and other unsavory projects would draw less attention and criticism from more credible people if shielded by a cacophonous circus of stories about alien invasions, such as those that culminated in the Great Abduction Panic of the 1980s and 1990s, during which great masses of people came to believe that they had been kidnapped and victimized by otherworldly intruders. Meanwhile, the secrets these operations meant to contain were constantly under the threat of leaking. Like the time some guys and the widows of other guys who actually had worked at Area 51 sued the Pentagon alleging that the chemicals they worked with there had caused them to develop cancer. Perhaps best illustrative of the disinformation process at play and the long-lasting effects it can have, is the classic case of Paul Benowitz, a patriotic and brilliantly skilled but overly trusting and highly imaginative engineer, physicist, and defense contractor. In 1979, Benowitz began picking up strange radio transmissions and seeing unexplainable lights in the sky near his home located across from Kirtland Air Force Base in New Mexico. Fearing this might be some sort of threat to national security, perhaps from another planet, Benowitz contacted the base security services. They sent out an intelligence officer named Richard Doty who befriended Benowitz, thus beginning what Pilkington describes as one of the strangest espionage campaigns of the post-war era. Then the NSA got in on the act. Rather than just tell Benowitz that he was seeing tests of their own classified aircraft and ask him to remain silent about his observations, Doty and his higher UPS intentionally amplified his interstellar suspicions. Over the next few years, Benowitz was put under constant and obvious surveillance and courted by mirage men like Doty who passed him fake government documents, gave him a computer that appeared to be receiving transmissions from malevolent ETS and created a fake UFO base for him to find. Benowitz, emboldened by his government friends, was encouraged to believe and came to believe that he had stumbled onto the ET secret, and he was scared. The aliens were not our friends. They were invaders engaged in a horrible plot against humanity and would stop at nothing, even abducting and torturing children. These men in black recruited some of the most well-respected UFO researchers to help trick Benowitz, ironically lured by promises that if they spied on the UFO movement and passed bogus but official-looking information to Benowitz, they themselves would receive the actual proof about government's classified knowledge of alien life. But Benowitz didn't know this and immersed himself in the subculture with only the best of intentions. He was, he thought, going to help them understand the truth, and to this end, he shared his unknowingly bogus information, and as it appeared to have official bona fides, it spread like wildfire. The lies fed to Benowitz spawned a rich pseudo-history of human-alien interaction that stretched back at least 2,000 years and led to much of the UFO/alien mythology that appeared in its wake. Benowitz himself, however, having been the constant target of aggressive psychological warfare for years, became increasingly paranoid and delusional, scattered and afraid until eventually, in 1988, his family had him committed to a mental institution. Today, the Benowitz affair acts as a cautionary tale among the UFO/contactee subcultures, although not a very effective one, as, despite that deceptive government origins of his information were revealed to the community, many elements of the alien narrative that had been spun from it were accepted as truth. Sincere curiosity coupled with bad information generated a mythology that was built upon by more bad information and entrenched in the imaginations of a mostly honest and well-meaning populace, some of whom developed an unshakable fanatical faith in the Benowitz lies, even when those lies were exposed as such. Benowitz himself refused to believe what had happened when Doty and others explained it to them. The lies were everything he knew to be true. Occasionally, professional government-sanctioned disinformers became whistleblowers and revealed the role they played in disrupting and discrediting UFO groups and their friends in the growing contactee movement. Implicated in the deception were the CIA, Air Force, Navy, NSA, and Defense Intelligence Agency, to name a few. For some, especially after the Benowitz affair, the sanctioned interventions, past and present, were obvious given the prevalence of individuals with military intelligence and CLA backgrounds who showed up out of nowhere and, offering what they said was forbidden information fruit, quickly became highly regarded members and spokespeople within UFO/contactee research organizations. While government employment does not preclude interest in the phenomena under study, the Johnny-come-lately interlopers attracted the suspicion of some of their more paranoid and critical-minded peers by using their positions to spin elaborate yarns that stretched the tolerance of even the most imaginative science fiction writers, yarns that led to deep and lasting schisms among sky watchers. Small ripples of irrationality can make big waves, and the types of irrationality seeded by military and civilian intelligence agencies followed a repeated pattern lasting decades. Within days of his arrest, news reports noted the influence the lunatic rantings of Milton William Cooper had over the thinking of Timothy McVeigh, and when his attorneys asked him what public figures might help them understand his way of thinking, William Cooper was one of the people he said they might want to talk with. They did. Cooper, a kook's kook if there ever was one, had first appeared on the UFO scene in 1988, just as Benowitz was getting locked up in the booby hatch. Cooper really made a name for himself the next year though, when he spoke at a McVeigh conference in Las Vegas. There he delivered what was perhaps the 330 most intriguing and bizarre tale they ever heard. He claimed that after reporting a UFO sighting to his commanders while serving in the Air Force during Vietnam, he was recruited into a secret military intelligence unit tasked with recovering crashed flying saucers and, at some point, was transferred into naval intelligence. In the course of his duties, he was exposed to highly classified information and now, out of the kindness of his heart, wanted to share this with the world even though his former employers kept trying to prevent him from doing so. Cooper laid out the information he uncovered in his rambling, internally contradicting, and often incoherent book Behold a Pale Horse, published in 1991. Within the book, and then in his subsequent writings and shortwave radio program, Cooper outlined a highly complex unified conspiracy theory that assimilated elements of all manner of already circulating counter-narratives and even introduced a few of his own. A large portion of Cooper's mythology, at least the part of it that concerns aliens and UFOs, is directly traceable to, if not wholly grafted from, the fabricated disinformation fed to Paul Benowitz, and through him, the larger UFO/contactee community. The story he told would develop and change afterward, and together, went something like this. Chlorophyll-based aliens landed in Roswell, New Mexico in 1949, after which President Truman created the NSA to communicate with them. The CIA was created for the same purpose. For the next few years, many alien-piloted UFOs crashed on Earth, and inside of them were found the bodies of countless dead aliens and more than a few living ones. In 1954, the U.S. government, and specifically President Eisenhower, cut a deal with the extraterrestrials, via their ambassador His Omnipotent Highness Krill, who explained that he and the other aliens of his planet were facing extinction. The terms of the treaties continued to be negotiated over time, with a little give here from the US and a lot of take there from the Keel and his people. Ultimately, the US gave the aliens free rein to experiment on humans as, in order to save themselves, they needed to tinker around with human genetics and extract glands, enzymes, and blood plasma. In return, the aliens provided the US government with advanced technology, and as an added bonus, in what became an interplanetary exchange program, the aliens sent some of their scientists to come stay in a network of underground bunkers specifically built with the aliens' needs in mind. One of the bases was Area 51, where at least 600 aliens lived. Krill put the government in touch with other races of space people, including the Etherians, with whom more deals were cut. People in the government who didn't care for this type of thing were abducted, driven to nervous breakdowns, or murdered. John F. Kennedy, who knew that the aliens already had a base on the moon and was about to blow the lid off the alien/government alliance cover-up, was assassinated by his driver, who shot him in the head with a gas pressure device developed by aliens from the Trilateral Commission, or alternately, in a later version, a deadly shellfish toxin. This can all clearly be seen in the Zapruder film, by the way. Kennedy wasn't even supposed to know about the aliens, but someone in the inner circle of knowers, who called themselves Majesty 12, had loose lips, and therefore Kennedy had to die. MJ-12 didn't like Kennedy anyways, which is obvious when you look at who some of its members were: Allen Dulles, John Foster Dulles, J. Edgar Hoover, and George H.W. Bush, to name just a few. The secret government created UFO research organizations, especially MUFON, in order to spread disinformation and cover their tracks. Sometimes the humans and aliens didn't get along and engaged in various skirmishes. Like that time during the Vietnam War, when the aliens had abducted entire villages and more than a few US soldiers, whom they then mutilated before dropping them back to Earth. These kind of hijinks were meant as a warning to the humans that they better get with the alien program, or else. Plus, an ice age was coming, and the humans knew that when that happened, they would need the aliens' help. So they decided to work together and formed a plan. By the year 1998, Lucifer would return to Earth, by way of a satanic ritual involving the Pyramid of Giza and George H.W. Bush. Once the satanic forces were let loose upon the Earth, the ruling elite would usher in the new millennium by revealing the truth about the alien/human alliance, and in the ensuing panic, would declare martial law, imprison people in concentration camps, thereby allowing them to usher in a socialist New World Order. In anticipation of this, the conspirators sometimes attempted to destabilize things a little by hypnotically inducing people to commit mass murder and other devilish acts. Given that homosexuals, blacks, and Hispanics would most likely be the ones to screw up the plan, and to help ensure the compliance of the soon-to-be enslaved sheeple, the aliens and government conspired to do a host of horrible things, including introducing and spreading AIDS and Prozac, and abducting people and implanting tracking and mind control devices into them. After the New World Order was established and everything was under control, the cure for AIDS would be revealed and any of the survivors who had gotten it, would be okay, a pretty nice gesture on the part of the overlords if you think about it. There was a chance that all of this could all be prevented, but that would require the sheeple to rise up and fight aliens, humans, and hybrids alike in a war of apocalyptic proportions. I present to Joe. 332. You that the peaceful citizens of this nation are fully justified in taking whatever steps may be necessary, including violence, to identify, counterattack and destroy the enemy, you must be prepared to fight, and if necessary to die to preserve your God-given right to freedom, advised Cooper. Asterisk registered. There's more to it than that, but you get the picture. Behold, a pale horse caused an immediate sensation within the UFO subculture, and Cooper became a popular speaker on the UFO conference circuit. Backing him was former CIA pilot, international arms merchant, and Iran-Contra player with deep intelligence ties turned Mirage man, John Lear, and Bill Moore, an admitted disinformer and major player in the Benowitz affair. Both Lear and Moore fed Cooper information originating from the Benowitz operation. Cooper then embellished and added to this information. Cooper drew the ire of a sizable portion of earnest UFO researchers immediately upon his emergence in the scene. Given his relationship with people like John Lear, the contradictory, divisive and outrageous stories Cooper propagated, his complete lack of documentation, and the obviously fabricated documentation he did produce, Cooper had a difficult time making friends in the UFO community. Many of his peers made no secret of their opinion that he was a drunk lying fascist, and Cooper, in turn, continued to accuse his peers of being part of the big conspiracy. Sometimes, when they questioned him or called him out, Cooper threatened to beat them up or kill them. Those who didn't think Cooper was intentionally lying tended to attribute his nonsense to the fact that he was just dumb and gullible. Still, Cooper's book amalgamated nearly the entire history of UFO alien narratives, and many other ones that had been circulating in other fringe subcultures for quite some time. Everyone could find at least a few things they recognized in the book, and it circulated rapidly. Even Louis Farrakhan was a fan. In the United States of Paranoia, Jesse Walker remarks on how more so than any other era, during the 1990s the subcultural legends of militiamen, hippies, black nationalists, ufologists, activists opposed to drug war abuses, sovereign citizens, white separatists overlapped and blended. Asterisk indeed, behold a pale horse lifted from patriot, militia, and white supremacist rhetoric, and after the book came out, Cooper made the rounds in those circles as well. After the UFO crowd began to scorn and debunk him, he focused more on the villainies of the federal government and de-emphasized the interstellar aspects of his master narrative until, eventually, Cooper suggested that he may have made some inaccurate conclusions and the entire alien alliance thing had probably been a lie planted by satanic elements of the US government who would, in the not-too-distant future, stage a false flag hostile alien takeover, and usher in the New World Order. Cooper went on to form his own freedom fighters called the Arizona Militia, described in one report as a far right-wing movement preparing to repel alien invaders. Asterisk he actively encouraged stocking up on as much food and assault rifles as possible, telling his fans that this could only improve the odds of survival once the hostile alien/government takeover began. Cooper, having now married UFOs and aliens to militias within the popular consciousness, also set about marrying all of them to the white power movement, whose events he also began to attend. It wasn't just the heavy hitters in the UFO crowd that shunned and reviled Cooper, so too did run-of-the-mill conspiracy theory notables and those in the Patriot movement, many of whom denounced Cooper as nothing more than a fraud, a liar, and a charlatan. It didn't help that he accused them too of being CIA agents, Illuminati dupes, and disinformation plants. Pretty much everybody knew that Cooper had stolen the ideas and research of others, in some cases blatantly plagiarized them, and had lied about his military background. As it turned out, Cooper's official military records reflected he had only been a low-level clerk, although, of course, if he was even kind of who he said he was, it would not be documented in his official records. After the Oklahoma City bombing, news reports linked Cooper's tirades to McVeigh's mindset and warned of the millennial cult typified by both that had snatched so many minds as of late. The reports neglected to mention the disdain that most of those within the Patriot movement felt and had loudly expressed towards Cooper. Cooper, said the 1995 reports, was actually the militia crowd's ideal presidential candidate, and a guru to tyranny haters everywhere. His book, The Manifesto of the Militia Movement. This, of course, really pissed off the Patriots, who had just suffered the most crippling blow to any shred of respectability among the mainstream they had enjoyed. The Oklahoma City bombing caused Cooper a lot of grief, but he kept trucking, and continued to spread the word. Some people listened, sometimes important or influential people. In early summer of 2000, the South African Minister of Health distributed photocopied pages of Behold a Pale Horse to members of the senior officials of the Health Committee, in support of her suspicion that something other than or in addition to HIV might cause AIDS, and that AIDS itself might be the result of an international conspiracy intended to reduce the African population. Since 1998, Cooper had been a federal fugitive wanted for tax evasion. His life came to a spectacular end in November 2001, after a firefight. 393. 334. Broke out between him and local Apache County sheriffs, one of whom Cooper shot in the head. The sheriffs were attempting to arrest him on a warrant resulting from an aggravated assault with a deadly weapon charge, which had resulted from an earlier altercation with the sheriffs that resulted from an even earlier altercation with his neighbors. Cooper had never been easy to get along with. Although previously viewed as a freak show, an assemblage of maniacs best ignored, once McVeigh was arrested for the bombing, said one report, the whole movement stands accused. After all, McVeigh was a fan of Cooper's radio show, and Cooper was, according to the Clinton administration, America's most dangerous host, and everybody now knew that even if Patriot movement spokespeople didn't publicly promote the views of people like Cooper, they shared them, and so did gun owners and people who questioned the government's versions of any number of events for that matter. If you didn't toe the line of the status quo, you were as crazy as Cooper or Timothy McVeigh, who was exactly what even the most normal Americans could become if dangerous kooks like William Cooper continued to spread their hate-filled horse manure. Along with several other recognizable names in the UFO and Patriot crowds who pegged Cooper for a mirage man, was Jim Keith, a kind of jack-of-all-trades conspiracy guy. To Keith, Cooper was just another in a long line of official disinformers who had injected epistemological toxins into subversive but legitimate subcultural discourses, and Behold a Pale Horse, more than likely was read as gray disinformation, calculated to confuse and defuse the issues of elitist control, mind control, genocide, and secret space programs, by revealing yet concealing these truths. It would not be the first instance of the government using disinformation vectors to confuse, pacify, or stampede the populace in directions of its choosing. There is much evidence to suggest that the UFO field itself largely a blind, made of funhouse mirrors generated to twist facts, to conceal and not reveal them. The success is that it must contain some elements of truth in order to be credible. Once the information is believed, the work of the counterintelligence specialist is complete. What better way to generate confusion about testing of advanced post-stealth technology? When evaluating suspected disinformation, we can proceed on the basis that the content of a cover-up or disinformation story can possibly offer an idea of what is being hidden, since to create an effective, self-perpetuating ruse, there must be a mix of truth and falsehood. This practice confuses and discredits past and future reports that are factual, linking them in the public mind with whatever incredible elements the disinformers may have injected. The purpose would be to discredit these subjects and shunt debate into enclaves of UFO true believers, who could be counted on to hallucinate, embroider, and heavily merchandise the information, thus continuing the work of the disinformers. The success is dependent upon dropping information upon a target or mark in such a way that the person will accept it as truth and will repeat, and even defend it. Despite that, a lot of the interstellar-themed information was obviously taken from the bad information fed to Paul Benowitz, mainstream news reports that ridiculed Cooper, and by extension a wide range of fringe movements and their participants, like to point out that a lot of Cooper's information originated with things the ufologists made up as jokes. While that happened, Cooper had worked closely with known disinforming mirage men like John Lear and, out of stupidity or nefarious intent, incorporated and popularized a lot of intentionally planted disinformation. When people like Lear or Cooper were asked about their position on actual abusive government practices against Americans and others, they consistently took the position that these were a smokescreen for the larger human/alien drama and were of no consequence in the face of the extraterrestrial threat. So, the disinfo campaign was going swimmingly even if Cooper wasn't a witting part of it. Cooper's death helped to write the final scene of a paranoid drama authored by Cooper himself, said one report, indicative of so many others that overlooked the actual role of the government in creating and spreading alien/UFO related theories. But then again, to acknowledge this would feed into the very paranoia such cultural crusaders were trying to combat. Plus, if the government helped create and spread the kinds of astounding nonsense floated by Cooper, and if Cooper had helped corrupt the mind of McVeigh, then the government kind of helped make McVeigh, and that's the kind of thing that Cooper would say, so best not to bring it up. But that's not all. Jim Keith also observed how certain recurring circulating elements of stories propagated by right-wing organizations like the John Birch Society, mystical-minded neo-Nazi groups, the unabashedly racist Spotlight newspaper, and run-of-the-mill non-racist conspiracy theory subcultures subtly melded with those advanced by UFO groups, thereby effectively aligning all of these subcultures with the merger of their diverse ideas into fantastical narratives like Cooper's. Disinformation campaigns and counterintelligence operations targeting a number of subcultures whom the government found problematic, could kill multiple birds with one stone. If it's not broke, don't fix it, and if government disinformation interventions worked so well before, why would such 335, 336 interventions cease? Surely not because a bureaucracy somehow grew a conscience. As Pilkington demonstrated, the UFO disinformation game is ongoing. Which brings me to my point. The admittedly abbreviated yet sordid history of UFO sightings/alien abductions and the government's surveillance and disruption of people and citizen groups who looked into these things, casts the lineup of speakers for MUFONS's 2010 National Symposium in Irvine, California, in an interesting light. Big names appearing there included retired Air Force intelligence officer George Filer and Stanton T. Friedman, the latter described by the Huffington Post as a former nuclear physicist, the original civilian investigator of the Roswell UFO incident and one of the most outspoken scientists who believes there is overwhelming evidence that alien spacecrafts are visiting Earth. Jody Dean described Friedman as a nuclear physicist who earns his living lecturing on UFOs, argues that government confirmation of contact with aliens and their superior technology will shatter early economic and political structures and, because of this, the government is actively covering up this information. Friedman and Filer are also alleged disinformation agents. Joining them at the conference was former John Doe No. 2 candidate, Stephen Colburn, who had disappeared from the public's view after the conclusion of McVeigh's trial, only to rise again as a MUFON spokesperson. The title of the paper Colburn delivered at the event, Analysis Report on Metal Samples from the 1947 UFO Crash on the Plains of San Agustin, New Mexico. *. Soon after, Colburn appeared as a guest on the radio show Coast to Coast AM, a long-standing favorite among conspiracy theorists everywhere. Colburn's area of expertise was not spacecraft wreckage but alien implants. His biography on the show's website describes Colburn as a chemist/material scientist and nanotechnologies specialist with 20 years of experience. His most recent project did not involve gathering bomb components and hobnobbing with America's most notorious neo-Nazis, but analyzing samples of alleged alien implants on behalf of a Dr. Roger Lear, a highly recognizable name within the UFO/contactee community. Lear claimed to have removed the implants from patients of his who claimed to be alien abductees. After intensive study, Colburn found that the implants were foreign to the host body yet do not produce immune response but did emit radio signals prior to their removal. This was possible because, Colburn explained, the implants were sophisticated nanotechnological devices with carbon nanotube electronics built right in, at least 100 times more advanced than current human technological capability. Colburn said he did not know who put the implants in the non-consenting human bodies, but speculated they were part of a sophisticated electronics/communication system meant to generate certain scalar frequencies possibly used to transmit sensory and physiological information, what the subject is seeing and hearing, physiological information, etc. In fact, of the 17 implants Lear and Colburn had allegedly found thus far, only one was identifiable as having earthly origins while the others might be extremely advanced electronic communication devices which are relating information to someone, somewhere, most likely an alien civilization attempting to manipulate the DNA of humankind. After his 2010 appearance on Coast to Coast, Stephen Colburn garnered quite a following, not so much with UFO buffs but among alien abductee circles, and made regular appearances on the UFO/abductee circuit. For a modest fee, Colburn uses his sophisticated scientific equipment to scan for hidden implants and attempts to determine if a person is, in actuality, a hybrid infused with alien DNA. Through the data set garnered by those he scanned, Colburn discovered other telltale signs of alien abduction which included alien hair samples as well as traces of invisible dyes detectable only through ultraviolet lighting and impossible to wash off, which when detected on the human body indicate that an individual had been recently snatched and was now being monitored. It would be nice for people to take this seriously, Colburn pleaded during his appearance on the Voice of Russia radio show in December 2013. Because it's one of the biggest stories of the 21st century that we're not alone in the universe and we're being visited. These days, when Stephen Colburn is not removing and analyzing alien implants, he spends his time arguing on internet forums about the existence of UFOs and aliens, the former he claims to have seen several times. Colburn is very open about expressing his frustration with the pathological disbelief and magical thinking of those who do not believe in UFOs. In one online debate that apparently went on for longer than he was comfortable with, Colburn accused his opponent of engaging in some type of agenda-driven propaganda campaign, a somewhat ironic and even humorous accusation, all things considered. The 20 years that have passed since the Oklahoma City bombing do not appear to have tempered Colburn's more earthly political and racial concerns, as seen in a rant he orated on an underground webcast in July 2015. During the Tuhur broadcast, in between outbursts about those government scumbags intent on enslaving humanity and his ex-wife and her family who were communist plants, Colburn stated he was not concerned with race per se but clashes of culture and the Arab ragheads bent on destroying the American way of life. Registered for some, the history of UFO lore itself, U.S. paperclip Nazis, the U.S. intelligence network and the American extreme right wing have always been and continue to be, intertwined. Regarding the crossover 037. 338. Among those in the UFO community and the racist right, Alex Constantine wrote, "The surface of the underground movement swarms with seemingly delusional quasi-mystical savants beneath a hidden world of terror with origins in the waste of war-struck Europe and the beating hearts of some of Nazi Germany's most ruthless military scientists. From these cold chambers exploded many of the mysteries that have since riddled the post-war world." Similarly, for Jody Dean, the public's ongoing fascination with Area 51 represented the hidden, secret, and denied costs of the Cold War. The scientific and technological advances of the American flight development and space program are inseparable from Project Paperclip, which remains an element of history that continues to elude narrative, a history of black budgets, experiments on civilian populations and a community of secrets. Asterisk in his private letters and conversations, McVeigh told stories linking, however loosely, Steve Colburn to Area 51, UFOs and black operations. Colburn, once so deeply worried about the Jews, the New World Order and implantable microchips, doesn't seem to have much to say publicly about the first two and makes a living by digging out the third. In an online memorial for recently deceased ufologist and contactee luminary, Bud Hopkins, Colburn thanked Hopkins for revealing that aliens are contacting people in their bedrooms in the dead of night or even while driving their vehicles, manipulating their minds and memories, and even conducting medical and breeding experiments, in a large-scale program of activity that may be influencing the future of the human race, possibly even altering our genetic makeup. Nearly 20 years earlier, when the authorities caught up with him in May 1995, Colburn was cooking meth in a trailer on the outskirts of Kingman, Arizona, which was, in Mark Ham's description, overrun with rattlesnakes, inside reams of hate literature, along with stolen medical supplies, more than a dozen assault rifles, bomb-building manuals, a cache of Chinese-made AK-47 bullets, and explosives. Registered? Were the medical supplies used to remove microchips? The rifles to stave off the alien threat? I jest. Colburn's real beliefs about aliens and UFOs both prior to the Oklahoma City bombing and currently are unknown. Perhaps he has yet to make a final determination about whether or not UFOs and aliens are actually illusions created by global elites as a pretext for establishing the ever-looming New World Order, and his implant-related activities offer a way to turn a quick buck in the meantime. Perhaps he is a true believer holding out hope that the alien overlords will offer their assistance in reversing the genetic impurity of the white race. Given his apparent technical expertise, perhaps he will be there to assist when the time comes for governments and aliens to embed all living people with tracking chips. Maybe that was his purpose deep down in those desert mineshafts. Maybe he was looking for clues of his alien ancestors, of like-minded Nazis from the days of yore, or a hybrid combination of both, and, thinking they might be living in the furthest reaches of Earth's hollow core, went as deep underground as he could manage. Maybe he believes the stories he tells the abductees that come to him seeking his assurance and advice. Maybe he doesn't. Maybe convincing people that they are in fact chipped victims of the Skype opal has a much darker purpose. Perhaps the types of claims made by Lear and Colburn are nothing more than intentional disinformation, lies meant to mask the use of existing or impending technologies of control, although on whose behalf, I am unaware. No matter what you make of it all, Colburn and the spoken and unspoken details of McVeigh's Area 51 stories illustrate how even the most fantastical legends have roots in and shed light on actual events, not only in McVeigh's life but in America's less apparent history, as does so much else in the backstory of the Oklahoma City bombing. 339. E. A. Chapter 4. McVeigh's Imperceptibly Binding Chains. Part 1. The Tale of the Dastardly Doppelgangers and the Manchurian Terrorist. If the world is where we hide from ourselves, what do we do when the world is no longer accessible? We invent a false name, invent a destiny, purchase a firearm through the mail. CIA agent and black operator, Whit Everett, from Don DeLillo's, Libra, 1988. The apparatus is precisely what we can't see or name. We can't measure it, gentlemen, or take its photograph. It is the mystery we can't get hold of, the plot we can't uncover. This doesn't mean there are no plotters. Paranoid radio talk show host, Weird Beard, DeLillo, Libra, 1988. As follows is an amalgamation of conflicting narratives whose internal contradictions, points of intersection and aggression, once identified, confound any particular version, reveal critical gaps in and between them, clear a path for new interpretive possibilities, and demonstrate the historical quandary left in McVeigh's wake. One author's note: in the following chapter, I highlight many key elements found within each of the distinct narratives told about McVeigh, his movements in the 2 years leading up to the bombing of the Alfred P. Murrah Federal Building on April 19, 1995, and the commission of the bombing itself. These conflicting narratives are referred to as lone, pack, watched, guilty, and experimental, respectively. When possible, I add newly discovered information. While much of the information presented in Chapter 4, Part 1 is documented, I have also included apocryphal elements. 342. On the other hand, while not attempting to argue any one particular theory of the case, by pitting all the narratives about McVeigh and the bombing against each other and highlighting certain aspects of each, I do hope to undermine any version that insultingly argues that the reality of either can be understood by a few simple truths. Leaving Buffalo, late 1992, early 1993, while in the Army, Timothy McVeigh, the model soldier, visited military doctors and dentists at a startling rate. Shortly before he quit the Army, he confided to his supply sergeant, James Rockwell, his belief that he had a computer chip in his backside, that the military had done things to him he was unhappy about, and added, "I think they brainwashed me or injected me with something." Upon returning home, he made regular visits to the Buffalo, VA, where, according to statements made to the FBI, military doctors treated him for paranoid schizophrenia, a condition that caused him to black out for long periods of time and left him with a secret life he could not remember. At this time, he expressed his growing concern about the availability of health care, medical abuse conspiracies, and the privacy of his personal medical records, the existence or location of which remains undetermined. In his final letter to Steve Hodge before quitting his job and setting off on the road in late 1992, McVeigh said he was leaving for an undisclosed location and that this might be their last communication for some time. He told Steve to read 1984 and Brave New World, warning that Big Brother is capable of more than just jamming ham radio frequencies, they will lock you up. He lamented about the long line of dissidents before him that had been diagnosed as mentally ill and even involuntarily hospitalized for failing to fit in with the norm. Someday, McVeigh said, he too might be locked up and labeled schizophrenic or a white racist. He explained that schizophrenia and other mental illnesses are only social constructs, sane responses to an insane world, and he was simply a radical political thinker, extremist in every sense of the word. He then issued similar warnings to others, including his former CalSpan co-worker Carl LeBron, to whom he claimed someday people would come looking for him, perhaps even people from CalSpan. LeBron said McVeigh was cagey about where he was going, but did mention he had taken a civilian job painting military vehicles. He told a handful of other individuals that he was leaving town to work in an unspecified but military-related capacity. His attorneys noted the need to make a list of all the people he had said this to. Unknown to them, during this same time McVeigh told Terry Nichols that while in the Army, he had been recruited to carry out undercover missions. According to David Paul Hammer, McVeigh said that in late 1992, while still in Buffalo, he received a call from his handler, the Major, who told McVeigh to get his affairs in order and be ready to enter the field for several months. McVeigh was then drilled extensively for days about his knowledge of well-known and obscure figures in the extreme right-wing anti-government movement, their rhetoric, and his ability to use it convincingly. After proving his skills, McVeigh was instructed to travel the gun show circuit and immerse, inform on, and assess the actions of those in the right-wing, anti-government movement. While he would have only minimal contact with his handlers during this time, McVeigh was to report his progress by leaving voicemails at a secured telephone number given to him by the Major. McVeigh's old Army buddy, Terry Nichols, would ultimately be tried in a federal and state court for his participation in the bombing. After the conclusion of his state trial, when he could no longer be tried again, Nichols, who had never spoke publicly about his knowledge of the bombing, began to tell his story. He said that during a visit with McVeigh in December 1992, McVeigh told him that, while in the Army, he had been recruited to carry out undercover missions, did not say who recruited him, or specify the nature of his mission. McVeigh did say, however, that he was to begin making contacts with a network of people after the first of the year and that he was to take no action in furtherance of this mission until called upon, would soon be making his first contact down south. Although the existence of the FBI's Patkin operation remained unknown for another 15 years, in August 1992, on the heels of Ruby Ridge, the focus of Patkin ostensive fact-finding mission was reauthorized and expanded. Rather than seeking incriminating information about any one particular individual for the purposes of criminal prosecution, operatives were now to gather information concerning a nationwide alliance of white supremacist groups being formed to fight the U.S. government. Whether internal or external, actual or imaginary, his decision to leave was based on overwhelming and powerful forces, so much so that it almost seemed he had no choice in the matter. His friend and former co-worker at Burns, Andrea Augustine, said the last time she saw him, she could tell he wanted to stay and he almost did, but then he kept saying, "You don't understand, I really have to go." He just kept saying it. From the time he left New York in January 1993 until the summer of 1993, McVeigh's activities are difficult to trace due to a lack of documentation in some instances and an overwhelming but conflicting amount. 540. 344. In others. Stickney described this period as the lost days. While largely untraceable, McVeigh's life turned into what could only be called a lost crusade, but it was during this odyssey of uncertainty that he became seriously involved in a dangerous world. Whether of his own volition or under instructions, McVeigh now began his long, arduous descent into the paramilitary underworld of conspiracy theorists, anti-Semites, racists, militias, tax protesters, Second Amendment advocates and others who mobilized in the shadow of the looming Brady Bill. At this point, wrote Stickney, McVeigh believed Big Brother was now watching him. The government had become the enemy and was now keeping tabs on him. Believed a black car was following him when he went out driving. McVeigh began leading a double life and took measures to ensure that it remained well hidden. Registered, he stayed on the move, traveling the country, rented a number of mailboxes in various states under a number of assumed names, took to using several aliases and began to use a calling card in the name of Darrell Bridges to communicate. Later, Michael Fortier's mother, Irene, would tell CNN that Timothy McVeigh had lived two lives and the truth was going to come out. Various people later reported that from this time until the day of the bombing they had known the man they saw in the televised perp walk, not as Timothy McVeigh, but as Chuck, Darrell Bridges, Steve Murphy, Robert Kling, Mike Havens, Mike Foley, Sergeant Mack, Sean Rivers, Joe Rivers, David Gilmore, Richard Menton, Tim Tuttle, Tom Tuttle, Terry Tuttle, Jerry Tuttle, Tom Sneed, Tim McKeague, Tim McNay, Tim McVeigh, Tim Johnson, and Timmy, among other names. He kept multiple driver's licenses and alternate license plates. Phone records indicate that, during this time, somebody used his Darrell Bridges calling card to place 685 calls to individuals and businesses throughout the country. Shortly after leaving Western New York, McVeigh sent his sister an article about 51-year-old retired SGT Maj. Lawrence Friedman, a former Green Beret, who had died in Somalia the previous December, reportedly from an exploding anti-tank mine. Local obituaries did not print notices of his death, and the only thing the Pentagon had to say was that Friedman, a civilian employee of the U.S. government, died in Somalia during a classified mission. Brig. Gen. Richard Potter Jr., an old friend of Friedman's and deputy commander of the Army Special Operations Command, told reporters, "The record will not reflect the many operations he participated in." Friedman's father said, "He was a secret to all of us." Soon, those who knew Friedman began to understand the bigger picture about the secret life of the man they thought they knew. Friedman died as he had lived, fast, hard and discreetly. It turned out that Friedman was a consummate soldier, Special Forces medic in Vietnam and survivor of a failed Delta Force rescue mission during the 1979-80 Iran hostage crisis, where 8 of his fellow elite super soldiers died. He had also been among the first to train the Delta Force anti-terrorist unit at the JFK Special Warfare Center in Fort Bragg. As an expert sniper, Friedman instructed the Secret Service on presidential convoy procedures. After retiring in 1990, he began 2 years of special assignments, sometimes disappearing for weeks at a time into the military underworld of the Delta Force, which included covert assignments in North and Central America, the Middle East, Bosnia, and Africa. The Pentagon refused to answer the elder Friedman's questions about the circumstances surrounding the death of his son. Friedman, McVeigh told his sister, was the first known casualty of U.S. covert operations in Somalia. Throughout the next 2 years, McVeigh sent his sister news clippings about a number of political corruption scandals, many involving clandestine operations similar to those he said he learned about during the Special Forces tryout, one about the arrest of 2 brothers who attempted to transport 66 pounds of cocaine on an Air Force plane. Others pertained to CIA smuggling of heroin into the U.S. and the explosion of Pan Am Flight 103 over Lockerbie, Scotland. McVeigh then made his way to a number of locations of interest, including the headquarters of the militia of Montana, where he was introduced to other visitors, including Aryan Nations members, as a mercenary named Sergeant Mac. He also began making phone calls to other WPM groups, including a Pennsylvania chapter of the National Alliance * early on his travels. In January 1993, while at a gun show in Ft. Lauderdale, Florida, he met Roger Moore, a gun dealer who divided his time between Arkansas and southern Florida. McVeigh was selling White Power t-shirts and copies of the Turner Diaries, and the two struck up a conversation. No stranger to the extreme right, Moore claimed to have been involved with training anti-Castro Cubans. By the 1970s and 1980s, he was a self-made millionaire, mainly, he said, by building speedboats for government agencies including the CIA and other elite clientele. Moore ran with the Iran/Contra crowd, had numerous international arms dealing associates, and was in tight with civilian military assistants, a group of CIA-backed mercenaries who, during the late 1980s, were involved in the U.S.'s clandestine activities in Nicaragua and later, at the exact time McVeigh met Moore, were a key group in the FBI's Patkan operation. Like McVeigh, Moore employed numerous aliases, but most people knew him as Bob Miller or Bob Anderson. Moore was a familiar face on the gun show circuit, where he promoted his homemade porn distribution enterprise and mail-order firearms business. 345. 346. In the preceding years, Moore himself had been the subject of state and federal investigations on more than one occasion. From 1989 until March 1993, the Arkansas and Oregon State Police, as well as the ATF, FBI, and Department of Defense, would investigate Moore for various infractions, including plans to mail hundreds of pounds of C4 explosives through the mail, sale of government property stolen from military installations, intent to sell explosives and bootlegged porn, and the sale of ammunition, grenades, and flares, that he, again, shipped through the mail. Each time an investigation into Moore's activities was begun, it was just as quickly ended, mainly through the request or inaction of the FBI. After the bombing, Moore claimed he was a government informant, although by the looks of it, he was much more than that. According to Terry Nichols, Moore, one of the first contacts in McVeigh's network of friends, helped instruct McVeigh on the ins and outs of the gun show circuit, where he would spin the web of contacts needed to carry out the bombing. Either way, Moore and McVeigh became fast friends. They met up again a couple weeks later, and Moore invited McVeigh to stop by his Arkansas ranch sometime. There were already rumors circulating among the Patriot crowd that the federal government was taking extra-legal measures to disarm American citizens, and after April 19, 1993, the rumors would become self-evident fact. This began when, in June 1992, the ATF initiated an investigation of a religious sect in Waco, Texas, the Branch Davidians, who lived communally on a plot of land called Mt. Carmel. The leader of the sect, David Korsh, often bought semi-automatic weapons at wholesale prices and then sold them for a profit. questions arose about the legality of these sales. Although they could have asked to inspect his stock of guns, in the words of a later congressional investigation report, before pursuing traditional avenues of investigation, the ATF instead decided to pursue a military-style raid on Mt. Carmel. A federal magistrate denied the ATF's first request for a warrant on the grounds of insufficient evidence. 3 weeks later, the ATF tried again, this time filing affidavits in support of their request, which included a copious amount of misleading and factually inaccurate statements, substantial irrelevant and confusing information, and failed to properly qualify witnesses' testimony. In the affidavit seeking a warrant and throughout the events that followed, the ATF and later, FBI, would characterize the Davidians within their internal reports and to the media as a dangerous extremist organization and cult. Once the warrant to search the Davidian complex was obtained, the ATF concocted a story about a meth lab operating out of Mt. Carmel, a fabrication that, under Operation Alliance, allowed Joint Task Force 6 to provide military assistance for the planned raid. Thus began what the Department of the Treasury would describe as the largest enforcement effort ever mounted by ATF and one of the largest in the history of law enforcement. Throughout January and February 1993, the National Guard flew military surveillance aircraft over Mt. Carmel while the Special Forces trained ATF agents in urban combat techniques. This of course caught the attention of the media and word of the goings-on at Waco spread rapidly through Patriot circles. When the ATF finally attempted to serve their search warrant on February 28, 1993, they did so by way of 80 federal agents decked out in full combat gear, camouflage fatigues, Kevlar helmets, flak jackets, and wielding submachine guns, semi-automatic and sniper rifles and grenades. All of this while military Black Hawk helicopters flew overhead. A firefight broke out between the Davidians and ATF agents, leaving 6 congregants and 4 ATF agents dead. The FBI's hostage rescue team then arrived, beginning a 50-day standoff and stunning display of federal power that included Abrams tanks as well as, much to McVeigh's dismay, Bradley fighting vehicles, combat engineering vehicles and more than 800 federal and state agents, and additional military personnel. During this time, media broadcasts continuously spread ill-informed dehumanizing characterizations of the Davidian cult who had been brainwashed by their leader David Koresh, who they said was sexually abusing the sex children, despite the fact that an earlier investigation found these allegations baseless. Much of the rhetoric and false information cited by the media originated with spokespeople from the Cult Awareness Network, a group that had formed in 1971 as a support group for parents whose children had run off to join non-traditional religious groups. It quickly transformed into a lobbying group and public awareness organization whose primary mission was to combat mind control and brainwashing used by unconventional new religious movements deemed cults. Unfortunately, the term was a dubious and vaguely defined one. When deposed in one of many lawsuits concerning CAN's violation of human and civil rights, CAN Executive Director Cynthia Kisser offered this definition: a cult is an organization. An organization can be large or small, size is not the determinant that has expressive devotion to a leader, principle, or idea. To counter the so-called brainwashing and break the hypnotic trance cult members were under, CAN employed controversial methods including kidnapping individuals and subjecting them to involuntary deprogramming, a process that utilized the exact methods they accused the brainwashers of using, and sometimes were much worse. In their efforts to unbrainwash alleged victims, CAN deprogrammers had been known to beat, drug and sexually assault non-347. 348 compliant individuals they'd rescued. And some of them made a lot of money doing this. The ATF's original affidavit to obtain the search warrant contained hyperbole very similar to that used by CAN experts, and a number of unfounded accusations and inaccurate claims within it had originated from one of CAN's most notorious deprogrammers. Ranking CAN members acted as consultants to the ATF and FBI during the siege, and CAN spokespeople appeared regularly in the media, spreading what would only later be revealed false but titillating stories about the depravity of the Davidians and publicly urging the FBI to use lethal force against them. In response to a growing public outcry and criticism about the massive military buildup in Waco, Attorney General Janet Reno and President Bill Clinton capitalized on the moral panic generated by Ken and repeated the unfounded claims and outright lies to the American people. In doing so, they further demonized the Davidians and largely neutralized criticism about all manner of illegalities that had already, and were about to, occur in Waco. Janet Reno in particular had a history of invoking the safety of children to authorize overreaching operations. Things were not looking good for the Davidians, and religious freedom organizations and civil libertarians on the right and left began expressing their objections to and horror with the methods being used at Waco. Although the FBI made sure the media could not get within miles of Mt. Carmel, countless protesters, spectators, and media crews began arriving and got as close as they could. While individuals and groups from all political spectrums rallied on behalf of the Davidians, the national media focused on the most extreme, and therefore entertaining, voices, notably that of Indianapolis attorney and self-proclaimed acting adjunct general of the unorganized militia of the United States Linda Thompson. Thompson proclaimed to as many media outlets as she could that the events at Waco were evidence of the government's declaration of war on non-traditional religions, and put out a rallying cry for patriots to join her at Waco and assemble with long arms. Vehicles demolished the walls of the building and trapped most of the still alive Davidians inside. As the listless drifter watched the fiery conclusion live on TI, his calling became clear. His attorneys later noted that, while cold and callous towards his own victims, every time he spoke of the deaths of the Davidians, his eyes welled up with tears. Most accounts and theories cite Waco as the primary motive for the bombing in Oklahoma, noting its occurrence on the second anniversary of that tragedy. Linda Thompson, who helped rally the patriots to Waco, was known for making outrageous statements. Although her documentary, Waco, The Big Lie, about the government conspiracy to kill the Davidians was well received among the movement, even her most militant gun-toting comrades viewed her with suspicion as a possible agent provocateur, government agent, or simply insane. She frequently said things that, at best, could discredit all of them, or worse, could only result in further state repression for everyone, like the time she tried to rally patriots to come, heavily armed, to Washington, D.C., storm the Capitol building, place officials under citizen's arrest and try them for treason. Their skepticism was just fine with Thompson because Thompson, like William Cooper, viewed many of her camouflage colleagues with as 349, 350. Much suspicion as they viewed her, and like Cooper, made no secret about it but, rather, took any chance presented to accuse one or another of her peers of being CIA, FBI, or ATF agents. Thompson, in fact, was a regular guest on Cooper's show. After Waco, Thompson became the Joan of Arc of the militia patriot movement. On April 23, 1995, just days after the bombing, Thompson called the FBI and expressed her belief that one of the objectives of the bombing was to destroy ATF records relating to the Waco operation. She then told agents about various people she believed were spying on her or trying to discredit her. The FBI report documenting the call noted that the agent Thompson spoke to instructed her to call back when she had facts, not theories, to support her allegations. She then called back a couple of hours later to report that Dr. Louis Jolyon Jolly West, the psychiatrist brought in to examine Timothy McVeigh after his arrest, was actually a CIA operative responsible for implanting microchips in Army personnel in an experiment called MKUltra, and had done this to McVeigh during a 20-minute outpatient procedure. Thompson then warned the agent she was speaking with that the FBI must stop West from taking the chip out of McVeigh so that the FBI can probe what the CIA did. 2 days after her call to the FBI, Thompson posted an announcement to a Patriot Network computer bulletin board. She began by declaring, "The FBI just threatened me," and went on to outline an incoherent theory of the bombing involving Japan, the White House, and the FBI. She said that when she called the FBI to report her information, she was told that if she didn't stop her investigations, McVeigh's actions would be blamed on her and she would find herself becoming a co-defendant. About a week after that, she showed up at the Marion County, Indiana prosecutor's office, armed, seeking to file battery and stalking charges against a local journalist. When told that she did not have enough evidence to do so, Thompson began yelling and screaming about a number of things. The CIA was trying to murder her, she said, because she knew too much about their weapons sales to third world countries, and those in the government responsible for the Oklahoma bombing were trying to kill her by shooting beams from radio frequency weapons into her head, and that they'd already killed 6 of her friends this way. She was arrested. Degree archived computer bulletin board discussions posted immediately after the bombing illustrate that at least some of those on the fringe she supposedly represented viewed her OKC-related antics as intentionally misleading distractions with proto-fascist undertones, much like those of William Cooper. Thompson and Bill Cooper are 2 peas in the same pod, said one commentator. Still, while Cooper was depicted as McVeigh's ideological father, Thompson was his guiding light, his paramilitary mother figure. Thompson herself bragged to the National Enquirer about how the FBI told me that Timothy McVeigh reveres me. McVeigh appeared to play down his reverence for Thompson, though, describing her to his attorneys as a flake. He had called her once, a few months after the fire at Waco, he added, but she accused him of being in the CIA and refused to speak with him. Whatever he felt about her personally, by all accounts McVeigh had passed out Thompson's Waco documentary with as much vigor as he did the Turner Diaries. So much so that the film was mentioned at his trial to illustrate how the conspiratorial worldview led to just the type of mindset that resulted in the bombing. Unfortunately, the media's eagerness to quote Thompson's reliably bizarre statements had the effect of equating any later questioning of the government's investigation and final narrative of the bombing to the kind of lunacy floated by Thompson. Perhaps frustrated that the FBI wasn't taking her information seriously, Thompson called the Jones team in June 1995 and during a long, rambling monologue, complained about other Patriot figures who were secret Israeli Mossad and NSA agents, corrected the misperception that McVeigh's chip was in his rear end, and warned them that Jolly West, the CIA contract psychiatrist, involved in Nazi experiments, had been visiting McVeigh, perhaps without their or even his knowledge of it. She actually had more information than this, she told them, and wished she could offer it to them, but her phones were bugged and she'd probably be killed if she shared what she'd uncovered. However, she recommended they speak with William Cooper, who could relay at least some of this information, and gave them his phone number. McVeigh became part of the very conspiracy theory lore said to have infected him. A portion of this lore involved the machinations of Dr. Jolly West, who, in certain circles, including Thompson's, was thought of as a demon in the flesh, a true deceiver that employed his forked tongue and crocodile tears to falsely label law-abiding but politically dissenting individuals as dangerous criminals and the groups they associated with as cults. West was rumored to have been present during the Waco siege itself. While the rumor remains unsubstantiated, it seemed plausible to conspiracy writers who pointed out that the good doctor was, after all, the preeminent don of CIA's psychological warfare program and had designed the very types of tactics used against the Davidians to try and draw them out. Indeed, psyops were a forte of West's, as were a number of other topics relevant to those conducting the Waco operation. West had established his expertise on the topics of cults as early as 1978 and in the years 352 to follow, never shied away from an opportunity to call attention to the multiple thousands of cults operating throughout the U.S., into whose foul clutches millions of young people had been lured. At a 1983 Cannes conference, West, a highly valued member of the organization, advanced the idea of developing a medical model through which the cancer of fake religions could be destroyed, although how West became the decider of real and fake I am unaware. By 1993, West had been on a 43-year mission to rid the world of cults and appeared frequently in the media to offer his learned opinions about the events at Waco. He warned that, like a social bacteria, cults would infect the masses, and openly lamented that Americans' unhealthy obsession with freedom of speech and religion had hampered the ability of law enforcement agencies to eradicate the disease. But as numerous academics would later conclude, it was the type of rhetoric used by West and his cult-busting kin colleagues that aided the FBI and ATF's dehumanizing disinformation campaign against the Davidians and reinforced the unfortunate perception that the events at Waco had been necessary and the deaths there inevitable. So when conspiracy theorists alleged that Drive West helped design the psychological torture used against the Davidians, they had some basis for suspecting this, and when they described the federal government's actions as political and religious suppression, they weren't alone, however much the words and actions of people like Linda Thompson made it appear so. In 1995, Conway and Siegelman issued the revised, 2 edition of their book, Snapping. This edition focused mainly on new religious movements, or, as they referred to them, cults, and borrowed heavily from and cited Drive West in their interpretation of the events at Waco, which they said represented a clear case of groupthink, religious brainwashing, and collective snapping. While they were referring to the Davidians, perhaps they could have applied this to the federal authorities as well. Instead of a more probing analysis, they repeated many of the unsubstantiated or wholly fabricated claims made about the Davidians by the media and government, to argue that the dangerous driving forces of groups like the Davidians were located within the information dimension, the domain of beliefs, emotions, ideologies, and other messages passing among people. Through pathologies of communications, the Davidians had spread very powerful and deadly information diseases to many, including Timothy McVeigh, and in doing so, had helped instigate widespread collective snapping. As nobody likes a snapper, and certainly, nobody enjoyed the fruits of collective snapping, in the aftermath of Waco, ATF Director John McGaugh announced that federal agencies would be keeping close watch on groups suspected to be cults. If any of these groups had been on edge before, this could not have helped lessen their anxieties. For a number of people, both on the left and the right, the events at Waco represented, not a growing threat of brainwashing cults, but the willingness of federal authorities to use whatever means necessary to quell dissent and assert their authority, even if it meant murdering American citizens to prove a point. As with Ruby Ridge, the government's actions at Waco proved more paranoid than the paranoid people they killed. Rather than quell so-called anti-government dissent, the deaths at Waco only further mobilized and united the conglomerate of diverse groups that made up the Patriot movement. According to Hammer, McVeigh told him that, as he watched the fire that extinguished the lives of the Davidians on television, he spotted the Major in the background. McVeigh, said Hammer, was sincerely upset about what had happened there, and although unsure of why the Major was there, his presence caused McVeigh to reassess his secret mission. He now began to question how the information he provided about so many groups and individuals would be used, and wondered what threat they really presented. McVeigh's role in the Major's operation would soon shift from passive intelligence gathering to something else entirely. In the aftermath of Waco, McVeigh was instructed to cull from his widening circle of radical associates in the right-wing underground, a team of men who would be willing to take military-type action, when the time was right. And while unaware of what this future action might consist of, he did as he was told. No matter the origin or truth of Hammer's account, there is no doubt that McVeigh now intensified his networking efforts, and his rapidly growing cadre of new friends has been well documented by a number of writers including Ham, Wright, Pritchard, Charles, and others. Over the next 2 years, he attended over 80 gun shows in 40 different states. Whatever kind of wolf he was, lone, pack, watched, guilty agent or experimental, McVeigh succeeded in establishing connections with the farthest reaches of the extreme right, including some of the most recognizable faces in the movement, but also many who tended to avoid publicity rather than court it. In all narrative variations, it is at this point that McVeigh could no longer stave off the powerful and mysterious forces that compelled him to enact his violent imaginings. But for some, the question remains, who helped him? After Waco, spring and summer 1993 and late April 1993, while at a gun show in Tulsa, Oklahoma, McVeigh met some of the residents of Elohim City, and after making some small talk, one of them, a German named Andy Strassmayer, invited him to come. 353. 354. Out for a visit. During this gun show, McVeigh helped man Roger Moore's booth and hung out with Moore's mistress, Karen Anderson. When the gun show ended, he took Moore up on his invitation to visit the Arkansas ranch, conveniently located a couple of hours from Elohim City. McVeigh stayed with Moore and Anderson for 2 days. Moore told the FBI that he quickly grew agitated with McVeigh. He was a bad guest who took over the house and ate too much of their food. McVeigh, said Moore, was antsy, too consumed with anything he happened to be reading about at any given moment. He was hyper about black helicopters and the Turner Diaries, and kept pestering Moore to read the book. Karen Anderson found him to be helpful though, and he spent a good portion of his time helping her put together M60 kits, which only further agitated Moore. After he overheard Moore and Anderson argue about him, McVeigh left. The next month, McVeigh made his way to Kingman, Arizona, and maintained a residence there until the end of that summer. He first stayed at the home of Michael Fortier and in June rented a trailer in the Canyon West Trailer Park. He briefly worked at a security company who assigned him to guard a chemical plant. It is at this time, while in Kingman, that McVeigh began experimenting with methamphetamines and using the alias Tim Tuttle. He opened a P.O. box at the mailroom, a box that, according to the manager there, was also later checked by the militant Jew-hating, snake-raising, methamphetamine chemist turned alien implant expert, Stephen Colburn. Not content with simply maintaining communication with old friends, McVeigh busied himself by making new ones. While in Kingman, McVeigh made countless phone calls to militia and WPM activists around the country, including Linda Thompson, who accused him of being a CIA plant but, more significantly, to individuals associated with the local chapter of the National Alliance. McVeigh called Moore immediately before or after placing many of these calls. Although it is unknown what they discussed, both McVeigh and Nichols made claims that it was at this time that Moore began providing explosives to McVeigh. On several occasions, he visited a local shooting range with Michael Fortier, signing himself in as Tim Tuttle and Fortier as Mike James each time. When the FBI showed the sign-in sheet to Fortier later, he was perplexed. Fortier, a frequent visitor to the range, said in all the times he had been there, he had never signed in, never knew of anyone else signing in, and further, had never used the name Mike James in his life. Similar to Sirhan, whose day-long rapid-fire target practice using hollow-point bullets at a gun range attracted the attention of others, more than one individual remembered McVeigh's erratic behavior. At the gun club, where he wildly fired hundreds of rounds at random targets with a disturbing vigor. Said one shooter, "Quite frankly, it scared the hell out of me. He pretty much went crazy, emptying on anything, trees, rocks, anything there. He just went ballistic." McVeigh used Kingman as a jumping-off point for his gun show activities and other travels, which became more frequent and extensive throughout the latter part of summer and until the early fall of 1993. Increasingly preoccupied by what had happened at Waco, he wrote Steve Hodge a letter venting about the ATF's murder of the Davidians and announcing that, the time for playing games is over. He was reportedly spotted at a number of racist enclaves. Although he denied it, one FBI informant claimed that McVeigh attended a KKK rally in Tennessee during which he hung out with various members of Aryan nations. McVeigh also visited a number of military installations in an attempt to determine how easy it would be to steal weapons and explosives from these locations. This was the very thing that, not so long before, state and federal law enforcement agencies investigated Moore for, the exact thing McVeigh spoke about to Carl LeBron before setting out on his journey, and the very crime for which Patkin would be initiated. Interestingly, Roger Moore also spent a portion of that summer visiting military bases in an attempt to, according to American Terrorist, search for evidence about the New World Order's buildup of UN troops and equipment at these locations, a rather flimsy reason, all things considered. McVeigh now added a new item to his gun show inventory, fuse-lit flare launchers that could be converted into rocket launchers. Moore had designed the launchers and McVeigh gave customers who bought them Moore's contact information so that they could purchase replacements flares, of which McVeigh said Moore had thousands, just tons of them. In August, the racist Spotlight newspaper carried an advertisement placed by Tim Tuttle, who was selling what has been described as a military-style anti-tank launcher replica, a surplus rocket launcher, or just a rocket launcher, when an Arizona public safety officer showed up at a Phoenix gun show to investigate the rocket launcher Tuttle had advertised. He encountered a man who identified himself as Tim McVeigh, who was selling flare launchers and a bunch of anti-ATF and FBI propaganda. After a brief conversation, the officer concluded McVeigh was not Tuttle. This was a strange determination, given that when the officer asked what the flare launcher could be used for, McVeigh responded that they could be used to shoot down ATF helicopters, and demonstrated to him how to convert them into incendiary flamethrowers. McVeigh's response alarmed the officer enough to report the incident to the ATF and FBI. B-55. Fall 1993. Plots carry their own logic. There is a tendency in plots to move toward death. CIA agent and black operator, Win Everett, DeLillo, Libra, 1988. September 1993, McVeigh attended the annual Soldier of Fortune convention in Las Vegas, where he met up with and manned a table for Roger Moore, a regular attendee of the event. The 4-day convention is a paramilitary theme park widely attended by civilians, but also a hot destination for ex or current military, including special forces types as well as police officers and security professionals. Attendees can take part in a variety of combat training seminars, compete in shooting contests, listen in on lectures about a number of paramilitary and law enforcement related topics, join a civilian militia, recruit members into their own militia, or just peruse the hundreds of merchant tables hawking guns and survival gear. The convention was also noted as a place where attendees can also connect with recruiters looking to enlist mercenaries for missions to third world countries, or even with representatives from domestic law enforcement agencies openly seeking to recruit undercover informants. While neglecting to mention that he provided explosives to McVeigh, Roger Moore did tell the FBI that he and McVeigh got into an argument at the convention. McVeigh heard one of Moore's customers use the word patriot, and when the man walked away from Moore's table, McVeigh eagerly ran after him and began talking to him about Waco. Moore said he was concerned because he had noticed that the man was wearing some sort of law enforcement badge under his coat and feared McVeigh would cause trouble for Moore by making a spectacle of himself. To top it off, after talking to the badged man, McVeigh came back to the table, announced he was going for a lunch break, and then vanished for 2 hours. When he did return, Moore laid into McVeigh for his long absence, and they argued loudly until convention organizers came over to reprimand them, after which Moore told McVeigh he was no longer welcome there. That's the version of the story as told by both Moore and McVeigh. In another version, McVeigh met up with the Major at the SOF convention and they discussed the information McVeigh had provided thus far. The Major assured McVeigh that he had only been at Waco as an observer and had no active part in what happened there. McVeigh knew he was lying when, later in the discussion, the Major instructed him to take his team of men, which he should have assembled by now, and prepare to carry out a domestic bombing. The intent of the bombing, which would be blamed on the Patriot, militia, and survivalist movements, was to take the wind out of their anti-government sails. The Major then gave him a large infusion of cash. While the true nature of what happened at the convention may never be known, what is known is that a few weeks later McVeigh began compiling bomb-making materials and continued to do so for the next year. After leaving Las Vegas, McVeigh continued on his travels, making sure to write to Steve Hodge regularly and rant to him about the tyranny of the federal government, and especially about what had happened at Waco. In one, he accused Steve of suffering from a learning disability that prevented him from understanding the concept of liberty and the impending enslavement of mankind. McVeigh, said Hammer, claimed that he was intentionally leaving behind an incriminating paper trail and had been ordered to do so. When Hammer asked why, McVeigh explained, "It had to be known that I hated the government. Even my own family had to believe my cover, otherwise I could have ended up dead before the mission was completed." In a later iteration of Hammer's guilty agent story, McVeigh said that as he roamed the country after the SOF convention, he stopped at Executive Security International School headquartered in Grand Junction, Colorado, a training facility that some of his former Gulf War colleagues were now associated with. ESI's promotional material describes it as a private school provides training in executive protection, investigation, and intelligence operations, including anti-terrorism. Part of the privatized counterterrorism and security industry, with many locations throughout Colorado, in 1990 Management Review described ESI as the Harvard of bodyguard schools. For the most part, ESI instructors are ex-members of special forces, as well as former and current FBI, CIA, DIA, Secret Service, and local law enforcement agents, but other instructors have included editors of Soldier of Fortune magazine. One ESI instructor described it as a school for professional paranoids but then added, "The line between paranoia and awareness is very fine." While it is unknown if McVeigh actually had any type of association with ESI, he could have. According to FBI investigatory reports as well as internal defense team records, very shortly after leaving Buffalo, McVeigh did travel to Boulder, Colorado and set up a mailbox to which, for a time, he had his mail forwarded from boxes he'd opened in other states. This puzzled his attorneys, who wondered in an internal memo why he had been in Colorado for any length of time that would warrant his opening a mailbox there. Interestingly, ESI is mentioned in James Gibson's book, Warrior Dreams, Violence and Manhood in Post-Vietnam America, as one of a growing number of security training schools that were 357. 358. Popping up in the late 1980s and early 1990s that actively recruited at the annual Soldier of Fortune conventions. In the fall of 1993, McVeigh made his way to the home of Terry Nichols in Michigan, where he stayed until January, during which time he used Michigan rather than Kingman as the jumping-off point for his continued travels. He also began having an affair with Terry's wife Marav while Terry was at work. Terry's brother, James, described how during this time, McVeigh talked about the possibility that a secret shot he was administered in the Army had caused him to develop Gulf War syndrome. McVeigh, he said, had gone so far as to visit the VA hospital in Saginaw because his bones ached, his teeth hurt, his gums hurt, he had no energy and was always tired. He also voiced his suspicion that a tracking chip might have been injected in him, but when James suggested he go to the hospital to find out, McVeigh declined, saying it was unlikely they would tell him the truth even if they did find one. James then suggested he see a private doctor and even made an appointment with one on his behalf, but McVeigh backed off and failed to show up. James said he did not dismiss the idea out of hand because he and Terry had used tracking chips in their turkeys for years. James added, as an aside, and likely unaware of the guilty agent stories he was telling some people, that McVeigh had probably been under surveillance for the last couple of years and, most likely, his watchers opened a file on him when he went to Waco. Other individuals, including a man in Michigan and one in Kansas, independently spoke to reporters about similar conversations they'd had with McVeigh. One of them, Phil Morosky in Michigan, said McVeigh told him the government planted one of those chips that they have for identifying cattle, sheep, or goats, so the all-seeing eye of the government could keep an eye on him and know where he was. The chip, McVeigh complained, sometimes caused a real sharp pain in his rear. Degree Moore told the FBI that he ran into McVeigh again at a gun show in Knob Creek, Kentucky during the first week of October, but that McVeigh mainly spoke with Karen Anderson. On October 11, 1993, McVeigh received a traffic ticket for passing on a double yellow line, about 4 miles from Elohim City. In the Pack of Wolves, Watched Wolves, and Guilty Agent stories, McVeigh visited Elohim City and thus began the plot to bomb the Murrah Federal Building. The conspiracy involved McVeigh and a number of people associated with the White Power movement. McVeigh's Pack of Wolves would consist of, among others, Stephen Colburn, Michael Fortier and Terry Nichols, but also a number of full-time and on-again off-again residents of Elohim City such as Andreas Strassmeir and most notably, a group of racist bank robbers who called themselves the Aryan Republican Army. While the rudimentary details of the plot would have been discussed at the October 1993 planning session, it was further developed during subsequent meetings. They would act within small isolated cells, each with a different purpose. Throughout the lead-up to the bombing, the conspirators used fake identification and referred to each other only by aliases. As they gathered the necessary materials and bomb-making components, false paper trails were laid in order to confuse investigators later. Certain conspirators even acted as decoys or doubles for others. On the day of the bombing, the conspirators employed disguises and decoy rider trucks, thereby confusing eyewitnesses. Funding for the bombing would come, in part, from bank robberies, some of which McVeigh would participate in. Mark Ham overlaid McVeigh's movements throughout the country from this time forward with those of the Arab bank robbers and found that their locations often coincided. Sounding much like a conspiracy theorist himself, Ham said, "So many random coincidences have to be statistically impossible. There must have been some larger card at play." A review of Ham's 2002 book noted that, through a process akin to placing layers of the same film animation frame on top of each other, a remarkable series of concurrent and complementary events that fit so snugly together it became hard, if not impossible, to regard them as simple coincidence. Asterisk. To his attorneys and biographers, McVeigh denied having ever been to Elohim City. At the time he received the October 1993 speeding ticket, he said, he and Terry Nichols were simply on their way to a gun show in Indiana. In the months to come, though, he bragged to his sister about his involvement with a group of bank robbers and, at one point, even asked her to launder money, telling her it was proceeds from a bank robbery. In the letter, he claimed to be generating funds for the revolution through robbing banks. He had friends who, like him, were at war with the system. Bank robbers weren't criminals, he explained. The banks and the Federal Reserve were the real criminals who controlled people through worthless paper. Bank robbers were more like Robin Hood, and our government the evil king. After his arrest, he told his attorneys that he and Terry Nichols had thrown around the idea of robbing banks and even cased one bank in an attempt to ascertain the schedule for armored car deliveries, as this was the only time the bank vaults would be opened. In the end, though, they never got around to actually robbing banks. In a taped 3-day-long conversation with his biographers towards the end of his life, he gave contradictory responses when asked about his involvement with bank robberies. In one candid moment very early on in the interview session, he responded by saying that, yes, there had been a bank robbery, but 359. 360. Quickly instructed them to leave it at that. Tim refused to offer more information except to say that everything had been planned down to the most minute detail. The things that could not be planned, that's part of the fun. Much later in the 3-day interview, when asked again about the bank robberies, he said there weren't any. Still, an FBI report from May 1995 details their investigation of a California bank robber, whose modus operandi was very similar to that believed to have been used by subject McVeigh and his associates. At least one of the Arab bank robbers has publicly stated that he had no doubt whatsoever that members of the gang were involved in the bombing. For some reason, though, the FBI destroyed surveillance tapes that captured the Arab bank robberies at a time when legal proceedings and criminal trials related to the robberies were ongoing. The FBI and prosecutors chose not to make a big deal about the bank robbery connection, perhaps because, as was later learned, there was more than one federal informant embedded within the gang. On October 20, 1993, 8 days after receiving the ticket near Elohim City, McVeigh sent his sister a guilty agent-themed letter, which, while filled with hyperbolic political rants, also encapsulated a story that he would tell in private later and others would expand on publicly after his arrest. In it, he said he desperately needed someone to understand him, and she was probably the only person who could comprehend/accept what he was about to say. Part of the reason he seemed so secretive was because if he was honest about what he was doing and why they'd think I was wacko, no one, I mean no one has heard this before, sound very unbelievable and crazy. He then laid out the story of how during the Special Forces tryout he was recruited into an undercover unit to do some work for the government on the domestic, as well as international, front. The unit would be acting as military consultants working hand in hand with civilian police agencies to quiet anyone deemed a security risk. They would fund their many covert operations through illegal actions including drug running. His quitting the army and his claims of becoming disillusioned by the Special Forces were only a cover story. While living at home and working at Burns, he found it increasingly difficult to keep his secret and pretend that I didn't know what I knew. Eventually, unable to live with this information bottled up inside of me, and his feelings vacillating between rage, acceptance and denial, he considered committing suicide. Because of the nature of what he now knew, my life may well have been / may be at risk if he exposed it. The newspaper clippings he sent her shortly after leaving Buffalo about Lawrence Friedman, the special ops operator killed in Somalia, had been a clue. He begged her not to tell anybody because if she did, it would very honestly, seriously endanger my life. He lamented that, my whole family thinks I'm mentally deficient, which is part of the game. I needed someone to know, in case I'm found floating in a river. Later, his attorneys, referring to this particular letter, opined, if this is a lie, Tim is one good liar. In a letter that followed soon after, he told her he had documentation to support his claims and had additional things he wanted to tell her but would rather do it in person. In fact, he wrote, I spend most of my time gathering and amassing evidence. Maybe someday I'll have a chance to show some / all of you. Maybe it would be a mistake to show you all that now, anyway, I don't want to fuck up your future. He then informed her that he was on the run, trying to keep my path cool as, since he already knew too much, someone might come looking for him and try to shut him up. He was establishing a network of friends, and now had ears all over the country so that if someone did come looking for him, he would hear about it through his grapevine and disappear into the underground. He closed the letter by saying that just writing the letter had brought back a lot of memories for him. It doesn't even seem like it could happen to me, that I've been everywhere I've been, done everything I've done, seen and heard everything I have. I know it must be 10 times harder for you to grasp. Jennifer later told the FBI that for a number of reasons, she believed what he was telling her, and his mother said he'd told her a similar story. It is unclear what he was telling her, though. Was he amassing evidence against his network of friends or the government's corruption? Did he know too much about the undercover mission and had now abandoned it, or too much about the evils of the government, or both, or something else entirely? When he said he was expected to fund covert operations through illegal activities, did he really mean fund the bombing through bank robberies? Most have read these letters as fairy tales spun by McVeigh, perhaps in an attempt to impress her. True, partly true, or totally fabricated, it is at this juncture that the guilty agent story breaks off into a new strand, one in which McVeigh rejects his role and, like the A-Team, is hunted by the government and forced to stay on the run. On November 22, 1993, while staying at the home of Terry and Marav Nichols, Timothy McVeigh found their infant son, Jason, dead, having apparently accidentally suffocated in a plastic bag. He tried to revive the boy and, at the same time, calm Marav, but to no avail. McVeigh said that while all of this was happening, he snapped into combat mode. After fail 361. 362. To resuscitate Jason, he called the police and in the meantime, placed his lifeless body on the very same spot where he had stood months earlier watching the fires at Waco kill the children inside. When the police arrived, he identified himself as Tim Tuttle but later said this was accidental, a force of habit. Gwen Strider, the aunt of McVeigh's friend Kevin Nicholas, who became a sort of motherly figure for McVeigh in Michigan, recalled that Jason's death ripped Tim completely apart. His inability to save Jason devastated him. He had loved the baby, eaten with him, played with him, taken care of him, and for a week after the incident, had not been himself. Like many people who knew him throughout his life, Gwen said that McVeigh was great with children and children, including her own, loved him. After the bombing, rumors of foul play arose. As McVeigh recounted the incident in great detail to his biographers year later, he sometimes slipped into the present tense *degree. The month after Jason's death, McVeigh visited a dentist in Marlette, Michigan, about an hour from Nichols' farm. Soon after, he used the alias Tim Tuttle when he purchased nitromethane, sold as model airplane fuel, at a hobby shop in Marlette. Winter to summer 1994/LS January 1994, McVeigh called Roger Moore's ranch in Arkansas to announce that he was passing through town and was hoping to stop by and stay the night. Moore was in Florida at the time, but his girlfriend, Karen Anderson, was there and told him that would be fine. Anderson told the FBI that she let McVeigh sleep in her bedroom, and she slept in a different bedroom. Given McVeigh's history of sleeping with his friends' girlfriends and wives, questions later arose about the actual sleeping arrangements. The red-headed Anderson was a firecracker, just the kind of incendiary men who frequented gun shows might like. McVeigh told Hammer that Anderson had a reputation for sleeping with the young men she met on the gun show circuit, entrapping them in her senior citizen sex web by showing them the bootleg porn she and Moore secretly sold. In Hammer's account, Anderson tried to hire McVeigh and his bank robber friends to kill Moore. McVeigh, as always, claimed he was just passing through Arkansas on the way to a gun show. Nothing unseemly had happened between them, sexual or otherwise. Moore, however, grew jealous of the attention she lavished on him, a circumstance that put further strain on their friendship. Mark Ham suggests that Anderson facilitated communication between McVeigh and other participants of the bombing, pointing out that she knew Elohim City resident Andy Strassmere and Arab bank robber Richard Guthrie. Anderson herself testified in court that, during this visit, she urged McVeigh to contact Stephen Colburn, who in Ham's estimation played a crucial role in the Oklahoma bombing conspiracy. Trademark either way, Anderson's assertion that McVeigh called the house shortly before he arrived was curious because that call, along with other calls Moore and Anderson claimed McVeigh made to their house, was not found on the Darrell Bridges calling card records. This was significant because part of the FBI and prosecutors' justification for dismissing the possibility of additional conspirators was their logically unsound belief that, in Roger Charles's words, the Darrell Bridges phone records could track anything and everything related to the plot. If the calling card records didn't show a call, then McVeigh must not have made it. That the records shed light on the plot is not in question, but the records themselves, which nearly define the structure of the government's case against McVeigh, did not reveal who made the calls, nor did they preclude the use of alternate methods of communication. In February 1994, McVeigh once more established himself in Kingman and, except for countless road trips to locations throughout the country, remained there until that summer. In a letter to his sister during this time, he wrote that seeing as it's been more than 2 years since I got out, things may well be okay now, but told her that if anyone unusual came looking for him, she should contact him at Fortier's trailer in Kingman. One is left to wonder what would be okay now and why would it matter when he got out of the army? Who was going to come looking for him? Why did he keep warning people about this possibility? Was he delusional? Paranoid? If he was being honest in the letter, then he had abandoned his undercover mission and went rogue. If that was the case, it seems unlikely that his handlers would have forgiven him for this, even if it had been 2 years. If McVeigh was indeed a guilty agent and had carried out orders up until the day of the bombing, as he would claim to others, then this letter was a cover story. He realized he had already told his sister too much and had to somehow fix the damage by telling her he quit his secret mission only to continue with it. McVeigh told his biographers that, knowing he was about to go afoul of the law in a big way, he told her these things as a way of trying to preemptively mitigate her inevitable disappointment in him. The problem with this is that he'd been telling variations of the guilty agent story, letting details of it slip out here and there, and warning about the people who'd come looking for him before he had ever left the Buffalo area, somehow preemptively covering his tracks before he even knew why he would need to. 363. 364. During his stay in Kingman throughout early to mid-1994, McVeigh briefly worked at another security company, then with Fortier at a local True Value hardware store, and continued to ply his wares at gun shows. During this time, he became friends with Walter McCarty, a Korean War USMC veteran who earned his living by giving shooting lessons and was known for organizing local gun control protests. McCarty told the Sunday Times of London that McVeigh seemed like two distinctly different people. In public, he was quiet and polite, and he had this big, easy smile, but other times, especially when talking about politics, he snapped and got real mean and savage. He was one highly strung young man. I don't think I ever saw anyone with such hatred in him. He was bitter about just about everything. I tell you, he was running right on the edge. He had even watched his young friend cry while they watched a video about Waco. He described McVeigh as impressionable and opined that frustrated men like McVeigh make great brainwashing material. In early 1994, McVeigh rented a house in the outlying town of Golden Valley, located just yards from a former member of the Arizona Patriots and current ranking member of the local National Alliance, who said McVeigh attended 2 of their meetings that he knew of. In one strange and unsubstantiated variation of the experimental wolf story, while at a disabled veterans group in Kingman, McVeigh met Mike Gadbaugh, an older Vietnam veteran whom he let stay at his Golden Valley house. Gadbaugh, who remained in the house for several years after McVeigh's execution, said that the local VA had used both he and McVeigh as guinea pigs. McVeigh never mentioned anyone named Gadbaugh, and Fortier testified that McVeigh lived alone in the Golden Valley house. McVeigh's mother, Mickey, believed that the FBI and others began watching her and her family at this time, in anticipation of the bombing. James Rosencrans said it was during this time that it became obvious to more than one person in the Kingman area, including McVeigh himself, that he was being watched. On more than one occasion, McVeigh had pointed out surveillance vehicles he said were following him. By association, McVeigh's friends and associates had also been under surveillance. Were the watchers related to the people McVeigh said might come looking for him? Maybe Gadbaugh was confused about who he lived with. After all, a number of alternate or double McVeighs emerged in the Kingman area during his extended stays there, and this would happen in many other locations at an increasing frequency in the months to come. Bob Reagan, the man who owned the trailer park where McVeigh lived the summer before, told the New York Times that McVeigh was an ideal tenant. However, in an earlier Times article on April 23, 1995, Reagan was quoted as saying that his former tenant McVeigh acted like an arrogant loner, always wore army fatigues, played loud music, threw beer cans, had a barking dog and a pregnant girlfriend. Degree, although most quickly dismissed this as a case of mistaken identity and chalked it up to Reagan's confusion. FBI and defense team reports confuse the issue. Reagan wasn't the only one who made such claims. A man who worked with McVeigh at State Security Service in the summer of 1993 during the time he lived in Reagan's trailer, told the FBI that McVeigh was fired after about 2 months, and added, as an aside, that he was involved with an underage girl. About a year later, in the summer of 1994, McVeigh briefly had another job in Kingman guarding a warehouse distribution center. His supervisor there told the FBI that although McVeigh quit the job on good terms, he thought McVeigh was a creep, and while he worked there a rumor was floating around that McVeigh hung out with an underage girl who was between 6 and 8 months pregnant. A co-worker at the Kingman hardware store he worked at told the FBI that McVeigh sometimes attended community bingo games in Golden Valley, and on more than one occasion showed up to bingo night accompanied by another man and a very pregnant female who seemed to be in some sort of relationship with McVeigh. They made the other players nervous because McVeigh and the other man openly wore their handguns into the bingo hall. A bewildered defense team noted the number of such reports in the Kingman area and mentioned another FBI report they had come across detailing a 16-year-old pregnant girl who lived across the street from Fortier and had been seeing McVeigh. The defense wondered whether McVeigh was the father of any of these babies. In a private discussion between his sister and mother after the bombing, Mickey asked Jennifer about the rumors of Tim having had a pregnant girlfriend. Jennifer, not knowing the FBI was bugging the room, responded that she didn't believe it because, as far as she knew, there never was a girlfriend. Interestingly, the 1994 sightings coincided with one of McVeigh's visits to Las Vegas, during which he applied for a job at Loomis Armored Car Company. On the application, McVeigh disclosed his debts but said they were the fault of a girlfriend who ran up his credit cards. He took the required psychological examination but did not get the job. Adding to the confusion are ATF and FBI reports detailing their numerous conversations with Richard Rogers, who lived in the Kingman area. Rogers claimed he met McVeigh after picking him up hitchhiking about 30 miles outside of Kingman and, over a period of about a year and a half, had several sexual encounters with him. While the veracity of this story is unknown, it is interesting that both the FBI and ATF conducted several interviews with Rogers. His lurid stories were humorously fascinating though, so one can see why. David Paul Hammer, unaware of these reports. 365. 366. Claimed McVeigh sometimes expressed attraction to males and had sexual identity problems. Asterisk. Given all the confusion over which McVeigh was which, even among people he saw on a daily basis, it would seem he had a number of identity problems beyond those of a sexual nature. Pregnant girlfriend, gay lover, or no, or maybe because of them, McVeigh quit his job and left the Kingman area and continued his extraordinary itinerant lifestyle, barely stopped moving, frantically crisscrossing the country in his car paid for everything in cash. His friends, family, and former co-workers had no idea where he was and could only get in touch with him through his Kingman mailbox. 2 letters McVeigh wrote his sister during this period displayed a return address in Kingman, Arizona, but the postmarks revealed he had mailed them from Los Angeles and Las Vegas. Nichols lived in Vegas at the time and implant aficionado Colburn worked in Los Angeles until his arrest that summer, after which he became a fugitive and lived in mineshafts not too far from Kingman. It was, in fact, during this same period that Moore told Colburn about Tuttle, the former Special Forces guy he knew who had been overtrained and now led a bunch of mean motherfuckers out in the desert with whom Colburn would almost cross paths near Area S51. At the time of Colburn's July 1994 arrest, police found a receipt for a storage shed rental in Golden Valley. Maybe Colburn crossed paths with one of the other McVeigh/Tuttle characters running around the desert. And maybe there was something in the water because McVeigh himself soon began renting storage spaces in various locations, including one in Golden Valley where he kept ammonium nitrate, one of a few incriminating storage sheds he said had not been discovered. Mark Ham, among others, argued that Colburn was the mastermind behind the actual construction of the bomb, that he was assisted by another man who lived with him in the meth lab trailer, and that there was likely another unidentified man involved in this cell, a phantom bomb builder. Hammer wrote that during one of McVeigh's trips to Las Vegas, the Major introduced him to a man he referred to only as Poindexter but who the Major said would help with the construction of the bomb. Poindexter came to an unfortunate end the night before the bombing though, having been murdered and thrown in the back of the Ryder truck. Unknown to Hammer, Jim Rosencrans told the FBI that in the summer of 1994, he saw McVeigh spending time with a clean-cut man with glasses, 35 to 40 years old, whose name he said he didn't know and who he never saw before, or after that brief time, but who he described as a geek and a Poindexter. As Rosencrans knew Colburn, he and Poindexter were not the same person, although Poindexter could have been Nichols or possibly Ham's phantom bomb maker. In fact, from here on out, McVeigh, if he wasn't being confused with other people who happened to have the same name, job, friends, and interests, he was being seen with other people who nobody could quite identify later. In August 1994, McVeigh attended a motorcycle rally in Sturgis, South Dakota where he wore what prosecutors later called a disguise, which consisted of a bandana, arguably the least effective disguise ever conceived of. McVeigh must not have thought so, though, because he continued to wear his biker disguise, including at a racing track in Texas where he purchased ammonium nitrate. Interestingly, around this time, Patkin operative Bob Matthews was instructed by his FBI handlers to attend a paramilitary training camp in San Saba, Texas. Highly redacted FBI Patkin reports from 1991 described the camp as a 160-acre ranch run by the Texas Light Militia, a group known to be stockpiling weapons and explosives, specifically stolen military-grade C4. The FBI had several high-level undercover informants and agents in TLM, who reported on the group's plans to train people in the use of weapons and explosives for the purpose of using force against the U.S. government at a future time. TLM was closely aligned with other problematic organizations including Aryan Nations, the KKK, and Civilian Material Assistance, and members of those groups attended TLM's monthly training sessions. When Matthews attended the TLM training camp in 1994, he saw Timothy McVeigh and Elohim City resident and illegal alien Andy Strassmeyer. During this session, attendees received instruction on how to convert Marine Corps issue flare guns into grenade launchers. Immediately after the bombing, Matthews contacted his handler Don Jarrett to tell him he recognized McVeigh as the man he saw at the camp with Andy the German. Jarrett, however, informed Matthews that this was old news, that McVeigh had associated with other similar groups and that undercover FBI assets had been monitoring McVeigh in the run-up to the bombing. While he wasn't interested in McVeigh's appearance at the Texas camp, Jarrett did ask Matthews if he had ever seen McVeigh in Arizona. Matthews had not. The FBI's harassment of Matthews and their attempt to prevent him from testifying about this and other incidents is currently the subject of a Supreme Court-appointed investigation into the FBI's overall effort to silence key witnesses and withhold information about the bombing. Information provided by Joe Hurley, an informant working for, first the Secret Service, and then the FBI, ATF, and Missouri State Highway 367. 368. Patrol, led to the arrest of Wyatt Dwayne Wagoner in September 1994. Wagoner, ultimately convicted on 6 explosives and weapons violations, had planned to blow up a courthouse using an ANFO truck bomb and a rocket launcher and had been involved in bank robberies in order to fund his plan. After the OKC bombing, Hurley said he met McVeigh at a paramilitary training camp attended by radical right-wing mercenaries willing to carry out acts of terror, for the right price. September 1994. According to the federal indictment issued him, the conspiracy to OMB the Murrah building began on September 13, 1994 and involved McVeigh, Nichols, and the mysterious others unknown. Interestingly, McVeigh registered at the El Siesta motel located just minutes from the remote Elohim City on this same day. Roger Moore said that although he and McVeigh continued to communicate after the robbery, the last time they saw each other in person was the previous spring when McVeigh stopped by his Arkansas ranch. McVeigh, he said, had become noticeably more paranoid. He slept by the window so he'd know if anybody was approaching the house and kept handguns under his pillow. He kept rapid-firing his automatic pistol in the driveway and harping on Waco. McVeigh left a couple of days later, although Moore wasn't sure why, as there had been no altercation between them. That's what Moore told the FBI. McVeigh said he stopped by in an attempt to patch things up with Moore, but left after only one day because Moore suddenly accused him of stealing his flare launcher design. McVeigh said he sold about 10 of the rocket launchers based on Moore's design but thought it would be okay since by doing so he was helping Moore sell the replacement flares. Neither would admit to seeing the other at any point after that, although through slips of the tongue, McVeigh's defense team learned that they had. During a conversation, defense investigator Richard Reyna informed McVeigh that Moore would likely testify against him in court. McVeigh said he didn't think that would happen because Moore would never dare. When Reyna told McVeigh to wake up and smell the coffee, McVeigh became visibly angry. If Moore ever decided to testify against him, said McVeigh, there was enough evidence available to sink Roger Moore. He then explained to Reyna that on several occasions, including in August and September 1994, Moore sold him kind sticks. In fact, said McVeigh, Moore sold kind sticks and many other things he wasn't supposed to, but not to just anybody. If the FBI had ever bothered to search Moore's house, they would have found not only more weapons than were found at the Davidian compound, but cases of explosives as well. In a conversation with his biographers after his conviction, McVeigh said that while he was unsure of how much he should talk about Moore, there was a lot more to Moore than people knew. He explained to them that if Moore's house had ever been searched, Moore would have been arrested on the spot because he sold an aluminum powder used to boost ammonium nitrate, and the chemical traces of it would have been all over his fucking house, which would have matched those found on McVeigh after his arrest. Not only that, McVeigh continued, Moore provided him with blasting caps and cannon fuse, but again, it had never become an issue in the investigation or in his criminal trial. Years later, in 2005, Nichols told the FBI where they could find a box of explosives that he had hidden prior to the bombing. He said that the box would have a shipping label in the name Robert Miller on it and Moore's fingerprints would be all over the box. Sure enough, the FBI found the box of explosives right where he said it would be, but, for some reason, they didn't attempt to match the fingerprints found on the box for another 3 years, by which time the results were found to be inconclusive. Even if McVeigh and Nichols were just attempting to shift blame from themselves to Moore, their statements would fail to explain other episodes in Moore's life. In 1989, a confidential informant had told the ATF that Robert Miller in Arkansas offered to mail him 100 pounds of C4 explosives. The telephone number and address provided by the informant traced back to Roger Moore and Karen Anderson. While Robert Miller was a known alias of Moore, when the ATF contacted the Arkansas State Police Intelligence Unit and gave them this information, they were told that it was just a case of mistaken identity and the ATF's investigation of Moore was quickly dropped. Other, subsequent investigations involving weapons and explosives and Roger Moore were also dropped. Moore must have forgotten about the explosives he gave and sold McVeigh as well as a number of other things in his life, because he told the FBI that he never sold anything that would have brought the attention of the ATF and had even stopped selling guns because of difficulties raised by the Brady Bill. Another thing Roger Moore forgot was that according to gun show records, he and McVeigh were both at the 1994 Soldier of Fortune convention that ran from September 15 to 18, and McVeigh was working Moore's table registration there. Also in attendance were a number of white power spokespeople whom McVeigh attempted to call in the days leading up to the bombing, including Kirk Lyons and Dave Holloway, both closely associated with Elohim City, and suspected German operative Andy Strassmeyer, both spokespeople for cause. Also in attendance at the 1994 SOF convention was Utah skinhead leader Johnny Bangerter. While standing around a row of tables packed with militia and white power keepsakes, Bangerter had the unfortunate privilege of meeting an ATF informant from Las Vegas named John Breener, who was congregated near Moore's table. Bangerter recalled that Moore wanted to give us, not sell us, but give us a safety flare converted into a shoulder-fired missile launcher. If you just glanced at it, it kind of looked like a toy, but it was supposed to be able to divert heat-seeking missiles and thwart infrared searches. We accepted the launcher and, at the same time, Breener tried to give us another type of fake rocket launcher, which was supposed to launch grenades. They were very cheap looking and you could tell those were bullshit, so I declined that offer. Not long after that, Breener was showing up at Bangerter's house trying to get him to take part in a number of plots, including trafficking illegal firearms and stolen military hardware, killing federal judges, and a bombing plot using, you might have guessed, an ANFO-loaded Ryder truck. Bangerter, who, during his time in Aryan nations, had learned the ropes of a setup and the signs of a sting, was suspicious of Breener and rebuffed his efforts. Breener was persistent, though, and kept trying until, one day, he suddenly disappeared. Imagine Bangerter's surprise when Breener appeared in a series of news articles for his involvement in an ATF sting operation run out of a Las Vegas gun shop. Breener had gotten caught up in a sting operation very similar to the one Roger Moore was involved with in the late 1980s. It was also similar to and running concurrent with a Patkin operation that involved a gun store in Phoenix named Lone Wolf Guns, which sold automatic weapons to right-wing extremists and outlaw biker gangs. More recently, the curiously named gun shop was implicated in the Fast and Furious scandal. Years after he disappeared, Briner would write Bangerter and ask his forgiveness, admitting that he himself had been busted on a weapons charge and subsequently induced to entrap other people in exchange for leniency. During late 1994 and early 1995 though, Briner was still busy trying to entrap Johnny Bangerter. October-November 1994 and November 1, 1994, McVeigh asked Terry Nichols to rob Roger Moore, saying that, as Moore and Nichols didn't know each other, Moore wouldn't suspect Nichols. He assured Nichols that it would be easy, and Moore would give him absolutely no trouble at all. *degree Nichols could keep most of the cash and the only thing McVeigh wanted were the guns. Nichols said, when he declined the proposal, McVeigh threatened his family and he relented. Now that it was agreed, McVeigh told him exactly when and what to do. Nichols was to rob Moore on November a day Karen Anderson would be out of town and Moore would be alone, although how McVeigh knew this is unclear. McVeigh further instructed Nichols not to take anything that belonged to Karen Anderson. He gave very detailed instructions as to where everything Nichols should take would be found. Included were a number of unregistered guns with no serial numbers. McVeigh told Fortier that the objective of robbing Moore was to obtain a list of names he kept of people in the movement because Moore had threatened that if he ever ran afoul of the law and needed a get-out-of-jail-free card, he would hand over the names to the feds. Meanwhile, on November 4, 1994, Stephen Colburn mailed a resignation letter to his employers at the California DNA lab from Texarkana, Arkansas. Karen Anderson, who left for Louisiana that same morning, told the FBI that at some point during the drive she mailed a letter for Colburn, who told her it was to his girlfriend and he didn't want her to know where he was. Colburn's relationship to what happened next, if any, is unknown. The next day, on November Roger Moore walked out of his house and was robbed blind, at least according to Moore. Everything after that is a bit blurry, or rather, Moore's account of what happened tended to change quite a bit, depending on who he was talking to and when. When all was said and done, the robber had taken between $9,000 and $24,000 in cash, precious metals and stones, a key to his safe deposit boxes at banks in Arkansas and Florida, between 66 and 77 guns valued at about $66,000 and other stuff, none of which belonged to Karen Anderson. When the robber left, Moore went to the house of his next-door neighbors, Verta and Walt Powell, who, along with their son Lance, immediately thought Moore sounded disingenuous and suspected he was lying about something. They became even more doubtful of his story when, later that afternoon, they learned that Moore had not even called the police to report the robbery because, as Moore explained to them, it had been an attempt by the government to keep him in check. They eventually convinced a begrudging Moore to call the police. Unfortunately, Moore could not produce serial numbers for the stolen weapons. As a responsible law-abiding unlicensed gun dealer, he certainly kept a list, he said, but it had been hidden in a secret compartment in his van that only he and Anderson knew about. When the van was recovered just miles away, wouldn't you know it? The robbers found the compartment and took the list, but, for some odd reason, had left the $600 in cash that was also stashed there. When the responding sheriff asked him who he thought 371, 372 might have done this, Moore named a few people he suspected, including McVeigh. He also accused the sheriff's office of conspiring with McVeigh to rob him. The neighbors told the sheriff that they thought Moore was making the entire thing up. When the sheriff left, Moore complained to his neighbors that an investigation of the robbery would blow his cover. Whatever he meant by that, Moore continued to make claims about his cover being blown to a number of people throughout the next 2 years. The FBI became concerned later that McVeigh's and Nichols' defense teams would speak with the neighbors about the robbery. Nobody except the FBI believed Moore's robbery story, including the insurance adjusters. They had a number of reasons for doubting him, beyond the lack of serial numbers for the guns, the large amount of cash and other valuables he said had been taken, and the fact that critical details just didn't make sense or that he kept changing those details. One adjuster said that Moore's story sounded like a rehearsed script. Moore told at least 3 people who worked for his insurance company that the federal government was involved in the robbery. It was only natural that some doubts would arise. Nichols later said that Moore was compliant, just like McVeigh predicted he would be, so much so that during the robbery, Nichols wondered if Moore had been in on the plan all along. The cash was not hidden where McVeigh said it would be. It was lying out on Moore's desk. As Nichols was leaving, Moore even told him about a remote location where he should drop Moore's van. Maybe that was just the kind of nice guy Moore was. The night of the robbery, McVeigh called Fortier and, using Moore's alias, told him Terry did Bob. He warned Fortier that Moore would send private investigators to look for him. When McVeigh saw his sister a couple weeks later, he told her he was upset because somebody was supposed to be murdered, but wasn't. Although she didn't know the details, his sister believed him. It is well documented that items belonging to Roger Moore, including his bank box keys and fake ID in the name of his alias Bob Miller, ended up in a storage shed in Las Vegas that Terry Nichols rented and an Era storage shed in Ohio. The guns themselves, at least some of them, were given away, sold and planted on people up and down the West Coast in Arizona, Nevada, Utah, and California. As it turned out, a lot of Moore's guns weren't registered at all. According to Moore, this was because he feared that if he declared them all, the boyfriend of some insurance agent might hear about it and try to rob him. It is not difficult to imagine that the real list of stolen property is longer than the one Moore gave the police or his insurance company. Certainly, if he had fake IDs or illegal explosives lying around, he would not have told investigators about it. One also wonders what happened to the underground pornography peddled by Moore and Anderson. Over the years, different theories about the motives and identities of Moore's robbers have been suggested. FBI and prosecutors argued that the sole purpose of the robbery was to fund the bombing. The indictment against Nichols and McVeigh said that they caused the robbery of Roger Moore, though not that they actually committed it, and some have questioned whether Nichols even robbed Moore at all. Others have suggested that members of the Era, with or without Nichols' assistance, robbed Moore, that Moore was supposed to be killed after the robbery, that the robbery was an insurance scam orchestrated by Moore himself, or that the robbery never happened at all but was Moore's way to get guns and other materials into the hands of McVeigh and others, without getting his own hands dirty. In 2005, Nichols himself explained that a couple of months after the robbery, McVeigh finally admitted that it had been staged with Moore's cooperation and the purpose was to shield Moore from being implicated, directly or indirectly, in the bombing. According to an ATF informant who had infiltrated Elohim City, it was in November 1994, that she along with 2 other frequent faces there, Andreas Strassmeyer and Dennis Mahone, made their first of a few trips to Oklahoma City to scout the Murrah building and determine its desirability as a possible bombing target. In the year leading up to the bombing, and increasingly in the 6 months before, scores of people reported that they had seen McVeigh with unidentified individuals. One of them was Bill Maloney, a realtor in Carthage, Missouri, who called the FBI and told them an intriguing story. Maloney said that on November 2, 1994, 3 men came into his office. One of them, Tim, had called the previous month and made an appointment to come discuss a plot of land Maloney was brokering. Tim arrived when he said he would, along with 2 other men who identified themselves as Nichols and Jax. Maloney, who had received naval intelligence training in memory recall, said that as he spoke with Tim he noticed a discolored upper right eye tooth and realized it was a filling. Maloney described all 3 of the men as having a confident military bearing, although the man who called himself Jack seemed to be in charge of the group. During the course of their conversation, the men said things that caused Maloney to become suspicious, so much so that he asked one of them, Jax, to look over a map which Maloney placed in a safe after they left. Maloney later gave the map that had the fingerprints of the mysterious Jax to the FBI. Maloney wasn't delusional. Other employees in the office confirmed that the men 373, 374, had indeed come in, and one of them remembered that they had been driving a car with Arizona license plates. When the FBI took McVeigh's handwriting sample later, agents observed his teeth and saw the same discoloration on the same tooth, exactly as Maloney reported. According to an FBI report dated December 11, 1995, about 8 months after Maloney reported the incident, Dr. Michael G. Gels, PSI, Naval Criminal Investigative Service, traveled to for the purpose of interviewing witness under hypnosis. Yards, a receptionist at Maloney Real Estate, had been in the office the day Tim and friends had shown up. The FBI report details how Gels interviewed Yards and placed her under a hypnotic trance that lasted over an hour. While under Gels' hypnosis, Young provided new information including the color, make, model and year of the vehicle as well as a partial license plate number the trio that visited the office. This rather amazing report raises a couple of questions, one of which is, how many other eyewitnesses were hypnotized during the bombing investigation, and if the hypnosis was able to produce new information relevant to the FBI's investigation, why weren't more of them hypnotized? Gels' background in counterintelligence work makes the story all the more interesting *degree, but there's more to the Maloney story. About a week after McVeigh arrived in Kingman in February 1994, so did two drifters, 60-year-old Robert Jacks and his companion, 35-year-old Gary Land. Land and Jacks, using a California driver's license, promptly rented a mailbox at the same small Kingman post office as McVeigh, which they closed that August, the same week McVeigh left town. They probably didn't miss McVeigh much though, because from November of that year until April 1995, Lands and Jacks rented 3 different rooms at or near motels McVeigh often stayed at on dates that coincided with his presence. If that wasn't enough of a coincidence, early on April 19, 1995, the morning of the Oklahoma City bombing, Land and Jacks registered at a motel in Vinita, Oklahoma, 2 hours northeast of Oklahoma City and 2 hours north of Elohim City, where McVeigh allegedly planned to seek refuge after the bombing. That evening, about 10 hours after McVeigh's arrest in Perry, Lands and Jacks checked out of the Vinita motel and for reasons unexplained, rented a motel room in Perry, stayed there for only a few hours, checked out and checked back into their Vinita motel. Maybe the bed was uncomfortable. On May 1, the FBI put out an all-points bulletin for Gary Allen Land and Robert Jacks, and the next day, at 5:30 a.m., a heavily armed FBI tactical squad arrested Jacks and Land at another motel in Carthage, Missouri, an hour from Maloney's office. An FBI spokesperson told reporters that the trail of Mr. Land and Mr. Jacks proved the strongest lead yet in the search for a second suspect and for a wider circle of conspirators they believed to have been responsible for the explosion. Several officials said that they strongly suspect Mr. Land is John Doe No. 2. Witnesses in Kansas and Oklahoma came forward stating they had seen McVeigh with them, but both Land and Jacks denied knowing McVeigh or having ever seen him. On May 3, 18 hours after their arrest, Lands and Jacks reportedly passed a polygraph examination and the FBI released them. FBI spokespeople then claimed that the two men's uncanny parallel movements to McVeigh's were an unfortunate coincidence. When reporters finally caught up to them, Land was driving a 1981 Thunderbird with Arizona plates, the same car that Yards remembered seeing at Maloney's office while under hypnosis. Although not widely reported, years before Terry Nichols had owned property in Cassville, Missouri next door to another property owned by a man named Robert Jacks. Maloney, however, said that the Jacks who traveled around with Land wasn't the same as the one who came into his office. If nothing else, the bombing plot and its investigation may be best described as the most massive case of coincidences and mistaken identities ever. In late November 1994, Ed McVeigh, Tim's grandfather and the only person he ever publicly admitted to loving, died. By the time Bill McVeigh located his elusive son, the funeral was over, but upon receiving the news, he returned home immediately. According to a childhood friend, who saw him at this time, had slowly deteriorated and turned into a paranoid person. He got stranger and stranger. He was a troubled person. A friend of the McVeigh family said that his strange political rantings caused them to worry if he had joined a cult. Steve Hodges' mother thought he was going to crack and worried he might be suicidal. Steve shared her concerns. He noticed that McVeigh now kept a gun with him in the front seat of his car and, like his mother, thought his old friend was ready to snap. McVeigh told his attorneys about an eerie and mysterious message he found on his dead grandfather's answering machine. The message, left in a woman's voice, said, "Pick up the phone. This is Jesus Christ. You're coming to see me tomorrow." He said he could never figure out what this meant or who would have left it. Defense mental health expert Lee Norton wrote that when his grandfather died, McVeigh, already suffering from PTSD, reached a final breaking point. Combined with everything else, Ed McVeigh's death left him feeling like he had no control and show him that what he once thought was real and concrete is in fact, amorphous and fleeting. McVeigh stayed in New York for a short time in order to help settle his grandfather's estate. While there, he received calls from a credit card company 376. New York hounding him about outstanding debt. He told his attorneys that when he finally spoke with the representative he explained that he was feeling sick from Desert Storm and because his credit card was issued by the Department of Defense, they eventually stopped bothering him. From his father's house, he placed a 6-hour call to the American Legion in Indianapolis. McVeigh went to visit another friend from high school, Lori, who hadn't heard from him in over 2 years, except when he sent her newspaper clippings about various politicians he told her not to vote for. Lori said that when she saw him, he told her that they had called him and asked him to do some military training. She had no idea who he was talking about and he didn't elaborate. He did tell her that he would only be gone for a couple of weeks, a couple of months at most, and would then be returning home. She never heard from him again. He visited with Steve, this time to say goodbye. They shook hands and McVeigh said, "I hope to see you in the next life." It was the last time they saw each other. Since leaving town nearly 2 years before, McVeigh had occasionally sent letters to CalSpan security guard Carl LeBron discussing Waco and CalSpan's relationship to an undercover operation and asked him to photocopy classified documents housed at the CalSpan facility about Operation North Star, which LeBron declined to do. While in town in November 1994, he made time to visit LeBron at CalSpan. LeBron asked him why he had stopped by and McVeigh replied mysteriously, "Targets of opportunity," but offered no further explanation. He railed at LeBron for complaining about conspiracies, but doing nothing about them, and then left. He also visited Andrea Augustine. Augustine said she had the impression he was living out of his car and asked him a number of questions about his life, but instead of answering them, he would blow me off, give me an answer to stop asking him, would change the subject, diverted me. At the time, I thought he was being silly. Augustine would not see him again until after his arrest for the OKC bombing. Meanwhile, shortly after he was back on the road, he wrote to her and told her to contact him if she needed someone killed or blown up, a shoulder, refuge or fertilization from good stock. He cryptically closed the letter by reminding her that people may change superficially but not underneath. Remember that. December 1994 to February 1995. A few agents of the Thought Police moved always among them, spreading false rumors and marking down and eliminating the few individuals who were judged capable of becoming dangerous. George Orwell, 1984. December to early February 1995 saw McVeigh in Ohio, Illinois, Kansas, and Michigan transporting explosives and offloading the loot from the Moore affair to various individuals, some of whose identities remain unknown, but who some members of the Jones team suspected were co-conspirators higher up on the food chain than McVeigh, and whom he was trying to protect. Interestingly, Moore and McVeigh remained in close contact after the so-called robbery. They communicated mainly by cryptic letters, the contents of which indicated, not only that they still trusted each other and were even on remarkably good terms, but also that Moore was in some way involved with the bombing plot, whose details were now rapidly coming together. Shortly before Christmas, McVeigh made his way back to Michigan. He had been driving across the country with stolen mercury switches and explosive blasting caps in boxes made to look like Christmas presents in the trunk of his car if he got into an accident. Afterwards, although he simply told most people he had been rear-ended, he wrote a letter to Roger Moore and Karen Anderson telling them that a black sedan which he believed to be a government vehicle had tried to run him off the road and caused him to total his car. Authorities later found, yes, mercury switches, blasting caps and boxes wrapped as Christmas presents, in an Arab bank robbery gang safe house in Ohio. The FBI had them destroyed, despite that they were evidence of the bank robberies and possibly the bombing, and criminal trials in both were ongoing. Also found in the safe house was an ID in the name of Roger Moore's alias, Bob Miller, as well as surveillance footage of properties including Roger Moore, although nothing came of this either. In between gun shows, McVeigh spent a considerable amount of time with Gwen Strider and her family and, after some urging on her part, joined them for Christmas dinner. He gave her a t-shirt with a Waco slogan on it, a set of used tires and a waterbed. Strider and her family, including her children, enjoyed McVeigh's company and said he was always smiling. He was like a little kid and excited to be included in their family holiday. During their conversations, it became clear that he was very bitten by the Waco situation, but he wasn't overly negative, just seemed to want people to understand what really happened there. McVeigh, she told the Jones team, believed that when he was receiving his immunizations during the Gulf War, he had been injected with a microchip. He also believed that babies in California were being implanted with microchips as part of some kind of a government experiment. Although it seemed strange, it didn't seem overly outrageous as she herself had seen a news report about pets being implanted with tracking chips. She felt that he probably had a good reason for his beliefs, and if what he said about his own chip wasn't true, perhaps he had somehow brainwashed himself. 77. 378. During this visit, McVeigh told Strider that he would like to live a normal life someday, to get married and have kids, but he just couldn't right now. He had too many obligations. She thought he sounded suicidal and told him this. He responded by denying he had any urge to commit suicide but added, "When I go people will know I've been here." It was obvious to her and her entire family how happy he was with them, and everyone urged him to stay, but to no avail. Strider said that as they hugged goodbye, she had a gut feeling she would never see him again. And she was right. It was during this visit, in early January 1995, that McVeigh, in a conversation with Terry Nichols, accidentally let it slip during a fit of rage that his high-level handler was none other than Larry Potts, lead FBI agent at Ruby Ridge and the siege at Waco, Texas. Nichols said McVeigh was extremely angry and accused Potts of manipulating him and forcing him to go off script, which Nichols took to mean that the target of the bombing and the date it was to occur had been changed by someone other than McVeigh. Registered Nichols, who knew McVeigh was planning a bombing, had helped him gather materials for it and even helped him build a bomb, and said that McVeigh never told him his specific target. Fortier, though, did know. McVeigh had told him when they drove past it the previous month, the same month that sightings of McVeigh inside the building began. Just before he left Michigan, McVeigh placed 3 phone calls from the Bay Regional Medical Center. Although Strider never saw him again, about a month or so after he left, McVeigh wrote her a letter and told her about a government supercomputer database that contained the names of suspected subversives and terrorists, ranked in order of threat. He believed his name was in the database. He expected that his health would begin to deteriorate within the next year or two and felt it was better to burn out than rot away in some nursing home. He wrote his sister a series of letters telling her about his funny health problems, and how medical programs are one of the most effective means of control available to a government. The control of medicine and drugs is mandatory. He enclosed several articles about vaccines. He warned her to keep an eye out for private investigators who, he said, were likely to be looking for him, and emphasized, they could be anybody, and they don't follow the rules. Be especially careful at bars, etc., where they will try to get you to talk. In another letter he wrote that they would be watching and recording her and told her not to send any mail to him because the G-men might come get it out of my box. He signed a letter to his sister Tim T., the first and last time he would do so. Jim Rosencrans told the FBI that when McVeigh made his way back to Kingman that winter, he was very obviously being followed by a government-issue surveillance van whose occupants didn't even attempt to hide what they were doing. Throughout the months of February to April 1995, McVeigh checked in and out of motels in Kingman, where guests and managers remembered he always wore camouflage and seemed to have a steady stream of visitors. The managers of the Bell Art Lodge said he checked in there using his real name on January 31, 1995 and registered to stay until February 8. A few days after checking in, 5 men and 1 woman visited him in his room and continued to show up over the course of the week. They were so loud the managers refused to let him extend his stay. Throughout that month, McVeigh, or somebody using Darrell Bridges' calling card, placed phone calls from McVeigh's Kingman motel rooms at an obsessive frequency. On February 17, 18 and 19, calls were placed from his room at the Hilltop Motel in Kingman to the Prescott, Arizona Veterans Medical Center registered the following month. This ceaseless barrage of phone calls continued, among them calls to the nearby Kingman VA Medical Center. He met with a mysterious man in a Kingman diner, named Ron, whose description matched that of Poindexter. When a waitress there spoke with the defense team, she expressed fear for her life, telling them that the mysterious man was ex-military who was now part of a 7-man militia group formed by the U.S. Army and trained to assassinate people in Vietnam. McVeigh acknowledged that he knew the waitress and had frequented the diner, but for the life of him, could not recall this Ron person. McVeigh appeared at a National Alliance meeting in Bullhead, Arizona and aroused the suspicions of other attendees. He showed up at another National Alliance meeting in Oklahoma City and appeared in the Murrah building. He made his way to Galveston, Texas, to purchase explosives, attended a gun show in Reno, Nevada, one in Iowa as Joe Rivers and in the last week of February 1995, as Tim Tuttle in St. George, Utah. A man who worked with Michael Fortier told the FBI that in late fall 1994, Fortier had given him a pamphlet from an anti-government group in Utah. In late December, McVeigh told more than one person that he would be teaching a survival class in southern Utah, but when the Jones team asked him about this, he said he made the entire story up and that there never had been any class. McVeigh had given Fortier about a third of Roger Moore's guns to sell, but when, in early 1995, he learned that Fortier had not yet gotten rid of them, he insisted Fortier accompany him to some West Coast gun shows, including one in St. George, Utah. Coincidentally, Roger Moore had connections to a network of international arms merchants and right-wing gun dealers operating throughout the state of Utah. Nationally known neo-Nazi Johnny Bangerter lived in La Verkin, Utah. He and his group of Christian identity skinheads, the Army of Israel, held regular survival training sessions in near 379, 380 by Zion National Park and sometimes hosted guest trainers from other groups including the Aryan Nations and National Alliance. During late 1994 and early 1995, ATF informant John Breener was still trying to get Bangerter embroiled in various plots and kept dropping the name Bob Miller, the man Johnny had met at the Soldier of Fortune convention. It was precisely during this time, in December 1994 and January 1995, that Johnny Bangerter's family began receiving a series of strange phone calls from a man who called himself Chuck. Chuck mentioned the names of people in the movement in the Kingman area who Johnny and his family knew, including Dick Kaufman, organizer of the Bullhead City National Alliance. The caller left several messages, saying he would be passing through St. George soon and wanted to meet up with Johnny. A family friend who had taken down one of the messages recalled that Chuck sounded upset and stressed out, as if he was under some kind of pressure. In this same period, Kaufman contacted Johnny and suggested he meet with a guy named Tim and invited Johnny to attend an upcoming National Alliance meeting in Nevada. In the end though, for various reasons, Johnny never made contact with either Chuck or Tim, nor did he attend the meeting. Timothy McVeigh did attend the meeting though, accompanied by two other men, one of whom turned out to be Michael Fortier, although the identity of the other, older-looking man remains unknown. Two other attendees, including Richard Kaufman, confirmed their presence. Although the entire meeting was videotaped, the tape has never surfaced. On the weekend of February 25 to 27, 1995, McVeigh, accompanied by Michael Fortier, registered at the Dixie Palm Motel in St. George, Utah. Over the course of the previous week, Johnny's mother Mary received several phone calls from a man named Tim who said was looking for Johnny. Like Chuck, Tim explained that they had mutual friends in Kingman and that he had a lot of great ideas he wanted to run past Johnny. Each time, Mary told the caller that Johnny wasn't home, but the caller, undeterred, gave Mary the number of the motel he was staying at in St. George, asking that she pass it along to Johnny. She did, but Johnny, who by now was becoming annoyed with the calls and more than a bit suspicious of the caller, instructed his mother that if he called again, to tell him that he had gone out of town on a camping trip. He didn't call back. Instead, he showed up at the house that Saturday while Johnny was at work. When Mary heard the knock at the door, she peeked her head out and saw a man who introduced himself as Tim and explained that he was the one who'd been calling the house. When she explained that Johnny wasn't home, Tim asked if he could come inside and wait. Mary apologized and said she had some errands to run, so that wouldn't be possible. Johnny's sister, Brenda, who was also at home, described the unexpected visitor as arrogant, rude, and pushy. The next day, Sunday, Johnny, along with several of his friends, attended the St. George Gun Show. While there, he approached the booth of a man selling stickers, t-shirts, and literature. Johnny noticed that the man's baseball cap said, "Is your church ATF approved?" Johnny complimented him on the hat and they shook hands. At that same moment, a man Johnny knew named Harry Contreras, who had been walking around the show taking pictures, pointed his camera towards them, told them to say cheese and snapped a picture. Contreras was well known in the Utah area and associated with the old-time arms dealers. Johnny said that, although it was not the normal practice to take pictures at the show, he didn't think much of it at the time and continued his chat with the man at the booth. Eventually though, wanting to look at the other tables, Johnny excused himself and the man handed him a business card with the words Tim Tuttle, Weapons Parts, Kids printed on it. Only later, did Johnny realize that the man he had spoken to was the same man he met at the gun show, and Mary and Brenda realized that McVeigh was the man who had shown up at the house registered. Although the Contreras picture never surfaced and its whereabouts are unknown, it turned out that McVeigh, as Tuttle, was at the show selling Roger Moore's guns. It is unknown if Fortier, who had accompanied McVeigh to St. George, was at the gun show as well. Given Bangerter's high visibility in the white power movement at the time, his habit of making highly inflammatory statements to the media and his association with some of the government's most wanted Nazi, it would be easy to think that maybe he had a deeper connection to McVeigh than he was willing to admit. Almost too easy. Sure enough, the story got a lot weirder almost exactly 1 year after McVeigh's appearance in St. George, and nearly 10 months after the bombing. The Jones team had obtained a set of phone records showing that Bangerter had made a number of highly incriminating calls that directly linked him to McVeigh and the bombing. When Jones team investigator Richard Reyna showed up at Bangerter's house and presented him with the incriminating paper trail, Bangerter was baffled and insisted he didn't make any of those calls and that he only met McVeigh that one time, but his name was Tuttle. Stranger still, the FBI had never questioned Bangerter as to whether or not he had ever been in contact with McVeigh. Therefore, when Reyna arrived, Bangerter still had Tuttle's business card and gave it to him. Reyna, of course, did not believe Bangerter, and continued his investigation of McVeigh's West Coast connections, all the while being trailed and followed by government agents. Somewhere along the way, the phone records had been leaked to major media outlets, who began reporting on Bangerter and his good friend. 381. 382. McVeigh and the likelihood that Bangerter would be indicted for charges relating to the plot. Bangerter's so-called allies on the fringe right followed suit, seizing and reporting on the story with more unfounded sensational detail than the mainstream media, calling him Bombin' Johnny Bangerter and, because the FBI had not bothered to question him, accused him of being a federal informant and the government's pet Nazi. Eventually, Judge Match, at Reyna's insistence, issued a subpoena allowing Reyna to obtain a copy of Bangerter's phone records directly from the phone company and, much to Reyna's surprise, none of the incriminating calls were listed on them. What's more, the order of calls listed in the real phone records appeared out of order on the bogus ones. It was at this point that both Reyna and Johnny Bangerter realized that someone had gone out of their way to fabricate the records and pass them off to the Jones team and the media. Bangerter recalled. When Reyna realized the incriminating calls were not in the real phone records, he was scared. I was scared. All of the sudden it was like Godzilla's coming. And that was the feeling we all got. That Godzilla was coming. Reyna said this was some high-level stuff, a matter of national security, and if it got out, we would all be in danger and could even end up dead. I will never forget his face. He wasn't acting. He couldn't disguise it or fake it, he couldn't even think. It was like, hey Reyna. You forgot your underwear. He was so freaked out, he was blank. Enough to where, if I ever live to 85, however long I live, when I'm lying on my deathbed, when my life is flashing in front of me, his face when he found out will be there. Within 24 hours of obtaining the real records that showed I was innocent, Reyna called my house and told me to hurry up and turn on CNN. I did, and there was Janet Reno and FBI Director Louis Freeh stepping onto a podium. Reno announced that all further indictments in the bombing were being dropped, that there would be no further indictments and no additional suspects would be pursued. It was the shortest press conference I ever saw. Reyna came right over to our house. He was in utter disbelief. He knew what he thought had happened, and that was that the other indictments were dropped because at least some of them were based on fabricated evidence and the truth of it was bound to come out, and if that happened, there'd be an uproar. Eventually the truth about the records did get out when Kevin Flynn wrote about it in the Rocky Mountain News. Flynn really did his homework, and when he fully realized what had happened, he was shocked. Even though there was no uproar, it was very brazen for a reporter in the mainstream press to even suggest a conspiracy related to the bombing, much more so to expose the fact that there had been an effort to try and frame someone like me. But really, I was the easiest person in the world to frame with the kind of rhetoric I spouted all the time and the kinds of statements I made on television. Still, when I was speaking with Flynn about what had happened, it was all very fresh in my mind. I was paranoid, and rightfully so. I had been through so much, so many sting operations. I knew how they worked. I don't know how far he went in his investigation, but when Flynn found about the records he was very troubled. Like Reyna, he thought he was talking to a dead man. It was all very eerie. Flynn's November 1997 article, entitled "Who Painted the Phony Trail of Guilt?" announced that skinhead leader Johnny Bangerter believed authorities were trying to frame him in the Oklahoma City bombing, and, as it turned out, a trail of fabricated evidence led to Johnny Bangerter's front door, which indicated that indeed, someone had tried to frame him. Still, the question of who and why remained. At the time, Bangerter was sure the records were just one in a long line of attempts to set him up that had begun after Ruby Ridge. Flynn quoted Reyna, who said, "I don't blame for thinking the feds did it, someone got his actual records. Whoever did this did a good job. It was too authentic." In the months to come, the Jones team learned that the government was actively conducting investigations in the St. George area, investigations they suspected related to Bangerter and his group. They couldn't be sure though, because despite Judge Match's orders that the feds turn over information about their St. George probe, they refused to do so. In addition, they learned that the FBI had questioned Kaufman about McVeigh's many phone calls, but Kaufman denied having ever spoken to McVeigh, saying that a man named Tuttle had left a message on the National Alliance answering machine, but they had never spoken in person. The FBI was seemingly content with this, despite the fact that Kaufman misrepresented the number of calls and refused their request to take a polygraph. They never asked him about Fortier or about Bangerter's claims that Kaufman had tried to connect him with Tim. The government had never really needed to question Bangerter about anything, because a handful of federal informants had been reporting on his activities for quite some time. Sounding very reminiscent of Patkin operations as well as the ATF operation involving John Breener, is an account written by former ATF agent J. Dobbins, in his internet blog. Dobbins explains how, during the 1990s, he and his partners were conducting undercover investigations of extremists in the Las Vegas area. This involved buying machine guns, sawed-off shotguns, homemade nitroglycerin. Eventually they moved on to more high-profile targets including Patriot Movement spokesperson Bo Gritz and befriended all-stars of the movement like Johnny Bangerter. In fact, Dobbins wrote that he and his partner even trained with Bangerter and the members of his 383. 384. Army of Israel. When they got close to the real shot callers, however, they were instructed to disengage the target and end their investigations, an order Dobbins says originated with the White House or CIA. Meanwhile, the ATF had an active plan to raid Elohim City, primarily based on information provided by an informant who told of all manner of violent plots brewing there, one of which was the bombing of a federal building. In preparation for the raid, the ATF requested the assistance of the INS, as one of the men they planned to arrest was illegal alien Andy Strassmeyer. In later February 1995, Bob Ricks, chief of the Dallas FBI headquarters, called a meeting with the head of the Tulsa ATF office. During the meeting, Ricks revealed that the FBI had at least 6 of their own informants in the mix at Elohim City and were engaged in other related undercover operations elsewhere that an ATF raid might foil. Therefore, at the FBI's urging, the ATF called off their scheduled raid. The ATF's informant in Elohim City, wrote Evans Pritchard, had stepped on a landmine. She had unwittingly stumbled on a much bigger sting being conducted by the FBI, which appeared to be a counterintelligence operation approved at the highest levels in Washington, one of the reasons the FBI sought to protect Strassmeyer. March and April 1995. The right understanding of any matter and a misunderstanding of the same matter do not wholly exclude each other. Franz Kafka, The Trial. It was a bright cold day in April, and the clocks were striking 13. George Orwell, 1984. About 2 weeks after McVeigh appeared at the St. George Gun Show and on Johnny Bangerter's doorstep, he showed up in the Fort Riley, Kansas, area with 2 and sometimes 3 unknown men. Scores of witnesses reported these sightings to the FBI immediately after the bombing, one of them a retired Army lieutenant colonel and Special Forces advisor who had unfortunately come down with a brain infection and was unable to offer further information. Another man reported that on March 9, 1995, he boarded a bus in Kansas that was headed to Pueblo, Colorado. He sat down next to a fidgety passenger who called himself Tim. McVeigh's imperceptibly binding chains. McNee, whom he now recognized as Timothy McVeigh. The FBI sought information about a vendor named Tim Tuttle and his registration at a gun show in Colorado on the dates of March 10 to 12, 1995. In Hammer's Guilty Agent story, McVeigh received final instructions in explosives at ESI in Colorado during this time and on March 17, traveled back to Las Vegas to meet with the major who instructed McVeigh to check in on a daily basis until he completed his mission. Since the previous September, Kerry Gugun, an informant for the U.S. Marshals, who regularly traveled from Denver to Las Vegas to Kingman, Arizona, had been providing information to handlers in Denver about an ongoing plot to blow up federal buildings. The Department of Justice issued a letter of immunity for Gugun, who was instructed to maintain his contact with the conspirators and report any developments. On March 17, 1995, Gugun informed his handlers that he had met with some of the conspirators at a motel room in Las Vegas where they had reviewed drawings of the Murrah building. Based on this and other information, the U.S. Marshals issued a general warning to their regional offices that federal courthouses and government installations may become targets of terrorist attacks. Amon using the name Steve Murphy but listing McVeigh's address registered as a vendor at a gun show in Prescott, Arizona to be held on March 18, but, according to the organizer, never showed up. At the end of the month, McVeigh sent his sister his military records for safekeeping and on March 31, checked into the Imperial Motel in Kingman, where he allegedly stayed until April 12. According to the Lone Wolf story, McVeigh remained in his room, alone, leaving only to get food, although guests at the motel said he had a number of visitors. His defense team noted that while the handwriting on the original registration form at the Imperial resembled McVeigh, the registration extension form dated April 7 had very obviously been filled out by someone other than McVeigh. During his stay at the Imperial, McVeigh placed a number of calls to the Kaufman's local National Alliance office, a rider rental shop in Lake Havasu, Arizona, to Elohim City and to the Cause Foundation in North Carolina, an organization catering to legal defense efforts of the racist right. According to Hammer, McVeigh spent this time with the mysterious bomb maker, Poindexter. On April 6, 1995, U.S. Marshals informant, Kerry Gugun, called his Denver handlers and relayed that he had just returned from a meeting in Kingman, Arizona where he learned that the bombing was to occur within the next 2 weeks. It would seem something strange was going on in Kingman. A heavily redacted FBI document, written about 4 months after the bombing, recounts information provided by a man very familiar with the remotest parts of the outlying desert there. The man, who had been out hiking during this time, heard what he thought was a plane going down. 385. 386. And saw a plume of smoke. Fearing somebody may have been hurt, the man went towards the plume and eventually saw 2 strange people in the distance with no vehicle, which he said was highly unusual where they were. When he got closer to them, they disappeared, but there were tracks on the ground and they had obviously hidden in some nearby brush. In retrospect, the man thought maybe he had witnessed a test run for the OKC bombing. Not long after this occurred, he returned to the area and saw a large group of individuals clad in white robes with colored sashes and a large trailer. He could not understand how they got the trailer so far out into that terrain. The area, he said, was filled with isolationists, survivalists, paramilitary groups, and some religious individuals all focused on Idaho. The man advised that he had lived there for a long time and was very knowledgeable about these cult groups. He had heard, from a source he refused to name, that McVeigh had visited a couple of these desert-dwelling paramilitary groups and that McVeigh had only been a good soldier in the plot, not a general. He believed that when all is said and done, this area of Arizona would yield the individuals directing McVeigh. Later, Michael Drosnin, a reporter for the Washington Post and the Wall Street Journal, contacted first the FBI and then the Jones team. He told them that shortly before the bombing, McVeigh had met with a Cuban man at a hideout and compound in the most remote desert area surrounding Kingman. The man, who Drosnin said, had a military bearing, had many Arab connections and used many aliases, sometimes Arab-sounding. He was known as an army officer, sometimes passed himself off as a priest and had some kind of connection with the Branch Davidians. Drosnin's story also paralleled Kerry Gugun's in some ways. Drosnin told the FBI agents that he really hoped this information didn't come back to haunt the FBI, but he felt it was important they check out the lead before the group disappeared. Drosnin, trying to secure an interview with McVeigh, told Jones that if he could confront McVeigh with this information, McVeigh would be shocked and would immediately know who and what he was talking about. However, Drosnin advised, based on what he now knew, he did not believe McVeigh knew the man's true identity or who he really was and would be very interested in this information. Once he knew, McVeigh would not want to protect the man. The story told by Drosnin, who would not reveal the source of his information, was similar in some ways to those told by others, including the previously mentioned man in the desert, and Drosnin's descriptions of the strange Cuban man matched sightings of McVeigh with a darker-skinned man in Kingman. When his attorneys asked McVeigh, About this, rather than deny he knew anything about it or call Drosnin crazy, as he normally would have, McVeigh emphatically insisted that his defense team should not deal with Drosnin, saying that he was bad news and obviously has sources and can dig out information. On April 4, 1995, just 2 weeks before the bombing, McVeigh visited a dentist's office in Kingman but refused to let him take an X-ray, claiming he could not afford it. The dentist filled a cavity for McVeigh, who explained that he planned to apply for a job and the cavity was unsightly. He paid in cash. The visit perplexed his defense team. They wondered why he would have a cavity filled right before the bombing. Was the tooth causing him pain or did he want to get rid of an identifying mark? Despite the Kingman dentist record and the many army dentist visits he had made, after his arrest, McVeigh told a prison dentist that, in early 1995s, he had one cavity filled but other than that, had no dental problems. On April 7, the flurry of telephone calls made from McVeigh's motel room stopped, and then resumed on April 11. On those dates, he appeared at the Fortier family dinner in Kingman, Arizona, but also in Colorado, Kansas, and Oklahoma. An overwhelming number of multiple McVeighs appeared at critical times and locations throughout the weeks leading to the bombing, and the frequency of such appearances increased as April 19 approached. Witnesses from different areas of the country and who didn't know each other, reported that the McVeigh they saw made a point of announcing his name and told them to remember it because they would hear it again soon. Sightings of McVeigh inside the Murrah building began as early as December 1994, but became more frequent in the weeks immediately prior to April 19, 1995. Numerous McVeighs, sometimes alone and sometimes with other individuals, visited the Murrah Daycare Center, the Veterans Administration and Social Security offices, the mailroom, elevators, snack bar, vending machines, lobby, underground parking lot and the basement tunnels that run below Oklahoma City, including those directly under the Murrah. Employees described them, alternately, as good-looking, having distinct facial markings, wearing an earring, dressed neatly, dressed sloppily, holding a walkie-talkie or rummaging through the mail. These McVeighs sometimes smiled, scowled, or spoke. One McVeigh came into the daycare center and told the manager that he and his children had just moved to the area. Instead of questions parents normally ask, McVeigh asked about the security cameras and construction of the building. 3 men came into the Veterans Administration office. One of them explained he was looking for a job and identified himself as Tim McVeigh from upstate New York, even making a point of spelling out 387. 388. His name. Still, McVeigh insisted to his attorneys and biographers, "I've never been in the Murrah building in my life." Approximately 2 weeks before the bombing, employees at the federal courthouse in downtown Oklahoma City were advised to be extra vigilant of suspicious people who might be wandering the building, and a number of employees who worked in the federal complex downtown, including at the Murrah, began hearing rumors about bomb threats. Although the FBI would deny it, Harvey Weathers, a deputy chief of the Oklahoma City Fire Department, said that on Friday, April 14, 1995, his office received notice from the FBI that they were to be alert for terrorist activity in the near future, and warned that individuals of interest may enter the city that weekend. On April 14, 1995, Timothy McVeigh checked into the Dreamland Motel in Junction City, Kansas, listing James Nichols' house in Michigan as his permanent address. Guests there recalled McVeigh, or someone who closely resembled him, but had tattoos, glasses, an abundance of body hair and other features, depending on who was talking. The owner of the motel, her son, and the guests said the man parked 2 different Ryder trucks there at different times, first a smaller, faded older-looking one and then a larger, newer one. On April 15, Robert Kling placed a delivery order for Chinese food to McVeigh's room at the Dreamland. The delivery driver insisted that the man who answered the door in no way resembled McVeigh, Nichols, or John Doe No. 2 sketches. On April 17, a man with a pockmarked face rented a Ryder truck from Elliott's Body Shop, just miles away from the Dreamland. The man presented a South Dakota driver's license in the name of Bob Kling, born April 19, 1972. The time stamp on the rental receipt was 4:19 p.m. Depending on who you ask, Kling either did or did not come into the store with another man, later known as John Doe No. 2. Roger Charles wrote, "The prosecution could never prove that McVeigh rented the Ryder truck in person, or that he, or his surrogate, had done so alone." In fact, during his trial, prosecutors could not conclusively place the ambiguously elusive bomber at Elliott's et al. At around M on April 18, 1995, McVeigh left the Dreamland Motel, driving the second of the two Ryders he had parked there during his stay. McVeigh claimed that he and Nichols built the truck bomb in Kansas that day, after which he, alone, drove the bomb-laden Ryder from Kansas to Oklahoma. At some point after crossing the state line, he pulled off the road and parked the Ryder in a small gravel lot near a motel where he remained until early the next morning, at which point he headed to Oklahoma City to deliver death to those inside the McVeigh. For the first time in a long time though, he had failed to leave even a shred of paper in the paper trail he had so carefully laid throughout the previous 2 years. Witnesses saw McVeigh, a Ryder truck and two other men at a restaurant in Perry, Oklahoma, around 7:30 p.m., then at a McDonald's in Oklahoma City with an unknown number of people at an unknown time. Then with one other man at a convenience store in Oklahoma City around 9:30 p.m. and at the same store around midnight, now accompanied by a lone hooker. When his defense team asked McVeigh where the truck was during the missing time the night before the bombing, he responded by saying, maybe it was in a government warehouse being loaded with explosives. Among the things in his possession at the time of his arrest were handwritten directions to a storage warehouse in Oklahoma City. In Hammer's story, McVeigh, Poindexter, and Arab bank robber Richard Guthrie completed the real bomb around 9 p.m. on April 18, after which they dropped Guthrie and the fake truck bomb off at a motel near Oklahoma City. McVeigh and Poindexter made their way to a warehouse in Oklahoma City, where they met with the Major and Roberto, the man who had tested McVeigh on his knowledge of right-wing rhetoric nearly 2 years before. The Major and Roberto killed Poindexter and dumped his body in the back of the Ryder truck. An ATF spokesperson told a group of reporters that there had been an ongoing sensitive sting operation and, as part of that, the McVeigh building was under surveillance throughout the night of April 18, but the stakeout was discontinued at around 6 a.m. on the morning of April 19. He later retracted his statement, but that really didn't matter because, even before he made it, several eyewitnesses reported that they saw bomb disposal units near the McVeigh building and federal courthouse, and members of the Oklahoma City bomb squad confirmed they searched the courthouse for bombs that morning. The surveillance teams and bomb disposal units weren't the only early birds on the morning of April 19. Starting around 7 a.m., multiple incarnations of McVeigh began appearing at different locations throughout Oklahoma City, driving very different vehicles, all of them accompanied by various unidentified companions. Despite this, no eyewitness who saw a McVeigh that morning was called to testify in court, and therefore, as the security footage from all of the cameras around the McVeigh had gone missing, McVeigh was never conclusively placed at the scene at all. At 8:32 a.m. CST, the Department of Justice in Washington, D.C. received a strange phone call from a man who refused to give his name. The caller said that the federal building in Oklahoma City had just been bombed. He knew, he said, because he was standing 389, 390 across the street as they spoke. A half hour later, at 9:02 am, that deadly explosion ripped through the McVeigh building. Immediately after, many McVeighs, accompanied by the various unidentified companions, were seen speeding off in equally various vehicles, except for one McVeigh variant, who a few people saw standing not too far from the blast site calmly watching the commotion and horror. One peculiar McVeigh, with a pockmarked face and stained teeth, was seen standing around talking to two other people about 4 blocks from the McVeigh. A man who walked by them said the McVeigh figure turned to his companions and coldly remarked, "Shit happens, doesn't it?" About 90 minutes after the bomb exploded in OKC and about 60 miles north of there, Timothy James McVeigh was pulled over for driving without a rear license plate. He was arrested for driving an unregistered vehicle and carrying an unregistered concealed pistol. For some reason the name on the booking card at the local jail listed him as Bruce James McVeigh. About 10 hours later, Lance and Jax, the strange drifters who seemed to follow McVeigh, left their motel room near Elohim City and checked in at a motel in Perry, but left after only a couple of hours. Prior to his being named a suspect in the bombing, as McVeigh sat in the Perry jail, Roger Moore contacted at least 2 bail/bond companies in an attempt to arrange bail for him. Stephen Jones told terrorism expert Stephen Sloan that McVeigh's arrest in Perry had actually been detrimental to the federal investigation because there are indications that the FBI had a lead on Tim the day of the bombing or perhaps the next day, tracked him to Perry, and they wanted to wait until Tim bonded out to follow him and see where he went. At the last minute, however, the ATF tracked McVeigh to the Perry jail, which really screwed things up for the FBI. Referring to his demeanor prior to the FBI's retrieval of him 2 days later, the county prosecutor said McVeigh had an eerie calm. You wouldn't look into his eyes and say there's evil exuding. You just looked into his eyes and said, there's nothing. A number of outlets reported that, when the FBI finally did come to collect him, McVeigh refused to answer any questions, gave only his name, rank and serial number, but did mention that he had been implanted with a biochip. This article explained that those who inhabited the same world as McVeigh believed that eventually all people would be implanted with tracking microchips, and now McVeigh himself is claiming to be one of the participants in these fantastical control projects. Registered regardless of what he did or did not say to his captors, after the FBI questioned him in Perry, the U.S. Marshals transported him to Tinker Air Force Base for arraignment. As agents led him to a nearby black helicopter, McVeigh expressed concern for his safety, telling them he feared another Lee Harvey Oswald Jack Ruby incident and requested a bulletproof vest, a luxury the agents declined to grant him. During the televised Perry perp walk, McVeigh's cold blue eyes stared straight ahead, with the 100-mile stare of the lost soldier, his tall, thin frame draped in orange prison clothing. Within days, Irene Fortier told reporters McVeigh had lived a double life and the truth would eventually come out. Terry Nichols' ex-wife Lana Padilla told Diane Sawyer that the McVeigh she saw on television during the perp walk was not the same person. There was something off, something unrecognizable about his face. A handful of other people made similar statements. Here we are presented with the problem of multiple McVeighs, a man whose cold demeanor and accused crime transformed him into an unrecognizable monster even in the eyes of those who knew him. Then there were those pesky flesh and blood McVeighs who repeatedly appeared at different locations simultaneously, so much so that the detail-minded former Jones team investigator, Roger Charles, referred to them as McVeigh surrogates and the McVeigh character. While the FBI briefly conducted an investigation into the use of possible McVeigh lookalikes in the bombing plot, they discontinued this line of inquiry as early as May 10, 1995, even as reports of this type were still forthcoming. The Jones team also looked into this possibility and, occasionally, McVeigh himself wondered if someone had impersonated him without his knowing it. Pack of Wolves narratives and some of their Watched Wolves counterparts suggest that at least some of the doubles were McVeigh's clever masquerading co-conspirators, and given his associates' fondness for disguises, use of decoys and fake identification, this is also a reasonable proposition, up to a point. Lone wolf stories, however, attribute all sightings of McVeigh duplicates and all John Doe 2s to mistaken or overly imaginative eyewitnesses. They insist McVeigh doubles, if they did exist, were simply those he created through his many aliases and disguises. And certainly, that is also true, to a point. From the outset, McVeigh constructed, enacted and left documentation of a number of shadow selves. All other narratives of the bombing purport that McVeigh, like Lee Harvey Oswald, was an ordinary man who became caught up in a complicated web of intrigue and deception. Here, the bombing plot involves any number of individuals watched over, guided or orchestrated by institutions who possessed both the motive and resources to commit the crime, and the ability to set up patsies and scapegoats to take the fall and protect certain individuals after the fact. In a nod to such stories, a 1997 Toronto Star article described Oswald and McVeigh. 391. 392. As spiritual brothers, true representatives of a type that emerges every now and then to act out a recurring American nightmare. In fact, Oswald acts as the prototype of McVeigh and of all the McVeighs to come. Both men echoed earlier and influenced later depictions of the patsy and the sympathetic assassin, and noted McVeigh's resemblance to Don DeLillo's 1988 depiction of a fictionalized Oswald in his book Libra. Like Oswald, McVeigh has the uncanny yet consistent ability to appear in two places at once, sometimes loudly identifying themselves by variations of his name and then making easily remembered spectacles of themselves. Like Oswald, McVeigh made connections to a number of groups and individuals whom the FBI had placed under systematic surveillance and was himself under surveillance by any number of intelligence agencies. Like Oswald, McVeigh was in constant contact not only with numerous potential bad guys but known intelligence assets and agents, like Roger Moore, who despite his probable involvement in the plot walked away, as he had so many times before, unscathed and, just months after the bombing, the FBI systematically dropped him from their inquiry. In addition, while Oswald can be placed near the scene of the crime, no direct evidence exists that he killed JFK. Similarly, no physical evidence and only dubious eyewitness evidence existed that McVeigh rented a Ryder truck and ultimately, although he was in Oklahoma City the morning of the bombing, nobody can quite say for sure where he was, when and what exactly he was doing there. In Guilty Agent stories, McVeigh does misrepresent himself, leading a double life as an undercover operative. His racist rants, odd behavior and appearances in radical right-wing enclaves, were all part of his carefully constructed legend even if the legend jibed with his authentic self. But alongside of him, working concurrently, likely without his knowledge, are imposters implanted and controlled by shadowy intelligence agencies. Whether the real McVeigh went rogue, went off the reservation, or carried out his orders as directed, it matters little, as there is always another McVeigh ready to fill to his shoes. 3 years before the assassination of John F. Kennedy, FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover informed the State Department there was a possibility that an imposter was attempting to pass himself off as Lee Harvey Oswald and thanked them in advance for any information they could provide about him. The FBI of the 1990s sought to avoid these types of mysteries in McVeigh's case. But unlike Oswald, who insisted certain incriminating pictures of him were doctored and faked, once McVeigh became America's face of terrorism, he sought to conform his story to the FBI's. Finally, some have envisioned a plot wherein experimental Wolf McVeigh had been brainwashed or medically manipulated in a manner that induced him to act as an easily tracked guilty agent within a pack of watched wolves, but to compliantly and even enthusiastically accept his role as lone wolf bomber afterwards. Such an amalgamation of narratives was told about Oswald as well, and to one degree or another, was told by McVeigh about himself at times. Such stories purport that unseen operators staged the execution of the actual McVeigh and, McVeigh, too, entertained this possibility. In a sense, the experimental wolf scenario, that consists of and combines all other versions, reconciles the many contradictions between all of the stories, including the multiple McVeighs, into a grand master narrative in which everything fits neatly, much like the lone wolf story, except that experimental wolf stories incorporate, rather than ignore and dismiss, contradictions. Beyond the problem of multiple McVeighs, there is the issue of the confusing array of companions who surrounded the bomber and the emergence of several coinciding possible plot trajectories, all of which somehow coalesce in Oklahoma City on the morning of April 19, 1995. In the wake of this confusing trail, the bombing plot itself seems to take on a life of its own, sweeping up into its grasp ever-widening rings of people, many people in different locations with different motives, who participate in seemingly disparate events, possibly related to its culmination. A plot that, in the words of Libra's CIA assassination mastermind, Win Everett, carried its own internal logic. Rather than a grand conspiracy, the plot consists of several small random conspiracies, and like DeLillo's Libra, members of the conspiracy are simultaneously inside and outside of the plot, and each conspirator, seeing no further than his own interests, fears, or desires for revenge, moves in a private direction. The mystery of solving the crime involves identifying the connection between chance and design, between contingency and conspiracy. In this situation, understandings of conventional history, in this case the lone wolf story, or any other purportedly true version, may be only one possible system, one that has screened out most rings and whose points of intersection are strictly defined by cause and effect. However, if history is conceived instead as an open system or a conglomerate of interacting systems, the opposition between random event and cause/effect sequences would not longer obtain. Certain occurrences would appear to be random only because they are located on rings that are not intersecting at visible points, and certain patterns emerge outside the bounds of cause and effect. Registered degree. Philosophical musings aside, what is clear is that the story of the Oklahoma City bombing and Timothy McVeigh is one fraught with multiple irreconcilabilities, multiple unidentified conspirators, multiple 393. 394 people, each with multiple aliases, alibis, doubles, decoys, doppelgangers, imposters, lookalikes, and impersonators, even multiple rider trucks. The quandary is exacerbated by the dilemma of unreliable narrators and further compounded by the dismissal, distortion and systematic destruction of evidence, a good portion of which was credible and beyond reproach. While it seems reasonable to reject any single piece of evidence as aberrant, it is another thing altogether to reject the entire body of contradictions. Admittedly, there seems no way to present all of the information or the intricacy of evidential detail and come out with a coherent story that does not wrongly dismiss critical elements of the others. Still, it must be acknowledged that the history of the case, as most people understand it, is problematic, naive, and the continued evocation of the bombing or McVeigh in service of various agendas is irresponsible, when it relies on the lone wolf or pack of wolves narratives, and ignores wider implications. Part 2. The experts. Most people actually use the word paranoid to denote an overly suspicious person. But the suspicious thinking of a paranoid is more than the normal mistrust and doubt implied by the word. It is suspicion in the literal meaning, to look below the surface for details. But sometimes the imaginary enemies turned out to be real. Whispers, The Voices of Paranoia, 1994, Ronald K. Siegel, Ph.D., pharmacologist, professor at UCLA Department of Psychiatry and Behavioral Science, colleague and co-author with Dr. Jolly West. Introduction. On April 21, 1995, a black helicopter transferred McVeigh to Tinker Air Force Base in Oklahoma City, where he remained in a cell with 8-foot-tall thick glass walls until his arraignment at 8:30 p.m. the next day. There he met with two public defenders appointed to represent him, Susan Otto and John W. Coyle III. Herbeck and Michelle wrote that upon meeting Otto and Coyle, an unashamed McVeigh dropped a thunderbolt and, for 30 minutes, proceeded to confess his guilt to them, giving them as many details as he could about his action. According to his biographers, his secret confessions were part of his long-term strategy. While refusing to plead guilty to the charges against him, he was honest, brutally so, with the lawyers and investigators who were assigned to help him. Within days, though, Otto and Coyle asked the judge to remove them from the case, citing conflicts of interest. Still, they impressed him because they never betrayed him and kept their knowledge to themselves. Not reported and assumedly unknown to McVeigh biographers was McVeigh's first and assumedly private guilty agent confession to them, a strange claim that they soon relayed to his replacement attorneys. As outlined previously, McVeigh told Otto and Coyle that he had been recruited into an undercover operation and tasked with tracking neo-Nazis. Having discovered a bombing plot, his government handlers instructed him to embed himself in it. However, the bomb was only supposed to blow out a few windows of the Murrah, and because of this, he suspected that somebody switched the truck or the explosives in it without his knowledge. Later, when Jones' team investigator Richard Reyna asked McVeigh about his strange statements to Otto and Coyle, McVeigh became very angry and began yelling, cursing, and exclaimed that Coyle had no business discussing their private conversations with anyone, and told Reyna that while some parts of the story were true, some were not. It was at Tinker AFB that McVeigh not only began to tell his guilty agent story to people outside of his private world, but it was also a central location in experimental stories told by others, stories that in many ways were elaborations of the stories McVeigh told before his arrest. As fate would have it, on the same day McVeigh arrived at Tinker, the villainous Dr. Jolly West, then head of UCLA's Neuropsychiatric Institute, showed up in Oklahoma City to coordinate a psychological trauma team for survivors and first responders on behalf of the American Psychological Association. The trauma team, along with several other disaster relief initiatives, used Tinker as a coordinating and staging site. On April 22, the day after his arraignment, McVeigh was transferred to El Reno Federal Correctional Facility, located about 25 miles from OKC. The same day, Linda Thompson called the FBI to report that Jolly West was examining McVeigh at El Reno, and while McVeigh himself seems never to have discussed West, in the years to come, unsubstantiated rumors about West's regular visits with McVeigh at El Reno proliferated. In experimental wolf stories, West's presence in OKC so soon after the bombing implied something much darker. His charitable activities there were simply a cover to manipulate the memories of critical eyewitnesses and shield his secret visits with McVeigh, whom he set about mind-controlling until McVeigh, as obnoxiously as possible, confessed to being S-75. 396. The lone wolf mastermind and believed his own false confession wholeheartedly. Seemingly imbued with psychic powers, on the evening of April 19. On May 25, 1995, Jones asked the court for permission and funds to hire experts who could evaluate McVeigh's physical and mental health to determine if he was competent to stand trial, expressing concern about the conditions of McVeigh's confinement and its impact on his mental state. Jones told the court, "I see the cameras as simply an attempt to engage in a kind of psychological warfare, and I think, ultimately, perhaps, would have an effect on mental stability, which might in turn affect the trial." After the court approved Jones' request, he set about recruiting a team of mental health experts, all with interesting areas of expertise. Among them was Dr. John R. Smith, an Oklahoma City psychiatrist and retired Air Force captain, who specialized in aggression, violence, hypnosis, and the mental and physical effects of combat for Vietnam veterans. Smith also acted as, among other things, consultant for the University of Oklahoma's Department of Psychiatry and Behavioral Services, the Veterans Affairs Administration Hospital in OKC, the Security Services in Pakistan and, later, a contractor treating active duty members of the U.S. military at various installations, including Guantanamo Prison Camp. Smith first met with McVeigh at El Reno Prison on June 6, 1995. 2 days later, on June 8, the court sealed the psychological records of both McVeigh and Nichols. On June 18, Smith made recommendations resulting in somewhat less restrictive conditions, and the cameras in his cell were turned off for 4 hours each day, although guards were posted outside his cell at those times. McVeigh continued to express concern about the prison guards' observations of him that were noted in a logbook. After one incident, during which he may or may not have been hearing voices that were or were not simply hallucinations, McVeigh said the guards might have written that he was delusional and therefore asked that his attorneys have the prison logbooks sealed. He further asked that Smith's reports be available to future mental health experts retained by the defense, explaining to attorney Rob Nye that he wanted them to know he is not completely crazy prior to the time they come to visit. Smith granted many media interviews about his involvement in the case, and countless outlets reported that Smith spent over 20 hours with McVeigh before deeming him fit to stand trial. Smith, we are told, evaluated McVeigh with the sole objective of making such a determination and, in the end, diagnosed him with depression and PTSD. As an adult, said Smith, McVeigh dealt with his trauma the same way he did as a child. He created superhero role for himself, fantasized all these monsters, which he fought. Still, despite his active fantasy life, Smith said McVeigh was not delusional, competent to stand trial, and had been fully aware of what he was doing when he bombed the Murrah. Smith's initial findings, submitted to the Jones team on June 18, were a bit more complex than reported. Smith's diagnosis did include long-term significant depressive illnesses and PTSD, but also paranoia, character/personality disorders, borderline personality disorder with obsessive features, grandiose features, and perfectionist. McVeigh never mentioned this to his biographers. McVeigh's account of the reason Jones hired Smith in the first place is also slightly different. To his biographers he said that Jones thought the EY 398 details of his life and the bombing plot sounded so surreal that Jones wanted to check if I was brainwashed and determine if I was delusional, competent to stand trial, so that's why Dr. Smith came in. McVeigh explained how they met repeatedly throughout a 3-week period. Given time to explain all, and I actually formed a bond and he told I was fine. I don't fault for not believing me at the get-go. I was seen repeatedly by 3 defense shrinks, pre-trial. I got along great with 2, the 3 grew frustrated. B/C his job was to formulate a possible mental defect mitigation and he couldn't find any basis for such. None of these 3 professionals, when everything was explained, found anything wrong with me. There was nothing wrong with McVeigh according to McVeigh. He hadn't been brainwashed and nobody put a microchip in him. Smith must not have cleared up the brainwashing issue to Jones' satisfaction, because internal defense memos reveal that even after his June 18 report, the possibility of some type of mind control remained an issue, however speculative. The defense team kept an ongoing shared to-do list that delegated various tasks to different members. As per a discussion between Rob Nye and McVeigh on June 28, 10 days after Smith submitted his first report, the task of following up on information concerning microchips being implanted in military personnel or others and, a few months later, Army enlistees subjected to brainwashing and/or electronic mind control experiments was added to the list. In the majority of accounts, Smith's involvement with McVeigh ended after he found him fit to stand trial that June. For instance, attorney Randall Coyne said, "The good Dr. John Smith was the mental health professional who met with and evaluated Tim. He was looking at him with a view towards competency and sanity. My sense was that Smith's interviews with McVeigh were not helpful to the defense, therefore, Smith's participation in the defense was curtailed. We didn't call him as a witness, we didn't offer a mental health defense. To my knowledge he wasn't treating Tim." In reality, the extent of Smith and the other mental health experts' involvement in the case, as well as their findings, are much more telling than McVeigh let on or than some of the other attorneys on the team, even those closest to him, may have known. According to court affidavits and internal defense memos, Smith met with McVeigh not just for 3 weeks as McVeigh claimed, but intermittently until at least the time of his trial. Their meetings extended beyond McVeigh's imperceptibly binding chains. Competency evaluations in July 1995, when attorney Rob Nye informed the team that McVeigh said he concurred with our decision not to have Smith continue to see him, but apparently there is one issue bothering Tim that he wants to speak to Dr. Smith about. McVeigh asked that Smith come back to see him just one more time, and Smith agreed under the condition that Jones and attorney Dick Burr understood he did so only based on McVeigh's request. Although Smith is the most often mentioned mental expert to have been involved with McVeigh, and despite McVeigh's claims that only 2 or 3 shrinks saw him, Jones briefly noted in his book that Dr. Smith was only one of several psychiatrists to see McVeigh. Among those who saw him on a regular basis were clinical and forensic psychiatrist Lee Norton, Ph.D., forensic psychologist Dr. Seymour Halleck, and clinical psychologist, neuropsychologist, psychotherapist, and hypnotist, H. Anthony Seamany, Ph.D. Trauma specialist Lee Norton began meeting with McVeigh in June 1995, continued to see him throughout preparation for his trial, and conducted many of the defense team interviews with McVeigh's friends, family members, and co-workers. She felt that the shattering of his psyche began during childhood and continued throughout his adult life. Most markedly after the Gulf War, he experienced increasing fragmentation. McVeigh told Norton that during the Special Forces tryout he was told what they really did, which included bringing illegal substances into the country and hunting and killing potentially innocent people. According to Norton, his inability to reconcile his perfect image of the good that the Army performed for the sake of the country to what he was told their actual mission may at times involve, caused him to experience a remarkable, even earth-shattering, sense of dissonance. To the Jones team, McVeigh sometimes expressed confusion about individuals who swore they met him and who seemed to have accurate details about where he was and when, but McVeigh said he could not remember. Norton wrote that, in fact, there was clear affirmation of the presence of a whole lot of material in Tim's life, including the bombing, about which Tim would rather stay ignorant, and so, he had engaged in a contextually embedded delusional process. Further, he displayed symptoms of an externalized psychosis. In clinical terms, a delusion is a firmly held, false belief and incorrect inference about external reality that is considered pathological when, despite what most other people within one's culture or subculture believe, and when presented with proof to the contrary, the person defends and vigorously maintains it. Unlike other delusions, contextually embedded delusions do not necessarily depend on whether a particular belief is true, false, possible, probable, or plausible, but rather the process. 399. 400. By which one arrives at the belief, the manner one communicates and enacts it, and the extent to which the belief negatively impacts the believer or other people. While unstated, Norton's diagnosis seems to hint that she, for one, suspected McVeigh's guilty agent recruitment story was based on something that, even if it wasn't true, was grounded and supported by his larger context, and did not represent a complete break from reality. Whatever context the delusions sprung from, in Dr. Norton's estimation, McVeigh's fictional world was much more entrenched than the simple fantasy world as described by Smith. The other mental health experts as well as the other attorneys on the team soon came to agree. In fact, a recurring concern underlying much of the story of McVeigh's life and the bombing itself is one of delineating delusion and determining the real versus the unreal. For the Jones team too, a major question concerning any of the stories McVeigh told was whether he really believed them or not, and if so, why. Were any of them true or simply delusional imaginings? For instance, McVeigh initially told Otto and Coyle that the day of the bombing he had been operating within the confines of the United States government, and that the truck might have been switched because the bomb was not supposed to have caused the horrific damage it did. To begin with, this would imply that he was not as familiar with the truck as he should have been if he'd been in it before, even slept in it, and had been the only one to drive it. Maybe he was delusional. Interestingly, however, although he had no way of knowing about the conversation between McVeigh, Otto, and Coyle, a little over a week after the bombing, on April 28, 1995, Bobby Joe Farrington, a federal inmate in Texas with deep connections to the White Power movement, contacted the FBI and told them a strange story which he would repeat with slight variations to McVeigh's defense team and then the media, a summary of which is as follows. Farrington was introduced to a mercenary named Sergeant Mac, but who was, in reality, Timothy McVeigh. Farrington implicated a number of people whom he said ordered, sanctioned, and provided material support for the bombing. Most were connected to Aryan nations, the National Alliance and militia of Montana. Sergeant Mac, he said, turned out to be a real idiot who disobeyed orders and blew up the wrong place. He was actually supposed to blow up the courthouse. He was also supposed to detonate the bomb at night but took it upon himself to change the timing. While later media reports detailing his claims are very different from the accounts he initially gave the FBI and Jones team, Farrington passed a polygraph issued by the FBI. Maybe he was delusional. A year after the bombing, the Jones team had tallied up numerous credible sightings of McVeigh with other individuals during the 24 hours prior to the bombing, when he was supposed to be alone in the Ryder. These sightings, opined the defense team in one memo, supported the theory that The Ryder trucks were switched and McVeigh had not built the actual truck bomb, as he now insisted. A decade later Terry Nichols would describe McVeigh's angry outburst upon learning that both the target and the time of the bombing had been changed. Which of the switched bombing target and truck stories were delusional, which ones true, which intentional deceptions and which ones combinations of all three? Another perhaps more disturbing example of the confusion that arose between what might be real and what was patently unreal, involves one of the lingering mysteries surrounding the Oklahoma City bombing, an unidentified shaved leg clad in a combat boot found in the rubble at the blast site. The official explanation of the leg kept changing. It belonged to a black woman, to a white man. It was buried with one person, dug up, examined, placed in a grave with a different individual, and dug up again before authorities admitted they simply didn't know to whom the leg belonged. Ultimately, the medical examiner had to concede that no person or leg was missing from the survivors and victims of the bombing. Speculation abounded that the leg belonged to John Doe No. 2. McVeigh displayed a fascination with the leg and often mentioned it in conversations with his attorneys, once glibly remarking that the limb would fuel conspiracy theory for years. In late August 1995, McVeigh indicated that the leg belonged to an ex-convict from Utah. The defense wondered why he would even have this detailed information and where and how he obtained it. He brought up the leg again soon after, this time during a meeting with attorney Rob Nye on September 10, 1995. Nye wrote, "The following bracketed information was provided by Tim after he wrote on a legal pad, 'This is not true but we'll test for a bug.'" Back to reality. Clearly Nye thought McVeigh was delusional. Jones team investigator Scott Anderson, in notes from his meeting with McVeigh the following day, reported a similar conversation. "There were many comments made during my visit with Tim that left me very uneasy about either the mental condition of Tim or 401. 402. Just the fact that some of things he is saying is disturbing." He mentioned offhandedly about being honest with his defense team and pulled out a small sheet of paper. He mentioned that he knew that there would be a missing persons report sooner or later in Junction City and that he didn't understand how a body could get blown to pieces leaving a leg and combat boot intact. I quickly asked him what he was talking about, to which he told me that he had known about the leg from the beginning and that the left leg belonged to a prostitute that he had picked up in Junction City before he had left. He took her down with him and I gathered from other comments he made that he had killed her, and put her in army dress. He then said that he placed her body in front of the cone of the bomb and left it to be disintegrated from the explosion. He was still holding his piece of paper, which he then slid to me across the table, which said to not believe a word he was saying, that all of it was made up, and that he was doing this to find out if the room was truly bugged. All of this was very disturbing, due to the fact that his confession stories with different twists and turns are getting more prevalent and they are useless to us, but could possibly contain some truth, but may be written off because we believe that he is delusional. While McVeigh later claimed that the only thing he threw in the back of the Ryder was his Robert Kling ID card, the larger context of these disturbing conversations illustrate that, while seemingly delusional, they were also plausible. Employees at an Albertsons store in Oklahoma City reported to the FBI on April 22, 1995 that, the evening before the bombing on April 18, McVeigh, or someone who looked very like him, and a man who resembled the John Doe No. 2 sketch, came into the store. A couple of hours later, McVeigh came back in, this time with a prostitute. Other, less credible witnesses also reported this to the FBI. An FBI report dated September 19, 1995, about a week after McVeigh relayed his grisly story to members of the Jones team, details an equally bizarre story told by a man in Texas. Among his other claims, the man said that the leg found inside of the boot in front of the federal building belonged to a black female prostitute who was sitting in the front passenger seat of the truck, and the black female had been dead 2 or 3 days prior to the bombing. Among the possessions found on McVeigh at the time of his arrest were handwritten directions to Emmerich's, a storage and warehouse space in Oklahoma City, although the FBI did not question the managers there until December 1995. The following month, On January 16, 1996, McVeigh's attorneys asked where the Ryder truck was from the day it was supposed to be in Kansas on April 18 until it arrived in Oklahoma City early on April 19. McVeigh responded, "Maybe it was in a government warehouse being loaded with explosives." According to David Paul Hammer, McVeigh claimed the leg belonged to Poindexter, the man who helped build the bomb at a warehouse in OKC the evening before the bombing. No longer needed, Poindexter had been killed and his leg placed in the back of the truck. Unknown to both McVeigh's and Nichols' defense teams, DNA tests on the leg were conducted in a private lab in 1997 but, while the Oklahoma medical examiner was given a copy of the results, they remain confidential. In December 2015, the FBI disclosed that they were unaware that DNA tests were conducted or the existence of a report detailing the findings, but said they would look into the matter. However, according to an FBI crime lab spokesperson, the FBI would only perform new DNA tests, using more advanced techniques, if the original FBI agents in charge of the case requested it. For many, including Oklahoma County District Attorney Wes Lane, in charge of Terry Nichols' 2001 state trial, Stephen Jones' California Rep. Dana Rohrabacher and a host of others involved in the investigations and trials, the leg indicates the long-denied existence of John Doe No. 2. Roger Charles said that the FBI could not risk exposing known conspirators because it would, in turn, expose a complex network of government informants and undercover investigations. Former FBI agent Bob Ricks, a lead agent in the bombing case, told reporters that this was hogwash. He was very confident that McVeigh was alone in OKC on April 19, 1995, and dismissed rumors about unidentified conspirators as conspiracy theories. Perhaps, a knee-jerk reaction? The truth about the leg may never be known. The many faces of Tim McVeigh. Spying is attractive to loonies. Psychopaths, who are people who spend their lives making up stories, revel in the field. CIA contract researcher, Harvard psychiatrist, Dr. Harry Murray, Explorations of Personality, 1938. Doublethink means the power of holding two contradictory beliefs in one's mind simultaneously, and accepting both of them. George Orwell, 1984. If you want to keep a secret, you must also hide it from yourself. George Orwell, 1984. 403. 404. There is also a legend of a place called the Black Lodge, the shadow self of the White Lodge. The legend says that every spirit must pass through there on the way to perfection. There, you will meet your own shadow self. My people call it the dweller on the threshold. But it is said, if you confront the Black Lodge with imperfect courage, it will utterly annihilate your soul. Deputy Hawk, Twin Peaks. My strongly resented suggestions that another person may have influenced, manipulated, directed, or even controlled him. Nevertheless, the overall opinion of the mental health experts was that it was unlikely McVeigh came up with the idea to bomb the Murrah building and may not have even played a primary role, but was part of a larger conspiracy that went much deeper than McVeigh was willing to let on. For legal purposes it didn't really matter, because the government wanted to pin the bombing almost exclusively on him, and he insisted on taking complete responsibility for it. This wasn't surprising, in a psychological sense, as, they noted, his strength is in carrying out orders. McVeigh appeared psychologically incapable of revealing who are and what their role was. But, why? Although for legal reasons it didn't matter why, in the attempt to understand him better, the mental health experts, other consultants, attorneys, and investigators considered several possibilities, a few of them of the experimental wolf variety, dubbed fringe leads but based on actual but puzzling information about McVeigh and the bombing. Among the fringe possibilities considered, while in the military, McVeigh was exposed to considerable trauma and who knows what else that led not only to Gulf War syndrome but had also left a chemical imprint on his brain resulting in uncontrollable violent impulses. Or, others unknown had recruited him into an already existing plot, using any number of possible pretexts, after which they set about psychologically manipulating him, pushing him over the edge and setting him up as a fall guy. Then of course, there was the Manchurian Candidate scenario, the fringiest of them all, but one continuously explicated or alluded to in internal memos. Despite the sometimes vague allusions, more than one member of the Jones team has told me that the juiciest discussions were not memorialized in the memos or were only discussed using cryptic references as per Jones' instruction. What was memorialized is noteworthy. Dr. Seymour Halleck hinted in one memo at the possibility of a fringe scenario, noting that he had an eerie feeling that something bizarre had happened to McVeigh, although the specifics of his theory are only hinted at in references to previous conversations not found in the internal memos. Still, Halleck's eerie feeling is interesting for the fact that after bringing it up he went on to clearly express his opinion that beyond McVeigh's traditional and contextually embedded delusions, his most remarkable feature was his suggestibility. He was, Halleck informed the attorneys, highly suggestible. Since childhood, McVeigh had more than most a sponge-like ability to absorb and internalize information. Jones' team investigator Roger Charles wrote that, when McVeigh left the Army, he was already in the process of coming unstuck from mainstream society and afterward, his very sense of self dissolved. Politics, said Charles, was the means by which McVeigh forged a new identity. Just as he enacted various roles prior to leaving the Army, McVeigh had reenacted the deeds of the fictional Earl Turner, protagonist of the Turner Diaries. While waging an underground racist revolution, our hero constructs a truck bomb from fertilizer, and uses it to blow up a federal building in order to destroy a database and force a change in the system. Unreported were the early observations of his legal team that, he primary hero/role model speaks of our Captain Kirk, Mr. Spock, and Captain Picard, all characters on Star Trek, and wondered at his tendency to speak of characters in Star Trek as actual models of reality. Letters written to his biographers after his conviction also illustrate his sometimes bizarre, always obsessive, musings about the show that continued until the time of his execution. Prior to and after his trial, McVeigh compared nearly everything, including himself, to characters or circumstances in Star Trek and, over the years, undoubtedly emulated them. McVeigh's fragmentation actually went a little deeper than subtly manifested emulations of popular culture. Indeed, the prevailing opinion of all the Jones team mental health experts, including Smith, was that McVeigh possessed dissociative abilities which, having seemingly taken on a life of their own, this led them to diagnose him with a dissociative disorder. Dissociative identity disorders are defined as extreme and long-lasting manifestation of traumatic stress resulting in a disruption of and/or discontinuity in the normal integration of consciousness, memory, identity, emotion, perception, body representation, motor control, and behavior. While everybody experiences some forms of dissociation in non-life-threatening circumstances, DIDs are more severe and long-lasting expressions of dissociated states which manifest at times of acute or prolonged stress. What makes dissociative states pathological or maladaptive is the inability to control their occurrence and the episodic amnesia often accompanying them. DID is a fundamental disrupt 405. 406. Of consciousness, memory, identity, or perception of environment that severs connections between a person's thoughts, memories, feelings, actions, or sense of identity. An integrative deficit wreaks havoc with an individual's ability to maintain a sense of self over time, claim ownership of personal historical events, and to differentiate between the real and unreal. In extreme manifestations, those who suffer from DIDs may call themselves different names and have different personality states, who appear and take over the primary personality. Asterisk. Those displaying symptoms of DID tend to be highly suggestible and easily hypnotizable. The Jones team mental health workers' clinical diagnoses, and the independent and collective profiles of McVeigh they constructed, when taken together, depict him as a narcissistic, fragmented, paranoid, delusional, psychotic, suggestible, amnesiac man suffering from PTSD and dissociative identity disorder. Thus, rather than finding him normal and not delusional as he claimed. The experts found McVeigh to be perplexingly disturbed and recommended he undergo further psychological testing. Jones did not, however, intend to put on a mental health defense and informed Burr that he agreed with McVeigh, who, he said, does not wish to be painted as a John Hinckley. To be clear, the term multiple personality disorder is not found within the Jones documents, although such a prognosis is the most extreme manifestation of DID. Regardless, the concept of dissociation presented one way to explain, not only McVeigh's frequent memory lapses, but also the many distinct identities he enacted throughout his life and the increasing frequency of their number and appearance leading to the bombing. Many of these personae had specific names and functions. Some appeared only briefly, generally for a specific task, others enacted and maintained consistently over long periods. It would seem he had varying degrees of control over and memory of them, depending on the circumstances. No matter how structured and embedded in his compartmentalized mind, how he managed his mental modules, or why and how they even existed, it seemed that at some point Timothy McVeigh fragmented into multiple self-states. When viewed as a product of fragmented selves, the inconsistent narratives he frequently offered look somewhat more consistent. This also aligns with the strange observations made by others who knew him before the bombing, and the publicly disseminated experimental wolf narratives that came to surround him. Reminiscent of the account given to the FBI by a volunteer at a Buffalo area AIDS outreach program, Peter Salino, about McVeigh's strange trips to the VA hospital and blackouts during which he had no memory of his actions, an individual with dissociative amnesia suffers a loss of autobiographical memory for specific past experiences. Dissociative fugue pertains to amnesia, covers the whole of the patient's life. It is also accompanied by a loss of personal identity and, in many cases, physical relocation. During a flight from reality in which they seek out new environments, an individual in a state of dissociative fugue may behave quite normally in the new environment, but very differently from his usual behavior. When he returns, he does not remember the events of the fugue. While a fugue can last for long periods or may consist of a single episode, longer fugue states may include the establishment of a new identity or identities. While aliases and disguises are often employed as critical components of a successful criminal endeavor, the individual utilizing such methods is conscious and in control. DID implies that the subject is not in control, or maybe to a weakened extent. Literature about dissociation notes that while the real person or host cannot remember them, the dissociated personae tend to leave a trail of evidence and clues to their existence. Even with the failure of several government agencies to turn over critical discovery material about their investigations, and the manipulation and destruction of information, the Jones team was able to chronicle many of McVeigh's movements throughout the country. The many motel records, speeding tickets, phone records, receipts, photographs, and letters support the idea that several characters with distinct claims of self-identity within McVeigh had contributed to the trail in a conspiracy of multiple selves. More than a few of his known identities, personas, idealizations, and introjections seem scripted from the popular culture he absorbed, while the origin of others remains unknown. Tim Tuttle frequented gun shows, his name apparently borrowed from the main character in the film Brazil, Harry Tuttle, a vigilante terrorist out to fix a corrupt system. In Arizona, Montana, and Idaho, a mercenary known as Sergeant Mac emerged. Darrell Bridges made numerous and incriminating phone calls to several well-known neo-Nazis. Sean Rivers maintained a series of storage spaces throughout the country and filled them with stolen guns, disguises, and bomb-making materials, and Tim Johnson checked into a few motels. Although McVeigh said the existence and functions of Sean Masters and Terry Masters were unknown to him, they nevertheless left trails of their existence. Robert Kling, reminiscent perhaps of the race of warriors called Klingons in McVeigh's beloved Star Trek, was born April 19, 1972. Kling rented a Ryder truck and ordered Chinese food, but had it delivered to Timothy McVeigh's room at the Dreamland Motel. The McVeigh as dissociated bomber scenario presents further linkages and intersections between experimental and guilty agent stories, and recurrent narrative elements found in both. Dr. Jolly West, ace practitioner of all things creepy, was among the experts quoted in a 1985 407. 408. Washington Post article about the quirks of the modern spy and other deep cover operators who inhabit the shadowy world of counterintelligence. According to West, people choose to become spies, secret agents, and operatives for a handful reasons: loyalty to one's country or an ideal, revenge, or to damage those whose secrets they sell and betray, and what West called a bag of mixed psychological motivations. His colleagues expounded on this bag, saying operatives are overly romantic thrill-seeking escapists with a need for control, a desire for power, narcissistic and conceited. They are empowered by the very secrets they harbor and their ability to conceal information, including about their own selves. A State Department consultant said that the operator lives a life of half-secrets and half-truths. He can live life without having to confront reality. It is these very character weaknesses that spy recruiters and handlers count on and exploit. West said recruiters and handlers are espionage professionals and described them as very smart. They know how to get their subject involved just a little bit, doing something that seems harmless, and end up seducing them into taking actions they normally would never consider. In the old carrot and stick approach, the carrot could be any number of things the recruited spy desires, while the stick, wielded on non-compliant agents, is blackmail. The handlers threaten to expose the operative for the very actions he or she was ordered to take in the first place. There is no getting out of the game, said West. The bottom line is that you work for them forever. West's colleagues warned of the devastating psychological effects professional imposters suffer, paranoia being one of the most frequent consequences. This could also be a reason they got into that line of work in the first place. Said Dr. Murray Myron, psychologist and FBI consultant, there is power in information, in intelligence. The paranoiac typically lives in a fearful state of discovery at any moment. His ineptitudes, weaknesses, dirty secrets, and innermost thoughts could be exposed. A life of secrecy therefore becomes imperative, and thus, the already paranoia-prone person turns his psychological quirk into a full-blown career. Dealing in secrecy, an almost drug-like nurturance of paranoiac impulses. 1°5 An intoxicating thrill ride for the skillfully paranoid professional spook, until it's not. Remember Michael Gels, the Navy counterintelligence professional called in by the FBI to hypnotize the woman who saw Tim McVeigh with two other guys at Maloney's real estate office in Missouri? Gels, not just a one-trick hypno-pony, also had some insight into the workings of McVeigh's real or imagined career as a government-sponsored covert warrior on a secret mission. In 2000, Gels, chief psychologist for Naval Criminal Intelligence Service, made headlines for his NCIS internship program, which trained college students and agents of regional, state, federal and international law enforcement organizations, in effective undercover intelligence gathering methods and sting operation protocols. Students of the program, explained Gels, learn what it's like to pretend to be somebody else. Degree students took a battery of psychological tests to identify their unique personality traits with the intent of creating better, more convincing misrepresentations, and then further developed and tested their new identities. The school was like an incubator for monster liars, and Gels the midwife to the false personas the students birthed. After he retired in 2006, Gels began a new life as a private security consultant to high-tech internationals, where Gels may or may not have taught undercover techniques and shadow self-construction to private citizens acting on behalf of government agencies without democratic oversight. But that's just speculation. The proper screening, recruitment and training of deep cover operators has become a popular topic of late, mainly due to the increasing numbers of former and current undercover intelligence and police agents roaming around, plighted by all manner of psychological problems caused or exacerbated by the peculiar stresses involved in undercover work. Ongoing studies seek to devise ways of preventing field operators from going off the underground reservation, so to speak. The undercover agent's mission requires intense immersion into the world of their target, the concealment and suppression of their own identity, the creation and convincing enactment of false ones, sometimes having to stay in character for years at a time, especially in deep cover operations. Thus, they must be creative and convincing liars able to maintain fictitious identities and fabricated life histories. The constant effort to detect threats to and prevent discovery of their true identity/agenda, all the while finding or creating opportunities to achieve their objectives and fulfill their mission, is a mental meat grinder, leading to paranoia and debilitating fatigue. Acting largely autonomously and separated from friends and family, they live a particularly lonely existence and are particularly prone to developing deep attachments to their targets. They may come to identify with targeted individuals and groups and question the utility of certain laws, the purpose and rightness of their assignment, and their own involvement in it. It then becomes justifiable to engage in criminal activity beyond what is necessary to maintain their cover or achieve their objective. Insufficient guidance, instruction, and encouragement from handlers and low pay versus the risks they are expected to take, leads to further resentment, disillusionment, alienation, and feelings of sympathy towards. 409. 410. Their targets. They may become indoctrinated into the very group they are investigating, especially when their mission involves prolonged exposure to subversive environments such as those encountered in investigations of suspected terrorist organizations or cells. Even when they are given leave from the operation, undercover operators have a difficult time settling back into their former identity and, for varying lengths of time, retain the undercover lifestyle in terms of hairstyle, language, demeanor, and continue to enact the mannerisms and idiosyncrasies of their fake personalities. Degree * or worse. Due to the very particular demands of undercover work, a number of problems tend to arise during and after an operation. The development of noteworthy occupational maladjustment, psychiatric disturbances, and unusual personality changes is common, including symptoms associated with PTSD in varying degrees of severity and duration, such as extreme narcissism, confusion, psychosis, paranoia, disorientation, depersonalization, memory distortion, fleeting as well as longer-lasting uncontrollable dissociative states, described as out-of-context pseudo-identity reenactments. Also, reappearance of false identity outside an operational context, and simply loss of self. An article in the American Criminal Law Review succinctly observed, undercover officers are at serious risk of developing split personality or experiencing the self as unreal, traits characteristic of dissociative identity disorder, in which multiple personalities recurrently take over a person's behavior. Avoiding this type of fragmentation is a bit of a double bind for operatives, as success requires their ability to call up false identities on demand and convincingly enact them, or face disastrous consequences. The psychological process is very similar to uncontrolled multiple personality manifestations seen in those suffering from severe forms of structural dissociative identity disorders. Sometimes the undercover agent's alter ego linger, appearing or reappearing at inappropriate non-work-related moments, before and after the mission ends, both in social and public contexts as well as private. Sometimes they are not even consciously aware that the undercover identity has come to the surface and taken over. Sometimes the operator forgets who they really are. Sometimes they forget their real name. Sometimes, like the criminals they were created to catch, spy on or entrap, they commit crimes, occasionally violent ones. In some cases, the altered state, once birthed, developed, and enacted over a sustained period is hard to bury. In a sense it has acquired its own survival imperative and other needs related to, but distinct from, that of the original operator. They are generally not the most pleasant people you'll ever meet. Several factors are said to increase the likelihood that a once intentionally assumed alter identity will surface in an uncontrolled fashion. These include the disillusionment experienced when the agent realizes that the promises and enticements used to recruit them were false, plus the lack of warning about the nastier things that tend to go along with this line of work. A number of pre-existing character traits are thought to increase the likelihood that an agent will experience dissociative symptoms during or after their mission. These include neuroticism, narcissism, poorly defined self-image and higher predispositions to experience varying degrees of normal, everyday episodic dissociative states. The stress of being in the field amplifies certain existing traits and quirks, making for extremely narcissistic vigilante covert operators for whom the thrill of deception and manipulation then becomes an end in itself. For the most part, recruits undergo minimal training, although historically, certain methods involved in rigorous training programs and settings have led to unintended consequences. For instance, during tryouts, recruits may be subjected to highly stressful situations to see if they break their cover. A series of deceptions might be orchestrated, including being told they have failed and did not make the cut, for the purposes of observing their reactions. Such methods engender lingering suspicion and distrust about the very institution on whose behalf they work. In fact, observed one study, agents readily admit that the most troublesome symptoms of anxiety and paranoia do not typically arise with uncertainty over the enemy, but more when it is the employer's motives that are perceived to be the source of the threat. By this time, though, it may be too late to back out. The techniques and intensity of mission preparation may correlate to later issues. Interestingly, while studies are ongoing, it is currently thought that symptoms are less likely to appear, or at least to appear outside of the agent's control, if they undergo hypnosis prior to enacting their deceptive selves rather than the role-playing techniques traditionally used. The most psychologically vulnerable time for the spy is during the actual work itself. One study pointed out that, agents in the midst of an operation, more so than before or after, exhibited elevated psychiatric symptoms, those of psychiatric outpatients. The deeper the cover and longer the mission, the more entrenched the false persona becomes, the more likely they will suffer psychological problems, and the longer and more severe those problems will be. The more stressful, dangerous, and complex the mission, the higher the stakes, the worse it becomes for the operator. Making a marijuana bust is probably not going to cause long-term personality pathologies or dissociative identity disorders, but being embedded with the mafia for 3 years might. Agents embedded in terrorism investigations are said to have it the worst. While some studies argue that overly strenuous and abusive selection and training contributes to blowback in the form of unhinged undercover operators, a recently published law journal article by Nicholas Wamsley urged both public and private organizations involved in covert work to 411. 412. Implement the selection and training program used by the Special Forces called SEER. The thinking is that SEER's psychological evaluation process, the most demanding in existence, the high-intensity stresses induced and the physical and psychological gauntlet SEER candidates undergo, would greatly reduce the number of unfit candidates working in undercover situations. While there are reasons to disagree with Wamsley's proposed solution, including issues of general concerns about further militarization of law enforcement, that it ignores the very studies it cites and may very well help to create rogue and unfit operators. Wamsley's solution is an interesting one and based on a certain logic. But his argument for increased privatization of undercover activity and the expansion of it, into realms beyond even the minimal oversight of state-run covert operations, is as baffling as its implications are nightmarish. After the Jones team obtained the results of the psychological tests McVeigh took during the SFAS, they noted that the results were consistent with what they were learning about him, although this observation is not elaborated on. In one conversation between McVeigh and Dr. Halleck, however, McVeigh expressed his frustration that there were things out there that his defense team was not discussing with him and offered the example of his military psychological records, which he had not even known his defense team possessed until Halleck told him about it. He then explained that the reason the SFAS psychological tests indicated he was paranoid and angry was because he had just gotten back from the Gulf War when he took them, and was reeling with the anger he had developed there. Before and after this conversation, McVeigh claimed that while at his Special Forces tryout, after taking intelligence, psychological, adeptness, and a whole battery of other tests, he and 9 others were asked to volunteer to do some work for the government. They would act as military consultants hand in hand with civilian police agencies to contain and neutralize security threats and would be expected to perform illegal actions in the course of their work. While he may have easily pulled the details for this story from recent revelations about other such actions in order to impress her, he seems to have been married to the idea that he in some way acted on behalf of the government in a private capacity. He told his attorneys that if they wanted to understand him better, they should obtain a copy of the July 1995 issue of Soldier of Fortune magazine. The titles of 2 featured articles in that particular issue were Delta/SEAL Combat Camp for Civilians and Private Spies, Hire Your Own CIA Agent. His mother and sister thought he actually had trained with the Special Forces rather than simply attending the tryout. His sister emphasized that whatever happened at the SFAS, it had fundamentally altered him. As these things go, there is ample historical precedent to show that, strange as it might have sounded, there was nothing impossible about the guilty agent story. McVeigh told his sister, degree whatever their purpose and whoever signs their paychecks, all operatives working in an undercover capacity must gain the trust of their targets. They do so by smoke and mirrors, illusions meant to manipulate impressions, contrive situations, using schemes. Registered certainly, his psychological profile fit that of the typical spy as highlighted by Dr. Jolly West and friends in 1985's. McVeigh's documented dissociative disorder and other revelations only compound matters and add to an already complex array of information that must be considered when evaluating his guilty agent claims and, in fact, open doors for the creation of experimental wolf stories. Fabricated undercover identities exacerbate role confusion and can take on a life of their own, a nearly predictable occurrence when certain psychological profiles with dissociative predispositions are taken into account. What's more, hypnosis can and is used to aid in the creation and maintenance of controlled alter personalities for use in undercover work that are then further developed and structurally entrenched during real-world field deployment. The more predisposed to dissociative experiences, the more suggestible they tend to be and the easier they are to hypnotize. Conspiracy theorists have 413 known this for a long time. That's partly why Jolly West causes them such antagonistic fascination. The funny thing about West is that he wasn't just an expert on cults, undercover operators, and spy handling but hypnosis and dissociative states as well. West wasn't interested in curing dissociative disorders though, he was specifically concerned with ways to induce dissociation and, wouldn't you know it, he was one of the primary architects of the military's SEER program. A number of theorists conceive of John F. Kennedy's assassination as the first major postmodern event, an event that spawned multiple chronologies, theories, and histories and a pervasive paranoia about secret government machinations in general. Central to this were questions about the true identity of the ambiguous and multiplicitous Lee Harvey Oswald, the first true postmodern subject, whose many identities could mean any number of things. McVeigh's seeming inability to keep his many identities straight, keep track of all of their movements and relationships, or even remember them, is another trait he shared with DeLillo's fictionalized Oswald. DeLillo's Oswald is a man plagued by a number of uncanny other Oswalds whose existence deeply disturbed the real Oswald's concept of singular self. DeLillo explained that this depiction was inspired by an observation that the real-life Oswald seemed to be scripted out of doctored photos, tourist cards, change of address cards, mail order forms, visa applications, altered signatures, pseudonyms. His life as we've come to know it is a construction of doubles. Like McVeigh, DeLillo's Oswald becomes one of those people whose fantasy life is much more important than his real life. The world of espionage, into which Oswald drifts, is a particularly dangerous one for such an individual, since it is a breeding ground for paranoia, illusion, and multiple identities. Degree. The veracity of Tim McVeigh. Every person has the capacity for self-deception, but Tim is seemingly infinite. Internal Jones Team Defense Memo, Is He Lying or Isn't He? 1996. What science may never be able to explain is our infallible fear of the alien among us, a fear which often drives us not to search for understanding, but to deceive, inveigle, and obfuscate. To obfuscate the truth not only from others, but from ourselves. Agent Dana Scully, The X-Files, 1999. According to Herbeck and Michel, the most cited account in discussions about McVeigh, Jones simply did not believe McVeigh's con. 414. Tension that he acted alone, was convinced there was a much bigger conspiracy involved. McVeigh never wavered from his story. According to archival documents and those who knew him, McVeigh did waver and at various times alluded or admitted to other conspirators, only to later deny such admissions, or near admissions. Over time, in bits and pieces, McVeigh presented several possibilities about the reality of the bombing. He had acted alone, he was one in a group of conspirators whom he refused to name because, as he himself said, I gave them my word, or as an agent for covert powers in a vast conspiracy. Sometimes it was almost as if he wanted to tell them, but stopped just short of doing so. Rather, he hinted, alluded, suggested, smiled and arched his eyebrows in just such a way as if to suggest they were getting closer to the truth. But his hints, in combination with the inconsistent details and changing stories he offered them, made it nearly impossible to know what, if anything, he said was true. The questions remained, even if something he said was not true, did he really believe it was, and, if so, why? Were they fantasies he took refuge in? Calculated lies and chicken feed meant to misdirect their investigatory and legal defense efforts? Partial truths mixed with misleading deceptions. The ambiguity surrounding McVeigh's version of events and his sporadic, yet enduring, delusions dictated that his defense team carefully consider the possibility, plausibility, probability, and rationale for any one version he offered, including the most outrageous, and then weigh it against supporting or negating evidence. But, as the Jones team engaged in an increasingly aggressive effort to determine the truth about the bombing, McVeigh resisted at every turn. Their cumulative efforts deeply disturbed him as their ongoing inquiries and investigation threatened to undermine his lone wolf legacy. Several internal defense memos reveal the extent to which the Jones team went to determine his lies from his truths. One undated memo entitled, "Is he lying or isn't he? Secret?" outlines and compares conflicting statements he had made over time and essentially encapsulates the content of many others. The memo illustrates the ways in which at least some of the Jones team were coming to view him. Tim is a masterful manipulator and con man. The better part of his adult life is predicated upon lies, deceptions, and cons. His story is riddled with inconsistencies. His psyche is such that he often says and advocates the opposite of what he truly believes. Even when not completely lying, he's prone to hyperbole and exaggeration, delusions of grandeur. Tim is confident of his intelligence and his ability to lie and deceive. Tim tells us he's telling the truth, and he purports to value truth, integrity, and honor. Tim is lying to us, and he uses the same strategies of deception on us that 415. 416. He used on others, diversion. He takes the offensive with us, dominating conversations to steer it in the direction he wants rather than risk letting us probe around in the topics we are desperate to know. When we get close to finding something out, Tim gets indignant and defensive. His recent hysteria over subpoenaing of the phone records is a case in point. Why would he care unless, buried within them, they are going to prove him a liar? By his own admission, Tim lied to us from the beginning, and though he says he is now coming clean, the truth is that he's just exchanged old lies for fresh ones. The larger part of his adult life is predicated upon lies, deceptions, cons, theft and adultery, and yet, Tim continues to assert, with a straight face even, that truth, integrity and honor are his predominant characteristics as a man. Every person has the capacity for self-deception, but Tim's is seemingly infinite. By August 1995, Jones had reached the limit of his tolerance for McVeigh's obfuscations and his nonsensical lone wolf story, and convinced him to take a polygraph test. The results of the polygraph indicated McVeigh was dishonest when he stated no other conspirators beyond Nichols and Fortier had participated in the bombing plot. Tim Domgaard, who conducted the polygraph, told Jones, "There's absolutely no doubt in my mind attempting to keep someone's identity, who is involved in this situation, from me, and predicted, he would take the name with him to his grave." After Jones confronted him with the results, McVeigh became enraged and said he found the test results unacceptable. He insisted they were wrong and based on inaccurate science. In 2 handwritten letters about the results he wrote, "To rest on these polygraph results is not an option, because somehow they are wrong. I give my word on my sacred honor that I am telling the truth. I will submit to anything to prove my word to you, for the trust of my legal team is really all that I have left. I am absolutely, psychologically in a tailspin. If one cannot gain your full trust, then I have very few options left. I will submit to further polygraphs, sodium pentothal, hypnosis, or even fucking torture to recover the honor and integrity that I have lost today. I admit that I cannot explain the results, but I am adamant that they are flawed and wrong. I cannot live with these results, period. So here is my suggestion. You seem to have gotten along well with Dr. Smith. Why don't we rearrange the Dr. Smith appointments once a week and let him be your therapist with the understanding that anything you say to him is privileged? In other words, we will alter his situation so that he is not part of the psychiatric and psychological team, but is there for you and you alone. Nothing that you say to Dr. Smith will be repeated to any member of the defense team, except myself, and will only be re-417. 418. Pete, with your express authorization to Dr. Smith. Dr. Smith is highly regarded, he is close by, and I think he would value this relationship and do you an outstanding job. In his response letter to Jones, McVeigh told him that, in his opinion, they should just sack all these doctors, at least in the context of seeing me. In fact, he said, he had made it known to all of them that he didn't even completely agree with the science of psychiatry, and the only thing the doctor visits accomplished was to make him extremely defensive, uncomfortable and even more stressed out. That said, McVeigh closed the letter by saying that he would consider Jones' suggestion about bringing Smith back in and asked for a week to think about it, as it's hard for me to admit that I would need to call in a professional. Smith and McVeigh would continue their visits, but not for a few more months. Orwellian reversal. His case was unfolding itself. While up in the attics the court officials were poring over the charge papers. It looked like a kind of torture sanctioned by the court, arising from his case and concomitant with it even that has its reason. It is often better to be in chains than to be free. Franz Kafka, The Trial, 1925. All coercive techniques are designed to induce regression. The deprivation of stimuli induces regression by depriving the subject's mind of contact with an outer world and thus forcing it upon itself. The calculated provision of stimuli tends to make the regressed subject view the interrogator as a father figure, strengthening the subject's tendencies toward compliance. As regression proceeds, almost all resistors feel the growing internal stress that results from wanting simultaneously to conceal and divulge. As the sights and sounds of the outside world fade away, its significance for the interrogate tends to do likewise. Is replaced by the interrogation room, the dynamic relationship between. As the interrogation goes on, the subject tends increasingly to divulge or withhold in accordance with the values of the interrogation world rather than those of the outside world. If resistance is encountered, non-coercive methods of sapping opposition and strengthening the tendency to yield and cooperate may be applied. The use of unsuccessful techniques will of itself increase the interrogatee's will and ability to resist. The effectiveness of most non-coercive techniques depends upon their unsettling effect. The aim is to enhance this effect, to disrupt radically the familiar emotional and psychological associations of the subject. When this aim is achieved, resistance is seriously impaired. The aim of the Alice in Wonderland or confusion technique is to confound the expectations and conditioned reactions of the interrogatee. The confusion technique is designed not only to obliterate the familiar, but to replace it with the weird, as the process continues, day after day as necessary, becomes mentally intolerable, he is likely to make significant admissions, or even pour out his story. Kubark Counterintelligence Interrogation Manual, CIA, 1963. We'd like to know a little bit about you for our files. We'd like to help you learn to help yourself. Look around you, all you see are sympathetic eyes. Stroll around the grounds until you feel at home. Hide it in the hiding place where no one ever goes. Put it in your pantry with your cupcakes. It's a little secret, just the Robinsons affair. Most of all, you've got to hide it from the kids. Laugh about it, shout about it, when you've got to choose. Every way you look at this you lose. Simon and Garfunkel, M.R.S. Robinson, 1968. V/PC, Special Forces Assessment Psychological Exam revealed an already existing tendency towards, among other things, paranoia, a trait he shared with his mother, Mickey, who may have imparted her own paranoid thinking to her son. After his arrest, as McVeigh's paranoia became more pronounced, so too did his mother's, who constructed her own experimental guilty agent narrative about her son and, like him, began to suffer a rapid mental decline. In a series of internal memos, Dick Burr and Lee Norton described their impressions of her as well as those close to her. In July 1995, Norton thought Mickey was in a state of emotional crisis, displayed symptoms consistent with mild to moderate paranoia, and was probably suffering from significant depression with anxious and paranoid features. When they met, Mickey was preoccupied with making sure Norton was who she said she was, and even after Norton showed her multiple forms of identification, Mickey remained suspicious. She told Norton that she was under constant surveillance and people followed her wherever she went. She provided pictures of devices on her phone wires which she believes are phone taps, about which Norton noted, "She may be correct." Mickey wondered if Tim gave her house keys to the FBI. The bombing, Mickey told Norton, was part of a government conspiracy in which her son was the Lee Harvey Oswald, and although she knew more about the conspiracy, she couldn't talk about it as doing so could put her and her family at further risk. 419. 420. Jennifer told Norton that her mother was becoming increasingly incoherent and paranoid. Jennifer, no fan of the FBI at this point in her life, remarked that her mother was becoming obsessed with the FBI and the notion that they were following her, tapping her phones and even encouraging her to have a nervous breakdown as part of the larger conspiracy of the case. She thought the government was controlling the information she heard on the radio and asked Jennifer to get a hold of Tim's attorneys so that they could make the government quit controlling her radio. She believed the defense team was in league with the FBI and could control what they did. Jennifer said she thought her mother was taking sleeping pills given to her by the Coast Guard doctor. Mickey's attorney confirmed that her condition was growing worse but said he felt it best that she not seek treatment through the Coast Guard as the quality of care they provided was questionable and they could very well leak information. In October, Dick Burr and Lee Norton met with her again, after which Norton noted that Mickey was experiencing pervasive paranoia, sometimes accompanied by auditory hallucinations. She told them there was an ongoing plot to make her think she was going crazy, she was being stalked, and her life was being threatened. Cars and trucks followed her and their drivers talked about her on the CB radio, except they called her he in order to trick her and hide what they were doing. She thought a dentist she had seen some months ago intentionally introduced an infection into her jaw. Her friends, neighbors, and even her own husband were in league with the FBI's machinations against her, said Mickey. At first, she thought her husband was just helping them gather information, but more recently he introduced noxious gases into the air conditioning vents in an attempt to asphyxiate her. He had also tried to give her poisoned brownies. Her husband had since left her. Sometimes, she said, her calls to innocuous places like her credit card company were rerouted to the local FBI office. She was receiving communications through the local radio station and could hear them speaking between the lines about her whereabouts. In fact, both her television stations and her radio were being controlled externally. Sometimes she would be watching the news and the announcer would say that next up was a report about the Oklahoma bombing, and, all of a sudden, cartoons like Tom and Jerry would cut in and replace the news program, making it so she couldn't get information about developments in the case. If that wasn't bad enough, they could even watch her through her television, and her efforts to thwart this by throwing a blanket over it were futile because the signals can go through all the electrical outlets. She could hear people at a distance, including a sniper in her father's yard, who she heard say, "I have a clear headshot of her." Mickey attributed her newly amplified sense of hearing, which Norton said, sound more like auditory hallucinations, to her heightened anxiety that had kicked off self-preservation abilities. She had even developed a telepathic connection to her son and knew what he was thinking about in prison. She thought it was possible Tim could have been brainwashed at some point in time, was absolutely certain it possible someone could have implanted a chip in his butt, explaining that, if they can do it to dogs just by lifting up a flap of their skin and slipping in a needle, they can certainly do it to humans. She thought the chips were used to track people, possibly children, in order to prevent them from being kidnapped. Now more than ever, she was convinced that her son was a patsy in all of this. Her family wanted to commit her, but she said she couldn't let that happen because then the news would announce, "Mother of Mad Bomber cracks up." Norton closed this particular memo by noting that while her delusional symptoms seemed to have spiraled out of control, it was possible she'd always had them, but to a much lesser extent, and it was imperative they learn how this had affected McVeigh's developing worldview. Finally, in November, after another meeting, Dick Burr outlined his impressions, which were very similar in content to what he and Norton observed the prior month, including the most striking impression: Mickey is extremely paranoid. She had seen at least 2 more dentists recently but thought they too had done something harmful to her. Sometimes her things would go missing, like her credit cards and identification, and once, all her cigarettes had been taken out of the pack in her purse and lined up, one by one, on the seat of her car. She had finally overcome her jaw infection, and since then, it seemed people had backed off a bit from trying to confuse her and make her think she was crazy. She told Burr that she believed that her son would try to cover or protect other people, even if it meant taking the blame, because he always wanted so much to please everybody. The government, she said, had made her son into a scapegoat. Mickey was clearly suffering from severe delusions that had increasingly made her life unmanageable. Still, the defense team acknowledged, some of them were based in reality, although, wrote Burr, it appeared most of them were not. The FBI was following and spying on various members of the Jones team, so why wouldn't they follow the McVeigh family? Cameras hidden inside television sets were nothing new and had been used in undercover investigations for quite some time. In fact, McVeigh's Army friend, Ray Barnes, later told me that when he was scheduled to testify at McVeigh's trial, the FBI put him up in hotel, and soon after, a compromising video taken from inside his hotel room had been mailed to his wife. Electronic bracelets were being used to prevent child abduction, and tracking chips were being marketed for this purpose as well. Much of what Mickey thought was happening to her, wasn't, but as it turned out. 421. 422. The FBI had bugged the McVeigh family homes, phones and the motels the FBI put them up in at various times during their investigation. Transcripts of conversations recorded by the wiretaps and bugs just days after the bombing, prior to Mickey's mental decomposition, reveal that both his mother and sister believed that McVeigh had been recruited into some sort of a covert operation. Their beliefs were based not on their paranoia, but because this is exactly what he had told them years earlier, and, at the time, they had no reason to question his honesty. Like Lee Harvey Oswald's mother, Marguerite, had done, Mickey McVeigh spoke publicly about her son's innocence, claimed he worked in some sort of undercover capacity for the government, and accused mysterious forces of spying on her family prior to and after they framed her son. Unlike Marguerite Oswald, Mickey McVeigh's claims and assumedly her distress, led to her involuntary confinement in a psychiatric facility in early 1997. As early as May 1995, McVeigh told his defense team that he was suffering from Gulf War illness and said he and his cohorts were used as guinea pigs for some sort of test vaccine. When they obtained a partial set of his military medical records, McVeigh appeared to be sensitive about some of the entries in it but did inform them that certain entries that should be there, including immunizations, were missing. The Jones team conducted research into the issue of Gulf War illness, but at that time, its existence was a topic of heated debate and study. As he had in the military and in the years and weeks before the bombing, throughout his time in prison, McVeigh continued to see doctors and dentists on a regular basis, for many of the same symptoms he had previously. Once, within days of seeing a prison doctor for a recurring skin rash on his forehead in October 1995, McVeigh informed Dick Burr that he did not want to see the medical doctors anymore, the first of several such requests. In fact, throughout his time at El Reno prison, while awaiting trial, McVeigh expressed a deep distrust of and anxiety about the prison staff generally, and their medical staff specifically. He told his attorneys that the prison guards were drugging his food. Was McVeigh as batshit crazy as his mother seemed to be? Earlier that summer, several news outlets reported that hypodermic syringes were among the contents of food trays delivered to McVeigh and Nichols. This led to the suspension of Chuck Mildner, the chief of security at the prison in charge of the guards who delivered the trays. The prison warden, R.G. Thompson, assured reporters that, despite the syringes, the inmates were not at risk and the issue was an internal personnel matter. Asterisk. The strange thing was that Mildner was not suspended because syringes were delivered to the inmates under his watch, but because, after the incident, he tightened security and put preventive measures in place to stop such things from happening. Mildner's supervisors overrode and countermanded the security measures, after which additional contraband was found on their trays. After Mildner's suspension resulted in an outcry from other correctional officers, Warden Thompson clumsily explained that the only reason he suspended Mildner was that he opened his big mouth about the incident, an act Warden Thompson said he viewed as a threat to McVeigh and Nichols' privacy. James Nichols wrote that while at El Reno prison, both his brother Terry and McVeigh received a hypodermic syringe and cigarette butts on their food trays, apparently from someone who was making a point that the two prisoners were not out of reach. During this same time, he continued, Terry's fingernails began turning black, which could indicate that he was being subjected to a slow poisoning immediately after the condition, and Terry's suspicions were brought to the attention of his attorneys. The condition mysteriously cleared up. While the contents of the syringes are unknown, according to an internal defense memo, the day after the flap at the prison over syringes, Tim found bugs in his food. Does not want this information released to the press. The Jones team seems to have been unaware of the exact nature of these goings-on, as they filed motions requesting that the court compel El Reno prison to disclose any security threats to McVeigh. The court sealed the motions. The death of an El Reno prison guard who worked under Mildner on McVeigh's cell block resulted in suspicion from within conspiracy theory circles that the guard had seen something he shouldn't have, perhaps even visits by the spectral Dr. Jolly West, who, they speculated, was probably on one of his brainwashing excursions. It was even possible, some said, that West was there to mentally program McVeigh into killing himself so he couldn't spill the bombing beans. Rumor had it he'd been seen going in and out of the prison. Drive West aside, the fact remains that in the 2 years after the bombing, there were suspicious deaths of people in a position to have insider knowledge about McVeigh or the bombing. Included among them was the aforementioned guard, whose mother and others that knew him told Oklahoma State Representative Charles Key that shortly before he died, he told them he feared for his life because of important information he'd learned about McVeigh. In any event, as much as he wanted it kept under wraps, McVeigh's own fear of the prison security guards continued, and in late February, he told one defense team member that the night before, a guard had come 423. 424. Into his cell to retrieve his dinner tray and purposely dropped it on his head while he was sleeping. When he expressed concerns about the actions of certain guards to the warden, he told McVeigh he was paranoid. Later, When he came down with a cold, McVeigh refused the flu shot offered to him, insisting he wanted no needles. In another incident, when McVeigh complained of heartburn, the BOP medical technicians told him that bacteria can cause heartburn and drew his blood, and told McVeigh they were testing it for bacteria. His attorneys, much to their displeasure, discovered that since they took the blood, they are going to type it for the U.S. Marshals for security purposes. While this ungranted access to their client understandably upset the defense team, it also couldn't have helped relieve McVeigh's anxieties about DNA databases. After Dr. John Smith's June 1995 recommendations to the court that some of McVeigh's prison restrictions be eased, the prison agreed to turn off the surveillance cameras for at least a few hours a day, but, according to Stephen Jones, the Bureau of Prisons fudged on their promise and the cameras kept rolling. *degree by October, due to his prison conditions, the failed polygraph and his legal team's continuous effort to get him to tell them the truth, McVeigh had plummeted into a state of deep depression and anger. By January 1996, he began to say very strange things. Attorney Amber McLaughlin said that during one meeting, McVeigh discussed the possibility that human beings have not evolved into a higher form of mankind since only 30% of the brain is used. He wondered if Egyptians might have been a higher life form who built the pyramids through the power of their minds. This could be evidence that the human brain is degenerating. I think, added McLaughlin, Tim may be spending too much time alone, but I did not tell him this. McVeigh suggested they watch the 1988 film They Live, a favorite of his about a drifter who learns that aliens masquerading as humans are controlling humankind through subliminal messages in mass media. The aliens were only detectable with special glasses. Throughout that winter, things grew progressively worse. McVeigh complained that, despite the orders of the court, his prison conditions were actually worsening, including the ability to see natural sunlight for only an hour a week. He expressed concern that his mind is deteriorating. He feared he was rapidly losing his memory and said that if not recorded in his attorney's memos, his ideas and insights may be lost forever. These insights during this time included not only his profound thoughts on aliens and Egyptians but also his allusions to the participation of others in the bombing, a broader cover-up or conspiracy, and the presence of a government informant within the plot. The negative psychiatric effects of prolonged isolation and solitary confinement on prison inmates are well established, particularly in regards to those in the pre-trial stage. Confusion, disorientation, intense agitation, sleeplessness, the inability to concentrate, loss of memory, obsessions, preoccupations, paranoia, panic, dissociation, hallucinations, irrational aggression, and psychotic delirium, to name a few. An often observed phenomenon is the tendency of the prisoner to believe that their confinement is an attempt to break them down psychologically. Furthermore, for those already unhinged, these confinement conditions cause severe exacerbation or recurrence of pre-existing psychiatric symptoms. On the other hand, James Nichols said that around the time of the syringe incident, McVeigh called him and complained that he was being kept in isolation and expressed his desire to act as his own attorney. After a number of strange incidents, James came to believe that Jones was intentionally keeping McVeigh in increasingly isolated circumstances against his wishes and preventing him from communicating with anyone he could trust. Finally, in January 1996, during one court hearing, McVeigh, through one of his defense investigators, slipped James and others a note that they were to destroy after reading. According to James, in the note McVeigh expressed his regret at being unable to call or write them but said his hands were tied and the psychological profilers at Quantico were watching him closely. The note, said James, was McVeigh's attempt to inform them the psychologists were messing with his head, in fact, profiling the case inside Tim's head to fit the FBI's allegations. He was trying to tell us what they were doing to his mind while in total isolation. Jones himself wrote that McVeigh's stories changed in accordance with the FBI's, describing it as a Kafkaesque situation. James believed McVeigh knew more than he could ever safely say and that the powers that were would go to great lengths to prevent him from revealing what he knew. At the time, McVeigh still had the wherewithal to cry for help, but unfortunately, at the time, we didn't know how to answer that cry. Likely unknown to James Nichols were the mental health experts' observations that, despite the negative impact the constant surveillance had on McVeigh, the more intense the surveillance became, the more mentally off balance McVeigh became, and, when this happened, the more compliant and open he tended to be. Meanwhile, McVeigh made it known that he questioned the legitimacy of the mental health profession in general and thought the shrinks were just trying to dig something up. And on the latter point, he was right. McVeigh didn't want a mental health defense and rejected that his actions were caused by anything other than his own carefully thought-out decisions, a position Jones philosophically if not factually agreed with. "Our job," Jones wrote, "is not to cure him or to engage in psychoanalysis, instead we should concentrate on getting Tim to tell us the COM 425. 426. Plat truth." Jones agreed with the recommendation made by Dr. Smith in his initial report that mental health experts meet with McVeigh and apply psychological pressure, test and push him, until he disclosed the information Jones sought. Not everybody agreed and felt they should let him progress naturally rather than break him down as Smith advised. But Jones was the boss. While the exact process of how the testing and pushing occurred and at what point it began in earnest is unknown, that it did occur seems a reasonable supposition. In February 1996, the month after James Nichols says he received McVeigh's strange note, McVeigh refused to meet with Dr. Halleck, because, he said, Halleck was trying to cycle through his innermost thoughts and emotions at a pace he didn't like. He was probing too deeply too fast. In early March 1996, McVeigh once more expressed that he was suffering from extreme mental anguish both because of his prison conditions and because of the psychological warfare the prison guards were waging against him. He informed his defense team that he had finally found a way to fight back by initiating what he called an Orwellian reversal that consisted of him communicating with the guards who watched him remotely via live feed from the cameras in his cell and holding up signs with the guards' names on them. That same month, after seeking assurance that anything he disclosed to Dr. Smith would remain private, Nye explained that while the government had copies of Smith's letters to the Jones team, perhaps the public would not. Apparently satisfied with this, McVeigh then requested to see Dr. Smith again, as soon as possible. McVeigh elaborated, saying, he could see that he was attempting to isolate himself, and wanted to nip the problem in the bud before it got out of hand. Of course, Dr. Smith was able to see him, and I believe that you are both familiar with what transpired after that. While what exactly did transpire after that remains unknown, Smith visited him at least twice that month and continued to see him after his transfer to Englewood, Colorado, as did the other mental health experts. In a letter written to the defense team by Dr. Smith following one of the March 1996 El Reno meetings, Smith said he had recently visited McVeigh for the first time in months and was taken aback by what he found. McVeigh's health had taken a remarkable turn for the worse since their last visit. Smith wrote, "Striking differences in Mr. McVeigh, both physically and psychologically. His physical condition has significantly deteriorated. Has always been a rather tall, thin man. He was vigorous, spirited, spontaneous. His eyes were sunken, black-rimmed, and his body seemed anorexic. He is obviously deteriorating physically. During the interview, he had a spontaneous nosebleed, and that for the last several weeks at least, he has been having episodic spontaneous nosebleeds of an undetermined cause, clearly not digesting or integrating his food. He is always light complex-ionied, but it is striking how pale he is. His hands are red and scaly, a new development as far as his skin condition is concerned." Apparently McVeigh had not explained to Smith that he had sought medical attention for some of these very symptoms prior to the bombing. Smith also noted that McVeigh had lapsed into a deep despair and depression to the point where he was reluctant to say what he thought out of concern that will be interpreted or seen by others as being paranoid. This has undoubtedly led him to withhold information from his defense team. He told Smith that he had been feeling an impulse to give up, although it was later noted that this might be precisely what the government is trying to accomplish. Smith said the afflictions of McVeigh's confinement were in large part to blame for his condition. Smith thought McVeigh had been very open and forthcoming with him in revealing his emotional state and warned that if the deterioration continued at the same rate, he would be unfit to stand trial. He recommended McVeigh have a complete physical and at the very least, be allowed sunlight, as this may help slow down or even salvage his mental and physical health. After Smith's visit in March, a physician's assistant came to check on McVeigh once a day and a physician came once a week. McVeigh continued to request that Smith see him but also informed his defense team in writing that, "I would like a motion filed with the court requesting that any and all video monitoring and/or recording of me either at the federal courthouse or in my permanent cell once I am on trial, not be used in any evidentiary, examinatorial, or display fashion. That is, if one am to be on camera or audio monitored, it is for security only, and can't be viewed by a psychiatrist, psychologist, behavioral analyst, or by any type of senior Justice Department officials for the purpose of gawking or display." Just days after Smith's memo warning the Jones team about the deterioration of Timothy McVeigh, Burr informed Jones that McVeigh's prison conditions promote mental and physical deterioration rather than retard it, and there was no reason for him to be guarded by 3 guards and filmed everywhere he goes. They are designed to wear him down and ruin his mental and emotional health, and although denied, probably to assist the behavioral science unit of the FBI laboratory, and ultimately the prosecution. 427. 428. Were the suspicions of the defense team born from the same delusional paranoia exhibited by McVeigh and his mother? Had McVeigh somehow infected them with his pathological paranoid information disease? Just as the paranoid imaginings of McVeigh and his mother had, at least, some basis in reality, so too did those of the Jones team. On May 3, 1995, newspapers reported that a dozen FBI profilers were scrutinizing McVeigh's entire life, from his lust for elite military missions to Army psychological tests and medical checkups in order to build a psychological profile that may help uncover his role in the plot. Former FBI profiler Robert Ressler said, "The biggest key is in his military records. They offer a wealth of information. If there is any indication of a mental disorder, I suspect it would be in the health records." Ressler brought up McVeigh's microchip belief as a sign of his paranoid delusions but did not think a paranoid psychotic could have accomplished the bombing alone and suggested a terrorist cell could have used him. FBI consultant and Northeastern University professor Alan Burgess said the profile would help interrogators. The name of the game is to get him to the point where he is going to babble like a baby. But, since the FBI could not use Gestapo-like tactics such as beatings with a hose, although we'd like them to, they had to rely on clues in the profile. A bit later that year, FBI profiler all-star, John Douglas, said that people like McVeigh are comfortable in a structured environment, they do very well. But outside of a structured environment, without that rigidity, he just can't survive. On the other hand, he's probably doing fine now in jail. I bet they would say he's a model prisoner. Asterisk once again, the writings and career of eyewitness hypnotist Michael Gels might have given the FBI, Jones, or whoever else, some pointers about the best way to extract coveted information from McVeigh's deteriorating mind. You see, Gels wasn't just the FBI's go-to hypnotist guy, he was an interrogation guru, one of only 11 members of the Government Experts Committee on Adducing Information and trailblazer in the field of operational psychology for that matter, having formed the Naval Criminal Investigative Services Psychological Services Unit. Operational psychology, a discipline born from the OSS, wields the arts of psychology and psychiatry, not for clinical therapeutic reasons, but for investigatory purposes with the ultimate goal of gaining strategic information and advantage. This involves understanding a target's capabilities, personalities, and intentions and developing ways of better extracting information, ostensibly from bad guys. The specific mission of the NCIS, of which Gels' pet unit was a part, involved preventing terrorism, protecting secrets, and reducing crime. Degree. Either way, in 2003, the unabashed Gels, who trained interrogators and profilers at Quantico, authored a comforting article about the role of psychologists and psychiatrists asked to do things that conflict with standard ethical guidelines when acting as consultants in terrorism, espionage, and intelligence cases with vital national security implications. Doctor-patient confidentiality, wrote Gels, does not exist in such evaluations, nor does the presumption that the professional is acting in the best interest of the subject. In fact, they may be acting in just the opposite capacity, using their expertise to cause arrest, detention, prosecution, physical injury, or even death. One instance of such largely uncharted waters includes circumstances where the consultant has professional contact with the individual, but national security concerns dictate that the true purpose of the contact be withheld from the subject of the investigation. For instance, a psychologist might attend a party and mingle with guests, including the subject, with the intent of covertly evaluating them. In any case, no informed consent is required, and a detainee or subject may never know the professional identity of the expert whose purpose is to gather incriminating evidence against them. Gels described the very type of paranoid world that Timothy McVeigh had inhabited for quite some time, one in which anybody can turn out to be someone other than whom they claim to be. Part 3. The Guilty Agent. Or All-American Mind Control. Paging Dr. West N. March 9, 1996, Dr. John Smith visited with McVeigh. The next day, McVeigh asked Rob Nye if he could shut down Dr. Halleck and cancel his scheduled appointment with him. He would, he said, rather have Smith instead. On March 11, Smith wrote a letter warning Dick Burr about the startlingly rapid rate at which McVeigh was deteriorating, both mentally and physically. On March 12, Stephen Jones personally called Smith to inquire about the literature and the effects of surveillance. Smith told Jones, "Most of the effects of surveillance have to do with brainwashing during the Korean War. That's where the literature got started." As a side note, but in a manner implying they had spoken of him before, Smith informed Jones that 429. 430. West was interested in that at one time. That's how he originally made his name, and what led to him being a part of the Patty Hearst thing. Unbeknownst to conspiracy theorists everywhere, as a student at Oklahoma State University, McVeigh's regular and trusted therapist, Dr. John Smith studied directly under none other than Dr. Louis Jolyon West. Maybe it was Smith's glowing recommendation of West, or maybe all those rumors about West finally seeped into the minds of the defense team, but 2 days later, on March 14, Jones' team attorney Andrew Murphy called Drive West at his UCLA office. Transcripts of the conversation imply that someone from the Jones team had spoken to West about McVeigh already. Murphy informed West that Dr. Smith had been meeting with McVeigh, and West acknowledged Smith as a former student. McVeigh, said Murphy, was suffering from what Dr. Smith defined as exceptional circumstances, continuous surveillance, and he said you were the honcho on that area of medicine. West, never one to toot his own horn, simply replied, "I know a lot about it." Again implying that a previous conversation, perhaps via Smith or with another member of the Jones team, had occurred along the way. Murphy continued, telling West, "I also understand that you are willing to come down and see Tim." West said he would be willing to if the Jones team was willing to accept his fee, which, he said, was about double what someone local would charge, but then again, he explained, he was an authority on the effects of confinement and sleep deprivation. West added, "On the other hand, I don't think there is anybody in that part of the country who has the same kind of background that I do. I'm 71 years old. I've been professor of psychiatry here at UCLA for 27 years since I left OU. During the first 20 of those years, I was chairman of the department here, as I have been there, and director of the Neuropsychiatric Institute here, and I've had a lot of positions and so on. I'm pretty well known. My research experience has covered going back to the S0s the effects of different kinds of confinement. There is a small of medical literature about the effects of solitary confinement, but I'm the authority on the effects of people being, let's say, subjected to situations in which they had no privacy. American captives of the Chinese Communists during the Korean War who were held that way, but there is very little literature on it as far as I know. West then offered to send over some literature about constant surveillance and promised to send along his academic resume to give you an idea of what you're looking at. Indeed, West kept his word and his CV is located in the Jones collection. Despite rampant speculation, if West visited McVeigh or if the Jones team had any further communication with him, it is unknown to me and, while I've looked, no documentation to this effect has yet surfaced. Every rumor traces back only to more rumors, although as mentioned, the earliest of these are tied to Linda, the CIA is zapping my brain, Thompson. And there the creepy trail ends. When asked, years later, members of the Jones team, including Jones himself, seemed not to know the extent of either West or Smith's involvement with McVeigh, or avoided the question. In fact, the Jones team requested records that would help them construct a chronology of the events of McVeigh's time at Tinker Air Force Base, although the reasons for this could have nothing to do with West. In 1998, David Hoffman observed, "Recent history is replete with cases of individuals who calmly walk into a restaurant, schoolyard, or post office and inexplicably begin shooting large numbers of people as though they were in a trance." Hoffman described what, years earlier, Conway and Siegelman termed snapping and what, tragically, recent history has continued to witness at a seeming exponential rate. Rather than resulting from information diseases, though, Hoffman asks if these snappers are the subjects of CIA sleeper mind control experiments. According to Hoffman, McVeigh was subjected to psychological torture while in prison which, he says, got so bad that, eventually his attorneys called in a psychiatrist to help treat anxiety. Could it be, Hoffman wondered, that McVeigh was an Army/CIA guinea pig involved in a classified telemetric/mind control experiment? Given the plague of missing Gulf War vet medical records throughout the country, Hoffman thought it reasonable to assume that entries for telemetric mind control would be purged from McVeigh's. For whatever reason, the Jones team had begun researching just such a scenario nearly a year prior to their call to West. In any event, although Hoffman does not name or mention Smith in his account, he, like others, does posit that Dr. Jolly West mind-controlled McVeigh during his brief stay at Tinker Air Force Base immediately following his arrest and perp walk. He noted West's presence at Tinker during McVeigh's arraignment. West himself had disclosed this to the Jones team, telling them that while it wouldn't affect his impartiality, they should be aware of it. When Hoffman interviewed West and asked if he treated McVeigh, West denied having done it, curiously stating, "No, I haven't been asked to do that. I think his lawyer wouldn't want someone he didn't trust." Hoffman didn't buy it and West certainly didn't bring up his student Smith, who McVeigh trusted more than most. Author Robert Guffey noted, "Drive West acts as a kind of dowsing rod for anyone attempting to track down government mind control." 431. 432. Experiments. Wherever one finds Jolly, the CIA isn't too far behind. How did Dr. Jolly West, just a Jewish kid from Brooklyn, become such a notorious, legendary figure? Why do many, if not all, stories about brainwashing and technologies of control roads eventually lead to and intersect with West? How did persistent rumors come to surround West, generally, and speculations about his relationship to McVeigh, specifically? Why does he continue to appear as McVeigh's CIA mind controller/microchip implanter? In what ways do legends about West relate to other episodes detailed in this writing? In short, when West offered to send his CV to the Jones team, what, exactly, were they looking at? For, after all, how do we know that 2 and 2 make 4? Or that the force of gravity works? Or that the past is unchangeable? If both the past and the external world exist only in the mind, and if the mind itself is controllable, what then? George Orwell, 1984. Power is in tearing human minds to pieces and putting them together again in new shapes of your own choosing. George Orwell, 1984. Hello, darkness, my old friend. I've come to talk with you again because a vision softly creeping left its seeds while I was sleeping, and the vision that was planted in my brain still remains within the sound of silence. Paul Simon, The Sound of Silence. During World War II, leading academic journals had reported on the military's successful use of hypnosis. In his 1943 book, Hypnosis, head of the psychology department at Colgate University, Dr. George Estabrooks bragged about the military's use of hypnosis during wartime, particularly the creation of hypnotic kayas with clinically created dual personalities who could deliver messages that they would have no recollection of later. Estabrooks told of the sheep-dipping of agents who would be given a fake dishonorable discharge from the military, subjected to hypnotic programming that allowed them to convincingly infiltrate enemy groups, after which they would report to their handlers with amazing recall of the information they gleaned about the enemy. After the conclusion of the war, the 1947 National Security Act and the creation of the mcveigh's imperceptibly binding chains. CIA that same year established rhetorical justification, covered infrastructure, and the extra-legal means necessary to initiate a series of ambitious yet unsavory and highly secretive research projects. In short, it was at this time, in the earliest years of the Cold War, that the CIA and USS military began a sustained, disciplined, and well-funded foray into mind control. Degree among the events to catalyze such research efforts was the arrest of Cardinal Josef Mindszenty by communists in Budapest for espionage and subversion. Mindszenty, held for 39 days and interrogated, eventually confessed, despite a startling lack of evidence against him. During his 3-day public trial in 1949, he displayed a robotic, zombie-like demeanor and spoke in a monotonous mechanical chant. That same year, the United States Air Force commissioned Yale psychologist Irving Janis to study the Mindszenty case. Janis concluded that Mindszenty's strange behavior was a result of a series of electroshock-induced convulsions combined with drugs, sleep deprivation, and hypnosis, which induced a somnambulistic trance that allowed his captors to implant false memories, thereby assuring his compliance, his false confession, and even his own belief in his false confession. Janis advised that the U.S. intelligence community conduct systematic experiments, using the same methods, to see if they too could induce false confessions. Their efforts to do so were quickly met with success. In 1950, the CIA initiated Project Bluebird, expanded and renamed Artichoke in 1951, conducted in coordination with Army and Navy researchers. According to CIA documents, the objectives of the projects included identifying offensive uses of unconventional and unorthodox methods, to gain control of an individual by application of special interrogation techniques and the ability to reverse engineer these methods to prevent unauthorized extraction of information in the event of capture. In addition, researchers sought to create an exploitable alteration of personality by developing effective and reliable ways of inducing enhanced memory capacity, implanting false memories, and assuring compliance in formerly non-compliant people generally. Methods of doing so included truth serums, other biological and chemical agents, hypnosis, induction of somnambulistic trances, post-hypnotic suggestions and controls, sensory stimulation, electroshock, psychosurgery, brain damage, so-called black psychiatry, Pavlovian conditioning, brainwashing, or any other methods possibly useful for interrogation, subversion, or seduction and resistance. To achieve these aims, the U.S. government drew from the expertise of newly recruited paperclip Nazi mind scientists and their handlers. Progress towards the research objectives was rapid. Researchers had a wide variety of drugs as well as His test subjects at their disposal, including unwitting CIA agents and assets of questionable 433. Loyalty. More often though, test subjects were found among unsuspecting civilian volunteers deemed expendable, such as drug addicts, prisoners, and patients at sanitariums and hospitals. The research projects also culled an endless supply of subjects from the military population. Soldiers made exceptionally good candidates for experiments because they could not sue for damages resulting from harm done to them by military doctors and were the only population for whom a modicum of legally informed consent did not apply. Experiments designed to ensure strategic military and intelligence advantage resulted in a number of adverse effects for the unwitting lab rats, including paranoia, depression, epilepsy, and death. The possibility that, in some cases, certain terminal experiments could lead to death was one taken into account during the inception, planning, and execution of the research. For the already burgeoning art of American brainwashing, the Korean War was a godsend. The Korean War provided further justification, institutionalization, and acceleration of America's mind control initiatives, and, shortly after entering the war, the U.S. practiced and further developed their advanced techniques on North Korean prisoners of war held in Japan. Registered one CIA project-related memo, asked if it was possible to get control of an individual to the point where he will do our bidding against his will and even against fundamental laws of nature, such as self-preservation. Included a subject and, by post, have him crash an airplane, a train wreck. Perhaps the question was rhetorical, because those engaged in active research into the question during the early Cold War mind control race certainly thought so and had made this abundantly clear. Public agencies such as the CIA/OSS, the DoD, Naval and Air Force Intelligence, and their private think tank counterparts such as RAND, continued to issue reports identifying and outlining the ability to control behaviors, regulate memories, and elicit false confessions. In fact, despite conventional beliefs that a person could not be hypnotized to commit acts that went against their personal ethics, Estabrooks and other leading hypnotists claimed otherwise. In 1950, a popular magazine quoted the good Dr. George Estabrooks, who claimed, "I can hypnotize a man without his knowledge or consent into committing treason against the United States," and warned that if he could do it, so could the communists. In one of Estabrooks' more compassionate research proposals to his spooky backers, he expressed the opinion that any loss of life that might result from experiments in which hypnotized individuals were commanded to murder, would be justified, a very trifling portion of that enormous wastage in human life which is part and parcel of war. Research and development of brainwashing took on added urgency after a group of U.S. Air Force pilots, held as POWs, confessed to the use of biological warfare agents against the North Koreans. Thousands more POWs had signed petitions making similar confessions and pleading with the U.S. to end the war. Once released, some of the American POWs who had succumbed to communism were taken to military hospitals where Army officials said, the best techniques of modern psychiatry would be used in their preparation for return to society. It is unknown what this special treatment consisted of. Degree in any event, after the POW's confession snafu, the CIA, military, intelligence and defense establishment sought the knowledge of leading academics to help close the mind control gap. Enter the ubiquitous and legendary Dr. Louis Jolyon Jolly West, born in New York City in 1924, the eldest of three and only son of Russian Jewish immigrants who eventually, along with their children, settled in Wisconsin. Although the West family was poor, his mother instilled in him a sense of power and destiny, and when World War II began, West joined the army hoping, he said, to show Hitler there were Jews who knew how to fight, and to kill. He was a bloodthirsty young fellow. The army had other plans for West though, and sent him to medical school in Minnesota, where he achieved the rank of major and was transferred into the Air Force Medical Corps, who sent him to study psychiatry at Cornell Medical School, during which time the Korean War had begun. While there, West became quite proficient in the art of hypnosis. In 1952, he became the chief of psychiatry at Lackland Air Force Base in San Antonio, Texas, where his career as psychiatric pioneer began. While at Lackland, West conducted his seminal study of American Korean War POW confessions, which led to his unified theory of behavior control, termed debility, dependency, and dread, the definitive study on communist psychological tactics. West argued that the POWs were not the victims of mysterious communist voodoo, but had been psychologically broken through the systematic use of fear, hunger, sleep deprivation, humiliation, and spontaneous and random relief from these conditions. The resulting futility, disorientation, loss of sense of space and time, hallucinations, and psychological regression produced a weakening and collapse of the prisoner's will, dissociative and automaton-like states and, eventually, utter dependence upon and total compliance with captors. At a certain point, prisoners, no longer able to grin and bear it, switched to a mindless autopilot state that eventually degraded into something resembling a zombie. Essentially, West asserted that a controller could form, break, and remake an individual's sense of coherent identity by subjecting them to DDD. West's theory of DDD became instrumental to all early and subsequent government mind control endeavors. It was used to inoculate soldiers to enemy interrogation and brainwashing and, conversely, to retrieve information stored in the deepest recesses of the mind and induce desired behaviors in others, even when such actions were against their conscious will. A January 14, 1953 CIA memorandum entitled Interrogation Techniques explicated the valuable potential that West's work could have to ongoing efforts. If the services of Major Lewis J. West, U.S. Air Force, a trained hypnotist, can be obtained, and another man well grounded in conventional psychological interrogation and polygraph techniques, and the services of LT.COL, a well-balanced interrogation research center could be established in an especially selected location. Asterisk. Drive West was chief of psychiatry at Lackland Air Force Base when, in 1953, the U.S. Air Force created its prototypical offshore prison camp or stress inoculation school in Chinya, South Korea. West's colleagues, Dr. Albert Biederman, Dr. Robert J. Lifton, Dr. Lawrence Hinkle, Jr., and Dr. Harold Wolf acted as directors and instructors at the school. There, student soldiers learned to resist torture and interrogation not only through simulations involving self-inflicted pain, extreme sleep deprivation and isolation, but also through actual torture by instructors. The idea was that through forced standing for long periods, electric shock, kneeling on broomsticks, and forcefully inserting foreign objects into the bodies of students, if captured in the future, they could endure similar treatment at the hands of enemies. As the most effective ways to extract information from unwilling informants, students received instruction on how to perpetrate these abuses upon others. Similar schools were established in the United States. West's theory of DDD forms the theoretical and operational foundations for counterintelligence manuals used by the CIA, Special Forces, and all other military and intelligence survival schools, the very type of schools from which McVeigh aspired to graduate. Education programs founded upon or using DDD theories included U.S. Air Force Survival School, U.S. Air Force Survival, Evasion, Resistance, and Escape Course, U.S. Army's Special Warfare School at Fort Bragg, North Carolina, the infamous School of the Americas, and the CIA's premier course in survival training conducted at a remote location in Virginia known as the Farm Point 1 in 1953, based on a recommendation by Dr. Wolf, head of Cornell University's Neurology Department and president of the American Neurological Association. The CIA established Cornell's Human Ecology Fund, a front organization used to channel money into various research projects. Under the shade of the HEG, the CIA expanded their projects and initiated Project MK-Ultra, an endeavor historian Alfred McCoy described as a veritable Manhattan Project of the Mind, that operated under the auspices of the CIA's notorious Technical Services Division, headed by the infamous CIA chemist, Dr. Sidney Gottlieb. *degree The CIA's newest unconventional Cold War weapons race would utilize a revolutionary multidisciplinary, vacuum cleaner approach and draw from and recruit all imaginable academic disciplines in both the sciences and humanities. Protection of classified research involved compartmentalization, secrecy agreements, and outright deceit. Through the countless respectable private charitable organizations and publicly funded dummy institutions, MK-Ultra research was staged in a way which left the public, and many researchers directly involved in the work, unaware of the project's ultimate objectives, future uses, and source of funding. Private and public see charitable organizations used to funnel money to MKT Ultra. Research included the Josiah Macy Foundation, the Ford and Rockefeller Foundations, the National Institute of Public Health, Federal Bureau of Drug Abuse, Federal Bureau of Narcotics, Veterans Administration, Department of Health, Education and Welfare, Food and Drug Administration, and the Lorry Day Assistance Administration, to name a few. MKUltra, while not the only project of this type, was the main one under which all manner of outrageous behavior control research projects were conducted. The aims of MKUltra and related government research and development efforts included, as summarized by Rebecca Lemuev, urban stratospheric drugs, the hypnosis of secret agents, programming them to carry out missions unaware, the possibility of mind control machines, the possibility of carrying out mass brainwashing, coercion, or subtle attitude adjustment and behavioral modification, the use of electroshock, intensive drugging, and lobotomy to control or drive an individual, the effects of extended sensory deprivation on one's state of mind, and the possibility that any of the above might be an effective interrogation tool or a way of making someone forget having been interrogated in the first place. Degree essentially, MKUltra, along with numerous similar projects conducted by other agencies during this time, was designed to manipulate, control and engineer the behaviors of individuals and GRO by any means necessary. U.S. intelligence agencies, notably the CIA, used fronts like the Hague to provide legitimacy and funding for research using actual human subjects. There was no doubt on the part of the architects of these programs that the research would, at times, cause significant harm to subjects. Similar to their predecessor projects, the experiments used non-informed and non-consenting human subjects including housewives, soldiers, minority populations, psychiatric patients, drug addicts, prostitutes, Johns, prison inmates, and children. 437. 438. In his research, Wolff placed his subjects in untenable situations and disoriented states induced through lengthy periods of sleep deprivation, in order to break and reprogram their thoughts and behaviors. Included were 100 Chinese refugees whom Wolff hoped to turn into secret agents that would then repatriate and infiltrate their home country and, in the event of capture and interrogation, be able to withstand their captors' attempts at extracting information and brainwashing. Like West's, almost all U.S. interrogation and counterinsurgency manuals put out by the CIA and military from that time until the present include methods based on Wolff's work. Dr. Ewan Cameron, funded by the Hague and Rockefeller Foundation, expanded upon Wolff's work in his experiments in a sanitarium at McGill University's Allen Memorial Institute in Montreal. His subjects consisted mostly of depressed homemakers that checked in for nerves and anxiety, for which they received large doses of LSD, thorazine, seconal, and high-voltage electroshocks as Cameron sought to obliterate their memories and fully regress them into infantile states. Afterwards, Cameron placed them in sensory isolation rooms, keeping them in drug-induced comas for months at a time, all the while playing non-stop recorded messages as a way of reprogramming their underlying personality structures, in a process Cameron called psychic driving. The research of Drive West and his closest colleagues was equally well funded and unrestricted in scope or method and, as it was unknown to the public, free from scrutiny. Hague had in fact funded the work that led West to conceive of and expand his theory of DDD and to become a leading national expert in the use of hypnosis for clandestine purposes. West's research had attracted attention and, in 1954, at the age of 29, the University of Oklahoma's School of Medicine appointed him head of their Department of Psychiatry, Neurology, and Behavioral Science, where he would first meet his student and McVeigh's future trusted psychiatrist, Dr. John R. Smith. In 1956, the Oklahoma Turnpike Authority contracted West to study whether or not light reflectors on the highway hypnotize drivers and, in the process, he discovered the phenomenon highway hypnosis, which is really not hypnosis at all but a common form of dissociation. That same year, West accepted the first of many seemingly simultaneous appointments at numerous military and VA facilities and began research under two top-secret ultra-funded projects entitled Psychophysiological Studies of Hypnosis and Suggestibility and, as part of this, authored a report entitled Studies of Dissociated States outlining his findings. The literature concerning clinical entities ordinarily considered to constitute the dissociative reactions is fairly well limited to case studies of patients with fugues, amnesia, somnambulisms, and multiple personalities. Unpublished studies by the writer have led him to a greatly expanded concept of dissociation. Experiments involving altered personality function as a result of environmental manipulation have yielded promising leads in terms of suggestibility and the production of trance-like states. There is reason to believe that environmental manipulations can affect the tendencies for dissociative phenomena to occur. All of the above recommended experimental procedures will require special equipment, special methodologies, and special skills. Research team is being developed at a unique laboratory must be organized and constructed. This laboratory will include a special chamber, in which all physiologically significant aspects of the environment can be controlled. This chamber will contain, among other things, a broad-spectrum polygraph for simultaneous recordings of a variety of physiological reactions of the individual being studied. In this setting, various hypnotic, pharmacologic, and sensory environmental variables will be manipulated in a controlled fashion, and quantitative continuous recordings of the reactions of the experimental subjects will be made. Like CIA-funded researchers Drs. George Estabrooks and Martin Orne, West advised the CIA about the creation of multiple personalities through hypnosis, post-hypnotic suggestion, and amnesia, enhanced by mind-altering drugs like LSD and other methods such as electroshock, and in combination with classical operant conditioning. West's unique research interests landed him a number of prestigious appointments and professional positions, and, throughout his career, he wrote prolifically about a number of MK-related topics. A good portion of West's work remains classified. West had not yet achieved infamy though, as much of his work was secret. Rather, he became a media go-to guy, always ready to offer his insight into all things strange and troublesome. West was the on-call media commentator during a highly publicized fundraising stunt in 1957, in which a famous radio announcer stayed awake for 7 days straight. West explained to reporters. 439. 440. That extended lack of sleep could bring out latent psychopathic tendencies. There was a great medical interest in sleep deprivation, he said, but the research was handicapped by the difficulty of trying to produce the disease in a laboratory for study. This was because, according to West, no doctor was willing to produce real mental illness in a person just to study it. In 1959, newspapers reported on a phenomenon called microsleep, or flash blackouts, during which people appeared awake, and even walked around with open eyes, but were in effect, sleeping, as evidenced by brainwave tests. West, along with Dr. Harold L. Williams, a psychologist at Walter Reed Army Institute of Research, presented the first scientific report on microsleep. Newspapers reminded readers that West knew all about this stuff, having conducted extensive studies into false confessions and other kooky behaviors induced through sleep deprivation. Throughout the 1960s, as West continued to build his resume and media profile, the CIA and military refined and exported their survival/interrogation schools, offering training programs for friendly democratic governments abroad. While the doctrine of psychological warfare had existed previously, in 1953 CIA Director Allen Dulles declared psychological operations as the primary weapon with which the Cold War would be fought. In 1962, Army officials announced a dire need to cull psychological expertise to fight a new kind of war that could exploit national vulnerabilities in a way that would neutralize political opponents, namely indigenous left-wing resistance movements, through understanding the way they think. This then led to the military's unprecedented and wholly unique financial support for psychological research as well as other social science research. The rapidly growing body of government-funded psychological and social science research, including West's DDD, moved into the application phase in the early 1960s, and from this, a newer, improved and greatly expanded form of Psy-War emerged. While technically considered unconventional, Psy-War actually became more conventional than traditional military actions and central to U.S. policies regarding so-called third world countries where, apparently, hearts and minds were to be won, and if that didn't work, kidnap, brutalize and kill with newly trained death squads. Ever-evolving psychological operations were waged against insurgents and insurgency movements within high-value Cold War theaters including South America, Asia, and Indochina, theaters that also came to serve as test sites for new methods of mind control, interrogation, and torture. Drawing heavily from West's conception of DDD and the related work of Wolf and Hinkle, and central to ongoing PSYWARs and those to come, was the CIA's infamous 1963 Kubark Counterintelligence Interrogation Manual. Kubark was instrumental in conveying the